He was ensnared by his close friend into an infinite game, and after narrowly escaping death, he was subsequently betrayed and undermined by his teammates. It seemed as though the entire world conspired against his survival, yet he stubbornly resolved to endure, ultimately slaughtering his way through the game. Upon emerging from the game, he found a handsome companion and enjoyed 2 years of leisurely retirement. As the 2-year countdown concluded, he awoke to the revelation that this was a fictional universe. Moreover, he discovered that he was merely a supporting character destined to perish at the onset of the narrative. Chapter 1. Transformed into a supporting character. The knock, knock, knock at the door jolted Chu Shihan from his nightmarish slumber. He rose to a seated position, panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his strikingly handsome, fair visage, precariously lingering on his chiseled jawline, while his beautiful collarbone, exposed at the neckline, rose and fell with each breath. The countdown before him had vanished, signaling the complete end of his 2 years of tranquility. The infinite game began to merge with reality, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. However, for Chu Shihan, the absurdity of the preceding dream eclipsed even the onset of the apocalypse. The world in which he had resided for over 2 decades turned out to be a novel, and he was merely a supporting character destined to meet an early demise. This unfortunate fate was compounded by the fact that his bedfellow, Lo Su, whom he had chosen 2 years prior based on his striking looks, happened to be one of the male leads in this very novel. At the story's outset, he had already usurped the role of the other male lead. If he didn't perish, who would? Chu Shihan, hurry up and pack your things. The boss has ordered me to take you away, a man's voice outside urged, tinged with palpable disdain. This was Wan Ming, one of Lo Su's underlings. Throughout the 2 years he had spent with Lo Su, the latter had always regarded him with an expression that was neither here nor there, and in such an urgent moment, it was no surprise that his tone was less than cordial. Chu Shihan sluggishly descended from the bed, took a shower in the bathroom, changed his clothes, and donned his non-prescription black-frame glasses. Even though the glasses obscured half of his face, they did not detract from his overall beauty. Rather, they added a touch of innocent charm. Having completed these tasks, he finally opened the door, revealing Wan Ming, who stood by the window, his expression as dark as night. "Young master, were you embroidering in there? Come and take a look at what the outside has become. How could you possibly sleep through this?" Wan Ming was truly exasperated. Chu Shihan approached the window, observing his diminutive stature, which was even a few centimeters taller than Wan Ming. He leaned out to catch a glimpse of the distant collapsed buildings, the chaotic roads, and the cries that echoed in the air, all of which signified that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. "Is this an invasion by a hostile nation?" Chu Shihan inquired, gazing blankly at Wan Ming. Wan Ming, meeting his clear yet naive gaze through the lenses, found himself momentarily speechless. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Grab your identification and follow me. We need to rendezvous with the boss at the airport." "Can planes still fly?" Chu Shihan asked. "Don't jinx it. If planes can't fly, what are we to do?" Wan Ming shot him a glare. They had received inside information that fortifications were being constructed in the capital to fend off the monsters, and they needed to hurry there. Chu Shihan said nothing further. He returned to his room, retrieved a backpack, packed a few changes of clothes, and then headed to the kitchen to stuff several bags of condiments into his bag. Wan Ming's countenance soured as he exclaimed, "Young master, what on earth are you carrying these for?" Chu Shihan is far from being a true young master. Wan Ming's appellation is merely a means of mockery. "Roasting meat," Chu Shihan replied nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to such jests. Wan Ming's vision darkened. "We are fleeing for our lives, not embarking on a spring outing. Can you not be a bit more alert?" Were it not for the insistence of the leader to ensure Chu Shihan's safe passage, he would have gladly abandoned this ineffectual pretty boy to fend for himself. "I am ready. Let us proceed," Chu Shihan declared, his belongings neatly packed into a shoulder bag. Wan Ming, feeling no inclination to elaborate further, handed him an axe before they departed, instructing, "Take this for self-defense." Chu Shihan accepted it with both hands, frowning. "It's rather heavy," finding it less convenient than a weapon card. Upon hearing this, Wan Ming nearly let slip the words "worthless," but restrained himself, reminding himself that this pretty boy was still under the protection of his leader. "Stay close to me," Wan Ming commanded, gripping his own axe as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings before stepping out to lead the way. Chu Shihan followed closely behind, feeling as if they were the last 2 living souls in the entire building, the silence so profound that they could hear each other's breaths. They descended the stairs without encountering anything unusual, yet the walls were stained with a green liquid that exuded a foul, metallic odor. The stench was not only unpleasant, the liquid was corrosive, and contact with open wounds could lead to infection, transforming one into a monster. The route to the airport remains accessible. We must hasten to drive there to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Wanming stated as he approached the vehicle, peering inside before abruptly slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Chu Shihan leaned out to investigate. Look, a zombie. Inside Wanming's vehicle, a figure, entirely green with green liquid oozing from its mouth and facial wounds, was attempting to crawl through the passenger window, half of its body sprawled across the driver's seat, dripping the viscous substance everywhere. That is an infected individual bitten by a mutant. Calling it a zombie is not inaccurate. They move sluggishly and bite at the sight of a person, and if a living person's wounds come into contact with this green liquid, they too will become infected, Wanming explained. Mutants? Chu Shihan inquired, puzzled. Given your intellect, I find it challenging to explain thoroughly. Suffice it to say that this world is currently besieged by various monsters, referred to as mutants by those in higher authority, Wanming remarked as he led Chu Shihan onward in search of another vehicle. Do not allow the infected to scratch you, nor should you touch that green liquid. Once infected, there is no remedy, Wanming instructed, to which Chu Shihan nodded in understanding. Currently, no cure exists, as the abilities awakened in the current generation of powers are rudimentary. However, as time progresses and the realms of the infinite game world and reality merge further, the emergence of mutants will increase, some of which carry skill cards that can be obtained upon their defeat. Among these skills are some healing abilities capable of curing the infected. After searching for roughly 10 minutes, they finally found a vehicle, but after a brief drive, they encountered an impassable obstruction. A building collapsed across the road, rendering their passage impossible. Consequently, they had no choice but to disembark and proceed on foot. What would have been a mere 30-minute drive to the airport turned into a grueling 2-hour trek. Fortunately, they encountered no mutants along the way, although they did cross paths with several infected individuals. Wanming, with his enhanced abilities, handled them with ease. Throughout the journey, Chu Shihan was akin to an accessory to Wanming, neither contributing nor causing any hindrance. Regrettably, just as they reached the airport's exterior, a loud roar resounded above them as an aircraft took flight overhead. It seems we have arrived too late. Do you think Boss Liu would abandon us? Chu Shihan gazed skyward. Wanming's heart tightened, and he retorted in irritation. This is all your fault for dawdling. It's understandable for the boss to leave you behind, but he would never abandon me. No sooner had he spoken than he pointed in horror at the sky. What is that? A dark green rift suddenly appeared in the heavens above the aircraft, from which green-furred wolves began to descend in droves, some landing on the plane while others plummeted to the ground. The cockpit was soon besieged by the green-furred wolves, causing the aircraft to spin erratically. In the blink of an eye, it lost its balance and plummeted from the sky. Mutants. They are mutants. So many mutants. People at the airport screamed as they rushed out, plunging the scene into chaos. This is bad. Quickly find a place to hide. After uttering these words, Wanming turned on his heel and ran back, not bothering to check if Chu Shihan could keep up. He hastily sought refuge in a nearby convenience store, glancing back to discover that Chu Shihan was closely following him, undeterred by the throng of people. They had barely settled in a corner when a towering green-haired wolf burst through the glass door of the convenience store, its massive form partially entering the establishment. Quick to react, Wanming executed a roll and darted outside, leaving Chu Shihan alone in the corner, locked in a fierce gaze with the green-haired wolf. The newly arrived patrons screamed as they fled the store, while Wanming stood at the entrance, his expression a mix of conflict as he observed Chu Shihan. Gripping an axe, Chu Shihan stared impassively at the green-haired wolf. As the creature opened its enormous maw, poised to bite, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. A tall figure strode into the convenience store from outside, clad in a black camouflage outfit. With one hand, he aimed a gun at the green-haired wolf while tossing a pistol towards Chu Shihan with the other. Chu Shihan discarded the axe and retrieved the pistol with both hands. Come here. The man's voice was deep, and his chiseled features revealed no emotion. His stance while aiming was strikingly impressive. Witnessing this scene, Chu Shihan's mind echoed a singular thought. Truly worthy of being the bedmate he had meticulously chosen, he was undeniably a sight to behold. Chapter 2. The arrival of the apocalypse. After Lu Su blinded one of the green-haired wolves, he hoisted Chu Shihan's backpack and, alongside Wan Ming, retreated from the convenience store. Outside, the two green-haired wolves had been slain by a group of supernatural beings, while the people fleeing from the airport were called back. All exits in the waiting area were blocked, guarded by the empowered individuals, as ordinary people sought refuge in small clusters. Among them were Lu Su, Chu Shihan, and his two younger companions. "Everyone, please lend me your ears," a man suddenly shouted through a megaphone, capturing the attention of the crowd. The waiting area housed thousands, all petrified by the recent onslaught of green-haired wolves. In this moment of collective panic, the man's timing was impeccable. "My name is Hao Ran, and I possess knowledge on how to combat these green-haired wolves. With the apocalypse upon us, it is imperative that humanity unites to survive. Therefore, I urge those among you who have awakened their powers to step forward and join us in defending the ordinary people." Hao Ran was a robust man with a square jaw, radiating an aura of righteousness, and appeared to be no older than 40. Behind him stood over 10 individuals, all of whom had just participated in the slaying of the green-haired wolves. Including those guarding the exits, their number barely exceeded 50, making the task of protecting the thousands in the waiting area exceedingly daunting. However, after Hao Ran finished speaking, no one stepped forward. "I understand that many of you do not know me and may harbor doubts regarding the apocalypse, the aberrations, and the powers," Hao Ran continued. "If you have any questions, please voice them, and I will address each one." At this moment, someone raised their hand and asked, "How did this apocalypse suddenly arrive?" In a single night, a thriving city has been reduced to ruins, teeming with monsters, and those bitten become infected. Hao Ran sighed with a hint of bitterness. It did not happen suddenly. Over the past 2 years, there have been numerous online posts warning of the impending apocalypse, yet few believe them. The transformation of our world is due to a fusion with an infinite game world that began at dawn today. The monsters you speak of, the aberrations, have invaded from that realm. Infinite game world? What is that? Is it a game? Someone pressed on. Hao Ran nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is a game. 2 years ago, there were many cases of missing persons. I trust you are aware of them. Those individuals were chosen to participate in the infinite game, and those who failed the trials perished. Ultimately, only 121 survivors emerged from that game. The green-haired wolves currently manifesting are merely the weakest aberrations, and far more formidable ones will appear in the future. If we do not unite against these aberrations, our world will be annihilated." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, acknowledging the truth in Hao Ran's words. Indeed, 2 years prior, many had gone missing, but none had imagined they had been drawn into an infinite game. Have those who awakened their powers in the past 2 years something to do with this infinite game? Another person inquired. Yes, Hao Ran replied. The infinite game was a chance for humanity's self-preservation before the apocalypse. The reason we had 2 years to awaken our powers is that one individual successfully cleared the infinite game. Otherwise, the apocalypse would have descended upon us 2 years ago, when we were still merely ordinary humans, incapable of standing against the aberrations. As Hao Ran spoke of the individual who cleared the game, admiration shone in his eyes. "Mr. Hao, are you one of the survivors of that game?" Wan Ming, standing beside Lu Su, asked. Hao Ran smiled slightly. "Indeed, I am." At this revelation, Chu Shihan, who had been lost in thought leaning against Lu Su, glanced up at him. "What? Are you interested in him?" Lu Su's voice whispered in Chu Shihan's ear, warm breath causing him to instinctively tilt his head away. "He looks rather average," Chu Shihan remarked. Lu Su chuckled softly, realizing he had forgotten that this companion of his always prioritized appearances. "Were you frightened earlier?" Lu Su inquired. He had seen Chu Shihan cornered by the green-haired wolf. A pitiable sight. Before Chu Shihan could respond, Wan Ming hastily interjected, "Boss, I didn't mean to abandon him. The situation was urgent, and he was too paralyzed to run. I simply couldn't attend to him." "I understand. He harbors no ill will towards you," Lu Su replied before turning to Chu Shihan. "Is that correct?" Chu Shihan nodded. "Yes, I don't blame you. I must thank you for bringing me to find Lu Su." Seeing Chu Shihan's understanding demeanor, Wan Ming's anxiety eased. "No need to thank me. I was merely helping the boss. However, I truly suggest you train with us. Before the apocalypse, you may have preferred to remain idle, but with aberrations now roaming freely, you cannot afford to rely on the boss to save you every time. Indeed, you are rather weak at present. I could defeat 3 of you with a single punch, chimed in Han Chong, another of Lu Su's companions. He was a burly figure, with fists the size of bowls, and as an awakened power user, he could indeed vanquish 3 ordinary individuals with a single blow. Chu Shihan smiled lightly at Lu Su's handsome face. It's fine. Just do your best. Furthermore, Lu Su would soon encounter another male lead, and when that time came, their fiery connection would leave little room for concern over him, the mere cannon fodder. Wan Ming and Han Chong were rendered speechless by his indifference. At this moment, Hao Ran had concluded his address, and one by one, empowered individuals began to step forward from the crowd. He turned to Lu Su. Aren't you going to stand with us? As one of the male protagonists, Lu Su was also an empowered individual, possessing a remarkably potent and unique ability. However, he had not engaged in real combat before, making him less familiar with the practical application of his powers. Otherwise, he could have easily dispatched the green-haired wolf earlier. Lu Su replied, "There's no rush. Let us observe for now." While he remained calm, others were growing anxious. After organizing the empowered individuals, Hao Ran made his way through the crowd towards them. "Sir, I noticed your marksmanship was quite precise when dealing with the aberrations. You are also an empowered individual, correct?" After inquiring about Lu Su, he shifted his gaze to Wan Ming and Han Chong. "If I'm not mistaken, one of you is a Strength Awakener and the other a Speed Awakener, correct?" While it was easy to identify Wan Ming and Han Chong's abilities, Hao Ran could not discern Lu Su's. Although he had not witnessed Lu Su using his powers, his gunplay and reactions during the encounter with the aberrations indicated that he was indeed an empowered individual. Without awakening, even rigorous training would not yield such exceptional physical prowess. How did you know?" Han Chong asked, startled, turning to Lu Su. His impulsive nature and physicality made it difficult for him to conceal his thoughts. Lu Su, however, remained unfazed and turned to Hao Ran. "You mentioned earlier that you would answer questions regarding the apocalypse. Is that still the case?" "Of course, brother. Feel free to ask anything," Hao Ran replied, eager to foster camaraderie. "You stated that the aberrations will grow stronger in the future. How can we humans enhance our abilities?" Lu Su did not deny being an empowered individual, as it would be awkward to feign ignorance now that it had been revealed. He had awakened his powers nearly 2 years ago, yet they had shown no sign of evolution, which led him to suspect a connection between power enhancement and the sudden emergence of aberrations. He sought to confirm this with Hao Ran. "It's commendable that you've thought of this so quickly." Hao Ran bestowed a look of appreciation upon Lu Su, explaining that certain aberrations might carry skill cards. Upon defeating them, one could randomly obtain a skill card of a specific attribute. If the attribute of the skill card aligned with one's awakened ability, it would serve to enhance that ability. Otherwise, one would need to seek a trade with another. Skill cards? Lu Su seized upon the essence of the matter. Continuing to inquire further, Hao Ran found himself increasingly fond of Lu Su. His quick wit was invaluable, even if he wasn't an ability user. With a smile, he replied, "Indeed, each individual can acquire at least 2 skills, one pertaining to physical prowess, much like the strength or speed skills of these 2 brothers, and another elemental skill, encompassing the natural elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. After awakening one's ability, corresponding skills are essential to maximize its potential. Furthermore, there exists a unique category of skills that can be utilized regardless of whether one has awakened an ability, though they are rare and might never be encountered in a lifetime. If one does happen upon them, the number available for learning is as many as one can find." Chapter 3. The Farewell Kiss. So, if skills are not hard to acquire, it follows that the more aberrations we slay, the stronger we shall become, correct? Hao Ran's words stirred excitement in Wan Ming, who was eager to rush out and hunt aberrations. Regretting his earlier hesitation in not dispatching the green-haired wolf in the convenience store. However, Hao Ran shook his head. "Brother, you are thinking too simplistically. While it is true that defeating aberrations is beneficial, they do not merely drop skill cards, they also drop weapon cards. Even if you are fortunate enough to slay 10 aberrations in a row, there is no guarantee you will obtain a single skill card. It could very well all be item cards. Moreover, The likelihood of encountering aberrations that drop cards is exceedingly low in the early stages. What do you mean? Now, there's a mention of weapon cards? The drop rate is so low. Are they trying to drive us to despair? Wan Ming lamented. Chu Shiheng, who had been lost in thought, interjected, skills and weapons share the same card pool. There is no guarantee of a minimum drop with 10 consecutive kills. Wan Ming shot a disdainful look at Chu Shiheng, poised to tell him to cease his nonsensical chatter, only to see Hao Ren nodding in agreement. This young brother has summarized it quite accurately. That is indeed the truth. At that moment, Hao Ren felt a shared sense of bleak camaraderie with Chu Shiheng, both being bound by the cruel fate of card drops. Lu Su had witnessed Chu Shiheng play card-drawing games, where his luck was notoriously abysmal. To avoid bursting into laughter and embarrassing Chu Shiheng, he swiftly shifted the topic. What kinds of weapon cards are there? Hao Ren's expression turned serious. Cold weapons, firearms, swords, spears, axes, handguns, rifles, submachine guns. These are all included. However, the probability of obtaining them is similar to that of skills. More commonly, you'll find mundane items like pots, pans, and even fly swatters and brooms. These hardly qualify as weapon cards and are more akin to item cards. You'll understand when you encounter them. Lu Su and his companions were taken aback. What on earth is this? Once Hao Ren had conveyed all necessary information, he turned to Lu Su. Are you all willing to join me in slaying aberrations outside? Certainly, but I must prioritize the safety of my companions first, Lu Su replied. Naturally, Hao Ren assented, persuading Lu Su to accompany him to consult with other ability users regarding task allocation. Just then, a harrowing scream erupted from the crowd, causing those gathered to hastily retreat, revealing a green-skinned woman atop a man, viciously biting into his neck. The man's screams mingled with the spray of blood from his severed artery, creating a horrifying scene. Hao Ren approached, and before the astonished onlookers, he swung his axe, severing the green-skinned woman's head, before swiftly breaking the man's neck without hesitation. His speed and precision left the bystanders in shock. When those who recognized the couple regained their senses, they were met with two lifeless bodies. You killed him! Someone in the crowd shouted in horror. The axe in Hao Ren's hand dripped with green fluid, yet his expression remained as amiable and humble as before. Those bitten by aberrations or by infected individuals are no longer our kin. If you cannot muster the resolve to strike them down, you too will face infection. Consider this a demonstration. If you wish to survive, you will encounter many such situations in the future. Learn to acclimate. Compared to the stunned onlookers, Lu Su and his companions were more astonished by the axe that had just been in Wan Ming's hands. When did he manage to take it? Wan Ming swallowed hard, his face reflecting disbelief. Han Chong was rendered speechless from shock. In contrast, Lu Su maintained his composure. After a moment of surprise, he speculated it might be his skill. Wan Ming, perplexed, replied, "But skills are rare. Don't you need to slay many aberrations to acquire them? How could he possess one on the very first day of the apocalypse?" Infinite game survivors, Chu Shiheng reminded them. Lu Su glanced at him, patiently explaining to Wan Ming. Indeed, we only inquired about how to acquire skills but did not ask what advantages those who emerged from the game possess compared to us. It seems they must have acquired skills ahead of time, while we, who did not enter the game, have merely awakened ordinary abilities. Many of us lack any abilities entirely. That sounds too fortunate. Why wasn't I brought into the game back then? Wan Ming lamented, envious of the impressive skills. Lu Su disregarded his complaints, pulling Chu Shiheng away from the crowd. There are too many people here. Others might be infected without revealing it. I'll find a secure location for us, he informed Chu Shiheng. Wan Ming and Han Chong hurriedly followed. Is that necessary, boss? Leaving him alone means he could be killed by an aberration without even realizing it. It's safer to stick with the group for mutual protection, he added. Not having an ability is a hassle. He can't accompany us. Are you truly not afraid to be alone? Lu Su turned back to ask Chu Shiheng. Chu Shiheng adjusted his glasses. Not at all. You all go ahead. Lu Su led Chu Shiheng to a lounge on the second floor. Wait for me here. If you sense danger, join the main group below. There should be ability users here to protect you. Before closing the door, Lu Su advised Chu Shiheng. Leaning against the doorframe, Chu Shiheng gave him an okay gesture. Just as Lu Su was about to depart, Chu Shiheng wrapped his arms around Lu Su's neck, sharing a farewell kiss. After all, Lu Su was about to encounter another male lead from the novel, and they might not see each other again. Lu Su leaned down slightly, cupping Chu Shiheng's face to deepen the kiss. Outside, Wan Ming and Han Chong averted their eyes, hastily stepping away. As the kiss concluded, Chu Shiheng leaned against the wall. Slightly breathless, his gaze dreamy, his lips glistening. Lu Su's hand remained on his chin, and seeing him in that state made his throat constrict. He sighed internally, lamenting that the apocalypse had arrived at such an inopportune time. Otherwise, he would never wish to depart during such a splendid moment. Lu Su, farewell. Chu Shiheng's gaze remained fixed on Lu Su's face, infusing their simple goodbye with a sense of finality. Lu Su, not dwelling on it, traced his fingers over Chu Shiheng's lips, promising, "Wait for my return." After closing the lounge door, Lu Su concealed the tenderness in his demeanor and strode purposefully toward his two companions. Wan Ming fell in step beside Lu Su. "Boss, are we truly going to assist Hao Ran in rescuing people? And what about Chu Shiheng? Hasn't he awakened any abilities? Bringing him along is a burden." Han Chong replied, "Indeed, boss, there are plenty of pretty boys out there. If you cast him aside, we can help you find someone who has awakened their abilities. At the very least, they won't hold us back." Lu Su cast a cold glance at the two of them, asserting, "As long as I can protect him, I will not abandon him. I shall not repeat this sentiment. Refrain from suggesting that we leave him behind." Wan Ming was taken aback. "Boss, you can't be serious about him, right? If there were no apocalypse, perhaps you could entertain a relationship with him. Though he is somewhat useless, he is quite handsome. However, given the current state of the world, keeping him around will only complicate matters for us. I appreciate your efforts in retrieving him today. Consider it a favor owed. But I will not trouble you regarding him again," Lu Su assured him. Wan Ming's expression darkened. They were all brothers, and such words felt distant. "If you insist on bringing him along, then so be it," he retorted. Yet, in his heart, he plotted to dispose of this burden at the first opportune moment. Chapter 4. Slaying the Abnormal Species. Chu Shiheng approached the window of the lounge, peering out to see Lu Su and his companions exit the airport. It seemed Hao Ran had arranged for them to search for nearby survivors, intending to gather them at the airport for more efficient rescue or relocation, thus avoiding the need to scour the area later. Lu Su appeared to sense something, glancing back towards where Chu Shiheng stood. Not too far apart, Chu Shiheng could clearly see Lu Su's strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of a character from a video game. He waved generously from below. To be honest, he felt quite reluctant to part with Lu Su. Over the past 2 years, their companionship had been delightful. Lu Su not only possessed the looks that appealed to him but also met the standards of an ideal partner in every other aspect. Were it not for the passage of time, he could happily spend several more decades with Lu Su without fatigue. Alas, such a wonderful man belonged to another protagonist. Once Lu Su had wandered far out of sight, Chu Shiheng withdrew his gaze and reclined on the sofa beside the bed. He had always struggled with sleep. Lu Su's presence provided him with a modicum of comfort. When Lu Su was absent, he either found it impossible to sleep or was plagued by nightmares. However, under the current dire circumstances, Chu Shiheng surprisingly managed to doze off. In a drowsy state, he was jolted awake by a piercing scream from outside, and upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by the head of a green-haired wolf hanging ominously at the open window, evidently having climbed down from the building and preparing to enter. In the original plot of the novel, this canon fodder character met their demise at the jaws of a green-haired wolf in the lounge. At the moment the wolf attacked him, Lu Su was coincidentally encountering another male lead. Trouble. Chu Shiheng sighed softly, rolling off the sofa and approaching the window. The green-haired wolf, sensing his approach, hastened its movements, eager to squeeze inside for a meal. Chu Shiheng raised his right hand, his slender fingers clenched into a fist, and struck the wolf's head with a powerful blow, causing green liquid to splatter. The wolf subsequently fell to the ground below, lifeless before it even had a chance to struggle. Wiping the green blood off his hands with the sofa fabric, he closed the window and exited the lounge with his backpack. By this time, chaos had erupted in the waiting room. The ceiling was corroded by the wolf's fluid, forming a gaping hole through which another green-haired wolf leaped. Dozens of ability users were blocking the survivors on the opposite side, while beneath the hole lay the corpse of a green-haired wolf along with several dead bodies. A gold-type ability user was attempting to repair the ceiling, but progress was dismal before he could complete the patch. Another wolf from above smashed it to pieces with a claw. As Chu Shihan observed, a shrill scream suddenly echoed from the adjacent area, capturing the attention of the ability users below. He immediately turned back into the lounge, witnessing a man being savaged by a green-haired wolf. The wolf had entered through the window, and the man was already lifeless. With an expressionless face, Chu Shihan drew the handgun Lu Su had given him and shot the wolf in the head. He then approached to close the window. Just as he secured it, another green-haired wolf appeared outside. He paid it no mind and turned to leave the lounge when an ability user burst in from outside. "Are you alright?" The ability user inquired anxiously, then noticed the dead wolf and the bodies on the floor, disbelief etched across his face. "Did you do this?" Chu Shihan shrugged. "Just happened to hit the mark." The ability user observed Chu Shihan's frail appearance, skeptical of his awakened powers, yet baffled by how fortuitous his shot had been. Green-haired wolves were agile. Without the aid of abilities, even a skilled marksman would struggle to bring one down with a single shot. However, it was not impossible that someone with striking looks could possess extraordinary luck. "You should head downstairs. Being alone is perilous right now." "I'll check other lounges and inspect the windows," he advised Chu Shihan before turning to search another room, entirely disregarding the danger of acting solo. Chu Shihan refrained from dissuading him. Everyone must bear the consequences of their own choices. He descended, joining the main group, where complaints filled the air. "What kind of ability users are these? They've been unable to patch a single hole for so long. These creatures keep coming one after another. We'll never be able to kill them all. At this rate, the hole will only grow larger, and we'll end up dying here. I wish I hadn't come to the airport. I thought I could escape by plane, but who knew these creatures would come from the skies? I want to go home. Even if I must die, I want to die in my own house. I've worked for decades just to afford my new home." The murmurings grew louder, catching the attention of the ability users protecting them. One turned, using the same megaphone Hao Ran had utilized. "Everyone, please remain calm. It's best to wait here for rescue. If you return now and the rescue team arrives, you may miss your chance to survive. How distressing would that be? But we can't fly away, and the roads are destroyed. Where will the rescue team come from?" Someone questioned with a tremor in their voice. The ability user continued to reassure them. "There will be a solution. Do not panic. Once our ability users have slain more of these creatures, perhaps someone will be able to construct a shelter resistant to the corrosive fluids and blood of these beasts, and then everyone can take refuge within." "Like that fortress in Jing City?" another asked. "Exactly. Before the apocalypse, only one person could build such fortifications, which is why he constructed a fortress in Jing City, intending to relocate everyone there. However, the creatures blocked our path. Now, we must wait. Even if our ability users Haven team mastered the skill, others with such abilities will surely come to our aid. Do not lose hope." Though uncertain, there remained a glimmer of hope, which calmed some of the anxious individuals. Yet, a few remained obstinate. "Is it only ability users who can acquire skills? We can too, can't we? Even without abilities, if you provide us with weapons, we can venture out and slay these creatures. Every kill increases our chances." A tall man in athletic wear, equipped with a hiking backpack, asserted. Beside him stood a young woman in matching attire. "Exactly. We're not afraid of death. Let us go out and kill these beasts." Their bravado was disingenuous. They merely sought to gamble for potential skills, as without awakened abilities, they would remain reliant on others for protection, which was a path to certain death. However, there are truly numerous mutants outside. One might be bitten to death upon stepping out, a fearful individual quietly cautioned. The man in the tracksuit responded, "Mr. Hao mentioned earlier that those mutants possess no sight. They rely on their sense of smell and hearing to locate us. As long as we remain quiet and hold our breath when we spot a mutant, surely a few of us can manage to take one down?" He appeared to have pondered this decision with considerable care. Moreover, his words seemed to sway a few others, who began to echo his sentiments. The psychic guarding them also deemed this a viable strategy, as their immediate need was to slay more mutants to acquire skills. The rationale for sending psychics out to combat the mutants, while simultaneously rescuing others, lay in the significantly higher survival rate psychics enjoyed in the face of such threats. Conversely, if ordinary individuals could also vanquish mutants, the probability of skill acquisition would increase. thereby alleviating the pressure on psychics as ordinary people gained self-defense capabilities. You all must understand. Facing mutants is highly likely to result in death. The psychic issued a final warning. We are well aware of the risks. Might we request a firearm for each of us? The man in the tracksuit spoke again. Very well. Since you exhibit such resolve, I shall grant your request.
Now.
Those wishing to venture out to hunt mutants, step forward and stand behind me. The psychic commanded. The man in the tracksuit took the lead, guiding the woman beside him as they stepped outside, followed by 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman. Eventually, Chu Shihan, laden with a backpack, slowly made his way out as well. Chapter 5. Maggots in the Food. Upon seeing 6 individuals standing beside him, the psychic no longer inquired if there were more. This team sufficed, for any additional members would complicate their movements. He distributed a handgun to each person, cautioning, "You must exercise utmost caution. The hour is late, so do not stray too far. If necessary, retreat without fear of attracting mutants. We psychics will handle them." His tone bore the weight of sending newly matured children into battle. "Thank you. We will be vigilant," the man in the tracksuit replied. Subsequently, leading the group of 6, including Chu Shihan, they exited the waiting room through the main door. Fortunately, it seemed the green-haired wolves in the vicinity had all converged on the upper levels of the waiting room, allowing them to exit without incident. The 6 moved forward with great care, running several thousand meters before daring to stop and ensure their surroundings were secure. The swiftest among them were the man in the tracksuit and his girlfriend, followed closely by a tall young man, Chu Shihan, along with a boy with a doll-like face who was a head shorter, and a petite girl, were left gasping for breath, perspiring profusely. After slipping into a small shop, Chu Shihan collapsed onto the floor, feeling a ringing in his ears. "Brother, how are you even weaker than I am?" The doll-faced boy patted his shoulder as they both sat. "This is more exercise than I've had in the past 2 years." Chu Shihan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Exhausted from their exertions, his pale cheeks flushed slightly, accentuating his flawless features to the point that the doll-faced boy felt a twinge of embarrassment in his gaze. "Thank you for agreeing to come with me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhuang Shi, and I am a fitness trainer." Zhuang Shi, clad in a black tracksuit, was the first to propose venturing out. He then introduced the woman beside him in a white tracksuit. "This is my girlfriend, Xiao Shi, also a fitness trainer." The 2 had great confidence in their physical abilities, hence their eagerness to join the fray. The apocalypse would not pass in a day. They needed to take their fate into their own hands. "I am Gao Lin." The tall boy raised his hand to introduce himself, then lightly kicked the doll-faced boy beside Chu Shihan. "This is Zhou Quan. We are both students at a university and not locals." The petite girl also raised her hand. "I am Su Yan, a junior and Gao Lin's schoolmate, though he may not know me." She appeared somewhat shy when addressing Gao Lin but became more forthright when speaking to Zhou Quan. "I didn't realize you were also from a university. Are you close to Gao Lin? How come I've never seen you 2 together?" Zhou Quan awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm rather reclusive. Absent earthquakes or apocalyptic events, I generally do not leave my dormitory." No wonder his physical stamina matched Chu Shihan's, he thought to himself. Once everyone had introduced themselves, they turned their gaze to Chu Shihan. His striking appearance had drawn attention when he had walked through the crowd in the waiting room, making him hard to overlook. "I am Chu Shihan, a local with poor physical condition. If we encounter mutants and I cannot keep up, feel free to abandon me without guilt," he stated sincerely. However, Zhou Quan draped his arm around Chu Shihan's shoulder, saying, "Brother, do not speak such disheartening words. We are all in the same boat, and we shall not abandon one another." "I disagree. We are here to hunt mutants, and carelessness could cost us our lives. If you have chosen to come, you must possess that awareness. Do not expect someone to save you," Zhuang Shi said sternly. His muscular frame was quite imposing when he adopted a serious expression. Xiao Shi tugged at him. "Why so serious? We are a team now, united in our mission to slay mutants. Let's not create discord among ourselves. In such circumstances, if a teammate turns traitor, we all face doom. I apologize, but I did not come to hunt mutants. I intend to return Zhou Quan home. The airport is too crowded and unsafe, and waiting for rescue would take too long, so we have decided to return on our own." Gao Lin, seated on the ground, tilted his head to look at Zhuang Shi. "I will accompany Gao Lin and the others. My home is in Nan City." and I wish to return and check on it. Su Yan then added, coincidentally, Gao Lin and his group were also heading that way. Are you all mad? If you had mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't have joined you. Zhuang Shi exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Initially believing they had a team of 6 to hunt mutants, it was now reduced to just the 2 of them. No, one person still needed to express their intent. Zhuang Shi turned to Chu Shihan, what about you? Are you here to hunt mutants, or do you have other motives? Chu Shihan feigned innocence. I simply wish to find a scenic spot to retire. Zhuang Shi, taken aback, thought it unnecessary to ask further. This pretty boy seemed destined to be a liability, and bringing him along would serve no purpose. Well then, we will proceed south to Nan City. You cannot guarantee that the journey will be free of mutants, can you? If we encounter any, shall we fight them together? Shall, she quickly made the decision. A resourceful individual, Chu Shihan mused inwardly. Agreed, let us go. Gao Lin affirmed, rising to help Zhou Quan, who resembled a pile of mush, to his feet. Zhou Quan, remembering the earlier pledge of not abandoning one another, helped Chu Shihan up as well. Aren't you all hungry? This is a shop, there should still be food. Let us find something to eat first.
Su Yan,
along with Gao Lin and the others, had been brought directly from school by the psychics to the airport, leaving their hands empty, not even a bag in tow. They had arrived at the airport in the morning and eaten only a bowl of instant noodles. Now it was afternoon, and indeed, it was time to eat. Then let us search. Zhuang Shi tightened his hiking backpack and separated from Xiao Shi to scour the store. Gao Lin did not dawdle either, while the remaining 3, too fatigued, sank back to the ground. The store had already been ransacked, leaving scant edible items. Eventually, they managed to find 3 bags of biscuits and 2 packets of instant noodles. With no water for soaking, they resigned themselves to eating them dry. Gao Lin tossed a bag of instant noodles to Su Yan as he and Zhou Quan shared another. Zhuang Shi procured 3 bags of biscuits, contemplating sharing one with Chu Shihan. However, he had no intention of doing so. Instead, he sat down with his girlfriend to indulge in the treats, casually remarking to Chu Shihan, if you want some, you can find it for yourself. He settled in like a lord, dismissing the notion of actually serving anyone. Chu Shihan simply shook his head, stating, I'm not hungry yet. Zhuang Shi scoffed, convinced that Chu Shihan was merely putting on a brave front. With an exaggerated flourish, he tore open a biscuit bag, only to have a shrill scream escape from the nearby Xiaoxi. To Zhuang Shi's horror, the bag revealed a writhing mass of maggots. His vigorous tearing had sent them flying, covering him in a grotesque display. He hurled the biscuits away, retching as he stood up to shake the wriggling creatures off himself. Chu Shihan and the others hastily got up and retreated a safe distance. How could there be maggots in the biscuits? Zhuang Shi exclaimed, still shaken. Xiaoxi, quick to react, glanced at her own 2 unopened bags, her skin crawling at the thought. I hope mine don't have any, she cried, tossing her bags away in revulsion. Gao Lin and Su Yan exchanged glances over their instant noodles, and Gao Lin said, let me take a peek. Don't move yet. He gently tore a small opening, and his handsome face twisted in disgust as he too discarded the noodles. They're all spoiled. How could this happen to sealed food? Zhou Quan mused incredulously. Perhaps it's one of the phenomena of the apocalypse, Chu Shihan replied languidly. It would be a grave error to believe that the apocalypse is merely an invasion of otherworldly beings. Xiaoxi, her complexion pale, tugged at Zhuang Shi's sleeve, urging, check your backpack. If it's all spoiled, just throw it away. Zhuang Shi, now unconcerned about his prior rudeness, set down his bag and emptied its contents. Instant noodles, candies, sealed delicacies, and compressed biscuits. The transparent packaging revealed the wriggling maggots within. Even the compressed biscuits were infested. Ultimately, Zhuang Shi's once bulging backpack was left entirely empty. With all the food gone, should we head back to the airport and rethink our strategy? Xiaoxi ventured hesitantly. They had set out with high spirits, but now they faced the embarrassment of returning without achieving anything. The sight of their food transformed into maggots extinguished their enthusiasm and courage. Just as Xiaoxi finished speaking, a tremendous crash echoed from outside, followed by 5 distinct claw marks appearing on the rolling shutter door. Could it be that the otherworldly beings have discovered us? Su Yan asked, her voice trembling. No, Zhou Quan analyzed. If it were the otherworldly beings, there would be green liquid on the claw marks, and the door would be corroded. These marks are pristine. Chu Shihan was taken aback by Zhou Quan's insight, realizing he might be quite the tech-savvy individual. Just then, the shutter door was struck by a massive force, caving in significantly. Is something out there fighting? Su Yan swallowed nervously. Zhuang Shi peered out the window and exclaimed, "You might not believe this, but there's a rabbit the size of a cow battling 3 otherworldly beings." What nonsense! A rabbit the size of a cow? You must be imagining things. Zhou Quan exclaimed in disbelief, rushing to the window to see for himself. He quickly recoiled back to Gao Lin's side, affirming, "I'm not seeing things. That rabbit is about to demolish the building." It must be noted that Zhou Quan possessed a knack for foretelling calamity. No sooner had he spoken than the store's wall collapsed, and the 6 of them had to retreat to the back to avoid being crushed by debris. In an instant, their hiding spot was exposed to the 3 otherworldly beings and the enormous rabbit. Fortunately, the rabbit shielded them, absorbing the attacks from the otherworldly beings. "Let us take this chance to run," Zhuang Shi declared, grabbing Xiaoxi's hand as they dashed outside. Their original path was blocked by the otherworldly beings, forcing them to flee in the opposite direction. The otherworldly beings must have caught their scent, as their assaults on the rabbit intensified, and it was clearly sustaining injuries. On the verge of defeat. "Gao, we should hurry," Su Yan urged, boldly grasping his arm and pulling him along. Gao Lin turned back to seize Zhou Quan, who grasped Chu Shihan, forming a chain as they sprinted. Just as they escaped, the massive rabbit was slammed into the store by a green-furred wolf, resulting in the total collapse of a small building that buried the rabbit beneath the rubble. "Get in the car," Xiaoxi shouted, beckoning the 4 of them who were racing down the street. They hastily opened the car doors and squeezed into the back seat, disregarding any concerns about overloading. Once inside, their seating arrangement was somewhat awkward. Su Yan and Chu Shihan occupied the windows, while Gao Lin, with long legs lacking space, hoisted Zhou Quan onto his lap. As soon as they settled, the car was jolted by a collision with a green-furred wolf, producing a thunderous noise. Xiaoxi quickly slammed on the accelerator and sped away. The road stretched endlessly before them, and she hoped to shake off the pursuing otherworldly beings. As she drove, she glanced at the rearview mirror, watching the otherworldly beings close in at alarming speed, almost leaping onto the car. From the front passenger seat, Zhuang Shi could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "I told you to leave when you had the chance, but you insisted on coming back for them. They're not on our side. If we can't shake off those creatures, we'll all perish." Xiaoxi, surprisingly calm, countered, "Look, 3 otherworldly beings appeared just like that. If it were only the 2 of us, what would we do when faced with them? We can't fight them off." Zhuang Shi, drenched in sweat from anxiety, retrieved his gun and aimed it out the window at the closest pursuing green-furred wolf, firing a shot. He missed, then shouted to the 4 in the back seat, "You guys shoot too. If we take one down, maybe it'll drop a skill card." "I can't hit anything, so I won't waste bullets," Chu Shihan remarked. Just as Su Yan was about to draw her weapon, she paused at his words, realizing, true, we have guns, but we've never learned to shoot. If we use up all the bullets, what then? At that moment, Zhuang Shi had already fired 3 shots, none finding their mark. Fortunately, the shots had slowed the creature's pursuit, allowing him to return the gun to his lap. "You lot are a bunch of useless fools. I can't fathom where you found the audacity to leave the airport," Zhuang Shi seethed, his anger boiling over as he saw the otherworldly beings growing fainter in the distance. Unable to contain himself, he spoke out. His tone irked everyone present. Yet, neither Chu Shihan nor Su Yan responded, one indifferent, the other cautious not to provoke Zhuang Shi, especially since they were in his vehicle. However, Gao Lin, with his straightforward nature, would not let it slide, retorting, "You're the one who gave us the courage," proclaiming so grandly to the other powers that you could single-handedly take down an otherworldly being. "Who knew you were just all talk?" Gao Lin's words struck a chord. After leaving the airport, Zhuang Shi's demeanor had drastically shifted compared to his earlier bravado in front of the other powers. In truth, it was Xiaoxi who held the dominant position in their relationship, and it was likely she had encouraged Zhuang Shi to speak boldly at the airport. Gao Lin's remarks ignited Zhuang Shi's fury, prompting him to draw his gun again, this time aiming at Gao Lin. But Zhou Quan was in Gao Lin's arms, making him the primary target. "Do you believe I want to take you out with a single shot?" Zhuang Shi growled, his face contorted with rage. Upon seeing him point a gun at one of their own, Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Zhuang Shi, what are you doing? Put the gun away." She needed to concentrate on driving, fearing they might be overtaken by the otherworldly beings while also trying to calm Zhuang Shi, which was beginning to grate on her nerves. Zhuang Shi did not immediately lower his weapon upon hearing her words, as it would have been a considerable affront to his pride. Instead, he defiantly addressed Gao Lin, demanding, "Apologize to me." Zhou Quan, finding himself at the mercy of Zhuang Shi's gun, instinctively uttered, "Brother, I'm sorry." He was quite adept at both yielding and resisting after his apology. He attempted to reposition himself to divert Zhuang Shi's gun towards Gao Lin. However, no matter where he moved, Zhuang Shi's gun followed suit, while Gao Lin remained immobile at the back. "Don't move," Gao Lin suddenly admonished, delivering a firm pat on Zhou Quan's back, his voice low and grave. Ignoring him, Zhou Quan perched upon Gao Lin's lap, playfully spinning around, exclaiming, "I'm just repositioning. He can't hit me. You're insane." Zhuang Shi's irritation seemed to dissipate as he withdrew his weapon. After this farcical episode, Su Yan voiced a pressing concern. "I'm truly famished. Aren't you all hungry?" Despite the grotesque images of maggot-infested food from the stores flashing through her mind, her stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Once she uttered this thought, the atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavy with tension. They were now far from the airport, and returning for assistance was impossible. They had no food whatsoever. Even without the threat of the mutants, hunger would inevitably spell their demise. With even the sealed food gone bad, what remained for sustenance? They were left to sip the winds of the northwest. Zhuang Shi excelled at exuding negativity. Before their departure, they had never anticipated that their most significant challenge would not be the absence of awakened abilities or skill cards, but rather, the lack of food. Initially, they could endure in silence, but upon Su Yan's mention of hunger, discomfort settled heavily upon them. After a prolonged silence, Chu Shihan spoke up. "There is still something to eat." "What is it?" Zhou Quan turned to him, reveling in the comfort of Gao Lin's embrace, merrily spinning around. Yet, Gao Lin was on the verge of madness, wishing to toss him out the window. "Zhou Quan, I warn you to stop moving." Gao Lin's tone was low and menacing. Zhou Quan, unfazed by the warning, attempted a full 180-degree turn, but suddenly felt an unseen force seize him, rendering him immobile, his very breath stilled. Gao Lin let out a cold snort, savoring a sense of vindication. Chu Shihan, undeterred by the interaction between the two, continued, "That rabbit, resembling a cow, which appeared earlier, must have mutated due to the apocalypse, yet it has not been infected by the mutants. We should be able to consume its meat, right?" His words plunged the vehicle into silence. The first to respond was Zhou Quan, seemingly immune to Gao Lin's warnings. "You're quite perceptive. It's a pity we've come too far. The mutants are still pursuing us, and we can't return to collect the rabbit's meat." Without waiting for others to chime in, he added, "That rabbit was so adorable. Roasted, boiled, braised, it would be delicious." The others retorted, "Could you please be quiet?" Zhou Quan replied, "I'm just envisioning a future. Although we missed that cow-sized rabbit, perhaps next time we'll encounter a house-sized cow." His uncanny ability to jinx their situation manifested once more, as indeed, a house-sized cow appeared ahead, obstructing their path. The vehicle had now traversed into the suburbs, devoid of any buildings, leaving them with only a vast road in sight. "Zhou Quan, I truly wish to sew your mouth shut." After uttering this, She quickly reversed the vehicle. They had shaken off the mutants, but she sensed that confronting a herd of house-sized cows was far from prudent. It was not merely one cow, but a whole multitude. At least in the beam of the headlights, she spotted 3 cows, completely filling the 6-lane highway with no room to maneuver. As she hastily turned the vehicle around, a thunderous moo resonated from ahead. Chapter 7. Encountering danger and being rescued by an ability user. Zhuang Shi trembled as he gripped his gun. He fired, and though he hit the cow, it merely struck its rear, resulting in a spurt of blood that only served to infuriate the beast. The lowing of the cow reverberated with an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing everyone's hearts to race. The massive yellow cow charged at the front of the vehicle, had Shi not deftly maneuvered backward. The vehicle would have been overturned by the force of its horns. Yet even if the vehicle remained upright, it was rendered inoperable. It had stalled. "We must exit and run." Split up! Xiaoxi exclaimed, swiftly opening her door. Zhuang Shi hurriedly followed suit, but as they exited on opposite sides, they found themselves blocked by the cows. He had no choice but to scale the car and leap over it. Su Yan quickly opened her door, emerging to pull Zhou Quan out, while Gao Lin was also yanked from the vehicle by Zhou Quan, with Chu Shihan being the last to exit. Just as he moved from his seat, the enormous yellow cow in front seemed to suffer a grievous injury, blood splattering across the windshield, causing him to momentarily hesitate. The others who had exited were startled, with Xiaoxi and Su Yan unable to suppress their screams. Meanwhile, a herd of massive yellow cows charged toward them. "Run!" Gao Lin shouted, seizing Zhou Quan as they sprinted forward, for the two obstructing cows had suddenly been felled, allowing them a path around the carcasses. "No, Chu Shihan hasn't emerged yet," Zhou Quan shouted, extending his hand back toward the vehicle. "Hurry out! The cows are coming!" Before he could finish, one of the cows collided with the rear of the vehicle, pushing it forward. The collision was bad enough, but worse was when the cow, having rammed the car, lifted its head and unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the vehicle instantly. "My God!" Zhou Quan screamed, trembling in fear, yet he did not abandon Chu Shihan, calling out, "Brother, hurry! The car is going to explode." Chu Shihan, wishing to hasten, found himself trapped, situated on the far right. He was stuck as the seat bent from the impact, pinning him in place. As the rear of the vehicle ignited, he was about to tell Zhou Quan to leave him behind when he suddenly sensed a skill being directed toward them. He remained still, and in the next moment, the six of them were transported to a spot 100 meters away on the highway. However, their landing was rather ungainly, resembling a heap of limbs thrown from a great height. "Is anyone injured? Those unhurt, get up and run. The herd is about to arrive." A familiar voice rang out, prompting all six to look up. "Mr. Hao?" Zhuang Shi's eyes lit up upon seeing Hao Ran. They had encountered a team venturing to eliminate mutants and rescue survivors, and Hao Ran had saved them. Presently, Hao Ran was undoubtedly the leader of the ability users in the city, commanding the respect of all, particularly from the many ordinary citizens he had rescued at the airport, including Zhuang Shi and Xiaoxi. "Mr. Hao, our leader suddenly collapsed and is bleeding from the nose. Please take a look." Wan Ming rushed forward. At that moment, the six individuals began to rise unsteadily, and Wan Ming immediately spotted Chu Shihan among them. "What are you doing here? You're such a nuisance." Wan Ming's expression turned sour upon seeing Chu Shihan. "Let us not dwell on that. Quickly, everyone to the front. There's a steep slope by the roadside. We can hide behind it to evade the mutated cattle." Hao Ran, having overexerted his abilities, appeared ghostly pale. Although he was a survivor in the gaming realm, possessing unique skills, all the arduous levels he had painstakingly cultivated in the infinite world were stripped away. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, everyone started anew with mere first-level abilities. After Hao Ran finished speaking, the group promptly followed the beam of the flashlight, running a mere few dozen meters before vaulting over the roadside and swiftly sliding down a steep slope. "Turn off the flashlight." Once everyone had descended the slope, Hao Ran issued the command again. The light of the flashlight extinguished instantly, plunging the area below the slope into darkness. All individuals lay flat on the ground, awaiting the herd of cattle to pass by on the road. As the herd traversed the slope, a nearby car suddenly exploded, the deafening blast illuminating the night sky with flames. Startled by the explosion, the cattle thundered across the road, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The tremors lasted only a few seconds before receding into the distance along the road. When the sounds faded completely, someone let out a gentle sigh of relief. "Turn the lights back on." Upon Hao Ran's order, flashlights flickered to life, illuminating a considerable expanse of the area below the slope. It was then that Chu Shihan realized they had chosen this spot as a temporary camp, where tents had already been erected. Not far off, a river flowed quietly, the soothing sound of water audible in the stillness. The location was relatively well chosen. The wilderness was exceedingly perilous at night. Besides the threats of exotic creatures potentially descending from the skies, there were also mutated animals lurking on land and mutated fish swimming in the water. The emergence of mutations had shattered the previous food chain, with mutated fish capable of swallowing a cow and mutated rabbits able to slay crocodiles. Thus, a boundary was formed at the water's edge, where aquatic beings rarely ventured forth, and land creatures dared not approach the water's brink. Hao Ran's campsite was ideally situated at this juncture, rendering it comparatively safe. "Mr. Hao, please come quickly." "Mr. Lu has been bleeding from his nose, and now his ears and eyes are also bleeding." A clear and melodious voice suddenly emanated from a nearby tent, capturing the attention of the group that had just descended the slope. It belonged to a boy of unassuming height, barely under 6 feet. Yet his demeanor radiated a pure and scholarly aura. Even in the dim light, his eyes sparkled with hope. He was none other than Bai Jinli, another protagonist of this narrative. Upon hearing the commotion, Hao Ran rose, instructing that the 6 recently rescued individuals be attended to before making his way towards Bai Jinli. Chu Shihan, upon realizing that Lu Su was injured, intended to follow, only to be halted by Wan Ming's outstretched hand. "You are not allowed to go. The boss is in this state solely to save you. You, the harbinger of misfortune, should keep your distance from him. There are already suitable individuals tending to him." Wan Ming's attitude was hostile, seemingly harboring a profound animosity towards Chu Shihan. Zhou Quan, unable to tolerate the mistreatment of his newly acquainted comrades, rose from the ground. Being of shorter stature, he had to look up to meet Wan Ming's gaze. "Who are you cursing? Who is the harbinger of misfortune? We had no foreknowledge of the dangers here and were fortuitously rescued by your boss. Do you understand that this is mere coincidence?" Zhou Quan shouted, attempting to sound fierce. Yet his youthful face lacked any intimidation. Wan Ming shot Zhou Quan a glance, retorting, "Found a new partner in just one day? How fortuitous. Perfect timing. Your boss was planning to break up with you upon his return. Now that he lies unconscious, I'll deliver the message. From now on, you and the boss are no longer connected. Do you understand? He explicitly stated he would break up with me?" Chu Shihan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. His pallor was striking, framed by black-rimmed glasses, his voice soft and timid, resembling one who had been wronged yet dared not speak loudly. "Yes, he told me himself. However, we were engaged in combat with exotic creatures at the time. Now that he is in a coma, I am merely relaying his words. I hope you possess a modicum of self-awareness. You are unworthy of our boss," Wan Ming concluded before turning to leave. With such words exchanged, Chu Shihan lost interest in checking on Lu Su. From Bai Jinli's earlier remarks, it seemed Lu Su had suffered no severe injuries, merely a consequence of excessive skill usage that had forced an upgrade. Though the ordeal had been frightening, once endured, his skills would be enhanced. "Wait!" Gao Lin called out, stopping Wan Ming. "Who did you just refer to as someone's partner?" Unlike Zhou Quan, Gao Lin was slightly taller than Wan Ming and did not need to look up to confront him, his eyes blazing with anger. "What? Are you implying that you and Chu Shihan are together, and you were left out? Is that it?" Before Wan Ming could finish his retort, Gao Lin delivered a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. However, Wan Ming, being an ability user, swiftly regained his footing, moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye before launching a kick that sent Gao Lin flying. "Gao Lin!" Zhou Quan hurried over to help him up. Wan Ming's kick had been executed with full force, causing Gao Lin to cough up blood. Chapter 8. It must be said to one's face. "Wan Ming, what are you doing? You are an ability user. How can you strike a regular person?" Hao Ran, who had just returned from checking on Lu Su, witnessed the altercation. His reprimand did little to deter Wan Ming, who merely scoffed. He struck first. Saving such a waste of an ability is a fruitless endeavor. Better to let those big yellow cattle devour them. With that, Wan Ming sidestepped Hao Ran and headed towards Lu Su's tent, turning back just in time to threaten Chu Shihan. "You'd best remember what I said, or I'll end you." Chu Shihan remained unfazed, his gaze steady. He turned to Hao Ran. "How is Lu Su doing?" Hao Ran, feeling somewhat guilty for the lack of arrangements for the 6 individuals, replied candidly, "He's fine. It's just that his abilities are upgrading. He may remain unconscious for over 3 days. We don't have many tents, so you 6 will have to share too. Conditions are tough, but we must all endure." Though Hao Ran's tone was polite, it bore an authoritative undertone. Regardless of their consent, only 2 tents were available. Zhuang Shi was the first to speak up. "That's fine. My girlfriend and I will share a tent, and the 4 of them can share another." Gao Lin, despite his injuries, couldn't help but mock him. "How generous of you. You could easily share a tent with your girlfriend. leaving us four to sleep on the grass. Yet you insist on giving us one. Have you not been heard enough? Quit your rambling, Zhuang Shi retorted, then turned to Hao Rand with a sycophantic tone. Mr. Hao, please don't misunderstand that ability user. He truly deserves the beating he received. Having realized they no longer needed to rely on these inept teammates, they only needed to curry favor with the ability users to ensure their success against the exotic creatures. Let us head to the tent. He needs rest. Chu Shihan instructed Zhou Quan and Su Yan. The two supported Gao Lin, while Chu Shihan led the way as they followed Hao Ran to the tent at the farthest edge. Upon seeing the location of the tents, Zhuang Shi hesitantly inquired, Mr. Hao, isn't our tent too far? If we encounter an exotic creature, the ability users might not reach us in time. Hao Ran patiently reassured him, don't worry. We have ability users patrolling at night. This area is quite safe. Still feeling uneasy, Zhuang Shi contemplated switching tents, but was halted by Shao Qi gripping his arm. Mr. Hao, may I ask about the cattle we encountered earlier? How could they be so large and even breathe fire? Shao Qi, having witnessed the cattle igniting the car, was left in shock, her reaction still somewhat sluggish. The creatures have undergone mutations. It was only when I ventured out to hunt the aberrant beings that I realized animals have also been transformed. However, it is not surprising, for we humans have awakened our extraordinary abilities, and it is only natural that animals would evolve as well. That bull we encountered earlier possessed an awakened fire-type ability, and we shall undoubtedly encounter more such mutated creatures in the future. You must all exercise caution. After delivering this admonition, Hao Ran suddenly remembered to inquire. Did you all come from the airport? What prompted your departure? Zhuang Shi, whose demeanor was somewhat timid, divulged his intentions in full upon Hao Ran's questioning. Yet, he could not resist expressing his grievances. Originally, Shao Shi and I intended to seek out a few daring individuals. If we had obtained an ability card, we could have safeguarded ourselves and others. Who would have thought we would encounter these four incompetent individuals who have no such ambitions? Chu Shihan disregarded Zhuang Shi's complaints and instead asked Hao Ran, was it Luo Su who dismembered the bull we saw in front of the car? Hao Ran nodded, confirming. Indeed, he utilized his powers to slay those two bulls. As for your movement from the vehicle, that was a skill of mine. Abilities are awakened in the apocalyptic era. While skills cannot be awakened without a skill card, the distinction lies solely in their acquisition methods. Is this the legendary transformation of form? Zhuang Shi exclaimed, Mr. Hao, your powers are truly remarkable. Hao Ran, having grown accustomed to such flattery, felt no stirrings of emotion. Very well, you should all enter the tent and rest. The food has spoiled, and there is nothing to eat. Bear with it for now. We shall devise a plan upon returning to the airport tomorrow. After imparting his instructions, Hao Ran prepared to leave, as he too was ravenous and wished to conserve his energy in the tent. However, Zhuang Shi interjected, Mr. Hao, did you not just kill two large bulls on the highway? Those mutated animals show no signs of infection or decay. They should be edible, right? Upon hearing this, Hao Ran's eyes brightened. You're right. How did I overlook that? What is your name, sir? Your discovery is truly a salvation for everyone. Although he was a survivor of the game, he had never had to worry about hunger during his quests, which had completely slipped his mind. Zhuang Shi shamelessly scratched the back of his head. My name is Zhuang Shi. I am honored to assist everyone, however. The corpses of those bulls are in front of the car, and with the explosion earlier, I am not certain if anything remains. No matter, Hao Ran replied, we have slain more mutated bulls in other locations. I will take a few ability users to retrieve them. Thank you, Zhuang Shi. With that, Hao Ran hurried off in search of food. Zhou Quan turned to Zhuang Shi with disdain. How shameless can you be? The idea that the meat of mutated animals is edible clearly originated with Chu Shihan. Then why didn't he speak up? I mentioned it to Mr. Hao first. If you're dissatisfied, go clarify it with him. Zhuang Shi, now revealing his true nature, became increasingly brazen. Shao Shi attempted to mediate. All right. Let us hurry back to the tent. After pulling Zhuang Shi away, the remaining four, including Chu Shihan, exchanged glances at a tent that could accommodate only two people. You all go ahead. I will sit outside, Chu Shihan offered, and proceeded to gather some combustible materials to start a fire. Su Yan, observing the pale-faced Gao Lin, declared, I won't sleep either. Let Gao Lin rest. With her insistence, Zhou Quan had no objections. After ushering Gao Lin into the tent, Su Yan voluntarily stayed behind to care for him, allowing Zhou Quan to joyfully seek out his good companions. Gao Lin, witnessing Zhou Quan's cheerful departure from the open tent, felt a pang of frustration. That heartless fool. Zhou Quan caught up with Chu Shihan, assisting him in gathering firewood while inquiring, "Brother, what is your relationship with that ability user? Why is he so unpleasant? Also, is the boss he mentioned a girl?" Chu Shihan paused to glance at him. "I am not well acquainted with that ability user. As for his boss, Luo Su is male." Zhou Quan was taken aback. "A male? Then you and he, are you two homosexuals? Haven't you ever seen one before?" Chu Shihan questioned. Zhou Quan shook his head, bewildered. "Never seen a live one." Chu Shihan felt a twinge of sympathy for Gao Lin. Zhou Quan's perception was so limited that he seemed oblivious to Gao Lin's humanity. Zhou Quan, whose thoughts were erratic, swiftly shifted from questioning Chu Shihan's orientation to defending him. "Your boyfriend hasn't even shown up, so what right does that one have to break up with you? Are abilities that impressive? If I awaken my powers, I would definitely give him a good beating." Chu Shihan pondered Zhou Quan's words. "You also believe it should be him who speaks to me directly, right?" Without hesitation, Zhou Quan affirmed, "Of course. It's between you two. What qualification does Wan Ming have to meddle?" After some reflection, Chu Shihan agreed. "Very well, I shall wait for Luo Su to awaken." Initially, he had thought that parting ways at the airport marked the end of his connection with Luo Su. Little did he know that they would cross paths again in less than a day. "I shall bid him farewell in person, bringing closure to our 2-year relationship." Chapter 9. The roast meat incident. Before long, Hao Ran returned, personally delivering 2 large pieces of meat to Zhuang Shi and the others. "Each tent will receive a substantial portion. If you find it insufficient, feel free to approach the designated individuals for more. I have already informed them," Hao Ran stated, eager to depart. Noticing his haste, Xiaoxi inquired, "Mr. Hao, are you leaving the camp?" His tone suggested urgency, indicating that he intended to leave. "Indeed. The meat of mutated animals is consumable. I must return to inform the personnel at the airport. Otherwise, so many of them will go hungry," Hao Ran replied. "Rest assured. Even after I leave, there will still be ability users here to protect you. Traveling at night is perilous. We will return to escort you at dawn." "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Hao," Zhuang Shi said with a sycophantic smile. Hao Ran waved his hand dismissively as he departed. "We four will take the larger piece of meat. The fire is prepared by Chu Shihan, and you are not permitted to use it." Zhou Quan hastily claimed the larger piece, asserting his dominance over Zhuang Shi and Xiaoxi. In truth, he was grateful to Xiaoxi. But Zhuang Shi's despicable behavior had soured his feelings. "Why should you take the larger piece? If it weren't for Xiaoxi, you wouldn't even be here to enjoy roasted meat," Zhuang Shi insisted, adopting a commanding tone. In Zhuang Shi's eyes, the strongest among the 4 was Gao Lin. But he was currently incapacitated, leaving the other 3 vulnerable to manipulation. Chu Shihan, uninterested in arguing with Zhuang Shi, crouched down, retrieved a small knife from his backpack, and began cutting the meat into smaller pieces to skewer on the branches he had gathered, leisurely preparing to roast it. After a day without food, he was genuinely hungry. Upon noticing Chu Shihan cooking, Zhuang Shi assumed he had been intimidated and let out a triumphant snort, seating himself beside Xiaoxi. Zhou Quan returned the snort with a louder one, positioning himself to Chu Shihan's left, while Su Yan tended to Gao Lin inside the tent. However, Gao Lin did not require her care. He shouted from within the tent, "Zhou Quan, get in here. I have something to say to you." The tent could only accommodate 2 people, so if Zhou Quan were to enter, Su Yan would have to exit. Being diligent, Su Yan quickly followed Chu Shihan's example, skewering the beef and placing it over the fire to roast. Xiaoxi, seeing this, also attempted to help but was stopped by Zhuang Shi. "Don't touch it. You'll dirty your hands. Let them do the cooking." Su Yan shot Zhuang Shi a perplexed glance, but upon receiving a fierce glare in return, she quickly averted her gaze. Not daring to provoke him, Chu Shihan approached the art of grilling with utmost seriousness, even meticulously extracting unspoiled seasonings from his backpack to sprinkle onto the meat. Yet in the end, it was still charred beyond redemption. He gazed helplessly at the scorched piece of meat, once again conceding his utter lack of culinary talent. "Is it done? Hand it over." Zhuangshi reached out eagerly to seize the grilled meat from Chu Shihan's grasp, oblivious to its burnt state.
Oh.
And there are seasonings too? It smells delightful, Zhuangshi exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he grasped the stick bearing the meat. Su Yan chimed in, indeed, Brother Chu. You even brought seasonings. How thoughtful of you. Chu Shihan smiled at Su Yan, then turned his gaze toward Zhuangshi, his eyes suddenly turning icy, commanding, let go. Zhuangshi felt a chill run down his spine under that unexpected glare, yet recalling how Chu Shihan had appeared all day as delicate and frail. He quickly gathered his confidence. You should be the one to let go. After all, you grilled this for us, didn't you? There's more over there. You keep grilling while we eat, and you can have some after we're full.
Ouch.
Before he could finish, Chu Shihan swiftly twisted the stick, so fast that Zhuangshi barely registered the movement, yet he felt an excruciating pain shoot through his wrist, causing him to release his grip on the stick.
Ah.
My hand, it hurts. Zhuangshi cried out in agony, clutching his wrist. Xiaoxi immediately rushed to examine it, only to discover that his hand had dislocated. She knew just how strong Zhuangshi was, and was astonished that Chu Shihan, who seemed so fragile, could easily dislocate his wrist. It was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence, or if they had underestimated the seemingly delicate figure. Forget it. Don't snatch his things. Let us grill our own. It's better not to provoke him until we understand the situation, Xiaoxi concluded, deciding it prudent to avoid further conflict. After being dealt with by Chu Shihan, Zhuangshi's enthusiasm dampened. Once Xiaoxi set his hand back into place, he resigned himself to grilling meat on his own. After reclaiming the grilled meat, Chu Shihan tore off a piece and tasted it, only to grimace in dismay. It's truly inedible. Brother Chu, have some of mine. I'm about to finish grilling this. Let us share, and I'll grill more, Su Yan offered, showcasing her adept grilling skills as the beef sizzled and oozed with juices, its aroma tantalizingly rich. Being her first experience with mutated beef, she had taken precautions to cook it thoroughly, and once done, she divided it into 5 pieces using Chu Shihan's knife, one for each of them, with an extra piece for Xiaoxi. Thank you, Xiaoxi, for driving back to pick us up, Su Yan said, playfully teasing Zhuangshi, yet acknowledging Xiaoxi as their savior.
Thank you,
Xiaoxi replied, somewhat taken aback, and immediately shared a piece with Zhuangshi, all the while seeking to borrow seasonings from Chu Shihan. Much like Su Yan, Chu Shihan bore no ill will toward Xiaoxi and allowed her to use the seasonings freely. As they resolved their minor internal conflicts and enjoyed their grilled meat, Wan Ming approached them once more. Chu Shihan, hand over your seasonings, Wan Ming demanded upon seeing the array of spices adorning their grilled meat. His desire to snatch it for himself palpable. With the onset of the apocalypse, many had yet to experience the harsh realities of survival. Although they had been hungry for hours, the prospect of consuming flavorless grilled beef, despite the fact that mutated beef bore little difference from regular beef, did not sit well with them. Wan Ming recalled the moment he had fetched Chu Shihan, specifically carrying an abundance of seasonings, and approached without hesitation. He could hardly fathom why Chu Shihan had thought of grilling meat at that moment, harboring a deep-seated disdain for him and unwilling to expend any effort on his behalf. Brother Wan, you shouldn't speak like that. It might frighten them, interjected by Jin Li, who had accompanied Wan Ming. He appeared refined and spoke with a gentle tone. Brother Chu, I heard from Brother Wan that you brought seasonings, and we were hoping to borrow some. We wonder if you would be willing to share? Bai Jinli smiled sincerely at Chu Shihan. Yet Wan Ming immediately interjected, why be so polite? If not for us, would they even be alive to eat grilled meat here? Do you not feel any shame in saying that? Wan Ming continued, the one who killed the mutated yellow cow was the unconscious Lu Su. It was Mr. Hao who rescued us from the jaws of death. What does this have to do with you? Are you trying to take credit for others' efforts? Zhou Quan, who was bringing grilled meat to Gao Lin, happened to overhear Wan Ming's words and could no longer tolerate it. You're asking for trouble. Wan Ming raised his fist again, intending to strike Zhou Quan. Bai Jinli quickly intervened, Brother Wan, we need something from them now. Don't act like this. Besides, this young brother isn't wrong. It was indeed Mr. Liu and Mr. Hao who saved them, and we didn't contribute much. I didn't contribute. But you had the foresight to sense danger. It was your intuition that led us to suspect there might still be survivors needing rescue. Otherwise, how could we have arrived in time to save them? Wan Ming, persuaded by Jin Li, reluctantly withdrew his hand. It was evident that Wan Ming was quite obedient to Bai Jinli's suggestions. Since you helped save us, you deserve a share too. Let us divide something for you. Chu Shihan said amicably, retrieving a sealed bag from his backpack and portioning out individual servings of each seasoning for Bai Jinli. Upon seeing the amount, Wan Ming's face darkened completely. Chu Shihan, do you really think I won't dare to strike you? In the end, Wan Ming did not resort to violence against Chu Shihan, as Bai Jinli discerned his reluctance to part with the seasonings and successfully persuaded him to leave. In front of Bai Jinli, Wan Ming's demeanor towards Chu Shihan was far from confrontational. Perhaps this was the influence of the protagonist's halo, Chu Shihan mused. After indulging in a hearty meal of mutated beef, the group spent a peaceful night, with Hao Ran and the others still at the airport relaying messages. The temporary camp remained undisturbed, and since Lu Su had yet to awaken, everyone stayed within their tents the following day. Those who were hungry continued to grill mutated beef at the tent entrances. Although the world's food had decayed, the mutated beef remained intact after night, offering a glimmer of reassurance to the despairing crowd. Naturally, Wan Ming could not swallow the humiliation of having to be publicly slighted by Chu Shihan over something as trivial as seasonings. After awakening and hastily consuming 2 tasteless pieces of beef to satiate his hunger, he decided to check on Lu Su's tent. He shared a tent with Han Chong, while Lu Su was under Bai Jinli's care. Although they had only just met the previous day, Wan Ming had already come to regard Bai Jinli as a sister-in-law, believing him to be 100 times better than Chu Shihan and a perfect match for their leader. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chu Shihan's continued existence was an eyesore. Therefore, after exchanging pleasantries with Bai Jinli, he set off to find Chu Shihan. Chu Shihan, come with me. Before our leader fell unconscious, he had a few words for you. I was too impulsive last night and spoke rather harshly, so I wanted to apologize. Wan Ming announced as he approached Chu Shihan's tent, where he found him dozing against the side. Neither Chu Shihan, Zhou Quan, nor Su Yan had entered the tent to rest the previous night, leaving the injured Gao Lin to sleep alone inside. Wan Ming's voice was loud enough to rouse all three. Zhou Quan was the first to speak up. No way. Whatever you have to say it here. Who knows what schemes you're plotting? Wan Ming was utterly exasperated by Zhou Quan, a mere ordinary person without any awakened abilities, daring to challenge him. I'm speaking to Chu Shihan. What is it to you? Wan Ming shot back, his gaze sweeping past Zhou Quan as he issued a commanding tone toward Chu Shihan. Did you hear me? I said, come with me. If you don't want to know what our leader had to say, then I'll just leave. Chu Shihan regarded him with curiosity, wondering if Lu Su was on the verge of death that he needed Wan Ming to convey his last words. Chu Shihan, do not overstep your bounds. The leader will awaken soon. Wan Ming could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Lu Su. Why are you so anxious? I will simply wait for Lu Su to wake and ask him myself. Yet, Chu Shihan remained seated, unmoved. Zhou Quan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Your relationship with Lu Su is undoubtedly closer than mine. Is there anything you need to say? It was truly a case of the emperor being anxious, while the eunuchs were not. Kid, I've put up with you for long enough, Wan Ming said, grabbing Zhou Quan by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Zhou Quan flailed helplessly, like a frog suspended in midair. Let him go. I'll go with you willingly, Chu Shihan said slowly, finally rising to his feet. Having leaned against the tent all night, he felt both stiff and sore. As he stood, he realized his legs had gone numb, and he picked up a stick used for roasting meat the previous night for support. Seeing Chu Shihan relent, Wan Ming tossed Zhou Quan to the ground, leaving him dazed. Before departing with Chu Shihan, he pointed at Zhou Quan, warning, do not follow us to eavesdrop, or I assure you, you will not see the light of dawn tomorrow. Zhou Quan, fearing for his life, shouted after Chu Shihan, brother, do not stray too far. If he dares to lay a hand on you, just scream, and I will come to your aid, though the likelihood of that was slim. Such is the bond of brotherhood. Chu Shihan smiled and nodded, then followed Wan Ming into the woods. After traversing the trees, they soon reached a river. Hao Ran warned against approaching the riverbank. What are you scheming by bringing me here, Wan Ming? Chu Shihan questioned, though he did not halt his steps. Wan Ming glanced back, irritated. I said to follow, so just do it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? In his eyes, Chu Shihan was merely a docile fool. Despite often being bullied by Han Chong, he never dared to complain to their leader. The fact that he followed along meant he would not run off. Wan Ming had intentionally led Chu Shihan to the riverbank, having heard tales of mutated fish that could devour a person. Ideally, a mutated crocodile would snap Chu Shihan's life away, and when Lu Su awoke, he would claim it was an accident. Chu Shihan had foolishly wandered to the riverbank. Hurry up! Dawdling like a woman, Wan Ming urged, excitement bubbling within him at the sight of the river. After enduring Chu Shihan for so long, he was finally about to rid himself of this burden. Upon reaching the river, Chu Shihan halted, stating, "Speak your mind here. It is perilous to go further." Wan Ming turned to him, grinning wickedly. "With me here, what danger is there to fear? Move it." After saying this, he forcefully dragged Chu Shihan to the river's edge. Chu Shihan offered no resistance, allowing himself to be pulled along like a limp puppet. Once at the riverbank, Wan Ming drew a dagger, slicing his palm to let blood drip into the water. "Wan Ming, what madness is this? Are you intent on throwing your life away?" Chu Shihan asked, his tone flat. Afraid that Chu Shihan might flee, Wan Ming grasped his arm with his free hand. "Your life is of no value. You merely hold our leader back." With Mr. Bai at his side, "You are just an eyesore." Wan Ming spoke while keeping an eye on the water's surface. The river was quite wide, and the spot he chose was shallow, allowing anything that emerged to be seen easily. Chu Shihan did not struggle. "If Lu Su truly wishes to be with Bai Jinli, I will not cling to him. You need not go to such extremes to involve yourself. It is not worth it. Your death will be worth everything to me," Wan Ming declared, just as a shadow resembling a person emerged from the depths. A manic grin spread across his face. "Do not fear. Such a grand fish will swallow you whole. It won't hurt." As the shadow approached, drawn by the scent of blood, Wan Ming seized Chu Shihan, attempting to thrust him into the maw of the mutated fish. Suddenly, with a splash, a large, grayish-black fish leaped from the water, its gaping mouth revealing rows of serrated teeth. Wan Ming's heart raced, and instinctively, he tried to step back, only to realize he could not pull Chu Shihan along. He turned in disbelief, staring at Chu Shihan, who had cold, icy eyes. "I warned you not to throw yourself into this," Chu Shihan said, a cold smirk tugging at his lips as he raised a finger towards the monstrous fish. Wan Ming's eyes widened in realization, but he had no time to react before the fish lunged, biting down on his head. He had planned to shove Chu Shihan into the creature's jaws and escape using his awakened abilities, yet he found he had no chance to flee. Watching the fish's razor-sharp teeth pierce Wan Ming's neck, Chu Shihan did not even blink. Then, seizing the sharpened stick he had used for roasting, he thrust it through the fish's skull, warm blood spraying onto his pale face. Chapter 11. The Heart That Deserves Execution. "Brother Chu, you and Brother Wan." Just as Chu Shihan contemplated disposing of the fish alongside Wan Ming's corpse, Bai Jinli's voice rang out from behind. Chu Shihan turned to see Bai Jinli, who was not alone, but supporting the pale, yet still striking Lu Su. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lu Su had awakened so swiftly, truly one of the protagonists, his abilities upgraded in half the time of others. "What has happened to Brother Wan? Did you bring this fish here, Brother Chu?" Bai Jinli inquired, noticing Wan Ming's head clamped in the fish's jaws. Now that Wan Ming was dead, the fish lay still. Chu Shihan took a couple of steps back, indicating that he had no part in it. He paid no heed to Bai Jinli's seemingly innocent yet accusatory tone. His gaze firmly fixed on Lu Su. Lu Su returned the gaze, then removed his hand from Bai Jinli's shoulder, swaying slightly as he approached. Though awake, he was exceedingly weak, every step a struggle. Finally reaching Chu Shihan, he stumbled forward, and Chu Shihan instinctively caught him. "Ha!" Lu Su chuckled softly, his deep voice whispering in Chu Shihan's ear, "I thought you wouldn't catch me." Chu Shihan remained silent, his focus unwavering on Lu Su, who leaned against him for support, then reached up to wipe the blood splatter from Chu Shihan's face. There was no other reason. Chu Shihan looked far too enticing in this state, and Lu Su wished to shield him from the gaze of others. "Brother Lu, Brother Chu, come quickly. There is something in the river," Bai Jinli called, frowning as he watched the two embrace, without parting. Chu Shihan had just slain the large fish, and its blood would indeed attract more mutated creatures from the river. So he draped Lu Su's arm over his shoulder and guided him back into the woods. No sooner had they left than 3 large fish emerged, dragging the dead fish along with Wan Ming into the depths. Moments later, a mist of blood erupted from the river, rapidly spreading outward. Brother Chu, what on earth has transpired? Did you kill that fish? Bai Jinli, realizing the ambiguity in his previous question, rephrased it. Chu Shihan supported Lu Su, their pace leisurely, while the latter turned his head to gaze at him, eager to uncover the truth behind a certain query. It was Wan Ming who used himself as bait, restraining the movements of the giant fish with his own head, thus granting me an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Wan Ming was willing to risk his life for a change of flavor for everyone. Alas, that colossal fish was ultimately not brought ashore. Chu Shihan spoke with genuine sincerity. Bai Jinli's expression faltered, struggling to maintain composure. Brother, have you considered the absurdity of your words? Would Wan Ming ever resort to using himself as bait? The logic in your reasoning is utterly nonsensical. Who would believe such a tale? I believe you. Before Bai Jinli's thoughts could solidify, Lu Su's deep and melodious voice interjected. Bai Jinli was taken aback. With Lu Su expressing such sentiments, further inquiries into Chu Shihan's narrative might provoke Lu Su's ire. So, he wisely opted to overlook the incident regarding Wan Ming's demise at the jaws of the giant fish. He moved closer to Lu Su. Brother Chu, you lack abilities. It must be quite taxing to support Brother Lu alone. Allow me to assist you. Without waiting for consent, he reached out to lift Lu Su's arm. Lu Su evaded the gesture, politely declining. Thank you, Mr. Bai. I previously requested your assistance to prevent Shihan from encountering danger near the riverbank. With him supporting me now, I am adequately cared for. This statement clarified to Chu Shihan why Bai Jinli had aided them earlier while simultaneously delineating a boundary with Bai Jinli. Chu Shihan regarded Lu Su with a hint of confusion. What is transpiring here? Am I merely a pawn in this romance between the 2 male leads? Nonetheless, Bai Jinli, picking up on the situation, discreetly distanced himself from Lu Su and Chu Shihan, though his delicate brows unconsciously furrowed. Wan Ming and Han Chong had clearly informed him that Lu Su harbored disdain for Chu Shihan, perceiving him as an unrelenting pursuer. Yet, the current scenario suggested otherwise. From the moment Lu Su laid eyes on Chu Shihan, he had been the one to approach, while Chu Shihan remained aloof, almost resembling the one being pursued.
Boss.
You have returned. Chu Shihan, release the boss. Where is Wan Ming? As they neared the camp, a group awaited them ahead. The first to rush forward was Han Chong, Lu Su's other subordinate. His tone bore a hint of reproach towards Wan Ming for his lack of prudence. How could he allow Chu Shihan to become so familiar with Lu Su in Bai Jinli's presence? As Han Chong prepared to shove Chu Shihan aside, Zhou Quan dashed over from the distance. Brother, you are finally back. They say there are monsters by the river. Are you unharmed? Did that fool Wan bully you? Completely ignoring the fact that Chu Shihan was aiding the tall and handsome Lu Su, Zhou Quan seized Chu Shihan's free arm, inspecting him up and down. Lu Su narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Zhou Quan's every move. Kid, are you courting death? Who are you calling a fool? Han Chong, towering and imposing, casually shoved Zhou Quan, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Wan Ming is dead. At that moment, Chu Shihan spoke, and the cacophony around them fell into a stunned silence. What did you say?
Who is dead?
You dare to speak such nonsense. And I will shatter your mouth. Han Chong released Zhou Quan, his finger pointed accusatorily at Chu Shihan. Had Lu Su not been present, Han Chong would have likely struck already. Seeing Han Chong's agitation, Bai Jinli gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother Han, calm down. Brother Chu speaks the truth. Brother Wan truly perished, bitten by a mutated fish by the river. At the utterance of brother 3 times in Bai Jinli's statement, Chu Shihan felt as if he were on the verge of forgetting how to write the term. Mr. Bai, may I interject? Might I inquire as to your age? Is there some sort of issue with addressing everyone as brother? Bai Jinli detected the sarcasm in Chu Shihan's words, but remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied. I am 23 this year. Lu Su remarked, Shihan is only 22 this year, implicitly suggesting that Bai Jinli would be 1 brother short from this day forth. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Bai Jinli's face, yet he maintained his composure. Is that so? I must have been mistaken, unable to discern it. Chu Shihan chuckled. I, on the other hand, have noticed. With that, he continued to guide Lu Su forward, deliberately ignoring Han Chong and the other ability users. Only turning back to Zhou Quan to say, keep up. Zhou Quan, still somewhat dazed, quickly regained his senses, scrambling to follow behind Chu Shihan. Brother, is it true that Wan Ming is dead? The consequences came swiftly. Zhou Quan expressed disbelief. Indeed, Chu Shihan affirmed. He sacrificed his youthful life so that we might savor a taste of fish. Henceforth, let us offer 2 seconds of silent tribute to him each time we indulge in fish. His flippant demeanor drew another glance from Lu Su. Given Chu Shihan's frail physique, even if Wan Ming had indeed subdued the mutated fish, it was doubtful he could have succeeded in killing it. Moreover, Lu Su knew Wan Ming was not the type to act recklessly. Should Wan Ming and Chu Shihan find themselves in peril, his first instinct would be to push Chu Shihan aside to buy himself time to escape, never placing himself in danger. Yet, the scene Lu Su had witnessed by the river indeed mirrored Chu Shihan's account. The giant fish had bitten Wan Ming, and Chu Shihan had slain the beast. There must have been underlying circumstances not immediately discernible, yet Chu Shihan was unwilling to elaborate, and Lu Su chose not to pry. He believed that Chu Shihan would not willingly harm Wan Ming. It was Wan Ming who had intentionally led Chu Shihan to the river, a heart deserving of condemnation. Chapter 12. Divergent Paths. Chu Shihan assisted Lu Su to his tent. With Wan Ming's demise, a position had opened up for Bai Jinli. You must be exhausted from last night. Rest for a while. Lu Su, aware of Chu Shihan's picky sleeping habits, recognized that in such chaotic times, a peaceful slumber would be hard to come by. Very well, you may accompany me. Chu Shihan indeed felt fatigued. He had leaned against the tent all night, unable to sleep a wink. Now, even within the confines of the tent, without Lu Su by his side, slumber would likely elude him. Lu Su, feeling weak and in need of rest, could not refuse such a request, even if he had been full of energy. Chu Shihan lay down beside Lu Su, who instinctively wrapped his arms around his waist. Chu Shihan did not resist. Nestled in Lu Su's embrace, he inhaled the familiar scent that brought him comfort, drifting into sleep. He was eventually awakened by a commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lu Su absent from the tent, engaged in a stare-down with the others outside. The noise stemmed from Han Chong rallying the other ability users, demanding that Chu Shihan recount the morning's events by the river in detail. He refused to accept that it was mere coincidence, firmly believing that Wan Ming had been slain at Chu Shihan's hands. Boss, Chu Shihan is your beloved. Yet Wan Ming was our brother. He cannot have died in such an unjust manner. Despite Lu Su's apparent prioritization of affection over camaraderie, Han Chong still acknowledged him as the boss. Otherwise, he would have stormed into the tent to drag Chu Shihan out. Lu Su had spent the morning cradling Chu Shihan in sleep, and now that he had regained some strength, he stood before the tent with arms crossed, unwavering. You are all ability users, many of whom did not even know Wan Ming, yet you choose to stand here demanding justice on his behalf. Do you believe it a tragedy for an ability user to perish? Or perhaps, as fellow ability users, you regard him as one of your own and feel humiliated because a mere ordinary person caused his demise, compelling you to extract a confession of responsibility from him? Lu Su calmly posed the question to Han Chong. When Han Chong arrived with his entourage, a mere glance revealed that nearly all the ability users in the camp had gathered. If Haoran had been present, such a congregation would have been inconceivable. Brother Lu, we do not wish to trouble Brother Chu. We merely seek the truth. What transpired between him and Wan Ming by the riverside? Bai Jinli, standing beside Han Chong, interjected. His apparent desire for truth was overshadowed by the conspicuous alignment with the other ability users, making his intentions all too clear. Having chosen sides, his lofty rhetoric was utterly contemptible to Lu Su. Such pretentious words, when so many had gathered, were laughable at best. Zhou Quan, hearing the commotion, speculated that Chu Shihan was in trouble and hastened over, coincidentally catching Bai Jinli's hypocritical remarks. Although Lu Su was displeased by Zhou Quan's presence, he could not deny the latter's support for Chu Shihan. This is none of your concern. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave. Han Chong barked at Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan had to tilt his head to meet Han Chong's gaze, but he showed no fear. Listen to your tone. Do you think your awakened abilities make you superior? You are merely bullying Chu Shihan because he lacks support. If you ask me, Wan Ming deserved his fate. It was heaven's way of putting an end to his arrogance. You're courting death. Han Chong, furious, raised his fist to strike Zhou Quan. However, before he could connect, Lu Su intercepted him, his expression unyielding. Boss, did you hear what he just said? Chu Shihan must have harbored similar thoughts, which led to Wan Ming's demise. Han Chong seethed with rage. Yet, despite his powers, he found himself immobilized by Lu Su's grip. Have you considered Wan Ming's intentions in bringing an unawakened Chu Shihan to the riverside? Lu Su's cold gaze bore into Han Chong. If they had not known each other before the apocalypse and had not sworn to forge ahead together, he would have dealt with Han Chong swiftly, without a second thought. Indeed, Mr. Hao instructed everyone to steer clear of the riverside. Wan Ming undoubtedly meant harm to Chu Shihan, yet it backfired on him. As his close friend, shouldn't you apologize to the frightened Chu Shihan now that he is gone?
Zhou Quan chimed in.
Once Lu Su posed that question, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize Wan Ming's malicious intent. As an ability user, he had failed to harm others and instead became prey for mutated fish, only to summon a crowd to witness this disgrace. Mr. Hao and the others should be back soon. I'll check the hillside. Someone, feeling awkward, scratched their nose and hastily fabricated an excuse to leave. Their sentiments were echoed by others. I'll go too. I will as well. More people means better safety. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Han Chong and Bai Jinli. You lot. Han Chong gazed incredulously at the ability users who had rallied for Wan Ming's justice, realizing they weren't there to assist, but merely to revel in the chaos. Apologies, Brother Liu. I failed to see clearly and misjudged Shihan. Bai Jinli quickly admitted his fault. Knowing it's a misunderstanding, do you owe an apology to Brother Liu?
It is Chu Shihan you should apologize to.
Zhou Quan pointedly reminded him. This caused Bai Jinli's expression to falter momentarily. However, he did not dwell on Zhou Quan's remark, responding with humility, I will apologize to him once he awakens. Seeing Bai Jinli concede only fueled Han Chong's anger. Boss, are you resolutely defending that useless pretty boy without pursuing the truth behind Wan Ming's death? Han Chong's tone was laced with defiance and warning.
What?
Do you wish to part ways with me? Lu Su discerned Han Chong's intentions. Han Chong, his eyes reddening, took a deep breath and threatened. If you choose Chu Shihan, we shall go our separate ways and seek our own paths. I choose Chu Shihan. Lu Su's response was unwavering, leaving Han Chong no room for reconsideration. Han Chong exhaled sharply, saying nothing further, and turned to leave. Bai Jinli was taken aback by this outcome, having believed that Lu Su shared a bond with Han Chong and Wan Ming, especially since Lu Su had saved them multiple times during their battle against the aberrants the day before. It seemed that Han Chong and Wan Ming had misjudged their standing, as they were under Lu Su's protection while meddling in his private affairs. Yet, Bai Jinli found himself in an awkward position and casually remarked, I'll go check on him. Just as he turned, he collided with a passing ability user, his fair face turning ashen. Mr. Bai, are you alright? The ability user inquired, noticing Bai Jinli's stunned silence. Before Bai Jinli could respond, Chu Shihan abruptly emerged from the tent, his backpack slung over his shoulders. Hurry! The aberrants are coming. Chu Shihan directed this exclamation toward Lu Su, his voice low enough that only he and Zhou Quan could hear. Before they could react, Bai Jinli shouted, Everyone, evacuate the camp. A multitude of aberrants will emerge from underground. Why are you dawdling? Quickly summon Gao Lin and Su Yan to flee. Chu Shihan urged Zhou Quan, who, snapping back to reality, scrambled toward their tent. Observing Zhou Quan's frantic state, Chu Shihan decided to follow him. Lu Su grasped Chu Shihan's wrist. You just mentioned the aberrants have appeared. Where do you intend to run? They saved me when we exited the airport. I must repay their kindness, Chu Shihan insisted, resolute in his principles. He would not overlook those who had wronged him, nor forget those who had aided him. Then I shall accompany you, Lu Su declared without hesitation. However, Bai Jinli, still lingering nearby, interjected, Brother Liu, don't waste time going over there. The aberrants will soon emerge. I just encountered a person who was devoured by a swarm of blue insects. This time, the aberrants are different from yesterday's green-haired wolves. Thank you for the warning. You all should leave at once. If possible, pursue that ability user you encountered earlier and alert him as well. Lu Su concluded, pulling Chu Shihan along without looking back. Bai Jinli cast a conflicted glance at Lu Su's retreating figure, beginning to comprehend Wan Ming and Han Chong's sentiments. Indeed, Chu Shihan was an insufferable presence, capable of ensnaring Lu Su to the point of losing himself. In such dire circumstances, a decisive retreat was the wisest course of action. Yet Lu Su was willing to risk his safety for an ordinary person like Chu Shihan, even to rescue another group of ordinary individuals. One must understand that once the aberrants appeared, ordinary people became liabilities. Lu Su's decision could very well lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Bai Jinli chose not to linger further. Although Lu Su perfectly matched his criteria for an ideal partner, he found Lu Su's emotional decisions unappealing, particularly the self-sacrificial behavior exhibited in relation to Chu Shihan. After watching Lu Su's tall figure for a moment, he redirected his gaze and swiftly made his way up the hillside. Just then, Lu Su's tent collapsed with a thunderous crash, and several basketball-sized blue beetles crawled out. Had someone lifted the tent at that moment, they would have discovered 2 blue beetle corpses beneath it, those that had attempted to ambush Lu Su while he was engaged in defending himself, only to be thwarted by his retaliatory strikes. As Chu Shihan was pulled along by Lu Su, his mind was awash with questions. Why has Lu Su yet to join the male protagonist after meeting Bai Jinli, choosing instead to remain entangled with this mere cannon fodder? Could it be that the narrative has unraveled because he failed to meet his demise at the appropriate moment? As they rushed back to the tent, Su Yan, alerted by the commotion ahead, carefully assisted the injured Gao Lin out of the tent. What has transpired? She inquired upon spotting Chu Shihan and the others. Her attention inadvertently drawn to Lu Su, who was grasping Chu Shihan, and she was taken aback by his appearance. There are monstrous creatures. We must hasten towards the hillside to regroup with the ability users, Zhou Quan urged, breathless from his exertions. Before he could finish, a rustling sound emerged from behind. He turned slowly to see a swarm of large blue beetles crawling towards them. Heavens! Zhou Quan's scalp prickled in fear. He had no words left and quickly moved to assist Su Yan in supporting Gao Lin, retreating in the opposite direction. Zhuang Shi and Xiao Shi also heard Zhou Quan's frantic cries and dashed out of the tent, realizing there was no time to gather their belongings before the oncoming beetles. They fled. You go with them. I will handle the aftermath, Lu Su said, releasing Chu Shihan with a push on his back to keep pace with Zhou Quan and the others. He then drew his pistol, firing accurately at the approaching beetles, taking one down with each shot. He discovered that not only had he awakened a unique type of ability, but his vision seemed to have evolved as well, allowing him to shoot with unerring precision without the need for deliberate aiming. After observing for a moment, Chu Shihan deemed Lu Su capable of managing the situation and chose to assist Zhou Quan and the others in caring for Gao Lin instead. Since the beetles had emerged from below the camp, their group was once again separated from the main body of ability users. Lu Su single-handedly dispatched over a dozen beetles, slowing their advance before quickly catching up to Chu Shihan and the others. Let us run towards the river. These creatures should not dare cross, Lu Su suggested. Chu Shihan agreed, as Zhou Quan was in a state of panic, and they would follow whatever direction the two of them decided. Although Gao Lin had many ideas, he was currently incapacitated and without a voice in the matter. Only Zhuang Shi voiced his dissent. I've heard there are monsters in the river. Wouldn't we be caught in a pincer attack if we head there? He hesitated to stray from the group, regretting that he and Xiao Shi had lingered in the tent too long. He realized they could have retreated with the larger group instead of fleeing once more with this band of misfits. You don't have to go, Zhou Quan, exhausted, managed to retort at Zhuang Shi. Zhuang Shi was about to erupt but was restrained by Xiao Shi, who said, as long as we keep our distance from the riverbank, it should be fine. Once these creatures leave, we can move. They ran ahead, the beetles in pursuit, until they were mere meters from the riverbank, where the sound of rushing water became distinct. Only then did the beetles halt, circling in place for some time before slowly retreating. The group sat on the ground, vigilant not only of the beetles ahead but also wary of any lurking dangers in the water behind them. Fortunately, as long as they bore no injuries or the scent of blood, the mutated fish in the water typically wouldn't surface to attack. I'm utterly exhausted. Zhou Quan leaned back, supporting himself with his hands. If not for the fear of danger, he would have laid down for a moment. Why do these monsters change form daily? Wasn't he at the green-haired wolf yesterday? Today it's these blue beetles, the size of watermelons. I've never encountered such nightmares. Zhou Quan's tongue was truly restless. Then your nightmares tonight will be filled with them, Gao Lin replied weakly, his face pale. Su Yan chimed in. The wolves descended from the sky yesterday, and today the insects emerged from the earth. What will tomorrow bring? How many more shocks are in store for us in this world? Chu Shihan leaned against Lu Su, listening to Zhou Quan and the others converse, without interjecting. Not only were they surprised, but even he hadn't anticipated that after the apocalypse had begun yesterday, blue mutated creatures would appear today. The apocalypse indeed seemed to come with a resolve to extinguish all of humanity. By the way, Chu Shihan, how did you know that monstrous beings would emerge from the ground earlier in the tent? I've heard Bai Jinli possesses foresight. Could it be that you have awakened a similar ability? After reflecting on the monsters, Zhou Quan began to pry into his brother's affairs. Lu Su turned his head slightly to regard him, having been too rushed to ask earlier. Bai Jinli indeed had the gift of foresight, which he had witnessed firsthand several times yesterday, yet Chu Shihan had warned them before Bai Jinli. I wish I could, Chu Shihan replied nonchalantly. The ability of foresight is unique to Bai Jinli. It's impossible for anyone else to possess it. He continued, only a blind beetle crawled into the tent, which I covered with my sleeping bag. Zhou Quan exclaimed, You're quite brave, brother. If it had been me, sleeping soundly in the tent, and suddenly a monster crawled out, I would have fainted on the spot. Upon hearing this, Lu Su's attractive brows knitted tightly, a wave of concern washing over him as he asked Chu Shihan, Then why didn't you call for me? Chapter 14. There's a skill card. Chu Shihan looked at Lu Su in confusion. I didn't call for you. How do you think we got here? I meant never mind, Lu Su replied, deciding not to pursue the topic further. At that moment, Zhuang Shi shamelessly moved beside Lu Su. You are the ability user who saved us last night, Mr. Lu, correct? Greetings, I am Zhuang Shi. Among those present, only Lu Su was an ability user, and Zhuang Shi had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to curry favor with him. Before Lu Su could respond, Zhou Quan interjected, Stop fawning. Mr. Lu is Chu Shihan's boyfriend. Don't you remember how you treated him? Xiao Shi also found Zhuang Shi's behavior somewhat embarrassing and pulled him back. However, Zhuang Shi did not give up. What did I do to him? When you were nearly bitten by those monsters, it was Xiao Shi and I who found the vehicle to come back for you. He couldn't run. Nor could he fight. From the airport to here. Without us, he would have perished. His words were intended to remind both Chu Shihan and Lu Su of the debt of gratitude owed to him and Xiao Shi, hoping they would not abandon them in future emergencies. Thank you, Lu Su replied, though he hadn't witnessed the dangers they had faced fleeing from the airport. He could surmise the gravity of their ordeal. He knew Chu Shihan's physical condition was poor, and for him to have made it this far meant his companions had lent him support. He also acknowledged their previous assistance, and thus, Lu Su would remember this kindness. After chatting for a while, they ceased hearing the sound of the beetles moving. Zhou Quan craned his neck to peer ahead. The forest, ravaged by the beetles, had been nearly eroded away, revealing a broad view. Those strange creatures seemed to have retreated. Should we take this opportunity to leave? Zhou Quan inquired, addressing Lu Su. It was clear that Lu Su had become the backbone of their small group, not only because he was an ability user, but his tall stature and formidable presence also exuded a sense of security that was starkly different from Zhuang Shi's superficial bravado. Lu Su instilled a profound sense of assurance. Let us wait a moment, Lu Su replied, his instincts warning him that danger had not yet passed. As he said this, the others remained seated, motionless. After approximately 10 minutes, a fissure suddenly opened in the ground ahead, and new beetles began to emerge from beneath the earth. It seems they are new to this terrain, as some beetles are crawling towards them. Zhou Quan and Su Yan hastily pulled Gao Lin up, exclaiming in panic. They are coming. What should we do? Lu Su drew his gun, shouting, Shoot. They had no option to retreat. They absolutely could not allow the beetles to approach. The others, upon hearing this, also drew their weapons. The sound of gunfire erupted, but aside from the unarmed Chu Shihan, none of them could hit their mark. Although the beetles were large, they were remarkably agile, and their lack of practice rendered their efforts futile, a mere waste of ammunition. Observing Lu Su's accuracy, Chu Shihan handed his gun to him, urging him to wield it with both hands against the insects. Stop shooting. Save the bullets for Lu Su. Chu Shihan winced at their ineffective shooting. Zhou Quan and the others complied without hesitation, immediately ceasing fire. Yet, Zhuang Shi insisted on proving himself in front of Lu Su, only to find that he had already expended some bullets while battling the green-haired wolf the previous night, and now his ammunition was nearly depleted. Despite emptying his magazine, he had not managed to kill a single aberration. Zhuang Shi, in frustration, hurled his gun, which fortuitously struck one of the beetles. Provoked, the beetle charged towards him.
Ah!
The aberration is coming. Mr. Liu, save me. Zhuang Shi cried out, scrambling behind Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi rolled his eyes skyward in exasperation.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out as Lu Su dispatched the beetle that had lunged at Zhuang Shi. Zhou Quan remarked, "Did you see that? Chu Shihan has repaid his debt to you, so please don't cling to Mr. Liu any longer." Zhuang Shi seethed with anger, retorting, "What is it to you, Mr. Liu hasn't said anything." Then Lu Su stated, "All is settled." Zhuang Shi's face flushed crimson as he glanced towards Lu Su, who was engrossed in exterminating the aberrations, not sparing him a glance. Regardless of the peril, Lu Su consistently shielded Chu Shihan in the safest position, inciting Zhuang Shi's jealousy. He felt that anyone among them was more valuable than Chu Shihan, yet Lu Su insisted on protecting that seemingly useless pretty boy. After exhausting all the bullets in his handgun, Lu Su observed the pile of beetle corpses before him, yet more continued to emerge from the ground. He had no time to return the guns to the others and simply discarded them on the ground. "Pick them up. We can find bullets later and continue using them." After saying this, Chu Shihan bent down to retrieve a gun, which made Zhuang Shi's expression even more sour. "Why didn't he mention we could find bullets earlier? Mr. Liu, we're out of bullets. What do we do next?" Zhou Quan exclaimed, but before he could finish, he witnessed Lu Su unarmed, still dispatching foes with ease. The beetles that had previously been grazed by his bullets were effortlessly wiped out with a mere flick of his hand. Is this the power of abilities? Su Yan thought as she watched Lu Su's movements, her eyes sparkling with admiration. No, this must be the special skill Mr. Hao mentioned. Lu Su had no time to respond to Su Yan. He instructed them, "Pick up stones to throw at those insects." They were ordinary people. Not only did they lack the precision, but even if they did hit, it was unlikely they could kill. However, since Lu Su had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. "I don't need you to kill the insects. A mere scratch will suffice," Lu Su informed them. This was Lu Su's skill. Instant kill. As long as the aberration sustained any injury, he could activate his ability to eliminate it in a single blow. The mutated yellow bull from the previous night and the beetles in the front line had all fallen to his instant kill technique. United in purpose, they dispatched dozens more beetles, and finally, no new insects emerged from the fissures below. As Lu Su struck down the last beetle, a card, glowing blue and the size of a playing card, appeared in midair. "Is that a skill card?" Zhuang Shi exclaimed with excitement. None of them had ever seen one before, so no one could be certain. "It's so glaring. It must be," Zhou Quan mused, reflecting on the hundreds of aberrations they had slain to yield just this single item. The drop rate truly was astonishingly low. "I have a skill card now," Zhuang Shi declared, rushing forward to seize the card. Before Chu Shihan could voice a warning, Lu Su instinctively shouted, "Danger!
Get back!"
Just as Lu Su's words fell, a beetle swooped down from above, its sharp front legs piercing through Zhuang Shi's skull. The beetle's appendage protruded grotesquely from his forehead. "Zhuang Shi!" Xiaoxi screamed, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Having overexerted his powers, Lu Su's face paled. Yet he raised his hand once more, dispatching the beetle that had remained on Zhuang Shi's head. Zhou Quan and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Despite Zhuang Shi's flaws, they had never wished for his demise. It was only his greed and ignorance that had hastily led him to his end. Chapter 15. A face full of showmanship. As they beheld Zhuang Shi's lifeless body lying atop a pile of beetle carcasses, the remaining members fell into a heavy silence, broken only by Xiaoxi's soft sobs. After a considerable time, once it was clear that no further danger loomed ahead, Chu Shihan turned to Lu Su, saying, "Shall we go retrieve the card and take a look?" "All right, I'll go." "Stay put," Lu Su replied. Although his powers had been depleted, He still possessed a physical advantage over the other ordinary individuals, making him the most suitable to retrieve it. Chu Shihan's suggestion to send Lu Su was not due to an assumption that he would be safer, but rather because of the rules of that infinite game. The individual who generated the card must be the one to collect it. If the card creator perished, it would take 24 hours before the card became unclaimed, allowing anyone to take it. Lu Su successfully retrieved the card, and the group eagerly craned their necks to glimpse the skill card and discover its abilities. However, the words inscribed on the card left them all in stunned silence. Paper umbrella. A paper umbrella made from rice paper. It serves no purpose beyond shielding one from the sun, as it is utterly ineffective against rain. Aside from this statement, the card depicted a white paper umbrella that was evidently useless. Lu Ge just killed over 100 aberrations only to receive this? An umbrella that can't even shield from rain? Zhou Quan vented, unable to contain his frustration. Is that infinite world even serious? Why would such a thing exist? Chu Shihan, upon seeing the blue card, had not held much hope, but still found himself frowning at its contents. Was this trash really being lumped together with skill cards? Solely to irritate them? Let us keep it for now. It might prove useful later, Chu Shihan suggested. Zhou Quan quipped, useful? It's less effective than the stones we just collected. We could use it to start a fire. Maybe we can bring it out for roasting meat next time. But how do we even use it? Chu Shihan remained silent, while the others turned their gazes to Lu Su. Lu Su opted not to use the weapon card but instead set it aside, deciding to study it further when the need arose. I fear it may be a one-time use, and if I take it out without doing anything, it will vanish, he mused. Chu Shihan raised an eyebrow at Lu Su's astute reasoning. Rather than succumbing to despair over the group's disdain for the card's worthlessness, he chose not to squander it. Now, we find ourselves in the real world, just beginning to merge with the infinite realms. Those seemingly useless items from the gaming universe may yet prove valuable in the future. I noticed that the beetles had scurried far away. We should depart from this place. Lu Su sought the opinions of the others. Naturally, they all chose to heed his counsel. Even Xiao Shi made no objections. She did not suggest burying Zhuangshi. Instead, she delicately picked a living wildflower and placed it upon Zhuangshi's body, then wiped her tears and signaled for everyone to move on. Xiao Shi, if you're sad, it's okay to cry, Su Yan said, releasing her hold on Gao Lin and allowing Zhou Quan to take care of him. She walked alongside Xiao Shi, hoping to offer her some comfort. Xiao Shi replied, I have already cried. In this apocalyptic world, death is commonplace. Perhaps I will join him soon. There is no need to be sorrowful. Su Yan was taken aback by Xiao Shi's words, her eyes filled with admiration. The temporary camp was utterly unrecognizable after the beetle attack. From the traces left behind, it was apparent that all the beetles had pursued the main force. Lu Su glanced around and decided to head in the opposite direction. If we proceed this way, we'll likely encounter beetles. We currently lack combat capability, so it would be prudent to avoid confrontation. Though he could make a decision unilaterally, with so many present, he still sought their input. Chu Shihan was indifferent. He had initially sought a picturesque spot to retire, a sentiment he genuinely conveyed rather than merely placating Zhuangshi. However, the unfolding events seemed far removed from the narrative of his dreams. Lu Su was without another male lead by his side and intended to observe further. Is that even a question? Of course, we must steer clear of those colossal insects. But where are we headed? Is it towards the airport? Zhou Quan inquired, leaning against Gao Lin's shoulder. Gao Lin looked up at the sky and replied, No, we are heading south. If we continue, we may reach Su Yan's home. It's fortuitous as we can return this way. It was impossible to fly now. The aberrations descended from the skies and emerged from the ground at will. To return home, they could only rely on foot. Yet Su Yan felt little joy, having just witnessed Zhuangshi's untimely demise. She could scarcely bear to contemplate whether her parents were still alive. Though some areas still had electricity, the mobile signal had ceased early yesterday morning, rendering her unable to contact them. Do not worry. When the apocalypse struck, everyone was in the process of evacuation. Perhaps your parents have already been relocated to the fortress in Kyoto, Xiao Shi comforted, recognizing Su Yan's distress. It was poignant that Xiao Shi, having just lost her boyfriend, sought to console Su Yan. Zhou Quan and Gao Lin exchanged glances, sharing the same concern for their families, which is why they had bravely left the airport, intending to part ways with the rescue team and return home. Brother Liu, Chu Shihen, you both are locals, right? What of your families? Zhou Quan curiously asked. He had no fixed way of addressing Chu Shihen, occasionally calling him brother and more often referring to him by name. It was only during their earlier conversation that he discovered they were of the same age, making it awkward to refer to him as brother. My parents have passed away, Lu Su said matter-of-factly. I grew up in a welfare home. I am his family. His words were delivered with such naturalness that Zhou Quan felt somewhat envious. Chu Shihen was taken aback by Lu Su's revelation. He had mentioned his upbringing in the welfare home only casually when they first met, and had never elaborated on his family matter since. Yet Lu Su seemed to have retained that memory. If, according to the trajectory, he were indeed as he envisioned in his dreams, long dead, wouldn't that render him Lu Su's unrequited love? Wouldn't Bai Jinli require considerable time to heal Lu Su's heart? But then again, it made sense, for this was a world steeped in the melodrama of romantic novels. They walked alongside the river for quite some time, fortunate not to encounter any aberrations. Shortly after leaving the riverbank, they came across a mutated yellow cow, likely one that had strayed from the previous night as herd. Lu Su's powers had partially returned, and he swiftly dispatched the creature. They found a safe spot to feast before continuing their journey. Before nightfall, they entered the city and even spotted a few vehicles on the road. At this moment, Xiao Shi spoke up to bid them farewell. I will drive back to the airport myself. You all should head home. Her decision astonished everyone. Xiao Shi, what are you saying? How can you return alone? What if you encounter aberrations or mutated animals along the way? Despite her rationality, she was merely an ordinary person without awakened powers, leaving Su Yan uncertain about how she would survive the journey to the airport. I'll be fine, you need not worry. In fact, our group is too large a target. If we face danger again, Brother Liu may not be able to protect us all. My leaving will alleviate some of his burden, Xiao Shi asserted with unwavering resolve. Besides, these individuals all had their own objectives. They were searching for loved ones, while she had no one to seek, so it was best not to take unnecessary risks. Returning to the airport to join the main group seemed the wisest choice. Chapter 16. Enchanted by him. After bidding farewell to Xiao Shi, the five of them piled into a vehicle, heading towards Su Yan's home. For everyone's sake, Zhou Quan, it would be best if you kept your mouth shut, Gao Lin chastised him without holding back. Zhou Quan attempted to defend himself, but Gao Lin covered his mouth with one hand while wrapping the other around his neck, rendering him unable to speak. Zhou Quan frowned and muffled a few sounds before ultimately conceding to silence. Lu Su, driving, glanced into the rearview mirror, puzzled by the commotion. Zhou Quan has a knack for jinxing things. Good luck eludes us when he speaks of it. We encountered danger several times yesterday, all thanks to his predictions, Chu Shihen remarked. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. If he were to awaken his powers, they would likely be related to foresight. Wouldn't you say? Lu Su teased. Though their banter about controlling Zhou Quan's freedom of speech was lighthearted, they indeed traveled without incident to Su Yan's residence. They encountered neither aberrations nor even mutated animals along the way, which was nothing short of miraculous. Su Yan lived in a villa, and as they entered the residential area, an eerie silence enveloped them. There were no aberrations or people in sight. Upon arriving at Su Yan's home, the darkness within the house mirrored her sinking heart. All the villas we've seen on our way here look intact. This place should be safe from any aberrant attacks, Gao Lin reassured her, noticing her troubled expression. Su Yan nodded and led the group inside. She flicked on the lights and immediately rushed to the master bedroom in search of her parents. The others stayed in the living room, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Zhou Quan noticed a note on the coffee table and picked it up. Just as he was about to call Su Yan out, he caught sight of a red stain beneath the note. He hurriedly tore off the lower half and tucked it into his pocket. Chu Shihen, having scanned the room, observed Zhou Quan's discreet action.
Su Yan, come out.
Your parents left you a note. Zhou Quan called out to her excitedly from the master bedroom. Su Yan emerged with red-rimmed eyes, taking the note from Zhou Quan's hands. Your parents said they evacuated with the military. You can rest easy now, Zhou Quan said with a smile. Su Yan wiped her tears and nodded with a faint smile. It was already quite late, and they had eaten earlier. Even though there might be food in Su Yan's house, it would likely have spoiled. The only advantage of being in the villa was that they wouldn't have to sleep outdoors in the wilderness. You may freely occupy the rooms upstairs and downstairs. I shall take the master bedroom. Although I am aware that my parents are safe, a lingering sense of longing for them still tugs at my heart. After saying this, Su Yan chuckled softly and entered her room. Chu Shihan sensed that something was amiss with Su Yan. Perhaps, as she suggested, she truly missed her parents. Once Su Yan had closed the door, Zhou Quan gathered the others together and whispered, Su Yan's parents must be in trouble.
With that,
He produced the torn piece of paper he had retrieved from his pocket for the others to see. The note contained but a single line. And since Zhou Quan had torn off the lower half, it did not alter the meaning, leaving Su Yan oblivious to any discrepancies. The remaining portion bore dark, crimson stains, likely the result of her parents' misfortune, with clear signs of having been wiped, yet it still appeared disturbingly abnormal. I fear she may break down, so I quietly concealed it. Was that the wrong choice? Zhou Quan inquired of Lu Su. If we can keep it from her, we should, Lu Su replied, feeling no fault in Zhou Quan's actions. In this apocalyptic world, even if Su Yan's parents were indeed safe, the likelihood of them reuniting was slim. It would be better for Su Yan to believe they were well and thriving, with no harm done. I'll take the sofa while you all sleep in the rooms. I've napped too much during the day and can't sleep now. I'll keep watch tonight and rouse you if anything stirs, Gao Lin suggested to Lu Su. Zhou Quan, however, voiced his concern. You're injured. What good is it for you to keep watch? I'll watch over you. You should rest in a room. Gao Lin insisted. No need. I'll stay with you, he maintained. Seeing their resolution, Lu Su led Chu Shihan into the adjacent room to the master bedroom. Now, tell me, why did you run out from the airport? After a day had passed, Lu Su finally found the opportunity to pose this question. Chu Shihan frowned slightly, uncertain how to respond. Had the apocalypse not unfolded, and had he not dreamt that dream, unaware that this was a fictional world, he would have remained at the airport waiting for Lu Su's return. Knowing Lu Su, he was not one to easily abandon his commitments. Yet, this was a narrative realm where the two male protagonists were solely focused on one another, devoid of reason. Moreover, as a mere pawn destined to perish at the outset, he wished to remain uninvolved in the protagonist's conflicts, lest he fail to secure a simple refuge to spend his days peacefully. Unwilling to share? After entering the room and turning off the lights, Chu Shihan remained silent for a long while, prompting Lu Su to furrow his brow and inquire. I wish to find a safe place to hide away and live out my days in peace. Ultimately, Chu Shihan revealed his heartfelt desire. Indeed, this was a wish he had harbored for 2 years, yet fate seemed to conspire against him. Staying with me is the safest choice. Lu Su did not question Chu Shihan's motives. From the moment they met, he had perceived a world of imaginative thoughts within him, even amidst the apocalypse. Despite the inopportune nature of Chu Shihan's musings, Lu Su offered no discouragement. On the contrary, he was eager to assist him. In these dire times, finding a secure haven was a mere fantasy. Thus, it was better to remain by his side. Wan Ming said you intend to break up with me. Chu Shihan abruptly shifted the topic. Although he trusted that Lu Su had never uttered such words, he wished to gauge his sentiments. As one of the male leads in this world, if Lu Su were genuinely intent on protecting him wholeheartedly, it would indeed provide a sense of security. However, the male lead was destined to save the world, which meant constant upheaval, a prospect that did not appeal to Chu Shihan. He was quite averse to motion. If I were to end things, I would tell you myself. I would not allow anyone else to convey such a message. Lu Su gazed at Chu Shihan in the dark, stating firmly, You cannot take Wan Ming's words to heart. You must have misunderstood something. Chu Shihan chuckled lightly. Mr. Lu, don't speak as if you know me so well. Lu Su pulled him into an embrace, whispering in his ear, Is there anyone in this world who understands you better than I do? This statement carried a deeper implication, prompting Chu Shihan to reciprocate the embrace and deftly divert the conversation from earlier, with neither party delving deeper. Lu Su held Chu Shihan as they lay upon the bed, inwardly sighing in resignation. Chu Shihan remained as guarded as when they first met 2 years ago, sharing not a single truth with him. Yet, the more enigmatic Chu Shihan became, the more captivated Lu Su felt. He yearned to peel away the layers of Chu Shihan's carefully concealed heart to uncover what lay within. Chapter 17. Her Parents. The inhabitants of the city had evacuated, and the villa district remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any aberrant beings or mutated creatures throughout the night. Although they lay in bed, none had truly found sleep, save for Chu Shihan. With Lu Su beside him, Chu Shihan could rest easily. He awoke in the morning drenched in sweat, the heat having roused him. "Let go of me. Are you not hot?" He pushed against Lu Su, who had been tightly holding him. Only when Lu Su noticed he was awake did he release him. Naturally, he felt the heat. But he understood that Chu Shihan was rather particular about where he slept, and an improper position could lead to insomnia. Thus, he feared awakening him by loosening his grip. Chu Shihan rose and approached the window, intending to open it. However, upon touching the window frame, he recoiled in pain from the scorching heat. "What's wrong?" Lu Su approached, grasping Chu Shihan's hand to inspect it, revealing a glaring red mark on his otherwise pale palm. "I'm fine. The sun outside is problematic. Even the window frame has become searing," Chu Shihan remarked, pulling out his phone to check the time. "Is it only 6 in the morning? I thought it was noon." Lu Su had noticed that the sun had risen unusually early that day, but he had not anticipated it to be so severe. Their eyes met, and they exited the room. Gao Lin was seated on the sofa, having shed his outerwear for a simple white tank top, while Zhou Quan had nearly buried himself within the refrigerator. Since there's no electricity to pay for in this apocalypse, why not enjoy the last vestiges of power while we can? "You're awake? How could you possibly sleep in this heat?" "I was sweltering by midnight," Zhou Quan queried Chu Shihan, teasingly. "Is this yet another phenomenon of the apocalypse? What month is it? Have you ever experienced such high temperatures before?" Gao Lin interjected with a frown. He continued, "All abnormal occurrences stem from the onset of the apocalypse. Refrain from posing such foolish questions in the future." "Why are you so irritable? I offered to let you cool off in the fridge, yet you refused." Zhou Quan, always tolerant of Gao Lin's moods, remained unbothered by his responses. Just as Zhou Quan was relishing the moment, a sudden pop resonated as the refrigerator lost power.
Huh?
What happened? Did the fridge break? He closed the refrigerator door and attempted to flip the switch in the living room, only to despairingly exclaim, "At last, the power has gone out. The apocalypse has finally patched this bug." It was indeed peculiar that it had taken several days of the apocalypse for the electricity to fail, resembling a glitch. "This place is stifling. We should set off without delay," Zhou Quan suggested, retrieving ice cubes from the refrigerator and distributing them among Gao Lin and Chu Shihan.
All right.
"Let us pack and depart." Lu Su did not oppose this proposal. Zhou Quan had little to prepare, merely knocking on the master bedroom door. "Su Yan, are you awake? We're getting ready to leave." Given the sweltering heat, he doubted that Su Yan was still asleep. As anticipated, the door swung open, revealing a startled Su Yan, evidently taken aback by Zhou Quan's sudden presence at her threshold. A flicker of panic crossed her face, and she merely opened the door a crack, her petite frame squeezing through the narrow opening, ensuring that Zhou Quan could not glimpse the interior of the bedroom. However, in that fleeting moment when Su Yan opened the door, Zhou Quan caught a whiff of a peculiar odor, instinctively wrinkling his brow. Yet, fearing that voicing his thoughts might be impolite, he held his tongue. "Let us go, I've packed all my things," Su Yan announced, a backpack slung over her shoulders as she deftly shut the door behind her. Zhou Quan said nothing in response, moving to support Gao Lin as the group prepared to depart. Given that Gao Lin was injured, Lu Su guided Chu Shihan aside, allowing Zhou Quan to lead the way. Su Yan trailed last, glancing back at the master bedroom with increasing frequency. Chu Shihan found her behavior somewhat peculiar. Was she reluctant to leave?
Ah.
Su Yan replied, a hint of distress in her voice. "No, there's nothing. Let us go." Just as her words left her lips, Zhou Quan, who had just stepped outside, returned, dragging Gao Lin back. "We can't go out yet. The sun is scorching. Look at my hand," he exclaimed. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, he extended his left hand, revealing a reddened surface crowded with numerous blisters, as if scalded. "Fortunately, I waved my hand outside first. Otherwise, had I stepped out with Gao Lin, I might have ended up sunburned all over," Zhou Quan lamented, relieved. His hand still felt as though it were ablaze, and he instinctively approached the refrigerator. thrusting his hand inside. Despite the power outage, the appliance retained a chill that would alleviate his discomfort. What shall we do then? Aren't we leaving? Su Yan inquired promptly. Chu Shihan tugged at his clothing, suggesting, let us wait until the afternoon and see if the sun eases. He too was reluctant to leave, especially in such oppressive heat, preferring to lie still. Unfortunately, the current temperature made him disinclined to recline on the bed or even touch the sofa. He yearned for a close encounter with the cool floor. With that thought, he plopped down onto the ground. Lu Su walked past him, approaching the window to gaze out at the blazing summer day, his handsome visage clouded with concern. Gao Lin, equally troubled for Zhou Quan, kept a vigilant watch on his movements. Su Yan, still burdened with her backpack, returned to the sofa, appearing pensive and seemingly less affected by the heat than the others. Zhou Quan's hand had become more bearable, and he retrieved something from the refrigerator, inhaling deeply. Is my hand burnt? Do you smell something foul? He queried. Before anyone could respond, Su Yan reacted dramatically, rising abruptly. No, perhaps it's your sense of smell that's at fault. Chu Shihan cast another glance at Su Yan before directing his gaze toward the master bedroom. Is there something amiss in there? Why are you so anxious? He either chose not to elaborate or preferred to get straight to the point. Su Yan's evident unease did not escape his notice, and he could not simply ignore it. Prompted by Chu Shihan's question, Su Yan's anxiety intensified. No, there's nothing at all, she insisted, yet instinctively. She moved to position herself in front of the master bedroom door, blatantly signaling to the others that something was concealed within. Curiously, the offensive odor seemed to emanate from the master bedroom. Su Yan, what exactly is in there? Zhou Quan inquired, inching closer to the door, the stench growing more pronounced. Su Yan bit her lip, at a loss for how to defend herself. Are your parents inside? Chu Shihan asked quietly. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him. Disbelief etched across their faces. In that moment, Su Yan broke down, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yes, they are in there, but my mother's already dead. And my father. The rest of her words dissolved into sobs. Zhou Quan cautiously asked, are you all right? What about last night? Su Yan shook her head. I'm fine. My father is infected but tied up. He can't escape. Can we go in and take a look? Lu Su inquired. Chapter 18. The temperature difference between day and night. Together, they entered the master bedroom, where the putrid odor intensified. However, upon entry, it was difficult to discern where Su Yan's parents were hidden until a faint rustling emanated from beneath the bed. Su Yan approached the bedside, pulling out a large storage box from under the bed, revealing a female corpse and a male infected individual bound tightly. Upon witnessing this scene, it was evident without question that the corpse belonged to Su Yan's mother, while the struggling infected figure was her father. Zhou Quan recoiled in terror, retreating rapidly, and Gao Lin's complexion turned ashen. When did you discover your parents here? Lu Su asked Su Yan. She did not conceal the truth. I found them last night upon returning. However, because my father was infected, I feared that if you all learned of it, you might kill him. So, I didn't tell you. So, when I asked you to check the note, you had already seen your parents like this? Zhou Quan was in shock. You slept in this bed all night. Weren't you scared? He could hardly fathom how Su Yan had so nonchalantly taken the note from him and returned to lie down amidst her parents' remains. Although her father had not yet fully transformed into a corpse, he resembled one closely. They are my parents. How could I be afraid? Su Yan replied, tears streaming anew. She felt no fear, only a heart-wrenching pain that left her nearly breathless. Let us step outside for a moment. Gao Lin offered her a tissue. Thank you. Su Yan sobbed as she turned to Lu Su. Brother Lu, could you please not kill my father just yet? He has lost most of his strength. Without food, he should starve to death soon, right? Those infected by the anomalies, like zombies, would also perish without sustenance. The thought of starvation sounded cruel. Yet Su Yan could not bear to witness someone she knew take her father's life. Push him in. I want to kill him. Lu Su acquiesced to Su Yan's request. Su Yan's mother had bound her father tightly before her suicide. He would have no chance of escape unless the room was destroyed by the anomalies, and even then, it was unlikely he would survive long enough to seize that opportunity. The group returned to the living room, and Su Yan immediately locked the master bedroom door, reasoning that even if her father managed to free himself, he would be confined within the room. "Brother Lu, where are you all headed?"
she asked.
Having previously yearned to see her parents, now that they were in dire straits, she felt lost, with survival as her only goal. However, Gao Lin and Zhou Quan, like her, were ordinary individuals without awakened abilities. If they were to escape, they might not even be able to leave the city. Thus, she sought to ascertain whether Lu Su and the others were on the same path. "To Jing City." Lu Su replied without hesitation, indicating it had been premeditated. Yet, this information was unknown to Chu Shihan. "What are you going to Jing City for?" he inquired, a frown creasing his brow. The distance between Jing City and their current location was vast, and with transportation disrupted, the journey would be fraught with hardship. All he sought was a peaceful place to retire. Lu Su, who had been sweet-talking him the night before, now uttered such words? "I'll tell you later." Lu Su responded to Chu Shihan, implying that the reason for his journey to Jing City was not meant for public knowledge. "Can we accompany you?" Su Yan asked cautiously. Gao Lin and Zhou Quan were from Jing City, and she needed to reach the fortress there to survive. Of course, if a new fortress was established by an awakened individual along the way, she might not necessarily need to go to Jing City. Luo Su gazed at the three individuals before him, acknowledging their willingness to accompany him. However, he cautioned them, "You must understand the multitude of dangers that lie ahead. The aberrations have only just begun to emerge, and I am already struggling to cope. The threats that follow will undoubtedly be even more formidable. And I cannot guarantee your safety." In moments of peril, his priority would surely be to protect Chu Shihan. "We are aware, Brother Luo. You needn't feel compelled to shield us. Simply walking alongside us suffices," Gao Lin interjected. Their perceptiveness pleased Luo Su immensely. Nevertheless, he advised, "Not everyone possesses the ability to awaken supernatural powers, yet you can enhance your physical capabilities. Given the harsh climate and the uncertainty of our departure, why not train with me for a few days? We can learn some self-defense techniques and firearm skills." His suggestion was not intended as coercion, merely a gentle nudge toward preparation. "Absolutely." The three chorused in unison, eager to learn from someone willing to teach. Gao Lin was referring to Chu Shihan when he inquired, "Will he train with us?" Luo Su turned to the seated Chu Shihan and asked, "Do you wish to practice?" "Not at all," Chu Shihan promptly declined. "It's far too hot. I have no desire to engage in any activity." Upon hearing this, Luo Su did not press the matter further and addressed the others. "Let us commence. We shall begin with horse stance." Zhou Quan and the others bore no objections to Chu Shihan's reluctance to train. After all, it was Luo Su who would be responsible for safeguarding him. Regardless of how much he lagged behind, it would not hamper their progress. Unlike Wan Ming and Han Chong, they did not believe that Chu Shihan's lack of ambition disqualified him from being in Luo Su's company. Moreover, they felt they had no right to interfere in the affairs of the couple. As Chu Shihan sat on the ground, merely observing the four individuals laboring under the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees, he felt physically unwell. He rose and approached the refrigerator, mimicking Zhou Quan's earlier action by burying his head within, seeking solace in the coolness. After enduring the oppressive heat until afternoon, when the sun finally began to set and they prepared to embark on their journey, they were astonished to find the temperature had plummeted sharply. Within just an hour, the indoor temperature had dropped to a mere few degrees. What is the meaning of this weather? Are we to suffer endlessly? Zhou Quan and Gao Lin huddled together on the sofa, seeking warmth, nearly embracing one another. Will venturing outside risk frostbite? It doesn't appear to be snowing. It should be manageable, Su Yan pondered aloud, summoning her courage to propose. "I will go out and investigate." "Wait, there's no need to go outside. Just try by the window," Luo Su suggested, opening the window and extending his hand into the cold air. He discovered that no frostbite occurred. "All is well. Now is an opportune time to travel. Miss Su, could you please find us a few down jackets? It may become even colder once night falls," he said, retracting his hand and closing the window. "Of course. I shall fetch them immediately," Su Yan responded, promptly heading to the coat closet and returning with an assortment of warm clothing, along with several lighters for Luo Su's convenience during the journey. Once properly attired, they departed the villa, armed with flashlights discovered in Su Yan's home. "The low temperature allows us to travel. We shall seek shelter once the sun rises and the poisonous rays return," Luo Su informed the others. This was the only feasible plan, as constant sunlight during the day rendered outdoor movement virtually impossible. Chapter 19. Encounters with aberrations on the night road. Their vehicle was parked outside the villa, initially intended for a swift departure. However, upon arrival, they were greeted only by a charred pile of remnants where the car had once stood. The relentless sun had melted the vehicle, yet miraculously, it had not exploded. Otherwise, the commotion would have reached them within the villa. Walking it is, then.
Fortunately,
That relentless sun indiscriminately scorched everything, even the aberrations, Zhou Quan remarked. As they traversed the path, they observed numerous carcasses of beetles and green-furred wolves scattered about. The aberrations had succumbed to the heat, their remains intact, more resilient than the melted automobile. Upon hearing Zhou Quan's commentary, Luo Su's caution heightened. If that is the case, we must exercise vigilance.
why is that?
Su Yan inquired, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of her deceased parents, rendering her unable to focus.
Zhou Guan.
Now aware of Luo Su's warning, elucidated, though the nighttime temperatures are low, they are not lethal to the aberrations. As we venture out under the cover of night, those aberrations that have been cooped up all day will likely be exceedingly active. Barely had he finished speaking when a disturbance beneath their feet became apparent.
Run.
Luo Su commanded, swiftly grasping Chu Shihan's hand and sprinting ahead. Zhou Quan and Su Yan flanked Gao Lin, managing to keep pace with Luo Su. After a brief distance, Zhou Quan glanced back, spotting blue glowing beetles emerging from the shadows. However, their movements appeared sluggish compared to their initial encounter. Brother Luo, those insects seem to fear the cold, Zhou Quan remarked, panting heavily. The thick down jackets they wore hindered their mobility. That works to our advantage, granting us ample time to escape, Luo Su replied, also casting a glance back and confirming Zhou Quan's observation. It appeared that the weather indeed acted indiscriminately, proving hostile to both humanity and aberrations alike. Are you fatigued? Would you like me to carry you? Luo Su inquired of the breathless Chu Shihan beside him. Despite having trained with Zhou Quan and the others all day, Luo Su remained vigorous, his breathing steady as they fled. No, that's unnecessary, Chu Shihan replied, though he longed for the offer. He declined, conscious of their audience. Despite his laziness, he still possessed a sense of pride. After running for a while and realizing the insects had not pursued them, they paused to rest. Chu Shihan, exhausted, leaned against Luo Su, using him as a human pillow. Why can't we find a safe place to stay indefinitely? Escaping is such a tiring endeavor, he lamented. When would his dream of a leisurely life be realized? Once we reach Jing City, we shall settle down and remain there. Luo Su comforted him while assisting him in regulating his breathing. Chu Shihan remained unaware of Luo Su's motives for heading to Jing City, but with outsiders present, he refrained from asking, choosing to keep his inquiries to himself. However, Luo Su, as one of the protagonists in this world, bore a mission of salvation and could not simply remain in one place indefinitely. Chu Shihan mused that this might be yet another reason for their eventual separation. Following the emergence of Bai Jinli, yet, since they had yet to find a suitable location, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with Luo Su, he resolved to accompany him, scouting for a potential retirement haven along the way. That should suffice. Let us continue our journey, Luo Su encouraged, giving Chu Shihan a gentle pat and helping him to stand. Zhou Quan and Su Yan were equally prompt, though Gao Lin coughed persistently as he rose. Having been injured by Wan Ming, he had not had the chance to rest properly and had endured an entire day of training with Luo Su, followed by the recent sprint. Now he found himself struggling. How are you holding up?
Can you still walk?
Should I carry you? Zhou Quan asked, mimicking Luo Su's earlier concern. Though he was shorter than Gao Lin and equally fatigued, he did not hesitate to bend down and offer assistance. No need. I can manage. I merely ran too quickly, and the wind has irritated my throat, making me uncomfortable, Gao Lin replied. Wiping the blood, he coughed onto the sleeve of his black down jacket. The darkness concealed the evidence. I'll support you. The insects aren't pursuing us, so we need not run, Zhou Quan said, draping Gao Lin's arm over his shoulder as they continued on their way. In order to care for them and allow Chu Shihan some respite, Luo Su slowed his pace. Yet, despite this, Gao Lin's coughing worsened. After barely 2 hours, He could no longer continue. Zhou Quan refrained from asking any questions this time and simply accompanied Su Yan as they dragged him along. To make matters worse, at that moment, the aberrations launched an attack. Not only did beetles swarm from the ground, but a rift also opened in the sky, unleashing green-haired wolves that plummeted down upon them. We stood back to back, ready to confront the impending threat, with Gao Lin positioned in the center. After Lu Su finished speaking, he turned to Zhou Quan and Su Yan, inquiring, "Do you still remember the moves I taught you during the day?" Drawing their daggers and preparing for defense, he emphasized that the key was not necessarily to kill the aberrations, but rather to avoid being touched by them. As long as they could inflict wounds on the aberrations with their daggers, he could take care of the rest. "Brother Lu, we remember." Zhou Quan and Su Yan both drew their daggers from their backpacks. The daggers were the ones Lu Su had instructed them to practice with earlier, which Su Yan had retrieved from her home. After their training, he had instructed them to keep them at hand. Larger weapons were cumbersome for fleeing, making daggers the most convenient choice. Chu Shihan had not practiced during the day and thus did not have a dagger. Anticipating this, Lu Su had prepared for him as well. However, when he reached into his bag to hand over the dagger, he noticed Chu Shihan slowly pulling out a kitchen knife instead. Lu Su raised an eyebrow. Sensing his gaze, Chu Shihan turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just grabbed it while I was getting spices from the kitchen." At that moment, Wan Ming had only seen him packing spices and had no idea he was preparing for an outdoor cookout. "Very astute," Lu Su praised. Just as they exchanged words, the beetles, which were relatively close, charged towards them. Zhou Quan and Su Yan trembled in fear, but dared not retreat a single step. Employing the techniques Lu Su had taught them to confront the beetles, the low temperature had afflicted the insects with a debuff, causing their movements to slow, allowing the duo to manage for the time being. Meanwhile, Lu Su wielded his dagger to slash at the beetles while employing his psychic abilities, swiftly dispatching those in the front ranks. At that moment, the green-haired wolves had also landed, perhaps due to their recent descent from the sky. They had yet to be affected by the low temperature, moving much faster than the beetles. The wolves pounced from all directions, instilling terror in Zhou Quan and Su Yan, who found themselves nearly unable to maintain their grip on their daggers upon witnessing the fearsome sight. While the beetles were a higher tier of aberration than the wolves, the pair could confront the beetles, but were paralyzed by fear at the sight of the wolves. "Don't dawdle," Chu Shihan reminded from the side, brandishing the kitchen knife in a show of bravado, though he had yet to take any action. His quiet encouragement jolted Zhou Quan and Su Yan back to reality, prompting them to thrust their daggers forward. However, their movements were too slow, allowing the wolves to evade their attacks. Lu Su was preoccupied with the wolves before him, unable to assist them. His psychic abilities could be activated without direct confrontation, but they required the wolves to be wounded by Zhou Quan and Su Yan first. If they failed to land a hit, Lu Su would be unable to aid them. Gao Lin, encircled by several foes, was overwhelmed with self-reproach, loathing his own impotence for being a hindrance at such a critical moment. If only he possessed psychic abilities, Zhou Quan and the others would not find themselves in such a perilous situation. As he gazed at the green-haired wolves in front of Zhou Quan and Su Yan, his eyes burned with determination, as if a fire had ignited within him. The next moment, he saw one of the wolves lunging at Zhou Quan, and with a sudden motion, he raised his hand, unleashing a fireball that struck the wolf squarely. Chapter 20. A Rain of Arrows. As the green-haired wolf was sent flying ablaze, Zhou Quan's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to look at Gao Lin. Gao Lin's hand remained suspended in midair, unyielding. "You awakened your powers?" Zhou Quan's voice was barely above a whisper, as if concerned that speaking too loudly might frighten something away. Gao Lin stared incredulously at his hand. "It seems so." As he spoke, the heavy sensation in his chest dissipated, his abilities mending his injuries. "Now that you have awakened, stand and fight," Lu Su urged, his lack of surprise evident as he glanced back to encourage Gao Lin. Gao Lin hastily sprang to his feet, taking his place beside Zhou Quan to confront the aberrations alongside them. Yet even with an additional psychic user in the fray, the situation remained dire. The aberrations continued to multiply, with one batch falling only to be replaced by another. Moreover, Gao Lin, having just awakened his powers, struggled to wield them effectively. His mental stamina had not yet been tested, and after a few attempts, he began to feel fatigued. Despite the blood streaming from his nose, he refused to back down, desperately utilizing his powers against the aberrations. His fireballs inflicted minimal damage, merely singeing the aberrations rather than killing them outright. However, with Lu Su present, this was not a significant concern. The issue lay in Lu Su's abilities being at level 2, while he was more adept than Gao Lin. His mental energy would inevitably be depleted. And yet, the aberrations kept surging forth, seemingly endless. Gao Lin, you should take a break, Zhou Quan urged. Seeing the blood trickling from Gao Lin's nose, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet, if Gao Lin relaxed even for a moment, the aberrations would overwhelm them, leaving them unable to cope. The uninjured aberrations would only fall to Lu Su's powers, which could only eliminate those directly in front of him and Chu Shihan. Chu Shihan remained well protected by Lu Su, his kitchen knife still sealed and unused. However, upon witnessing the dire situation with Gao Lin, his brow furrowed slightly. Gao Lin had completely exhausted his abilities, blood pouring from all 7 orifices, his hands drooping as he leaned forward toward the horde of aberrations. Zhou Quan, in a panic, hurled his dagger, positioning himself in front of Gao Lin, embracing him and exposing his back to the aberrations in a bid to shield him from harm. At that moment, Su Yan, paralyzed with fear, stood frozen in place, clutching her dagger. Just as Chu Shihan prepared to raise his hand to assist them, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from above. The aberrations surrounding them were suddenly frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Su swiftly dispatched the immobilized aberrations, and 2 cards glowing with blue light materialized in the air. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" A frantic voice suddenly called out, prompting the group to turn toward the source, revealing Bai Jinli and Han Chong, who had become separated from them the previous day.
Wow.
That was an incredible display of teamwork, Zhou Quan exclaimed, relieved to see all the aberrations laid to waste. Bai Jinli approached with a concerned expression, while Han Chong wore a look of disdain, directed primarily at Chu Shihan. "Thank you," Lu Su said to Bai Jinli. "I just acquired 2 cards. Please take them." Though such cards were rare, he would never seize what did not belong to him, especially after Bai Jinli and Han Chong had just saved them. "Jinli, your luck is unbelievable. You just got a skill card last night, and now you've scored 2 more. Han Chong exclaimed excitedly. The skill card Bai Jinli received the previous night was the freezing ability he had just utilized. At that moment, he was thoroughly impressed by Bai Jinli who, despite his seemingly frail appearance, possessed both strength and fortune, not to mention loyalty. However, Bai Jinli did not immediately claim the cards but graciously stated, "I merely sealed the aberrations. These 2 cards should belong to you." Upon hearing this, Han Chong felt a pang of regret. If Bai Jinli declined, it meant Lu Su would undoubtedly benefit, and ultimately, it would favor Chu Shihan, who remained powerless. Yet, considering his future association with Bai Jinli, he decided to endure this time, knowing there would be more opportunities to acquire better cards later on. As Lu Su heard Bai Jinli's words, he turned around and took the 2 cards. Without a moment's hesitation, he handed one over to him, suggesting, "Shall we each take one?" Since he was the last to strike the mutated creature, the right to claim the cards rightfully belonged to him. "All right," Bai Jinli replied, accepting the card without any reluctance. Zhou Quan supported Gao Lin towards Lu Su, urging, "Brother Lu, quickly see what it is." Having previously acquired a worthless card, Zhou Quan felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Chu Shihan also craned his neck to see the card in Lu Su's hand. Then, they all beheld the card which boldly declared in familiar characters, "A paper umbrella." The subsequent line of smaller text read, "A completely useless rice paper umbrella. It isn't even an oil paper umbrella. It won't hurt anyone when used as a weapon. Perhaps it could be utilized to start a fire." The group was left speechless. Before their emotions could settle, they heard Han Chong exclaim excitedly from the front, "Jinli, you've got another skill card." Han Chong merely glanced at the card, which proclaimed, "Rain of Arrows." This clearly seemed like an impressive skill. However, his smile faltered as he read the small print that followed, which effectively stifled his joy. The small text stated, "Put down that smile. This is not a skill, but a bow that can shoot 1,000 arrows. You may fire one at a time, or unleash a barrage of arrows." Han Chong was left speechless. Nevertheless, Bai Jinli maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, although it's not a skill card, it's still a formidable weapon card. 1,000 arrows can certainly slay numerous mutated creatures. Unfortunately, I don't know how to shoot. Brother Han, do you? Han Chong shook his head, his expression downcast. I don't. I only learned how to shoot a gun from Lu Su before the apocalypse. As for archery, without dedicated practice, one cannot truly master it.
Besides,
With such a limited number of arrows, if one cannot aim accurately, it would be a waste of the card. Bai Jinli seemed unsurprised by his answer and looked up to Lu Su, asking, Brother Lu, can you shoot arrows? We received a weapon card called Rain of Arrows. He then handed the card over for Lu Su and the others to see and curiously inquired, what did you all get? Is it a skill? It's a useless card. If you don't want this Rain of Arrows, I can trade with you, Lu Su said, presenting his card to Bai Jinli. Bai Jinli and Han Chong exchanged glances at the card labeled a paper umbrella, their expressions revealing their unspoken thoughts. Little did they know, Lu Su had already received a card like this before. Brother Lu, you all should keep it. Han Chong and I are ability users and can protect ourselves, he implied, suggesting that Lu Su's group was in greater need of cards. However, even this paper umbrella could not serve as a means of self-defense, and they begrudged carrying it. Chu Shihan took back the card, scrutinizing its description, pondering that since such a card existed, it must have some utility. Could it truly just be for lighting fires? Shihan, you should take this card, Lu Su said, handing the Rain of Arrows to Chu Shihan. The others, including Bai Jinli and Han Chong, were momentarily taken aback by his action. Could Chu Shihan, who appeared so frail, really draw a bow? Yet Lu Su remarked, I remember you can shoot arrows.
what?
Chu Shihan can shoot arrows? The group was astonished, unaware of this hidden skill. Chu Shihan himself was surprised. He had only used a bow once in front of Lu Su long ago, and he was astonished that Lu Su still remembered. Back then, when they were not yet together, he had admired Lu Su's looks and could not directly express his intentions, so he had orchestrated encounters in places Lu Su frequented. Lu Su attended an archery club to learn, yet, despite his innate talent in various subjects, he struggled with archery. When Chu Shihan saw him consistently missing the target, he could not resist demonstrating. A casual pull of an arrow had left a lasting impression on Lu Su. It had been a long time since Chu Shihan had practiced. He must have regressed significantly. Nevertheless, he accepted the card along with the paper umbrella. You can really shoot arrows? How about showing us? Han Chong questioned, skeptical. He doubted that Lu Su would protect Chu Shihan, as he did not believe someone so seemingly inept could actually shoot arrows. Earlier, Lu Su and Bai Jinli had worked together to slay a number of mutated creatures, causing some to slowly retreat, as if sensing fear. They could still see the distant blue glowing beetles, while guns could no longer reach them. Han Chong thought that someone who could shoot arrows might be able to hit those creatures. He pointed into the distance, suggesting, how about you take down one of those beetles? Chu Shihan offered him the Rain of Arrows, saying, if you're capable, you should give it a try. His straightforwardness made Han Chong hesitate, not daring to accept the card. Bai Jinli stepped in as a mediator, saying, Shihan, don't take offense. Han Chong sometimes speaks without thinking. Just keep the card. Brother Lu believes in you, and so do we. Thus, Bai Jinli placed his trust in Lu Su rather than Chu Shihan. Chu Shihan raised an eyebrow, finding Bai Jinli quite intriguing. Just the night before, Han Chong had been a subordinate to Lu Su, yet now, in front of Lu Su, Bai Jinli treated Han Chong as if he belonged to him. Nevertheless, as the card was still Bai Jinli's gift, he thanked him politely. Bai Jinli was merely one of the protagonists in this world, not his enemy, as long as the other party did not provoke him. He was disinclined to engage in conflicts. Let us move. We must find a place to shield ourselves from the sun before dawn, Lu Su said, ignoring Han Chong's outburst. He then turned to Gao Lin, inquiring, are you alright? If you can't move, we can find a place to rest nearby. Gao Lin was leaning heavily against Zhou Quan. Upon hearing Lu Su's words, he slowly lifted his head, murmuring, I should still be. However, before he could finish his sentence, he closed his eyes and collapsed. Zhou Quan was startled and lost his balance, tumbling down alongside Gao Lin. Gao Lin? What's wrong? Wake up. You can't just die after just awakening your powers. That would be such a loss. Zhou Quan exclaimed, shaking Gao Lin's face. Bai Jinli stepped forward, placing a hand on Gao Lin's arm, activating his foresight ability to confirm that Gao Lin would not perish here. He reassured Zhou Quan, don't worry, he won't die. Given his condition, he should be experiencing something akin to what Brother Lu did before. His powers are upgrading.
Huh.
Zhou Quan was taken aback. But he just awakened his powers. Is he already leveling up? Lu Su interjected, explaining, he has been continuously using his abilities, depleting his mental energy. This can indeed trigger an upgrade. However, this is only possible at lower levels. To grow stronger, one must rely on defeating mutated creatures to obtain skill cards of the same attribute. For instance, if Gao Lin encounters a fire attribute skill card next time and doesn't he wish to learn that skill, he can consume the card to enhance his own powers. If he chooses to learn the skill on the card, he will not be able to learn other skills of the same attribute thereafter. Any future cards of that attribute will only serve for upgrades. Mr. Hao mentioned that if powers upgrade automatically, one would need to be unconscious for 2 to 3 days. So, we must find a place to settle for now, Zhou Quan said to Lu Su. Before Lu Su could respond, Zhou Quan added, if Brother Lu is pressed for time, you can go ahead. I can take him to find a place to rest. He did not want to delay Lu Su's journey because of himself and Gao Lin. It's no trouble. It won't take long, Lu Su replied unconcerned. As he stepped forward to help Zhou Quan lift Gao Lin, Zhou Quan expressed his gratitude profusely to Su Yan, who in turn aligned herself with Zhou Quan and Gao Lin. Should Lu Su and Chu Shihen decide to depart, she would undoubtedly remain with Zhou Quan to care for Gao Lin. Lu Su's choice to wait for Gao Lin to awaken before continuing their journey was not solely motivated by benevolence. Gao Lin had now awakened his supernatural abilities, which were of a notably aggressive fire attribute, thereby providing an additional layer of protection for the entire team. Traveling together was potentially safer than if he were to venture alone with Chu Shihen. Currently, all of their abilities were at levels 1 and 2, making solo efforts ineffective. Cooperation within the team was essential. Although Bai Jinli and Han Chong had joined, Lu Su did not regard them as temporary allies, as their prior abandonment of him for Chu Shihen indicated they could do so again. What he truly needed were teammates who would not turn their backs on Chu Shihen. After more than an hour of travel, they stumbled upon a village. Having traversed through the night, they had exited the city and reached the outskirts. The village was enveloped in an eerie silence, shrouded in darkness, leaving them uncertain of the presence of any living souls. They did not venture deeply into the village, but instead sought refuge in an undamaged bungalow at the entrance. Upon entering, they discovered green liquid smeared across the walls, clearly a sign of an invasion by the green-furred wolves. Let us check around to see if we can repair any of the damaged areas. Chu Shihen and I will inspect the upstairs, Lu Su instructed, pulling Chu Shihen along with him. As they ascended, the door to the upstairs living room was broken. The moment Lu Su stepped inside, an infected individual lunged at him, only to be swiftly kicked out. In a flash, he advanced, plunging his dagger into the creature's skull. Chu Shihen stood at the doorway, illuminating the scene for him. Their unspoken understanding was remarkable. Lu Su proceeded to examine the 3 rooms upstairs, confirming their safety before summoning everyone from downstairs. The upstairs was relatively secure, with only the door being damaged. Otherwise, the doors and windows of the remaining rooms were intact. After announcing their findings, Lu Su discarded the infected body out of the window. Zhou Quan and Su Yan chose one room, laying the unconscious Gao Lin on the bed. Su Yan remained by the bedside, while Zhou Quan returned to the living room to discuss arrangements. You and Gao Lin will share a room for easier care. Su Yan will have her own room, while Bai Jinli and Han Chong will share another. Does that division work for you? Lu Su inquired. Zhou Quan and Su Yan had no objections. They had grown accustomed to Lu Su's arrangements. However, Bai Jinli and Han Chong had differing opinions. Bai Jinli questioned Lu Su, there are only 3 rooms. After we divide them, what about you two? We will rest on the sofa. I'll take the night watch. Lu Su replied. That won't do. Let Shihen rest in the room. Us 3 superpowered individuals can take turns on night watch in the living room. Bai Jinli gently proposed. Before Lu Su could decline, he heard Chu Shihen agree. All right, that will be a burden for you all. With a bed available, why would he sleep on the sofa? He was not worried about any potential developments between Lu Su and Bai Jinli in his absence. After all, Both were protagonists in this world and possessed a fundamental sense of honor. As long as he remained alive, even if their hearts were entwined, they would not act against him. However, Lu Su took the opportunity to add, "Then I will rest with Shi Hen first. You two will take turns watching tonight. And I will switch with Shi Hen tomorrow night." Chu Shi Hen nearly whistled in appreciation. This man certainly understood how to avoid awkwardness. With Lu Su's words lingering in the air, Bai Jinli felt compelled to acquiesce. Yet this arrangement deepened Han Chong's disdain for Chu Shi Hen. Lu Su pulled Chu Shi Hen into the room with considerable strength, effortlessly pushing him onto the bed with one hand while locking the door behind him with the other. "What are you doing?" Chu Shi Hen was about to rise when Lu Su's imposing figure loomed over him. "Do you mean to imply that during our camp by the river, Wan Ming mentioned my relationship with Bai Jinli?"
Lu Su queried.
His chin captured by Lu Su's grip. "What relationship?" Chu Shi Hen feigned ignorance. The room was dim, illuminated only by the flashlight Lu Su had casually placed on the bedside table. The beam cast a bewitching glow upon Chu Shi Hen's striking features, enhancing his allure. Lu Su watched, his breath becoming noticeably heavier. Wan Ming declared he wanted to break up, but failed to provide a reason. Lu Su drew closer, his warm breath brushing against Chu Shi Hen's face. From this angle, Chu Shi Hen beheld Lu Su's visage as Lu Su regarded his. The flashlight's glow illuminated half of each of their faces as it streamed between them. He grasped Lu Su's collar, asserting, "Of course, I trust you completely. To push me away like that, you must be quite confident." Lu Su's voice was low and resonant. Chu Shi Hen's hands rose, encircling Lu Su's neck. "How could I bear to do that? I merely wished to test the waters." There was a hint of resignation in his tone. If Lu Su was destined for a relationship with Bai Jinli, perhaps it was better to facilitate their union sooner rather than prolonging his own reluctance to part ways. Should Lu Su show even a flicker of interest in Bai Jinli, he would leave immediately, refusing to entangle himself further. "No need for testing. I appreciate your non-confrontational nature," Lu Su declared before leaning down to seal Chu Shi Hen's lips with his own. As Chu Shi Hen reciprocated, his mind lingered on Lu Su's words. A non-confrontational nature? Indeed, Lu Su had chosen well, for he dreaded complications. His sole desire was to find a picturesque place to retire, where he could peacefully await death, ideally in a locale that could serve as his final resting place. Due to his mistrust of those keeping watch in the living room, coupled with the undeniable insecurity of their surroundings, they refrained from proceeding to the final step of intimacy, instead lying down to rest. At that moment, an ethereal and eerie laughter echoed through the air. "Time for the bugs to awaken," the voice proclaimed. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Su leaped from the bed and rushed to the window. Chu Shi Hen, recognizing the familiar voice, furrowed his brow tightly. It seemed his dream of a peaceful retirement was about to shatter. "Luca, did you hear that? Look at the night sky." Bai Jinli shouted from outside while knocking on the door. At that moment, Lu Su caught sight of the night sky. A massive clown face abruptly emerged against the pitch-black backdrop, adorned with an unsettlingly mocking grin. The clown repeated, "Time for the bugs to awaken," thrice, as if summoning the entire world to consciousness. "Had it not been for that insufferable thief stealing my time, you bugs would not have such an opportunity for self-preservation.
Now,
observe the rules for yourselves, and I wish you all an early demise, bugs." The clown's taunts were so infuriating that even someone as composed as Lu Su felt the urge to leap into the air and kick the creature. However, he lacked the power and opportunity to do so, for after delivering his mocking message, the clown's visage faded, revealing several lines of glowing white characters in the sky. As Chu Shi Hen slowly approached the window, though he could not see the clown's face, he could vividly imagine it. The rules of the scenario were as follows. 1. Each team may consist of only 5 members at a time. Any excess will be randomly assigned to teams, and those within a range of 500 will be regarded as a single team. Article 2. Each dungeon will invariably pull in at least one team, with the maximum number of participants determined by the difficulty level of the dungeon. The greater the challenge, the more individuals involved. Article 3. Those who conquer the dungeon will be rewarded, yet death within the dungeon will result in death in the real world as well. Article 4. Upon entering the dungeon, the flow of time in the real world will come to a standstill. Article 5. Dungeons will open once every 7 days. with forced entry and no option to decline. The 5 rules will manifest and vanish within a span of less than a minute. Immediately thereafter, a countdown appeared in the night sky. 5, 4, 3, 2. The moment Lu Su caught sight of the countdown, he grasped Chu Shihan's hand tightly. While he harbored no fear of the unexpectedly materializing dungeon, the thought of being separated from Chu Shihan as they entered filled him with dread. How would Chu Shihan survive alone in the dungeon? The mere idea of not entering the same dungeon sent Lu Su into a panic, his grip on Chu Shihan trembling. Observing his distress, Chu Shihan softly reassured him, "I will strive to return safely to meet you." No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped him, and he distinctly felt Lu Su's hand slip from his grasp in that final moment. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Shihan was greeted by a brilliant scene. Finding himself by the bank of a crystal-clear stream, surrounded by picturesque mountains and waters, evoking a surreal sense of being worlds apart. It had only been a few days since the onset of the apocalypse in the real world. Upon recognizing the familiar landscape, a deep frown etched itself upon Chu Shihan's handsome face. He silently intoned, "Open the store." In response, a system store materialized before him, featuring 3 categories at the top: personal store, basic store, and trading store. A glance at the personal store revealed that all his previous items remained intact, with a point balance displayed at the bottom. His points totaled 99.99. The basic store, as the name implies, offered essential items such as ability upgrade cards, food, and weapons, trivial to him, yet coveted by those outside the realm of infinite games. Regrettably, lacking points rendered him unable to indulge in his desires. The final trading store was unfamiliar to Chu Shihan. Upon exploring it, he discovered it permitted the sale of skill cards and even designated transactions. Chapter 23. Encountering a chatterbox. After closing the store, Chu Shihan noticed the countdown for the dungeon above him, alongside the task he was to undertake. The countdown marked 48 hours or 2 days, with the mission being to assist the people of Qinghe village in eliminating the venomous demon yam that disrupted their lives. Chu Shihan lay despondently upon a rock by the river, wishing to languish until the countdown concluded. He could not fathom why, having retired to a life of leisure, this wretched infinite world would summon him back to traverse the path he had already walked. The outside world lay in ruins, and yet they demanded individuals to brave the dungeons. Was this madness? This world was indeed deranged. Moreover, in his nightmares, the 2 male leads had never faced dungeons in this infinite world. Could it be that his survival as a mere cannon fodder had triggered this chain reaction? Yet what was wrong with striving to live? Even as a minor character, he possessed the right to exist, did he not? The more Chu Shihan pondered, the more vexed he became. Suddenly, a voice in the distance caught his attention. "Hey, there seems to be someone lying ahead. Let us go ask if they came from the real world." Chu Shihan retrieved a red and black patterned fox mask from his personal store, donning it to obscure his face. Given that he and Lu Su had been forcibly separated upon entering the dungeon, it was highly likely they were not in the same instance. Without Lu Su to shield him, it would be impossible for him to continue blending in. "Hello? Are you awake?" came the voice of a girl once more. Chu Shihan sat up and spotted 2 girls huddled together not far off. They appeared quite young. Likely college students. "I come from the real world," he declared without waiting for them to inquire further. Upon hearing his words, both girls beamed with delight. The girl who had spoken earlier bravely stepped forward, extending her hand towards Chu Shihan. "Hello, I'm Hijia, and this is my good friend Meng Sini." Hijia had long hair, a sweet appearance, and a petite stature, speaking with great politeness. In contrast, the taller Meng Sini, with her short hair, stood a head above Hijia, approximately 1.75 meters tall, merely nodding at Chu Shihan without approaching. However, Chu Shihan noted her slight forward shift. If he made any threatening moves towards Hijia, she would undoubtedly spring into action. "Greetings," Chu Shihan replied coolly, refraining from shaking hands or revealing his name. Hijia, sensing his aloofness, felt a bit awkward and retreated after a brief smile, not pressing him for further questions. At that moment, 2 men approached from the opposite side. One was tall and muscular, clutching a rock, while the other, a rather frail and scholarly-looking man, was clearly being coerced by the taller one. Hands raised in a gesture of surrender. The imposing man, clad in camouflage attire, bore a scar across his face and had dark skin, giving him a somewhat intimidating presence. The captive man, though shorter, maintained a demeanor devoid of fear even in his predicament. "You come from the real world too, don't you?" the scarred man inquired, his gaze fixating on He Jia and Meng Sini with an unabashed intensity that would make anyone uneasy. His rude questioning was met with silence from the three. Inciting his anger, he kicked the scholarly man aside and strode towards the two girls. "I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Or do you think I want to hurt you?" Before he could finish, Meng Sini retaliated with a kick to his abdomen. The scarred man stumbled, losing his footing on the river-slick stones, and fell unceremoniously onto his rear. The comical nature of his fall prompted He Jia to stifle a laugh, while Meng Sini maintained a serious expression, positioning herself protectively in front of He Jia. "You filthy beteach, how dare you strike me?" the scarred man fumed, rising to confront Meng Sini with clenched fists. At that moment, the scholarly man, now back on his feet, interjected, "The dungeon countdown is only 2 days. We know nothing yet. Are you sure you want to turn on your allies?" The scarred man halted, momentarily pausing in front of Meng Sini. However, she did not heed his warning, seizing his arm and executing a shoulder throw. The impact left the scarred man groaning on the ground, unable to rise. "I refuse to team up with such a person. We're leaving," Meng Sini declared, taking He Jia by the hand and leading her along the only path beside the river. "You can't leave. Wait until I recover. I'll make you pay," the scarred man shouted, but before he could finish, Chu Shihan delivered a swift kick that rendered him unconscious. Stepping over the fallen man, Chu Shihan followed the two girls along the path. The scholarly man glanced at the incapacitated scarred man and then at Chu Shihan's cool demeanor before hastening to catch up. "Excuse me, please wait a moment," he called out as he ran. "I'm Ling Ji. Before entering the dungeon, I was fleeing with my companions in Xia City. What about you?" Chu Shihan halted and turned to regard him. "How is it that you alone entered? Did your companions also get separated into different dungeons? Are they also unfortunate souls like you?" After reviewing the rules, I was eager to test whether I could encounter individuals from different regions while venturing into the dungeon alone. Upon opening his eyes, he had not yet acclimatized to his surroundings when he stumbled upon a scar-faced man. Initially, he felt a surge of excitement at meeting a kindred spirit and wished to inquire about the man's origin. However, the scar-faced man was brash and unreasonable, demanding that he surrender his skill card. When he failed to comply, he was taken hostage. I entered the dungeon in Chuan City. Chu Shihan alleviated Ling Ji's confusion. It was impressive that Ling Ji could think of such a layer in such an urgent situation. Clearly, he possessed a sharp intellect. Indeed, after this, individuals from different regions could exchange information upon entering the dungeon. After Ling Ji finished speaking, he asked Chu Shihan, "What is the situation in Chuan City? Has a rescue team been dispatched? What types of aberrations have emerged in your area?" He had intended to ask if anyone had obtained a skill card, but given the sensitivity surrounding skill cards, it was prudent to refrain from such inquiries to avoid treatment akin to that of the scar-faced man. "It's not good currently. There is no rescue team, and the only aberrations present are the green-furred wolves and blue beetles." There was no need to conceal this information, so Chu Shihan shared it all. Ling Ji nodded, noting it was the same situation as in Xia City. "What about the weather there? Is the temperature difference between day and night particularly drastic? The sun during the day can be lethal, while the cold at night could freeze a person to death." "Yes," Chu Shihan replied succinctly, though Ling Ji continued to speak endlessly. Despite appearing genteel and refined, he turned out to be quite the chatterbox. Even more surprising to Chu Shihan was Ling Ji's immediate revelation of a rather astonishing piece of information. "Do you have a card called a paper umbrella? I've heard that the umbrella summoned by this card can shield one from the scorching sun during the day, preventing sunburn." Chapter 24. The Suspicious Konjac Village. Chu Shihan had speculated that the paper umbrella must possess some hidden function, not merely the uselessness described on its surface. However, he had not yet had the opportunity to experiment with it before being drawn into the dungeon. He never anticipated that the paper umbrella could indeed block the searing sun. After exchanging basic information with Ling Ji, Chu Shihan thought the conversation might finally come to a halt, but unexpectedly, Ling Ji steered the topic back to the dungeon task. "Fox brother, what are your thoughts on the dungeon mission?" Chu Shihan refrained from revealing his name, and Ling Ji addressed him based on the fox mask he wore. Chu Shihan responded with a roll of his eyes, glancing upward. Ling Ji paused for a moment. I was asking if you have any clues? What clues could we have before even entering the village? Chu Shihan retorted, though he indeed had some, he simply did not wish to share. I've conducted a preliminary analysis. Would you like to hear it? Ling Ji sensed Chu Shihan's impatience. Not interested, Chu Shihan bluntly refused, effectively stifling Ling Ji's torrent of words. It doesn't seem quite right for us to be so direct on our first meeting, Ling Ji suggested tactfully. Chu Shihan shot back. It seems even less appropriate for you to be so talkative on our first encounter. I suppose that's true, Ling Ji conceded, nodding in agreement. As they traveled along the path, Ling Ji finally fell silent, granting Chu Shihan some respite. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they saw two girls who had arrived earlier conversing with a laborer returning home. Behind the laborer stood a crooked sign that read Konjac Village. Noticing the village's name was related to their task, Ling Ji could not help but whisper to Chu Shihan, they call it Konjac Village. And our mission is to eliminate the poisonous konjac. Could it be that the konjac they cultivate has mutated? After all, having come from the post-apocalyptic world, it was only natural for their thoughts to be ahead of the curve. It seems likely, Chu Shihan replied. As they approached, they overheard the laborer, wielding a hoe, express his irritation. There's nothing entertaining in our village. You should go play elsewhere. The old man thinks we're here for vacation, Ling Ji murmured to Chu Shihan. Chu Shihan remained silent. The girl in front, Hijia, smiled and explained, Sir, please forgive us. We are not here to play. We merely happened to get lost on our way and, with nightfall approaching, we kindly request permission to stay overnight in your village. Their mission was to assist the villagers in eradicating the poisonous konjac, and with no information at hand, it was imperative to enter the village for reconnaissance.
No.
Our village does not accommodate outsiders, the laborer firmly refused. Ling Ji then remarked to Chu Shihan, based on my previous gaming experiences, this NPC's refusal to let us enter the village surely indicates that we have not completed a prerequisite task. Could there have been a clue by the riverside that we overlooked? Ling Ji pondered, stroking his chin in thought. Chu Shihan shot him an exasperated glance. The laborer simply did not want them to enter the village and meet a grim fate. Shall we return to the riverbank to search for clues? Ling Ji suggested to the two girls. Seeing the laborer's resolute demeanor, the girls, influenced by Ling Ji's words, were about to turn when a few individuals emerged from the village, led by an elderly man with white hair and beard. Ernyo, what are you doing? Have you been rude to our guests again? The old man, with a sharp, monkey-like visage, pushed Ernyo aside and then cheerfully welcomed the newcomers. You came to visit,
Didn't you?
please come in. Our Konjac village boasts beautiful scenery, and we even have inns for your stay. Compared to Ernyo, the village chief's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, which made the two girls and Ling Ji feel a sense of unease. Should we go in? Hijia turned back to inquire about Chu Shihan and Ling Ji's thoughts. The village chief interjected, since you've come this far, you must certainly come in and take a look. Please do not hesitate. The other three hesitated. But Chu Shihan strode confidently into the village, passing the village chief, whom he kindly reminded, we have another companion asleep by the riverside. Could you please send someone to bring him back? Asleep? The village chief immediately grinned. That is splendid. I'll send someone to fetch him right away. You gather a few people to accompany me to the riverbank, while you take these guests to the inn to check in. Do we have to pay for the inn? Ling Ji asked the others. The two girls shook their heads. In this post-apocalyptic world, who would carry money? However, Ling Ji quickly realized, wait. Have you checked your personal inventory? I suspect the currency in games is points, not actual money. We checked, but we currently have no points, Hijia lamented. They had just entered the dungeon. They would need to complete the dungeon to earn points. A villager leading the way chimed in, guests are just that. We do not charge for lodging. Indeed, we do not charge for lodging, only for lives, Chu Shihan thought to himself. Upon hearing the villagers say they would not charge, the three felt a sense of relief, but then the loquacious Ling Ji asked, why is your village called Konjac Village? Do you grow a lot of konjac here? Yet, as they entered, they had seen no konjac along the roadside. The villager, hearing this question, grew somewhat displeased. Why do you ask that? We do not cultivate konjac here. This was perplexing. If there was no konjac, why name the village after it? With such questions swirling in their minds, the three bewildered newcomers, along with Chu Shihan, were led to an inn. This inn looks quite nice. After touring the premises, Hee-ja exclaimed with excitement. Especially after struggling for days in the post-apocalyptic world, seeing such comfortable accommodations brought them to the brink of tears. After the villagers escorted them, they departed, promising to bring dinner later. Chu Shihan, accepting the situation, reclined on the sofa in the hall. Ling Ji peeked outside the guest house to confirm the villager had indeed left before returning inside. It struck him as peculiar. The houses in the village appeared dilapidated, yet this guest house seemed remarkably new, as if it had only recently been renovated. Ling Ji sensed an air of suspicion permeating the village. Indeed, the villager had just prohibited their inquiries about the devil's taro, while their mission was to eradicate this very toxic plant. Hee-ja chimed in, echoing Ling Ji's thoughts. Meng Jiai soon joined their discussion, and the trio conversed for quite some time before realizing that one of their companions had been idly sitting by. They all turned to look at Chu Shihan, who was sound asleep beneath his mask. Could he possibly think he was on a vacation? Ling Ji gazed at him, incredulous. Hee-ja then raised another issue. Hadn't this masked fellow instructed the village chief to fetch that lewd man? Why had he yet to be brought back? Chapter 25. None were missing. As darkness fell, the villagers delivered dinner, yet the scarred-faced man was still absent, which left Ling Ji and the two girls feeling uneasy. Should we finish our meal and go look for him? Hee-ja suggested. The village isn't large. Perhaps he has taken refuge elsewhere. Is there a clinic? Could he have been injured and sent there? Meng Sinny nodded. All right, I'll accompany you. Ling Ji added, a lack of personnel may impede our mission's progress. And given that half the day has passed without any leads, it seems we might as well forego sleep tonight. Each of them voiced their opinions, then turned to the quietly dining Chu Shihan. The meal the villagers provided was a delightful mix of dishes, and the rice was fragrant. Although time in the real world seemed to be at a standstill, their bodies had undeniably entered the instance, with all senses intact. With such a feast before them, it was only natural to savor it. Hey, Fox brother, can we not be more involved? This is a team endeavor, and we must pool our efforts to succeed. Our time is running short. Ling Ji's blood pressure surged as he witnessed Chu Shihan's apparent indifference. Oh, my opinion is against going out. It's dark, and preserving our lives is paramount to clearing the instance. Chu Shihan exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of one who would move only when nudged. However, his suggestion was hardly worth mentioning. If we don't see clues tonight, by the time we wake at 6 tomorrow morning, we will have wasted at least 9 hours. We only have 48 hours. Hee-ja was so anxious, she could scarcely eat. In the apocalypse, they had worried about scarcity. Now, within the instance, they had food but feared for their survival. The mission doesn't specify that the entire team must clear it. That scarred man clearly has no interest in successfully completing the instance. Why concern ourselves with him? Chu Shihan, having finished his meal, set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth, inquiring. It's about finding clues while also searching for him, Hee-ja clarified. Honestly, as long as it doesn't hinder our task, if the scarred face dies, it serves him right. Are you truly unconcerned about our mission as success? Ling Ji scrutinized the mask on Chu Shihan's face. While he was curious about why the other wore a mask within the instance, after all, they were all strangers. He refrained from voicing his curiosity, respecting each individual's privacy. I'm not worried because I can accomplish it, Chu Shihan replied, rising to his feet. I'm going to rest in my room now. His calm demeanor caused Ling Ji to furrow his brow slightly. Hee-ja asked, Ling-go, should we heed his advice? Chu Shihan exuded an enigmatic yet unreliable aura, leaving her uncertain about whether to follow his counsel. Let us listen to him. Let us survive the night and assess the situation in the morning, Ling Ji decided, communicating with the two girls before retreating to his room. A night passed, and when the four awoke the next day, the sun had already risen. The villagers arrived punctually with breakfast, and upon seeing the four gathered at the table, their eyes widened with palpable fear. None of you went out last night? The villager stammered. Ling Ji seized on the villager's unusual demeanor, countering, what's wrong? Were we supposed to go out? He had expected to feel anxious about sleeping during such limited time, yet once his head hit the pillow, he had succumbed to slumber, only to awaken at dawn. Observing the villager's reaction, He began to suspect that Chu Shihan's approach might have been correct. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, the moon was splendid last night. I found it strange you didn't go out to admire it, the villager hastily provided an excuse. However, Ling Ji seized on the flaw in his statement. We may not have left the guest house, but that doesn't imply we couldn't enjoy the moon from within.
Why would you say that?
At this moment, Chu Shihan lifted his gaze to regard Ling Ji. Ling Ji felt a twinge of confusion. Had he misspoken? The villager hurriedly replied. Our guest house rooms lack windows, so to view the moon, one must leave the room. No windows? Ling Ji reflected, realizing he hadn't noticed this detail before. It explained the odd feeling he had upon entering his room last night. Nevertheless, he calmly responded to the villager, we can see it from the courtyard. The villager appeared thoroughly shaken and lost all desire to argue further, hastily departing with an empty basket. Ling Ji quickly turned to Chu Shihan. He was adamant that we hadn't left our rooms, right? Did you discover something? He Jia and Meng Xini also turned their attention to Chu Shihan. Chu Shihan had spent the night awake, missing the embrace of Lu Su, and spoke with a faint voice. He was confident that we hadn't left, since none were missing. Consider it carefully. After speaking, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, appearing as if he had melded with the sofa. Ling Ji comprehended Chu Shihan's insinuation. As if struck by lightning, he sat frozen in his chair. What does that mean? He Jia inquired. Meng Xini explained, it suggests that leaving the room last night would have resulted in death. The villagers seemed to expect that we wouldn't appear together this morning. Look at the breakfast on the table. There are nearly 3 portions of each item. Due to the variety, steamed buns, eggs, sweet potatoes, all piled together in one basin, it would be easy to overlook if they didn't share. Upon hearing this, He Jia felt a chill run down her spine. They were fully aware that they shouldn't venture out at night, yet they didn't warn us. Merely waiting for us to endanger ourselves. Thank goodness for Fox Brother's warning. Ling Ji let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Indeed, this was the perilous infinite world instance that was said to be fraught with danger. One misstep could cost them their lives. Had it not been for Chu Shihan advising them against movement last night, they would all have perished. Is it possible that the lewd man died last night?
He Jia asked.
Though they all despised the scarred man, the thought of him possibly having perished within the instance did not elicit any joy. They had yet to grasp the rules of this instance, and someone's death was hardly a cause for celebration. Perhaps, Meng Xini replied to He Jia. This unexpected turn of events dampened their appetite, and they began to worry about their next steps. Can we go out during the day? He Jia inquired, directing her question at Ling Ji. Instinctively, Ling Ji glanced at Chu Shihan, who had once again fallen asleep. We should be able to move during the day, right? Shall we go out together to look for clues? Ling Ji sought the opinions of the 2 girls. As for Chu Shihan, he dared not disturb the others' rest. The 3 companions sauntered through the village for the entire morning, only to find the villagers' eyes devoid of warmth, replaced instead by panic and resentment. Initially, they had intended to inquire about the devil's tongue, but the villagers' fright rendered them speechless. Upon reaching the other end of the village, they discovered a narrow forest path leading into the distance. However, as they approached to investigate, they were halted by the villagers. This path is forbidden to outsiders, they were told, and thus the trio was escorted back to their lodgings. Despite the numerous setbacks, upon returning, Ling Ji excitedly informed Chu Shihan, Fox brother. We have found a clue. What clue? Chu Shihan lay on the sofa, his posture unchanged. His indifferent demeanor significantly diminished Ling Ji's eagerness to speak. Yet he feared that silence might invoke some taboo, risking their lives in the process. There's an eerie little path in the grove on the other side of the village that we wanted to explore, but the villagers stopped us, Ling Ji explained. Then continued with his analysis. Based on that villager's reaction, there must be some secret hidden along that path. We should go after lunch. Do not go. Chu Shihan interjected before Ling Ji could finish. We will go tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow afternoon? Ling Ji and the 2 girls echoed in unison, incredulous. He felt his blood pressure rising. Do you realize what tomorrow afternoon signifies? It marks the end of our 48 hours. Going to search for clues then would be akin to digging our own graves. Chu Shihan offered no further explanation, merely covering his ears with his hands and turning away towards the sofa. Should we still heed him, brother Ling? He Jia queried, turning to Ling Ji. Ling Ji was uncertain. However, Meng Jiai chimed in, we should listen. We've already used up half our time, yet we haven't encountered any real danger. Which suggests his judgment is sound. Without Chu Shihan, if we had recklessly wandered about, we might not even know what fate awaited us. Yet he seems quite apathetic. He Jia whispered. Ling Ji wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously. Chu Shihan's demeanor indeed exuded a sense of resignation. Let's head out after lunch. We can afford to stay in tonight. Ling Ji ultimately decided. They had returned not only because they were driven away by the villagers but also due to their hunger, having skipped breakfast. Lunch was delivered by the villagers, who exhibited a markedly less cordial attitude this time, unceremoniously tossing the basket onto the table while warning, from now until tomorrow noon. You are not permitted to leave. Your food is here.
What?
Why can't we go out? This is a restriction of our personal freedom. He Jia protested, visibly displeased. To her shock, one villager glared at her menacingly. You will die if you go out. His terrifying gaze and sinister tone nearly brought He Jia to tears. The villagers departed with the basket, locking the door behind them. What does this mean? He Jia lamented, pounding her chest, while Meng Jiai comforted her by patting her back. Ling Ji remarked, had Fox brother not warned us against going out, we would have likely ventured out by now, even with the villagers' warnings.
Indeed.
The more they try to stop us, the more we desire to find clues, Meng Sini added. So, did the villagers lock the door intentionally to provoke us into leaving? He Jia gasped, astonished. That's rather despicable, isn't it? What benefit would it bring them to endanger us? Both Ling Ji and Meng Sini shook their heads. Their only lead was the suspicious path at the other end of the village, and they could not fathom the villagers' intentions. Since we can't leave anyway, let us eat. Ling Ji suggested, noticing that Chu Shihan had somehow risen and seated himself at the dining table, already close to finishing his meal. Fortunately, there was enough food to satisfy their hunger, even if they were delayed. After their meal, the three mimicked Chu Shihan's posture, reclining on the sofa as though on a leisurely holiday. Yet, despite their attempts to emulate his relaxation, they could not replicate his calm demeanor. Anxiety gripped them, causing their lips to nearly blister as they counted down the hours to the next morning. Chu Shihan, initially lounging on the sofa, later retreated to his room. Though he did not sleep much, he appeared well-rested, unlike the other three, who bore dark circles under their eyes and looked as if they might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and the door burst open as the village chief and several villagers stormed in. Bind them, he commanded, and more than 10 villagers surrounded the four, producing ropes to restrain them. Meng Jiai, trained in Taekwondo, had previously subdued a scar-faced man by the river, but now, as she attempted to resist, she found herself utterly devoid of strength. Did you drug our food? Meng Jiai glared at the villagers. The village chief sneered. Don't be ridiculous. It's merely that you outsiders consumed a local vegetable that your bodies cannot tolerate. What vegetable? He Jia inquired. They had been cautious with their food over the past 2 days, with Ling Ji inspecting every meal to ensure it was safe. Yet, they had still fallen victim. The village chief offered no reply, raising his hand to command, take them away. As Ling Ji was led alongside Chu Shihan, he asked, Fox brother, did you foresee this predicament? Chu Shihan replied calmly, I did not consume any vegetables yesterday. The villagers had delivered ample food at noon and locked the door, leaving them to eat the same meal for dinner and breakfast. During this time, Ling Ji had failed to notice that Chu Shihan had abstained from the vegetables. Why didn't you mention it? Ling Ji felt a pang of grievance. Chu Shihan maintained his composure. I feared you would not believe me. After all, it's our first time in this scenario, and I seem to possess foresight at every turn. Who would trust that? Ling Ji recognized the validity of this reasoning. Yet, he still felt a sense of frustration. Upon exiting the room, they were greeted by the sight of a countdown timer in the sky, marking their remaining time. Only 2 hours left until their demise. What do we do now? We're tied up. This is tantamount to signing our death warrants. He Jia was on the verge of tears. Seeing her distress, Meng Jiai felt her own anxiety surge. She turned to Chu Shihan, Fox brother, do you have any plans? At this juncture, it's time to be forthright. She too began to address him as Ling Ji did. There is no plan, Chu Shihan replied. The moment has not yet arrived. The three of them turned pale at his words. Having clung to life for 2 days, they were finally facing the end. Is that man being carried the lecherous one? Upon leaving the lodging, Hijia spotted two villagers lifting a stretcher, a figure lying atop it. The others recognized him immediately. It was the scar-faced man they had knocked unconscious by the river. You poisoned him, Hijia accused. The village chief chuckled. No. He's merely asleep. He'll awaken shortly. With that, he led the way, the two villagers carrying the scar-faced man following closely, followed by Hijia, Meng Jiai, Ling Ji, and finally, Chu Shihan, who was being forced along at the rear. Is there some hidden significance to this order? Ling Ji whispered conspiratorially to Chu Shihan as he walked ahead. These villagers are NPCs, as long as we don't inquire about the village matters. They seem deaf to everything else. Chu Shihan raised his gaze slightly and replied nonchalantly, Indeed, this is our order of demise. Chapter 27. Clearing the Instance. The villagers escorted them down a narrow path, which they had previously been forbidden to traverse. The path was shrouded in the shade of trees, evoking a sense of secluded tranquility. However, upon emerging from the shade, they were confronted by a vast, gaping pit. As they drew closer, an overwhelming stench of decay wafted toward them. It was then that they encountered the poisonous konjac, a grotesque sight that resembled a misshapen triangular mound of rotting mud, albeit in a peculiar shade of purple that appeared to pulsate. Hijia could not suppress her urge to gag after merely glancing at it. The visual assault, compounded by the noxious odor, was almost unbearable. Meng Jiai and Ling Ji were similarly afflicted, while only Chu Shihan stood calmly at the rear, seemingly unfazed. The slumbering guest was about to awaken. The village chief exchanged glances with the two villagers who bore the scar-faced man. One of them retrieved a small vial from his pocket, the contents unknown, and waved it beneath the scar-faced man's nose, rousing him abruptly from his slumber. The scar-faced man instinctively sat up, the blanket slipping from his shoulders, revealing that he too was bound by ropes. Where am I? What do you want? Let me go, he exclaimed in confusion. Having been knocked unconscious by a kick by the riverbank, he had no recollection of the past 2 days, which felt like a mere blink to him. Despite having been unconscious for 2 days, he appeared quite vigorous, his voice booming with indignation. Seeing his arrogance, Ling Ji could not help but interject, Buddy, take a look at the countdown. This appears to be our final resting place. Save your breath. With only an hour remaining, Ling Ji resigned himself to his fate, unable to exert any strength to free himself from the ropes, and braced for the villagers' impending slaughter. The scar-faced man glanced upward and immediately began to struggle in terror. Let me go. There's no time left. We're out of time. It seemed he too feared the passage of time. So you're afraid of time as well? What were you doing when you first entered? Hijia, initially frightened, found solace in the fact that someone else was even more terrified than she was. The scar-faced man's chest heaved violently as he surveyed the four of them. Bound and helpless, despair flooding his heart. I was knocked out by you before falling into their hands, but what about you? 2 days have passed. What have you accomplished? Why haven't you cleared the instance? His eyes gleamed with resentment, wishing that these individuals were of some use, so he could simply lie back and let the situation unfold. Yet, now that time was running out, he was forced to confront this helpless predicament. The time has come. Let us offer this man to the mountain god, the village chief declared, extinguishing the scar-faced man's furious complaints. The two villagers approached, and one on each side dragged him from the ground. What are you doing? Let me go. Please. The scar-faced man realized they were leading him towards the pit, and he was soon reduced to tears, his pants dampened with fear. As they drew closer to the pit, the purple mass within seemed to come alive, its muddy surface writhing with renewed vigor. Holes the size of fists appeared in the muck, sprouting stout branches covered in thorns and purple leaves, swaying ominously toward the onlookers. Hurry and throw him in, urged the village chief. The two villagers, now gripped by fear, hastened to shove the scar-faced man into the pit, retreating to the safety of the crowd in a panic. The onlookers watched in horror as the poisonous konjac ensnared the scar-faced man with its branches, dragging him towards the triangular mass, where he was consumed alive amidst his agonizing screams. Ling Ji felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, though it was not he who was being pushed in. He glanced at the countdown clock in the sky, realizing he too was running out of time. The village chief closely monitored the konjac's transformation, Upon witnessing it devour a person, he was startled to see its branches not retract, but instead grow even longer. The mountain god is indeed enraged. It used to fall into slumber after consuming one person, but thankfully we were well prepared and brought extra offerings. Someone, push her in. The chief pointed at Hijia.
Ah.
No, please. Sinny, save me. Hijia screamed, struggling against her captors. Meng Sinny wished to help her, but found herself powerless to intervene. As the villagers prepared to thrust Hijia into the pit, Ling Ji panicked and shouted to Chu Shihan, Fox brother, think of something. Are we truly to perish here? At that moment, Chu Shihan looked up at the countdown clock, which now read 5 minutes, and had turned a glaring red. His hands, previously bound, had mysteriously come free. He stepped back to create distance from the villagers and retrieved the Rain of Arrows card that Bai Jinli had given him before entering the instance. Ling Ji had seen cards before, but this was the first time he witnessed someone utilize one. Chu Shihan deftly pinched the card between his long fingers, bending them slightly, and a dark bow materialized in his grasp. With a swift run, he leaped onto the backs of the 2 villagers, soaring into the air. In mid-flight, he executed a graceful draw of the bow. Though he held no arrows, the sound of whistling projectiles filled the air. With a muted thud, the poisonous konjac imploded like a burst balloon, its branches drooping instantly. Alas! Hijia was still hurled into the pit, her screams echoing as the countdown in the sky reached 0. The jester-like figure that had beckoned them into the instance materialized where the countdown had been. The jester yawned lazily in midair, then spoke in a voice dripping with derision. Humph. Consider yourselves fortunate, you wretched insects. Complete your reward calculations and exit the instance post-haste. Seeing you sickens me. Just as the jester began to utter another word, Chu Shihan drew his bow once more, aiming for the jester as head. The arrow struck true, piercing through the visage and causing it to vanish from the sky. Is this the end? Rewards are appearing before me. Ling Ji exclaimed, exhilarated as he observed Chu Shihan executing a stylish flip upon landing. The villagers, as if frozen by an unseen force, stood motionless, while the pit, once home to the poisonous konjac, was now devoid of its presence. All that remained was Hijia, tear-streaked, struggling to climb out. Meng Sinny, forgetting her own rewards, leaned over the edge of the pit, reaching out to assist her. Chu Shihan glanced at the rewards that had appeared and selected the final option, causing his form to shimmer and dissipate into the ether. Each individual's system interface and reward summary were invisible to others, and upon clearing the instance, rankings would be determined by contributions made within the instance. Those who ranked higher would have the opportunity to choose their rewards, allowing subsequent individuals to view the rewards available. Once Chu Shihan completed his selection and exited the instance, Ling Ji saw 3 skills pop up in the reward box. Though he could only choose one, he could not contain his excitement. He, too, was now a wielder of skills. Chapter 28. Disturbing the Paper Umbrella Nest. Upon exiting the instance, aside from the injuries sustained, all items acquired within would automatically be deposited into one's personal inventory. Thus, when Chu Shihan emerged, his face devoid of the fox mask, he opened his eyes to find Lu Su standing opposite him. Their hands intertwined once more. Are you injured? The moment Lu Su caught sight of Chu Shihan, he inquired about his condition. God knows how much he had worried about Chu Shihan in the dungeon, terrified that he would emerge only to find him collapsed before him.
No.
Chu Shihan glanced at Lu Su, noticing the palm-sized corrosive wound on his shoulder. How did you get hurt? It seemed absurd that Lu Su had sustained injuries so early in the first dungeon. Had his protagonist aura been extinguished by this mere cannon fodder? Before Lu Su could respond to his question, a loud knock interrupted. Luca, are you alright? May I come in? Bai Jinli's voice was filled with concern. Chu Shihan remained silent, and Lu Su rubbed his nose, explaining, I entered the same dungeon as them. You should head out first. With the sudden emergence of the dungeon issue, it seemed no one would be getting any rest that night. Lu Su approached the door and opened it, and Bai Jinli immediately leaned in. Lu Go, how's your injury? I exchanged points for some ointment in the shop. May I assist you in applying it? Following closely behind Bai Jinli, Han Chong's expression soured as he saw that Chu Shihan was still alive. How could such a useless person possibly have emerged from the dungeon unscathed? Was each dungeon not of varying difficulty? No need, Lu Su frowned, rejecting Bai Jinli's kindness. Even if he were to apply ointment, his boyfriend was right beside him. Bai Jinli lacked a sense of boundaries. However, before Bai Jinli could say anything further, Zhou Quan suddenly rushed in, pushing him aside. Grabbing Lu Su's hand, Zhou Quan's voice trembled as he said, "Lu Go, please check on Gao Lin. He seems to be in dire condition." Gao Lin had entered the dungeon in a state of unconsciousness, while external injuries would not carry over into the dungeon. If he were to be injured within it and brought back out, it would be a double blow to his body. Now that everyone else had exited the dungeon, Gao Lin remained unresponsive, leaving Zhou Quan in a state of panic. The group followed Zhou Quan into the room, and Lu Su approached Gao Lin's bedside to assess his condition. Su Yan wiped her tears and lamented, "Why wasn't there a healing skill when we cleared the dungeon? At least we could have saved Gao Lin." Chu Shihan, who entered the room last, noticed the large corrosive wounds on Gao Lin, similar to Lu Su's but far more severe. He then asked, "You five entered the same dungeon, but Gao Lin went in alone?" Initially, Lu Su and the others had speculated that Gao Lin should be in the same dungeon as Chu Shihan, but it now seemed they had entered separately. Gao Lin had awakened a fire attribute ability, yet he had sustained such injuries alone. "Chu Shihan, how did you manage to survive?" Han Chong interjected with an ill-timed question. Everyone was concerned for Gao Lin's safety and ignored Han Chong. Only Bai Jinli shot him a look that urged him to keep quiet. Han Chong was quick to heed Bai Jinli's unspoken command, falling silent. He shouldn't have any major issues, as long as he didn't die when exiting the dungeon.
It means he cleared it.
Abilities users recover quickly. Let us wait a bit longer to check on him, Lu Su reassured Zhou Quan after examining Gao Lin's condition. He had only learned some basic first aid before the apocalypse, yet he had now become the team's medical consultant. All right, as long as he is fine. I trust Lu Ji's judgment. Zhou Quan sighed in relief upon hearing that Gao Lin was okay. Lu Su nodded. Then shall we step outside and discuss our findings from the dungeon? The five had entered the dungeon together, and their success relied heavily on Lu Su and Bai Jinli scouring for clues, while Zhou Quan occasionally made insightful contributions. Han Chong and Su Yan, however, merely served as dead weight. After this dungeon experience, Zhou Quan and Su Yan's trust in Lu Su had grown significantly, and Bai Jinli increasingly admired him. Thus, when he proposed such a discussion, no one dared to refuse. Once they settled on the sofa, Han Chong was the first to speak up. "Now, I want to ask Chu Shihan how he managed to survive. Does anyone object?" After all, they were already planning to discuss their experiences in the dungeon. Chu Shihan dismissed Han Chong with disdain, yet he understood that Lu Su would want to know as well. Even if he remained silent, Lu Su would surely inquire later. It was best to address it all at once, encountering a major player who could lead the rest of them to victory with ease. What major player could possibly drag four others along? Wait, what dungeon did you enter? Was it the one in Muyu village to kill the poisonous taro? Han Chong's tone dripped with an unmistakable contempt, as if he were certain that Chu Shihan's dungeon was far less challenging than theirs. Everyone should have faced the same dungeon. Bai Jinli interjected, deducing this from the injuries he had seen on Gao Lin. "Yes, we did kill the poisonous taro. I just ate and slept at the inn, then was brought to the edge of a pit to collect my rewards and left," Chu Shihan replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a meal before the apocalypse. His words made the five who had narrowly escaped clench their fists in frustration. What was the name of that major player? Han Chong asked again. Whether out of jealousy or some other motive, he sought to prove that Chu Shihan was lying. It was already a stroke of luck for someone as useless as Chu Shihan to survive the dungeon. How could he bear the thought of him enjoying himself in there? He didn't say anything and kept his mask on. "We never got to see his face," Chu Shihan replied honestly. Han Chong scoffed. "Are you kidding? Are we in a drama here? A mask? Hilarious." "Indeed, I am merely jesting," Chu Shihan responded with a smile. His words blurred the line between truth and fiction, leaving Han Chong exasperated. He had never been this angry at seeing that clown face upon exiting the dungeon. "Enough of this nonsense," Lu Su said, turning to Chu Shihan. "Did you receive any skills after clearing the dungeon?" Under the eager gazes of the five, Chu Shihan retrieved 2 cards from his inventory. 2 skill cards? Han Chong's mind began to spiral with frustration. This useless person had astonishingly good luck. But as Chu Shihan extended the cards to reveal their names, Han Chong erupted in laughter. A paper umbrella, haha. Chu Shihan, are you here to amuse us? You went through a dungeon and got 2 of these? But with your abilities, you can only pick up such trash. Han Chong continued to laugh, nearly collapsing onto the sofa. Even Lu Su was at a loss for words. Zhou Quan twitched his lips. Good buddy, did you poke a paper umbrella's nest? But then he clapped Chu Shihan on the shoulder, offering consolation. It's all right, brother. I have skills now. I'll protect you from here on out. Chapter 29. Never to part again. Ahem. Lu Su feigned a cough from the side, reminding Zhou Quan to be mindful. Zhou Quan quickly realized and slapped his mouth. My apologies, Lu Ge. I just spoke too freely. I'll keep quiet. Protecting Shihan is still your responsibility. What skill did you acquire? Chu Shihan asked Zhou Quan, regardless of its power. He appreciated the sentiment behind Zhou Quan's desire to protect him. Zhou Quan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he explained. The name of my skill isn't very appealing. It's called Rub Ball, but its description sounds impressive. It says I can rub a ping-pong ball and throw it out, summoning elements like wood, metal, water, fire, and earth. Whoever gets hit will be unfortunate. Coincidentally, Chu Shihan had indeed heard of Zhou Quan's skill. It was quite impressive, so he nodded in agreement. Sounds formidable.
Huh.
You've clearly never encountered the world outside. The skills they possess are beneath our notice. Han Chong couldn't help but scoff. Zhou Quan, however, was not one to indulge him, retorting, if you're so impressive, why weren't you the first pick? Neither Shihan nor I are well acquainted with you. Could you refrain from seeking attention while we converse? It appeared that Han Chong was wary of Zhou Quan, an ability user himself, carefully choosing his words for a retort. Now that he too had awakened his powers, the tables had turned. A duel outside was not out of the question. However, it would be prudent to avoid combat, as he had only just acquired his skills and was still grappling with their application. What did you choose then? Chu Shihan inquired of Lu Su. Being the first to make a selection, the curiosity of the others was palpable. Lu Su replied, I did not select a skill. I merely awakened a wind attribute ability. The awakening of elemental abilities merely allows one to wield that element for attack, devoid of specific skills. To unleash formidable techniques, one must learn a corresponding skill and gradually upgrade it to maximize the potential of their elemental power. Lu Su, having possessed a unique skill prior to the apocalypse, found it fitting to awaken a wind ability in the first instance of their journey. Indeed, that is quite powerful. Chu Shihan offered a perfunctory compliment before turning his attention to Su Yan. With a smile, she stated, I have awakened my vision. The description suggests I might cultivate an extraordinary sight. Deep down, she recognized the limited utility of her ability. In a world fraught with peril, enhanced vision seemed rather trivial. Nevertheless, having performed the worst in the instance, yet emerging unscathed was no small feat, and the unexpected boon genuinely pleased her. Enhanced vision is quite beneficial, isn't it? Aren't you learning to use firearms with Lu Su? With improved eyesight, you'll surely hit your mark every time. After all, Chu Shihan was someone Lu Su had personally vouched for as being adept with a bow, lending credibility to his words. Su Yan nodded in agreement. Absolutely. I think so too, and as we will continue to enter instances, perhaps next time I shall acquire an even better ability. Indeed. Even our least impressive skills surpass those of some others, Han Chong interjected, once again unable to restrain his tongue. Zhou Quan, with an air of sarcasm, responded, And what skill do you possess? Seeing you labor so hard, I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase it. Though he had intended to remain silent and let Han Chong stew in his own discomfort, his curiosity about the latter's skill was undeniable. Yet, this chance for display was usurped by Jean Li, who noted, with 5 individuals clearing the instance, there are only 5 rewards. We know Lu Ge acquired the wind attribute ability, you received the ball manipulation skill, and Miss Su gained vision enhancement. That leaves 2. I obtained the water attribute skill, metamorphosis. Thus, Han Chong must have awakened a metal attribute ability. Had anyone else made this assertion, Han Chong would surely have erupted, but upon hearing by Jean Li, he praised, Jean Li, your memory is truly remarkable. You've remembered all 5 rewards. Bai Jean smiled modestly. I suppose I benefited. Lu Ge was the first to choose and should have taken my skill. The water attribute skill suits you better, Lu Su stated matter-of-factly. although he had acquired the metamorphosis skill, which simultaneously granted him a water attribute ability. He felt somewhat guilty for taking it, knowing it was something another team member desperately needed. If they had been mere strangers in the instance, he would not have hesitated to keep the skill for himself. However, given that Bai Jinli had previously assisted them, sharing the skill felt like a fitting way to repay a favor. Thank you, Luga. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have been injured. And you even bestowed the skill card upon me. I am immensely grateful. Bai Jinli felt he owed Lu Su a great deal, and moving forward, he resolved to aid Chu Shihen more in order to reciprocate the kindness. Chu Shihen raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the injury on Lu Su's shoulder. It was no wonder the protagonist's halo seemed diminished. It appeared to be a subtle tension between the two leading men. Quite vexing indeed. But then Lu Su remarked, "If it were anyone else in the team, I would have rendered assistance as well. We entered as a unit, and no one should be left behind." His primary concern had been that if Chu Shihen entered the instance with strangers, it would be fortunate if someone intervened in case of danger. Unexpectedly, not only did help come, but Chu Shihen was also seamlessly guided to victory. While the rewards were somewhat lacking, there would be many more instances to come, providing Chu Shihen further opportunities to awaken abilities and acquire suitable skills. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude. In return, should I find myself in an instance with Shihen again, I shall take care of him. Bai Jinli offered generously. Lu Su, however, was not fond of such sentiments and promptly declined. No need for that. I won't be separating from him in future instances. When in larger groups, he could simply lead Chu Shihen to a less populated area before entering the instance. Indeed, Lugo has a point. We were entirely unprepared this time, and were unaware that a team could consist of only 5 members. Otherwise, Shihen would not have split from us, Bai Jinli remarked, as if implying that he and Lu Su would remain together. He genuinely believed this. If the apocalypse were solely a matter of survival, it would be natural to drift apart as their objectives diverged. However, given the necessity of a fixed team for instances, he was confident that Lu Su would be keen to remain bound to him based on his own strength. Yet, Zhou Quan pondered, if they remained together, there would inevitably be instances where 2 individuals would be separated. The thought of being the one to be isolated in the first instance was distressing. Chu Shihen had been fortunate enough to emerge unscathed, but he had exited with 2 useless cards, rendering his efforts in that instance futile. In contrast, Gao Lin had awakened an ability and had narrowly escaped the gates of death. If next time they found themselves separated from Lu Su, would they truly survive? Bai Jinli speculated that the first instance was merely an appetizer, and the challenges 7 days hence would be far more daunting. For the sake of the team, it was vital to have a strong main squad. The weak should fend for themselves. Han Chong, however, had utterly disregarded Lu Su's earlier remarks. He believed that survival should always take precedence. If the subsequent instances proved increasingly treacherous, Lu Su himself might struggle to survive while burdened with Chu Shihen, a liability. It would be better to perish now. Chapter 30. The Exorbitant Skill Card. Han Chong raised a valid point. Should we all still be present for the next instance? You and Mr. Bai should form your own team. After all, your abilities are formidable, and anyone paired with you would only be a hindrance, Lu Su stated, effectively solidifying the team for the next instance while alleviating Zhou Quan's concerns. Bai Jinli and Han Chong indeed possessed superior strength compared to the other 3. But after experiencing the first instance, he realized that no matter how strong the team, internal discord would lead to failure in the instance. Rather than allowing Han Chong and Bai Jinli to disrupt the team dynamic, it would be wiser to select the other 3, who were weaker yet unlikely to cause trouble. With a derisive snort, Han Chong retorted, "What you're really saying is that you want to exclude me and Jinli, right? Fine, you are a team, and we are outsiders." With that, he stood and kicked over a nearby coffee table before descending the stairs alone. Han Chong. Bai Jinli called after him, but he did not look back. Seeing that Bai Jinli did not immediately rise to follow, Zhou Quan asked, "Aren't you going to persuade him, Mr. Bai?" Bai Jinli shook his head. "Let him calm down on his own. Lu Go, let us review the instance and discuss what Shihen encountered. Perhaps we can discern some patterns." Lu Su agreed, and the 2 began to methodically recount every clue they encountered in the instance, as well as the strategies they employed to achieve victory. Zhou Quan and Su Yan occasionally supplemented the details they had observed. In truth, the dungeon of Konjac Village was far from simplistic, especially as the inaugural instance. With the majority of individuals yet to awaken their extraordinary abilities, and only 5 people forming a team, this scenario was hardly a chance for humanity's self-rescue. Rather, it was a mechanism to eliminate a vast number of those who had yet to awaken their powers. Unlike Chu Shihan's swift clearance, Lu Su and his companions commenced their quest by searching for clues upon entering the dungeon. They opted not to take the narrow path into the village, but instead circumnavigated the area by the river, bypassing the location where the scarred-faced figure had abducted Ling Ji, confronting the dormant poisonous Konjac head-on. However, at that moment, the poisonous Konjac was in slumber, rendering them incapable of slaying it. Subsequently, they ventured down the narrow path that the villagers forbade Ling Ji from traversing. But their unique approach to entering the village immediately raised the villagers' suspicions, preventing them from securing lodging. From the villagers' dialogues, Lu Su gleaned vital information, realizing that they could not camp outside at night. Thus, they sought refuge in a dilapidated house within the village. During the night, they witnessed the entire village enveloped in the purple venom emitted by the poisonous Konjac, as it consumed a living villager before their very eyes. The dying cries of that villager haunted them, compelling them to huddle in fear throughout the night, too terrified to close their eyes. The following day, the bereaved family of the deceased approached them, feigning to disclose information about the poisonous Konjac. They recounted a famine that had struck the village a century prior, during which the poisonous Konjac emerged from the pit, expelling food that saved the villagers from starvation. Once the villagers had recovered, in gratitude, they began to feed the Konjac with chickens and ducks, deifying it as the village's mountain god, ultimately renaming the village itself as Konjac Village. Generations of villagers worshipped the poisonous Konjac, progressing from offering poultry to eventually sacrificing human lives. The first human sacrifice was an outsider who happened to pass by the pit. After that individual perished, the following year, when the villagers returned to offer chickens and ducks, one of their own was seized by the Konjac. From that point on, the villagers understood that the Konjac had grown unsatisfied with mere poultry offerings. It had begun to crave human flesh. Most villagers were closely related, naturally reluctant to offer their kin to the Konjac. Thus, they turned their sights on unsuspecting tourists from neighboring villages. The villager who narrated the background of Konjac Village was no saint. His intentions were to lure them to the pit to slay the Konjac, and even if they failed, he would still have someone to bury alongside his son. Lu Su and his companions approached the edge of the pit with utmost caution. Although they failed to kill the poisonous Konjac, they extracted a crucial piece of information from the family of the deceased. The Konjac became exceedingly weak around noon each day, presenting a prime opportunity for attack. However, Lu Su sensed that there was still some clue they had yet to uncover. Having failed once to deceive them, that very night, another villager was swept away by the venom. Lu Su and his companions found it perplexing. Knowing that the Konjac hunted at night, why did villagers continue to venture outside? After enduring several attempts at persecution from the villagers that morning, they finally discerned the reason. If the villagers did not timely offer a living sacrifice, the Konjac would autonomously seek out food, its scent capable of ensnaring the hearts of men, leading them to step outside their dwellings. When the Konjac was weak, it would kill incessantly. When strong, it might go months without a single sacrifice. In the final moments, Lu Su learned that the day marked the annual sacrificial event. The reason the Konjac was so relentless in its killings was that it would be at its most vulnerable today. They managed to slay the Konjac just as the mission was concluding, achieving a successful clearance. Upon hearing their account, Chu Shihan realized that Lu Su and his group had meticulously gathered all pertinent information about the dungeon, hence their superior rewards. And how did you manage to clear it? Chu Shihan? Bai Jinli inquired. The ability to escort Chu Shihan through the poisonous Konjac dungeon without a scratch suggested that the individual in question was likely a survivor of the game. Chu Shihan replied, "As I mentioned earlier, we were invited to stay at the villagers' inn, indulging in meals and rest until the last day when we dispatched the Konjac at noon to clear the dungeon." The others were astonished. They had assumed this was merely a fabrication to vex Han Chong, only to discover it was true. Now, they too felt a pang of irritation. "By the way, I encountered individuals from other cities within the dungeon. Their plight is similar to ours," Chu Shihan observed, finding this a noteworthy detail. Even if they formed a fixed team in the future, they could still enter the dungeon separately to gather intelligence. This revelation indeed sparked excitement among the others, as it suggested that even without phones or televisions, they could stay informed about conditions in other regions. Take a look at the trading market. It seems someone has begun selling skill cards. Zhou Quan suddenly exclaimed. After exiting the dungeon, the virtual marketplace remained operational, allowing them to store cards in their personal inventory and redeem points in the basic marketplace, even engaging in trades within the trading market. What a ridiculous skill! Selling for 200 points? We only earned 100 points for clearing the dungeon perfectly. Who can afford that? Zhou Quan scoffed. However, since points could be traded among themselves, if someone was genuinely interested in purchasing, they could gather points from those around them. Yet, 200 points for a single skill card was indeed an exorbitant price. Chapter 31. To eat the poisonous konjac raw. As they recounted their dungeon experience, Han Chong had also calmed down, returning to join the others in the living room to practice their newly acquired abilities. We all have our tasks, Chu Shihan. If you're unoccupied, why not check on the injured one? Han Chong, ever forgetful of past grievances, persisted in teasing Chu Shihan. Very well. Chu Shihan, feeling somewhat bored, entered the room, leaning against Gao Lin's bed to rest his eyes. He was utterly exhausted yet unable to sleep. As dawn broke, the temperature in the room had risen considerably. Chu Shihan, feeling overheated, exchanged points for an ice cube from the marketplace to hold in his hand. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Gao Lin had also awakened from the heat. Gao Lin had been in a precarious state the previous night, but having survived, he was now fine. And after a night's rest, the corrosive wounds on his body had visibly healed. You should rise. Zhou Quan is quite concerned about you, Chu Shihan remarked, clutching the ice cube as he opened the door and made his way to the living room. The others, feeling the increasing warmth in the room, had also found it difficult to continue their practice, pausing as soon as they heard the door open. Gao Lin is awake, Chu Shihan announced, walking over to the sofa with the ice cube. He felt no discomfort from the heat, leaning against Lu Su and closing his eyes. Lu Su, glancing over, noted the pronounced dark circles under his eyes and frowned slightly. Although time had ceased in the real world while they were in the dungeon, they had truly spent 48 hours within it. Chu Shihan must have endured many sleepless nights. Even in the apocalypse, he remains so delicate. He will have much to bear in the future, Lu Su mused internally, yet he still gently wrapped his arm around him, ensuring he was more comfortable as he slept. Where did he acquire that ice cube? Surely he didn't trade points for it? Such a waste. Han Chong could not bear to witness their intimacy. He acknowledged Lu Su's strength, which surpassed even by Jin Li's good fortune, yet his choice in companions left much to be desired. Zhou Quan entered the room, supporting Gao Lin as he emerged. Gao Lin, still quite weak, leaned against Zhou Quan's shoulder upon noticing Chu Shihan and Lu Su entwined together. You all are all right. How wonderful, he murmured, his voice barely audible, meant only for Zhou Quan's ears. It is fortunate you are unharmed as well. With Gao Lin's awakening, the weight that had hung over Zhou Quan's heart throughout the night finally lifted. Han Chong glanced left and right, had it not been for the merciless sun outside. He truly would have preferred not to remain in this room while consuming dog food. Now that you are awake, do share what you encountered in the dungeon. How did you nearly perish upon your exit? Han Chong inquired of Gao Lin. My teammates all perished. I barely managed to slay the poisonous demon Taro with my last breath. Before exiting, I exchanged some items in the shop to consume. Or else I would have met my end as well, Gao Lin recounted, understanding that the others were eager to learn of his experiences in the dungeon. It is fortunate you possessed foresight, Zhou Quan remarked, feeling a chill run down his spine merely from listening. It was also thanks to Gao Lin awakening his abilities prior to entering that the outcome was not dire. Chu Shihan, nestled in Lu Su's embrace, was awake yet not asleep. Upon hearing Gao Lin's words, he felt that this was indeed the conclusion befitting the first dungeon. The survival of their entire team was not solely due to their strength, but also because both male leads were present, ensuring that no grave mishaps would occur. What skill did you acquire? Han Chong probed further. This question irked Gao Lin, causing him to sit up abruptly. What business is it of yours? Han Chong retorted, realizing he had merely asked out of casual curiosity. The matter of one's skills ought to be kept secret. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, Aside from combating aberrations and entering dungeons, one must also guard against other ability users. Abilities serve as trump cards, and unless one is surrounded by trusted allies, they are best concealed. Last night, the five of them had agreed that their survival stemmed from emerging from the same dungeon. As for Chu Shihan, he possessed only 2 worthless cards. Even when he voluntarily shared this with Han Chong, it was met with displeasure. Then why not tell me? Zhou Quan asked Gao Lin. He was not being foolish, intending for Gao Lin to divulge his skills just to compete with Han Chong. Rather, all present had shared their skills. And while Gao Lin might not realize he could relay his, the others were unaware of his abilities, which felt somewhat inequitable. Zhou Quan's inquiry was primarily to demonstrate their sincerity to Lu Su, hoping that during their next dungeon expedition, they would be included. Gao Lin, oblivious to Zhou Quan's intentions, did not decline, saying, "I acquired a skill called detonation, which allows me to compress flames into a minuscule volume before igniting them, amplifying their power tenfold. However, I have yet to find the time to research its application." Upon hearing this, Lu Su immediately thought of Zhou Quan's skill. This could potentially synergize with Zhou Quan's ball creation. Zhou Quan's eyes lit up. It does seem feasible. If you compress the flames into the ping-pong ball I create and then throw it to detonate, let us go to the window and test this. As Gao Lin awoke, his body, enhanced by his abilities, began to recover rapidly. After consuming some food, he appeared considerably healthier. Together with Zhou Quan, he braved the heat at the window to practice their skills. Chu Shihan, drenched in sweat while cradled in Lu Su's arms, was wide awake. Just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly sensed danger approaching. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Lu Su's waist, and before he could react further, Lu Su rolled them off the sofa. The noise of their fall caught the attention of the others in the living room, who turned to see a purple vine piercing the spot where Lu Su had just sat with Chu Shihan. Moments later, a second vine emerged, extending outward to tear apart the sofa, revealing a triangular entity oozing with purple liquid that burrowed up from the ground. The liquid swiftly corroded everything in its vicinity, creating a small pit larger than its form. "Is this the poisonous demon Taro we encountered in the dungeon?" Zhou Quan exclaimed in fright, pulling Gao Lin back several steps. However, Gao Lin's eyes gleamed with determination at the sight of the creature. "Let us unleash what we practiced on it." "Absolutely." Zhou Quan raised his hand, ready to begin crafting the ball. Yet Lu Su interjected, "Wait, do not provoke it. If this room is destroyed, we are finished." His reminder prompted everyone to recall the blazing sun outside. Exiting now would lead to certain doom. "Are you hurt?" Lu Su inquired as he helped Chu Shihan to his feet. In the midst of the chaotic situation, he had pressed Chu Shihan down to shield him from potential attacks as they fell. "It is a minor issue. We must leave this room. Its poisonous liquid continues to flow, and with its vines thrashing about inside, we have no place to hide." Chu Shihan's palm bore a bloody scrape, the crimson droplets stark against his pale skin. Han Chong, overhearing, began to mock. "Young Master Chu, your analysis is quite astute. How about you propose a method for us to exit without being scorched by the sun?" Chu Shihan replied softly, "I actually have a plan, isn't it a coincidence? Just you? If you can solve this problem, I will eat this poisonous demon Taro raw."
Han Hong retorterade recklessly.
Chapter 32. Until we meet again. Shihan, stop keeping us in suspense. Do tell. As the demon Taro's vines grew longer and began thrashing about the living room, threatening to sweep them away at any moment. The furnishings had already sustained considerable damage. The glass of the window shattered, allowing the sun's rays to pour in, further constricting their hiding space and forcing them into the room's confines. Chu Shihan retrieved 3 paper umbrella cards from his personal shop, tossing one toward Bai Jinli. Though Bai Jinli was cautiously observing the living room, he instinctively caught it as something approached. "This is for you," Chu Shihan said, offering no explanation. He then distributed a card to Zhou Quan and Su Yan, while he and Lu Su would utilize the one they had received by the river. "I heard a teammate mention that this paper umbrella can shield against the scorching sun outside," Chu Shihan explained after distributing the cards. "Really?" Zhou Quan looked at the card in his hand, skepticism evident on his face. Chu Shihan patted Lu Su. "Hand me your card. I will hold the umbrella while you provide cover." Lu Su complied, placing the card into Chu Shihan's hand. "We'll jump out the window." Chu Shihan resolved to take the lead, knowing that even if the umbrella proved ineffective, he had other means of safeguarding his life. Lu Su had absolute faith in him. He shattered the window with a punch, wrapped his arm around Chu Shihan's waist, and, disregarding the blazing sun outside, leapt down. The moment they jumped, Chu Shihan activated the card, and a white paper umbrella unfurled in midair, perfectly shielding the two tall men from the sun's harmful rays. The method of using the card was straightforward, requiring no specific strength from the user. Merely a thought was enough for the card to respond. As they landed flawlessly, shielded by the umbrella, Bai Jinli and Han Chong followed closely behind. Unable to leap out like Chu Shihan and Lu Su, and lacking the same level of coordination, Han Chong's hand accidentally flung the umbrella outside during their jump, causing it to smoke from the sun's heat. Once they landed and moved aside, Zhou Quan jumped down holding the umbrella, while Gao Lin secured Su Yan in a princess carry as he descended. Gao Lin's face darkened, akin to a soot-covered pot. And as soon as Su Yan was steady, he moved under Zhou Quan's umbrella. Noticing his demeanor, Su Yan, feeling somewhat guilty, asked, Gao Lin, what's wrong? Am I too heavy for you? Are you jesting? Even with 3 more, you wouldn't be able to carry her. Gao Lin fumed, his handsome visage darkening further as Su Yan questioned his strength. Why do you look so displeased? The oblivious Zhou Quan inquired, completely unaware that Gao Lin's irritation stemmed from being compelled to carry Su Yan down the stairs. With her newfound abilities, Su Yan's physical prowess had significantly enhanced, and leaping from the second floor posed no challenge for her. Yet, Zhou Quan insisted on being chivalrous, threatening to take matters into his own hands if Gao Lin refused to assist her. Hurry up! Lu Su interrupted their discourse, tugging at Chu Shihan to hasten their pace. Just as they dashed away, the dilapidated building collapsed. The newly sprouted toxic demon taro was suddenly exposed to the sun, its tendrils thrashing wildly, purple liquid splattering everywhere and corroding the surrounding stones. However, even the most venomous creature could not withstand the sun's might. Within 5 minutes, it shriveled under the heat, its toxic essence evaporating into mere purple stains on the ground. The once dreaded taro perished within moments beneath the sun, while they found solace under a simple paper umbrella that shielded them from its rays. This apocalyptic world was truly remarkable. Beneath the umbrella, they felt an unexpected coolness, far more pleasant than languishing indoors during the day. As they strolled through the village, the muffled sounds emanating from every house piqued their curiosity. Whether it was the taro or some beetles, they paid no mind and focused on their journey. Upon passing the last building, Zhou Quan remarked, there's likely a toxic demon taro inside that house as well. Han Chong, if you don't go in now, you may miss your chance. Han Chong shot him a furious glare but refrained from retorting. His disdain for Chu Shihan had become deeply ingrained, and he could not fathom that the latter truly possessed a means to traverse under the scorching sun, especially with what they deemed the least useful cards. Who would have thought that this paper umbrella, which could not shelter them from rain, could provide protection from the sun? Zhou Quan, stop teasing him. He simply speaks without thinking, just ignore his words, Bai Jinli interjected, attempting to alleviate Han Chong's predicament. Zhou Quan, however, was not amused. Didn't he provoke you? Naturally. You can disregard him. Bai Jinli's selfless act was rather irritating to him. Apologies, Bai Jinli said, nudging Han Chong. You should apologize to Shihan. Had he not suggested this method, we would be doomed today. Han Chong was most unwilling, but with Bai Jinli speaking up, he begrudgingly uttered, sorry. Yet, he did not halt his stride, nor even glance at Chu Shihan as he spoke. Chu Shihan pretended not to hear, walking past them alongside Lu Su. Jinli, you saw it. I have apologized. Whether he forgives me is his concern, Han Chong dismissed, indifferent to how Chu Shihan perceived him, for reconciliation seemed utterly impossible. As long as Chu Shihan's abilities remained inferior to his, he would forever harbor contempt. Once they exited the village and distanced themselves from the houses, they felt no apprehension about the sudden emergence of any toxic demon taro. Lu Su turned to Bai Jinli and asked, where do you intend to go? Implying it was time for their paths to diverge. Bai Jinli's expression momentarily stiffened. Lu, where are you headed? Han Chong interjected. The boss is going to the capital. Jinli, aren't you also seeking your family there? We're on the same route. In truth, Han Chong had no particular destination in mind. He initially intended to follow Lu Su. Little did he know that before their journey had truly begun, the trio would be torn apart, facing a tragic separation. Realizing this, Han Chong quickly lowered his head to conceal the vengeful glare in his eyes. He was convinced that it was Chu Shihan who had caused Wan Ming's demise, and he was determined to avenge his brother when the opportunity arose. Traveling together is acceptable, but next time, we five will have to secure fixed teams for the instance. Lu Su proclaimed, wishing to set clear boundaries to avoid being scattered again when the instance commenced in 6 days. Bai Jinli found his words amusing, no need. Shihan saved us earlier, and you returned my weapon cards. We're even now, perhaps we'll meet again, by fate. He then turned to Han Chong, what about you? Will you come with me, or follow your boss? Han Chong, taken aback, exclaimed, huh? Isn't this the same route? We can just not enter the instance with them. We can still stick together. I'll go with you. As he spoke halfway, he noticed Bai Jinli's darkening expression and immediately changed his tune. Without bidding farewell to Lu Su and the others, Bai Jinli took Han Chong and departed. Chapter 33. The Soul Clearer. Jinli, why are we parting ways when we're headed in the same direction? We could look out for one another, Han Chong questioned after following Bai Jinli for a distance. Observing Bai Jinli's displeasure, he quickly added, I'm not doubting your abilities, I know you're formidable and quite lucky, akin to a koi fish, but… Does Lu Su dislike me? Bai Jinli abruptly interrupted Han Chong's words. Han Chong hurriedly denied. How could that be? You're so exceptional. Why would he dislike you? He was flustered, as if he were the one being misunderstood. Bai Jinli remained silent, for he could sense the truth himself, and Han Chong was no Lu Su. His words held little weight. Seeing his demeanor, Han Chong anxiously urged, it's not your fault. It's all Chu Shihan's doing. The boss had to bring him along, which meant he couldn't take us both into the instance. It's fine. You're so capable. We can clear the instance with anyone. Though they were a 5-member team, Han Chong directed his grievances solely at Chu Shihan. Don't blame Shihan. He's Lu's boyfriend. It's only natural for them to enter the instance together, Bai Jinli said, though his heart felt heavy. He couldn't comprehend why Lu Su treated Chu Shihan with such kindness. In this world of despair, what mattered was strength, and aside from his looks, Chu Shihan was utterly lacking. Yet, Lu Su seemed intent on clinging to him. He's lucky to even survive this instance.
Han Chong remarkerade venomsly.
Don't say that. Lu cares for him deeply. If anything were to happen to him, Lu would undoubtedly be heartbroken, Bai Jinli replied absently. He gazed ahead, where under the relentless sun, the greenery had vanished, leaving only a desolate expanse of yellow, evoking a profound sense of hopelessness. Jinli, do you have feelings for the boss?
Han Chong suddenly inquired.
Bai Jinli stood frozen in place, and Han Chong, oblivious, took a step forward, momentarily blinded by the sunlight, causing a blister to form on his forehead, prompting him to retreat. My apologies. Your question startled me, Bai Jinli said, rushing to apologize upon noticing Han Chong's injury. Han Chong waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'll recover quickly. I just think if you like the boss, we should stay back. We can forgo entering the instance with them. With someone as useless as Chu Shihan, he might very well perish in the next instance, leaving you by the boss's side. Bai Jinli pressed his lips together, contemplating for a long while before resolutely declaring, all right, let us return. In Xia City, Ling Ji sought to validate the fixed team patterns by separating from his companions and entering an instance alone, far from the rest. Having successfully cleared the instance, awakened his abilities, and acquired an excellent skill, he was elated. But upon emerging, he found himself face to face with a pack of green-haired wolves. After dispatching them, a swarm of beetles assailed him, and while he fought and dodged, he finally reunited with his teammates, only to be met with even more anomalies. After a night of fierce combat alongside his comrades, as dawn approached, they sought refuge in a nearby building. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a venomous creature, the toxic tuber, expelling its noxious fluids. Fortunately, they had stumbled upon a paper umbrella, under which the 5 burly men huddled together, a scene both comical and absurd. Thankfully, the umbrella could expand slightly to accommodate their numbers, but it required them to huddle closely together, rendering them immobile during the day. Exhausted beyond measure, Ling Ji slumped against his teammate Yang Yichen, lamenting his plight. Yang Yichen, donning a black eye patch that obscured half of his face, nevertheless possessed striking features, and despite his own fatigue, he did not push Ling Ji away. With a moment to catch their breath, Yang Yichen inquired about Ling Ji's solo venture into the dungeon, noting his impressive lightning attribute skills, which proved invaluable against the aberrants. Their group had originally been a steadfast five-man team, yet Ling Ji had ventured out alone, leaving the remaining four in a state of anxiety, fearing for his safety. To their surprise, he not only emerged unscathed but had also activated a lightning-based ability. Along with an accompanying skill, fortune favored me. I encountered a powerful ally within the dungeon who guided me effortlessly, leaving me bewildered by the complexities of the instance. Ling Ji confessed, his analytical mind craving a deeper understanding of the game experience. However, the value of survival far outweighed the experience, and he felt immense gratitude towards Chu Shihan. What sort of powerhouse could surpass Yang Ge? A nearby youth wearing a cap queried, his curiosity piqued. Yang Yichen turned to Ling Ji. We have yet to compare skills, so I cannot say definitively, but I suspect he is also a survivor, well versed in this dungeon, skillfully avoiding all dangers. Over the course of the dungeon, spanning 48 hours, aside from a few timely reminders, Ling Ji had only glimpsed Chu Shihan at the climax, drawing his bow in midair and dispatching the toxic tuber with 3 arrows in a single shot. To assert that he is formidable seems unfounded given the limited abilities I witnessed, yet he led us through the dungeon without a scratch. Is he truly a survivor? What distinguishes him? The mention of a fellow survivor intrigued Yang Yichen, who considered himself knowledgeable about other survivors, having completed numerous dungeons himself. Distinctions? Ling Ji pondered, frustratingly so. Yang Yichen gazed at him incredulously. Is that truly a distinguishing trait? The youth beside them chimed in, Ling Ge, please elucidate clearly. Oh, right. One conspicuous trait is that he wore a fox mask upon entering the dungeon and never revealed his name. We all referred to him as Fox Brother, Ling Ji recounted.
Glancing at Yang Yichen.
Does that ring a bell? Yang Yichen furrowed his brow. You may have encountered a genuine powerhouse. While I have not seen him, I have heard of a singular survivor who completed the game and had a penchant for masks, though I cannot confirm if it was a fox mask. Is it truly possible that I encountered the top survivor in my very first dungeon? Ling Ji mused, incredulous at the sheer improbability of such luck. He felt that while the Fox Brother was indeed impressive, he could not be of that extraordinary caliber. Do you think the Fox Brother merely emulated the mask-wearing survivor upon the dungeon's reset? Ling Ji speculated. After all, vanity is a human trait. It is indeed a possibility. Yang Yichen conceded. As night descended once more, the paper umbrella proved inadequate against the elements, and with the necessity of using it again the following day, they cautiously stowed it away. However, once summoned, the umbrella could not revert to card form, and preserving it without a personal inventory was a significant concern, given its delicate nature. Fortunately, each member now possessed a personal inventory, albeit with only 3 initial slots, sufficient for critical items. As Chu Shihan stored the umbrella, he exchanged points for several cups of instant noodles. With members possessing both fire and water abilities among them, preparing the noodles was a trivial task. If you need water, you must exchange for 2 cups of noodles as well, Han Chong remarked to Chu Shihan. The two returned without a hint of awkwardness, as if their previous tensions had never existed. Bai Jinli maintained his warm demeanor, while Han Chong remained as irksome as ever. I must say, your audacity is remarkable. You intend to soak your noodles in cold water rather than use our fire, correct? Zhou Quan was taken aback by Han Chong's shamelessness. A cup of noodles costs 3 points, yet Shihan is lending you points to use. What gives you the right? I can manage without your fire, Han Chong retorted, noting that they had lighters on hand and could easily gather dry twigs to boil the noodles. However, he was interrupted by Bai Jinli, who jested, We'll handle our own noodles. If you need water, I'll provide it free of charge. With that, he willingly spent 6 points to procure 2 cups of noodles, sharing one with Han Chong. Zhou Quan found this arrangement acceptable and, taking the pot exchanged by Chu Shihan, intended to fetch some water from Bai Jinli when he noticed him retrieving several bottles of mineral water from the inventory and pouring them into the pot. Wait, Shihan, what are you doing? Are you deliberately squandering points? Zhou Quan exclaimed, alarmed. The others were equally astonished that Chu Shihan would engage in such extravagance at this moment. A bottle of mineral water also cost a point. Was he truly indifferent to the value of points? Next time, you should trade using my points. Save a few for yourself, Lu Su commented, not rebuking Chu Shihan for his lavishness, but calculating that the total points spent must have nearly reached the bottom of the barrel. Indeed, Chu Shihan replied casually as he focused on cooking the noodles. His intent was not to provoke Bai Jinli, but to make use of his seemingly inexhaustible points, relishing the opportunity to cause a little irritation. Without utilizing Bai Jinli's abilities, the latter and Han Chong were left to kindle their own fire while also exchanging points for a pot. As Bai Jinli had already traded for 2 cups of noodles, the responsibility of acquiring a pot fell to Han Chong. Upon examining the inventory, he found that the cheapest pot cost 10 points. With a grim expression, he exchanged for a pot and joined Bai Jinli in boiling water for the noodles, all the while cursing Chu Shihan internally, wishing for an aberrant to attack them so he could seize the chaos to eliminate him. Perhaps the heavens sensed Han Chong's resentment, for as their water began to boil, the ground trembled slightly. Thanks to Chu Shihan's decisiveness, the others had already boiled their water and were eating, feeling the unusual tremors beneath them. They hastily stuffed noodles into their mouths, even finding time to sip the broth. Unfortunately, Han Chong's group was not so fortunate. A lymphic branch of the toxic tuber erupted from the ground, sending their 2 pots of noodles flying. "Quick, take cover," Lu Su shouted, grabbing Chu Shihan and fleeing. Zhou Quan hurriedly stowed the pot in his inventory. After all, it was Chu Shihan's hard-earned points that had procured it, and it was not something they could afford to lose. The toxic devil Estaro that emerged from the depths of the earth was extraordinarily massive this time. Zhou Quan was merely a moment late. A sturdy vine ensnared his foot. Fortunately, Gao Lin reacted swiftly, grasping Zhou Quan's hands, or else he would have been dragged into the pit. With one hand holding Zhou Quan, Gao Lin hurled a ping-pong ball at the vine. But he dared not strike the segment that was wrapped around Zhou Quan for fear that an explosion would injure him. The vine was coated in venom, and in an instant, the flesh on Zhou Quan's leg was corroded away, leaving him in excruciating pain, his vision darkening, utterly devoid of strength to wield his abilities. Just then, an arrow flew through the air, piercing the segment of the vine ensnaring Zhou Quan, causing it to abruptly release its grip and retract. Despite Gao Lin striking the vine with the ball several times, it refused to retreat, yet with a single arrow from Chu Shihan it yielded. Everyone was preoccupied with evading the vine's onslaught, oblivious to this unusual turn of events. The body of the toxic devil Estaro had yet to fully emerge. Only 2 or 3 of its tendrils had surfaced, already sending them fleeing in all directions. Gao Lin dragged Zhou Quan out of the vine's range of attack. Crouching to inspect his leg, discovering that more than half of the flesh on his left leg had been eaten away, revealing the bone beneath. "Zhou Quan, wake up. Don't sleep. Open your eyes," Gao Lin pleaded, his gaze turning crimson upon seeing Zhou Quan's injury. He gently patted Zhou Quan's face, attempting to draw him back from the brink of consciousness. Otherwise, in this frigid night, he might succumb to shock and never awaken. I can't hold on any longer. You should go," Zhou Quan managed to utter, his voice barely a whisper. The toxin from the devil Estaro not only corroded flesh but also infiltrated the nerves, inducing paralysis. Had it not been for Zhou Quan awakening his abilities, he would have long since perished. "No, don't be afraid. We have the marketplace. There are medicines available. I will buy one now. You must keep your eyes open. If you dare to close them, I shall strike you." Gao Lin trembled all over, speaking as he searched the marketplace for medicine. Yet, every remedy capable of saving Zhou Quan cost over 100 points, far beyond his means. "Let us move him further away. This place is still too close. This toxic devil Estaro is enormous and has an extensive attack range." Lu Su and Chu Shihan rushed over, one standing guard in front, while the other assisted Gao Lin in lifting Zhou Quan and moving him away. At that moment, Gao Lin noticed an additional 100 points had appeared in his marketplace. Turning in astonishment towards Lu Su had transferred all his points to him. "Stop dawdling. Quickly buy the medicine to save him," Chu Shihan urged. "I've transferred my points to you as well. Procure the best medicine, save him first," added Su Yan. Without a word, Gao Lin opened the marketplace to purchase a remedy for Zhou Quan. The medicines, unknown in reality, came with detailed descriptions of their uses. He found a vial within 300 points that could detoxify and heal external wounds, and without hesitation, he made the purchase. The debt of points could be repaid slowly. But Zhou Quan absolutely could not afford to be in peril. Once the medicine was in hand, Gao Lin immediately administered half the vial to Zhou Quan, pouring the remainder over his injured leg.
Ah!
The searing pain caused the dazed Zhou Quan to cry out, a sound that nearly shattered Gao Lin's heart. Chapter 35. You Deceiver. The medicine drawn from the personal marketplace proved effective. As soon as it touched Zhou Quan's leg, the flesh that had been corroded began to regenerate. Thankfully, the venom from the vine had not caused infection, or Zhou Quan would have truly met his end. However, the process was excruciating to witness, let alone to endure for Zhou Quan himself, who fainted several times from the agony only to be jolted awake by the pain. A relentless cycle of torment. His cries were so loud that the newly sprouted vines began to lash out in their direction, prompting Lu Su to stand firm at the front. We should assist. You stay with him, Chu Shihan suggested, realizing that they could do little waiting idly by. Gao Lin nodded cautiously, while cradling Zhou Quan.
Su Yan,
Armed only with a dagger meant for close combat, bravely stepped forward, undeterred by fear. Chu Shihan drew his bow, firing several arrows to relieve the pressure on Lu Su. The toxic devil Astaro has emerged. We must flee. The further the better. Lu Su urged as he and Chu Shihan began to retreat. Earlier, he had intended to leave, but had been ensnared by the vines. However, with Chu Shihan's arrival, the vines were repelled by his arrows. Bai Jinli and Han Chong, who had been separated, maneuvered around and rejoined the group. They began their frantic escape. Gao Lin could not afford to wait for Zhou Quan to recover. He hoisted him onto his back and followed closely behind the others. Even after they had run quite a distance, they could still feel the ground trembling, as the tendrils of the toxic devil Astaro pursued them underground. How could such a colossal toxic devil Astaro suddenly emerge? Han Chong questioned amidst their flight. But no one had the presence of mind to analyze the situation. Suddenly, Lu Su, who was at the forefront, halted abruptly, causing Bai Jinli, unable to stop in time, to crash into his back. What's wrong? Why aren't you running? Damn it! Han Chong exclaimed upon realizing the situation ahead. The forest before them glimmered with a sea of green eyes. They didn't need to approach to know it was a pack of wolves. What should we do? The toxic devil Astaro is closing in. Han Chong glanced back in terror. Moreover, it was pitch black. They could not discern whether the wolves were mutated or ordinary. Bai Jinli spoke up, Lu, let us split up and lure the wolves away, allowing the others to continue forward. Once we shake off the pack, we can regroup ahead. Among the group, he and Lu Su possessed the strongest abilities, making their plan reasonable. All right, Lu Su agreed without hesitation, positioning himself beside Bai Jinli, and together they unleashed their powers against the wolves before sprinting in opposite directions. If they had remained stationary, the wolves would have remained still, but with two moving figures, the pack split into two groups and pursued them. Let us go, Chu Shihan urged Gao Lin. Gao Lin nodded, carrying Zhou Quan as he ran forward, with Su Yan trailing behind him, illuminating the path with her flashlight. Chu Shihan also had a flashlight, following closely behind Su Yan, and none of them paid any mind to Han Chong, indifferent to whether he kept up or not. Han Chong hesitated for a moment, then narrowed his eyes as he watched Chu Shihan's retreating figure. Finally, he had found his opportunity. Tonight would mark Chu Shihan's demise. Chu Shihan, wait. I see a few stray wolves chasing. You should stay and help me hold them off. Han Chong called out as he sprinted to catch up with them. Upon hearing Han Chong's words, Su Yan halted. I'll go with you. Shihan hasn't he awakened his abilities and may not keep up. No need. You should stick with Gao Lin and take care of Zhou Quan, Han Chong replied, glancing at the stopped Chu Shihan. What's the matter, Chu Shihan? You wouldn't want a little girl to take the lead for you, would you? Fine. Chu Shihan agreed without much hesitation. Su Yan wished to argue further, but Chu Shihan reassured her, it's all right. You and Gao Lin go ahead. Keep moving forward, and if we're not with you in 10 minutes, leave a marker in the trees. Understood. Su Yan readily complied with Chu Shihan's instructions. This only served to incite Han Chong's disdain. Someone who could be so easily commanded by Chu Shihan could hardly amount to anything, bound to perish at the hands of the aberrations. Be careful, Gao Lin cautioned Chu Shihan. With that, he carried Zhou Quan away, not even glancing at Han Chong. The sight of their dismissal twisted Han Chong's expression in frustration. Once he dealt with Chu Shihan, he would create an accident to send these 3 useless individuals to their graves. Where are the wolves? Take me to them. Chu Shihan's expression was inscrutable, his tone remarkably calm. In the darkness, Han Chong wore a triumphant smirk, urging, "Just follow me." Thus, Chu Shihan trailed behind Han Chong, walking for 5 minutes without any indication of stopping. They had not run this long even after parting ways with Lu Su. However, since Chu Shihan did not voice any inquiries, Han Chong continued onward, contemplating how to lead him further away to commit murder, ensuring that Lu Su would be unable to find even a trace of the body. As they walked, Han Chong mentally berated Chu Shihan for his foolishness, reflecting on how someone so oblivious deserved to be led to ruin multiple times. After a few more minutes, nearing the edge of the woods, Han Chong finally halted, concerned that the open terrain beyond might expose them. In this post-apocalyptic world rife with aberrations, encountering others at night in such desolate areas was all too common. It seemed the wolves had retreated. Han Chong directed his flashlight at Chu Shihan's face, his expression laced with disdain. Yet, Chu Shihan remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering, devoid of even a flicker of warmth. This demeanor starkly contrasted with Han Chong's recollection of the weak, ineffectual Chu Shihan. The latter's composed demeanor instantly diminished Han Chong's bravado. Realizing this, Han Chong felt a surge of embarrassment and raised his flashlight, intending to bring it crashing down upon Chu Shihan's face. In a swift motion, Chu Shihan seized Han Chong's wrist, stating, "Do you truly believe me to be a fool? I simply lack the inclination to engage, but you insist on courting death." Han Chong, an awakened power user who had activated a metal ability within the instance, found himself utterly immobilized by Chu Shihan's grip. How could it be that Chu Shihan possessed greater strength than him? This was inconceivable. He appeared so weak and without any powers. Unless you, Wan Ming, were indeed the one who killed her? You have been deceiving us all along? Upon realizing this, Han Chong was torn between fury and dread. "I have never deceived anyone," Chu Shihan replied, clarifying that he had never claimed to be worthless. It was merely the judgments of others that had led to misunderstandings. And he had chosen not to elaborate further. "You are nothing but a deceitful scoundrel. I will kill you." Han Chong retaliated, activating his ability with his other hand, transforming his fingers into 5 sharp steel needles aimed at Chu Shihan's head. Chu Shihan slightly turned his head to evade the attack, striking Han Chong's elbow with the flashlight in his right hand. The sudden numbness in Han Chong's arm allowed Chu Shihan to twist his wrist, causing the 5 steel needles to pierce into Han Chong's own neck. "You!" Han Chong gasped, unable to complete his sentence before succumbing to death. Chu Shihan released his grip, allowing Han Chong's body to collapse into the still unburned dry grass concealed by the trees. He then raised his gaze toward a branch ahead, where an owl perched. Drawing his bow, he released an arrow that pierced the owl's skull. Simultaneously, at the riverbank outside the woods, a boy sitting by a campfire suddenly screamed, clutching his eyes. Chapter 36. The Boy Ling Yao. "What did you see, kid? Are you pretending to be mad again?" A coarse voice bellowed at the writhing boy. Blood oozed from the boy's eyes, trickling through his fingers, prompting the speaker to fall silent. "Bro, with him like this. He's probably encountered a master who discovered he was spying and blinded him," a younger accomplice cautioned. The older man, tall and burly with a full beard, couldn't he resist kicking the boy on the ground. "You useless fool. How could you get caught? We need to leave. This place is no longer safe." After delivering his reprimand, the bearded man rallied the remaining 7 or 8 accomplices, hastily gathering their belongings before they fled. "Boss, don't leave me behind." The boy, unable to see, struggled to rise, but the round stones by the river caused him to stumble back down. He extended his hands to feel around, inadvertently plunging them into the campfire, causing blisters to form on his rough skin, which made him roll on the ground in agony. Overwhelmed by the pain in his hands, he disregarded the dangers of the river and reached out, attempting to submerge his hand in the water for relief. Unexpectedly, a hand seized him and dragged him away from the riverbank. "Who? Is it you, boss? Have you come back?" The boy, still flailing, sought to grasp the person who had pulled him away. Chu Shihan took 2 steps back and replied, "No, just passing through." "You? I recognize your voice. You are the one who killed my owl." The boy's countenance shifted to one of panic, and he struggled to rise, attempting to flee. However, as a first-time blind person, escaping proved immensely challenging. He stumbled every few steps, often falling back to his original spot, and despite his efforts, he barely managed to move 2 meters away. Ultimately, the boy surrendered, kneeling and bowing his head. "Great sir, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spied on you. They forced me to do it, threatening to kill me if I didn't comply. Now they've abandoned me. If you could spare my life, I would follow you and serve you faithfully." Chu Shihan regarded the boy intently. He was filthy, clad in tattered clothes, covered in grime, and his face was smudged black, obscuring his true appearance. His hair was so greasy it could be used for frying. Had it not been for the knowledge that the apocalypse had only begun a few days prior, Chu Shihan might have believed the boy had been struggling for a decade in this new world. The dirtiness was undoubtedly self-inflicted, a deliberate disguise. Yet, Chu Shihan was far more intrigued by the boy's abilities. "You can control beasts?" Chu Shihan inquired. The boy paused his prostration, though he seemed to exert considerable effort, his forehead never actually touching the ground. "Controlling beasts is a stretch. The largest creature I can manage is that owl," he admitted. Previously, he had only been able to control sparrows, but after 2 days of scorching sun, many common birds had perished. Under duress from the bearded man, he had attempted to control the owl for the first time tonight, but as soon as he established a visual connection with it, Chu Shihan had discovered him. "Where did you acquire this skill?" Chu Shihan pressed further. The boy appeared to lack significant power. He could not have obtained the skill card from slaying aberrations, nor could it have come from the instance. If such a unique ability could be acquired within the instance, his strength would undoubtedly be formidable. If he was indeed hiding his abilities while begging for mercy, it would be far more infuriating than anything else. The boy hesitated momentarily before resignedly confessing, "I had it before the apocalypse. Back then, I could only communicate with some birds. It was only after the apocalypse that I realized I could control them and share vision. A special skill possessed before the apocalypse." Yet, he was not a game survivor. This boy was akin to Lu Su and Bai Jinli, a chosen one. "What is your name?" Chu Shihan asked, crouching down to examine the boy's tightly shut eyes, blood trickling down his gaunt face. "My name is Ling Yao," the boy replied. Chu Shihan was taken aback for a moment, thinking, 01? A code name? This led him to mistakenly believe the boy was some escaped experiment from a laboratory. However, the boy corrected him, not the numerical 01, but Ling, meaning clever and intelligent, and Yao, meaning to perish prematurely. Chu Shihan frowned slightly. Both the surname and given name of Ling Yao were rather peculiar. He retrieved a vial of medicine from the shop and handed it to Ling Yao, applying some to his own eyes. "We will continue our conversation once your vision is restored." Ling Yao, trembling, accepted the medicine and carefully applied the ointment to his eyes, cautious not to waste it lest he incur punishment. Moreover, he was acutely aware that this precious potion must have been exchanged from the dungeon shop. Such a valuable item, bestowed upon him by a formidable figure, surely warranted his utmost appreciation. The ointment, cool and soothing against his eyelids, would allow him to open his eyes within minutes, transforming his vision from a haze to clarity. It was then that he beheld Chu Shihan, who was seated at a distance, intently observing him. Upon catching sight of Chu Shihan's fair and delicate features, Ling Yao could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This fellow was indeed audacious, daring to roam about at night with such striking looks. It was fortunate that the Hu gang was too cowardly to perceive that a seemingly fragile young man posed no threat. Otherwise, Chu Shihan might have faced dire consequences. However, in this apocalyptic world, possessing a formidable skill could allow one to take on 10 adversaries without difficulty. Perhaps Chu Shihan was endowed with such a powerful ability. The unfortunate demise of the owl he had controlled meant he had missed witnessing what Chu Shihan was doing in the woods. Nor did he see how his eyes had been blinded. "How should I address you, elder brother?" Ling Yao, having just reached adulthood, felt it was entirely appropriate to call Chu Shihan elder brother. He thought that addressing him as old man might not be well received, given that Chu Shihan was clearly not a mundane person like Hu gang. "I am Chu Shihan. You may call me as you wish," Chu Shihan replied, sizing him up. "Do you still possess any points?" Ling Yao shook his head. "No, I had just emerged from the dungeon when Hu gang, those very individuals you encountered, robbed me of everything. I am left with neither points nor cards. Thus, prior to Chu Shihan's arrival, his life had been in the hands of Hu Gang. And now it was in Chu Shihan's grasp. How did you encounter them? Did you not attempt to escape? Chu Shihan observed that Ling Yao did not seem like a particularly docile child. He must have suffered greatly at the hands of Hu Gang to be so compliant. I ran into them the moment I left the orphanage. They stripped me of everything usable, and upon discovering my abilities, they kept me around to act as their eyes, alerting them to any nearby individuals so they could seize their skill cards and points. Ling Yao spoke with his head bowed, fearing that Chu Shihan might glimpse the resentment and anger in his eyes. As long as he lived and Hu Gang still breathed, he would eventually seek his vengeance. How did they discover your abilities? Chu Shihan, without needing to look, inferred the current expression in Ling Yao's eyes. Ling Yao whispered, I revealed my true self when they beat me. They threatened to sever my ears if I did not disclose my abilities. Chapter 37. I am mute. Revealed your true self. Are you not human? Chu Shihan was taken aback. He had never heard of any monsters existing in this world. I am human. Ling Yao, somewhat flustered, insisted, I cannot explain it clearly. You'll have to see for yourself. With that, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. After a moment, Chu Shihan witnessed two rounded, fluffy white ears sprouting from Ling Yao's head, while his human ears had vanished. He struggled to resist the urge to reach out and touch the ears that were so incongruous with Ling Yao's untidy appearance. Are those tiger ears? Are you a tiger spirit? Chu Shihan inquired. Ling Yao, deflated, felt his ears revert back to normal. I am not a monster. They merely change when I am on the brink of death, and I grow fur on my body.
I do not understand why.
This was the reason his parents had abandoned him at the orphanage upon his birth. Chu Shihan did not press further, but instead exchanged for a collection of bathing supplies from the shop, even procuring a large wooden tub. Clean yourself up first. Once you are freshened up, I shall take you with me. He was genuinely intrigued by Ling Yao's abilities, certainly not because he found those ears irresistibly adorable. Ling Yao was taken aback by the array of items Chu Shihan had conjured. Did your points come with the wind? Such wastefulness. There is a river right ahead. I can wash myself there. Then he thought of his own appearance, crossing his arms protectively. You're not some sort of pervert, are you? He had deliberately made himself filthy to deter any vile intentions toward him, and now Chu Shihan was insistent on using his points to ensure he was clean. This behavior seemed far from that of a normal person. Do you think I need to? Chu Shihan shot him a disdainful glance. Ling Yao muttered under his breath. Who knows? What if you prefer the unattractive? Wash up quickly, or I shall toss you into the river. The mutated fish there will likely not mind your filth. Chu Shihan instructed. Feeling chastised, Ling Yao promptly stripped off his clothing and jumped into the large tub. Chu Shihan had intended to ask if he needed hot water, but it seemed this lad was truly unafraid of the cold. This is nothing. I used to sleep in the snow and even use snow as a blanket. Ling Yao boasted, unbothered by the harsh conditions, surviving against all odds, fearing only those who would prevent him from living. Seeing Ling Yao's resilience stirred something within Chu Shihan. He placed his clothes beside the tub and sat down by the fire, turning his back to Ling Yao. As Ling Yao washed himself, he stole glances at Chu Shihan's profile, curious about the thoughts occupying his mind. Once he was clean and emerged from the tub, he spotted a set of new clothes nearby, and suddenly his eyes glistened. He had lost track of how many years it had been since he had donned new garments. After finishing, Chu Shihan turned around, intending to inquire if Ling Yao had completed his bathing, but was startled by the strikingly bright white hair that seemed almost glaring in the dim light. He then noticed Ling Yao surreptitiously wiping away tears. Why are you crying? Afraid I might take advantage of you? The melancholic atmosphere surrounding Ling Yao was instantly shattered by Chu Shihan's words. Impossible. I accidentally got shampoo in my eyes. Ling Yao replied hurriedly, now clad in a fitting, warm tracksuit as he scampered to sit beside Chu Shihan. I was born with white hair. Fearing others would find it strange, I covered it with black and gray dye. He had contemplated dyeing it, but alas, he lacked the funds. It looks quite nice, Chu Shihan remarked, noting how it complemented Ling Yao's fluffy, white tiger ears. Ling Yao not only possessed striking white hair but also had a handsome face, albeit too thin, resembling little more than skin and bones. Brother Chu, what brings you alone to the woods? What were you doing earlier? The clothing gifted by Chu Shihan fostered a sense of familiarity in Ling Yao. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Shihan replied, "Nature calls." Ling Yao raised an eyebrow. "I find that hard to believe. Let us go. We must regroup with my companions." Chu Shihan stood, smashing the wooden tub and tossing the planks into the fire to burn. "Why did you break it? I could have saved it." Ling Yao lamented, pained at his own slow reaction. The 3 slots in his personal shop were empty. He could have easily stored the tub. "If it is needed again, I shall exchange for another," Chu Shihan stated succinctly. "Now follow closely. Do not stray." Ling Yao clutched his chest, rising to follow Chu Shihan closely. Yet he could not resist glancing back at the woods from which Chu Shihan had emerged. Rubbing his eyes, feeling fully restored, he seized the opportunity to activate his skill when Chu Shihan was not looking. He soon located an unmutated owl, guiding it to the spot where he had last seen Chu Shihan. Through the owl's keen vision, he beheld Han Chang's gruesome corpse among the grass. "Are you truly unafraid of losing your sight?" Chu Shihan's voice suddenly pierced the air, startling Ling Yao into hastily retracting his skill. "Brother Chu, I'm sorry. I was merely curious.
Please don't harm me.
I vow to follow you faithfully from now on. I will do anything you ask. Just spare my life." In an instant, Ling Yao knelt, pleading with a fluid grace. "Rise, but speak not indiscriminately. Otherwise, I shall render you mute and gouge out your eyes." Chu Shihan's demeanor was devoid of anger. Ling Yao hastily scrambled to his feet, assuring, "I promise to remain silent. From this day forth, I shall be a mute." Chu Shihan was unconcerned about Ling Yao divulging secrets to others. Rather, it was the prospect of having to explain everything to Lu Su that gave him a headache. Han Chong had brought him here, directing him towards the path where Bai Jinli had lured the wolf pack away, presumably believing that should he be slain here, Bai Jinli would return and provide cover. Chu Shihan led Ling Yao along the riverbank towards Lu Su, and after nearly half an hour, he finally spotted Lu Su approaching alongside Bai Jinli. "Brother Chu, there's someone ahead." Ling Yao's keen senses heightened his alertness, allowing him to detect Lu Su and Bai Jinli from a distance. "No worries, they are acquaintances," Chu Shihan replied, coming to a standstill upon recognizing Lu Su. Lu Su hastened towards him, his sole focus on Chu Shihan, neglecting to cast a glance at Ling Yao. It was Bai Jinli who inquired, "Shihan, why are you alone? Where are the others?" Having diverted the wolf pack, he immediately sought Lu Su, and after their reunion, they began searching for their companions, only to encounter Chu Shihan after a lengthy search. "They must have gone ahead and left a mark. We should pay attention to it as we depart," Chu Shihan remarked. Then introduced Ling Yao to Lu Su. "This is Ling Yao, whom I found by the river." He then turned to Ling Yao and said, "This is Lu Su. You may address him as you wish." Ling Yao nodded respectfully at Lu Su, acknowledging him, before shifting his gaze towards Bai Jinli. Without needing introduction from Chu Shihan, Bai Jinli spoke up, "I am Bai Jinli. You appear younger than I, so you may call me brother." Ling Yao maintained his aloof demeanor, nodding without uttering a word. Bai Jinli found this somewhat impolite, and was about to inquire about Chu Shihan's situation, when Ling Yao suddenly declared, "I am a mute." Bai Jinli, what the hell? A mute. Chapter 38. A campsite. They followed the marks left by Su Yan, traversing the night until they beheld a sizable campsite nestled at the foot of a hill. From a distance, the site was ablaze with light and bustling with activity. "How can there be a campsite here without being attacked by the poisonous demon yam?" Bai Jinli questioned. Lu Su observed for a moment before responding, "It is likely related to the outer walls." Surrounding the campsite was a circle of white walls over a meter in height, but from their distance, the material remained indiscernible. "We shall descend and ascertain," Chu Shihan stated. In truth, Ling Yao possessed the ability to scout the area, but he remained silent as Chu Shihan had not commanded him otherwise. They made their way down the hillside, following the markers through the forest until they arrived at the campsite. Upon reaching, they discovered numerous individuals seated outside, leaning against the walls, bundled in their garments and resting. However, in such an environment, no one could truly sleep soundly. The slightest approach would rouse them. At the campsite's entrance stood 2 guards. Upon noticing their approach, a tall, gaunt middle-aged man stepped forward, yawning as he inquired, "Are you here to enter the campsite?" Given that the 4 of them walked together, Lu Su appeared the strongest. while the others resembled delicate youths, clearly not in positions of authority. Lu Su quickly deduced that entry into the campsite would require certain conditions, noticing the throngs of people seated at the base of the wall. "What must we do to gain entry?" he asked. Their primary goal was to seek out Gao Lin and the others, and if this place truly offered refuge, staying for a night would not be unwelcome. To enter the campsite, each person must pay 50 points. Additional fees apply for lodging, the middle-aged man explained. "What if we lack points?" Lu Su promptly inquired. The man did not seem taken aback by the question, appearing accustomed to such inquiries. "Then you must disclose your abilities, if your powers are sufficiently strong." "You may defer payment until the next instance," he replied, calling out to the figure behind him, "Ding Er, come here." The guard at the entrance, holding a ledger, approached and said, "State your abilities. Do not fabricate. There will be checks once inside." "Is everyone required to register?" Bai Jinli asked. "Are those without abilities barred from entry?" The recorder displayed no disdain. Those lacking abilities must indeed pay points. "What kind of abilities are required for entry? Are those who failed to enter lacking abilities? Or is it for another reason?" Lu Su continued to press for answers, uncertain of his own desires regarding entry. The recorder patiently explained, "As long as one has awakened a natural attribute ability, entry is permitted. If one possesses only a singular physical enhancement, such as strength or vision, a teammate's guarantee is necessary for entry. Should you fail to exit during the next instance, the owed points will fall to the guarantor." The stipulations were not overly stringent. All those still alive had experienced at least one instance, possessing either points or abilities, thus meeting one of the criteria along with having a teammate would suffice for entry. The individuals unwilling to pay points are not cast out by our leader, whose benevolence prevents us from doing so. However, remaining outside the walls is perpetually unsafe, as even if mutated beings do not approach this vicinity, one may still encounter mutated animals, the middle-aged man added. "Are all these points given to your leader?" Lu Su seized the opportunity to inquire further, as the middle-aged man's responses were forthcoming and cordial. The man nodded, affirming yes. "All points are allocated to the leader to enhance his abilities. His powers mirror those of the individual from Jing City, capable of constructing walls resistant to corrosive entities. Our campsite, aside from lacking aerial defenses, has its underground and walls fortified by our leader's powers. Once his abilities are upgraded, he will construct a roof next. Though we cannot guard against threats from above, our campsite is home to numerous ability users, so even if a green-haired wolf were to fall from the sky, it would pose little threat." Bai Jinli, intrigued, remarked, "With so many points being collected, your leader's abilities must be formidable." The middle-aged man beamed with pride. "Indeed. Our leader's powers have reached level 4 and will soon ascend to level 5. Even Chu Shihan was taken aback. How had someone achieved level 4 abilities in just a few days since the apocalypse? Lu Su and Bai Jinli were only at level 2. It was no wonder the guards treated them with such courtesy, allowing even those loitering outside the walls to remain, as their leader was in dire need of points. Every passerby was a potential source of points. Furthermore, they were not concerned about chaos arising from too many people for as long as their leader's power level remained dominant. No one would dare entertain ulterior motives. "If we do not enter, could you assist us in locating a few individuals?" Lu Su merely wished to confirm whether Gao Lin was inside. The middle-aged man generously replied, "Let Ding Er assist you. We document all who enter." Ding Er then inquired, "What are their names? If you provide false names, we would be unable to assist, as we currently lack a real name system. Identification cards are no longer of use." "Gao Lin, Zhou Quan, and Su Yan. Zhou Quan is injured," Lu Su stated decisively. Bai Jinli added, "There is also a Han Chong. Please assist in checking for him." Ding Er quickly responded, "Gao Lin and the others have indeed entered. They lacked points and are deferring payment. As for the individual named Han, he is not present." "Thank you. Could you kindly summon Gao Lin for us?" Lu Su felt somewhat embarrassed and offered the middle-aged man his gun, which was devoid of ammunition. Upon acquiring the firearm, the middle-aged man exhibited a markedly more enthusiastic demeanor. "Very well. Please wait a moment while I go inside to summon someone for you." His pace was swift, and in less than 5 minutes, Gao Lin emerged from the encampment. Upon spotting Lu Su, Gao Lin immediately knelt without uttering a word. "What are you doing? Rise and speak." Lu Su furrowed his brow yet refrained from extending a hand to assist Gao Lin. "I sincerely apologize, Lu Ge. I am currently unable to repay the points I owe you. We three still owe the camp several hundred points, and we must settle that before the next instance. Could you perhaps allow us some respite? Just 2 days prior, Gao Lin had left the airport brimming with youthful bravado, yet here he was, kneeling for points. All of this was a consequence of Zhou Quan. It's of no consequence. Since we are acquainted, let that be my gift to Zhou Quan. You intend to remain here, correct? Chu Shihan, who had been listening intently, broke the silence. Upon hearing Chu Shihan's words, Bai Jinli couldn't help but cast a glance at him. The points were owed to Lu Su by Gao Lin and his companions. Lu Su had yet to speak. So, what audacity did Chu Shihan possess to unilaterally agree? Moreover, it amounted to a full 100 points, which Lu Su had not exchanged for any ability upgrade cards after the instance, having given all his points to Gao Lin. Though he harbored grievances, it was evident that Lu Su bore no dissatisfaction, seemingly indifferent to Chu Shihan's disrespectful behavior, leaving him no choice but to remain silent. Gao Lin remarked, Zhou Quan's leg will take a few days to heal. We still owe points. We should at least wait until the next instance concludes before departing. Why don't you also stay here for a while? No need. As long as you're safe, that suffices. Lu Su merely wished to confirm their safety and had never intended to enter the camp. Chapter 39. Well done. And what about you? Will you go inside? Chu Shihan inquired of Ling Yao. The mute Ling Yao shook her head. No, I don't have a single point, and my abilities are of little use. It's better to stick with you. Primarily, he had just seen Hu Gang and his gang of rascals inside, and he lacked the strength to confront them. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. Then we shall take our leave. Please take care of yourselves, Chu Shihan said to Gao Lin. He held no particular affection for Gao Lin, yet Zhou Quan had treated him well since their acquaintance, so he considered it a way to repay Zhou Quan. Thank you. Thank you. Gao Lin wished he could bow several times to express his gratitude to Lu Su and Chu Shihan. Points, which others cherished as treasures, were so generously bestowed upon them. He silently vowed that if he survived to their next meeting, he would repay their immense kindness. If Han Chong makes it to the camp, please inform him that we have already departed, Bai Jinli politely addressed Gao Lin. Gao Lin instinctively replied. Wasn't he supposed to divert the wolf pack with Shihan? Bai Jinli immediately turned to Chu Shihan. The latter, unfazed, replied, We also separated. I don't know where he went. After speaking, Chu Shihan turned to Gao Lin. You should hurry inside to care for Zhou Quan. Please bid him farewell, on my behalf. Gao Lin nodded and entered the base, glancing back multiple times. The middle-aged man observed from a distance for quite some time, intending to offer further counsel, but he witnessed Lu Su and the others fade into the darkness. Not far from there, Bai Jinli could no longer contain his thoughts. Hihan, did you kill Han Chong? Bai Jinli had always believed that Wan Ming's demise by the river was no accident, and now with Han Chong's sudden disappearance, he found it hard to believe that it was unrelated to Chu Shihan. Chu Shihan openly admitted, Yes, just as I did with Wan Ming. His admission sparked doubt in Bai Jinli. You lack abilities. How did you kill him? Where is his body? What about the investigation? Lu Su coldly interjected. You just said he had no abilities. How could he have killed Han Chong? One can kill even without abilities, Bai Jinli asserted firmly. Lu Su countered. If he was killed by someone without abilities, then what is he still doing alive? Isn't this merely nonsensical? Han Chong was our teammate, and he was killed without a sound. Can you not spare a few words of reproach? Bai Jinli retorted angrily. He has been rendered useless by you. If you wish to prevent others from speaking ill of him, you ought to let him step out of his ivory tower. Bai Jinli had never stopped Han Chong from mocking Chu Shihan, believing that while harsh, those words might ignite Chu Shihan's ambition. Yet now he realized that Chu Shihan's weakness had been nurtured by Lu Su. Ling Yao, having walked a distance with Chu Shihan, could not help but ask, Is that person referring to you? Saying that Chu Shihan is useless? Bai Jinli must have been blind or foolish. Perhaps, Chu Shihan mused, gazing at the two arguing in the distance. Do they not resemble a quarreling couple? Ling Yao shook her head. Not at all. You and Lu Ge are a better match. You are more attractive than him. Well said. Chu Shihan promptly exchanged a loaf of bread from the marketplace and handed it to Ling Yao. A gift for you. He had heard Ling Yao's stomach growl several times during their journey but had yet to find an opportunity to procure food. Ling Yao held the bread with both hands, looking as if she might burst into tears. Thank you, Brother Chu. From now on, you are my real brother. Whoever dares to offend you, I'll bite them to death. As she spoke, she cast a fierce glare towards Bai Jinli in the distance. Let us start with this guy. Chu Shihan tugged at her collar. Let us leave that aside. You cannot defeat him. Just eat your food. I will handle things. He stepped forward, crossing his arms as he stood between the two. Han Chang's body lies in the woods where we encountered the wolf pack. Given your close relationship, it would be remiss not to go collect his remains. Especially with dawn approaching. If you delay any longer, come sunrise, he will surely be reduced to a desiccated corpse. Without waiting for Bai Jinli's response, he seized Lu Su and walked away. Bai Jinli stood rooted in place, unwilling to relent, shouting after the retreating tall figure, Lu Su, you will regret this. He could not understand why he felt such discontent. There was a nagging feeling that things should not be this way, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Despite knowing that Lu Su's heart and mind were wholly occupied by Chu Shihan, he still found himself inexplicably drawn closer. However, it mattered not. The days of hardship stretched ahead, and he was determined to see how long Lu Su could protect Chu Shihan. Lu Su could not see him now. So he would elevate himself. One day, he would ensure that Lu Su's gaze contained only him. Ah! After walking a considerable distance with Lu Su, Chu Shihan suddenly sighed. What troubles you? Lu Su asked, puzzled. He was quite pleased with Chu Shihan's earlier action of pulling him away, as it signified that the other party did care at least a little. It seems I have garnered some resentment, Chu Shihan murmured softly. His actions had undoubtedly offended Bai Jinli. To earn the ire of one of the protagonists in this world was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. Lu Su chuckled. Do you truly care about that? To Lu Su, Chu Shihan's demeanor appeared to convey an easygoing, carefree attitude towards everything, be it the derision of others or the myriad crises of the apocalypse. Nothing seemed to penetrate his heart, including Lu Su himself, who had yet to genuinely enter Chu Shihan's heart. I do not mind, Chu Shihan replied. After all, my life has always been of hellish difficulty. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Following that statement, Lu Su fell silent. After a moment, Chu Shihan could no longer restrain himself and asked, Do you not inquire whether I killed Han Chong? Ling Yao beside them also stole a glance at Lu Su. He was not foolish. He could tell their relationship was extraordinary. What if Lu Su wished to uncover the truth and chose to confront him behind Chu Shihan's back? Perhaps he should take the initiative to seek out Chu Shihan for some medicine and hasten the process of rendering himself mute. Did you kill? Lu Su inquired smoothly. Chu Shihan replied, Indeed I did. Lu Su nodded, offering his appraisal. Well done. Chu Shihan was at a loss for words. How was he to respond to such a statement? Wan Ming and Han Chong regarded him as a deceiver. Although he never intended to mislead Lu Su, he realized he had not been entirely forthcoming. He had anticipated that Lu Su would delve deeper into the matter, questioning him relentlessly. Next time, just tell me outright who you plan to kill, Lu Su remarked, discerning that Chu Shihan was not incompetent. He simply preferred to refrain from taking action. Over these past few days, numerous details had revealed Chu Shihan's adeptness at adapting to circumstances, especially evident when he emerged unscathed from the instance, further solidifying Lu Su's suspicions. Since Chu Shihan was unwilling to act, Lu Su would take on the responsibility. After all, this had always been the nature of their relationship. One day, he would compel Chu Shihan to divulge everything to him. Chapter 40, Severing an Arm in the ensuing days. They sheltered beneath a paper umbrella during the day and traveled swiftly at night, dispatching all creatures they encountered. Lu Su handled melee combat, while Chu Shihan took charge of ranged attacks, with Ling Yao providing encouragement from the sidelines, interspersed with moments of adorable antics. Unfortunately, the harsh environment had led to the demise of his small animals under his control, and even if he managed to obtain something to command, those creatures proved to be feeble. After another battle, Chu Shihan collapsed onto Lu Su, utterly exhausted. Ling Yao, spotting cards hovering over a pile of monstrous corpses, excitedly rubbed his hands together. Can I loot the bodies? I feel lucky. Chu Shihan, lacking the courage to voice his thoughts, remained silent, leaving the decision to Lu Su. Lu Su, unconcerned, replied, Go ahead and see if you can grab them. Ling Yao nodded eagerly, and dashed off to loot the corpses. After several days of slaying creatures, they had amassed hundreds, only to yield 2 cards at that moment, a rather disappointing drop rate. Fortunately, defeating these creatures enhanced their proficiency in their abilities, allowing for upgrades, which was not entirely negative. Chu Shihan examined his rain of arrows card, noting he still had half of the arrows remaining. I find this card quite useful. From now on, I shall be a ranged archer. Once I run out, I will procure another from the trading market, he expressed to Lu Su. Excellent, Lu Su replied, always accommodating Chu Shihan's requests. When the next instance became available, he would purchase a rain of arrows card for him.
Ah.
As the two conversed, Ling Yao, who had ventured to retrieve the card, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Chu Shihan turned abruptly, and they both glanced in Ling Yao's direction, witnessing the unfortunate boy, with a diminutive green-haired wolf clinging to his arm. They rushed over, but the wolf was remarkably agile, leaping to the ground and sprinting away. Chu Shihan drew his bow and shot an arrow, swiftly eliminating the green-haired wolf. In the instant the creature fell, a card drifted into the air. Yet, with no time to ponder the card, Chu Shihan turned his attention to Ling Yao's arm. The boy had been bitten squarely by the green-haired wolf, evident by the bite marks stained with a greenish liquid. Brother Chu, I'm going to die. I've been infected, Ling Yao cried out. Among the 3 types of creatures encountered, green-haired wolves, blue beetles, and purple poison vines, only those ensnared by the poison vines would suffer mere corrosion of flesh, as the purple liquid did not infect them. However, contact with the poison from the vines or bites from the beetles and green-haired wolves would lead to infection, transforming them into mindless husks. Ling Yao now faced the direst scenario, having been bitten directly by the green-haired wolf. Chu Shihan ignored his cries for help and first retrieved disinfectant to cleanse the wound. Lu Su conducted another thorough examination of the mountainous heap of creature corpses, ensuring there were no survivors before returning to the scene. Upon seeing Ling Yao's injury, he remained silent, his expression grave. After dressing Ling Yao's wound, Chu Shihan went to collect the card, also retrieving 2 cards from the mound of corpses. Ling Yao, buoyant as ever, approached to loot the bodies, lamenting the fact he had missed one last card and had been bitten by a creature. That green-haired wolf looked so small. Could it have undergone a second mutation? Ling Yao asked, his voice tinged with tears. The normal green-haired wolf was comparable in size to a real wolf, while the one that had bitten Ling Yao was no larger than a squirrel. This was a significant reason for his surprise attack. He had never anticipated such a small creature lurking among the corpses. It should be, Chu Shihan noted, glancing at the card he had obtained, which was a weapon card. The card was named Arrow from Nothing, with a description stating, though you possess no arrows in hand, your heart holds an infinite supply, provided your archery skills are exceptional. Such a rare and formal introduction, and for Chu Shihan, it was precisely the weapon card he required. The mere fact that his luck had yielded such a high-quality card suggested that the green-haired wolf was indeed an elite among its kind. In contrast, Lu Su's 2 cards were rather mundane. One was titled Illusory Spoon. You believe this is a spoon? No, you are mistaken. It is actually a small knife. Surprised? Unexpected? The other was Beautiful Water Bottle. Though it is visually appealing, it is merely an ordinary water bottle. These 2 cards were truly worthless, lacking any comparison to the noble paper umbrella. Nevertheless, Lu Su tucked them away, as they occupied minimal space in his inventory. Although the initial slots in the trading market were limited to 3, all cards could be stored in 1 slot, with the market conveniently filtering necessary cards based on the user's thoughts. After reviewing the cards, Ling Yao resumed his lamentations. Brother Chu, I'm truly going to die. I will become a zombie. He had only spent a few days living like a person alongside Chu Shihan, and now it seemed it was all coming to an end. He felt a profound reluctance to part. Chu Shihan scoured his inventory but found no medicine to treat the infection, nor any healing abilities that could assist Ling Yao. At that moment, Lu Su interjected, "Do not panic. There may still be hope. Tonight, we are likely to enter the instance, and we shall see if there are any healing skills or remedies available. Infection does not lead to immediate transformation. There is a process involved. Let's hope Ling Yao can endure until the instance opens." Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. Ling Yao suddenly perked up. I must survive until we exit the instance. Chu Shihan reassured him. Rest assured, even if there are no healing skills or medicines within the instance, I will ensure to end your life before you become a monster. Ling Yao began to cry again. Brother Chu, please do not frighten me. If my blood circulation accelerates, I might mutate before we even enter the instance. Actually, there is another solution. Chu Shihin observed Ling Yao's hand. Before the toxin fully enters your body, you could sever your arm. This was indeed a viable method, more reliable than hoping for a skill within the instance. He refrained from suggesting that Ling Yao amputate his arm immediately, knowing that the boy would be unable to make such a decision in the short term. He calculated the time, and if they were running out of options, he would not prepare Ling Yao mentally, but would act decisively. Then I choose to sever my arm, Ling Yao said, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Chu Shihin. Brother Chu, if I become disabled, you won't abandon me, will you? Ling Yao currently possesses feeble abilities, lacking both points and extraordinary powers. Should he lose another hand, the days ahead would be even more arduous. Without a formidable ally, survival would prove exceedingly difficult. It depends on your performance. Chu Shihin provided a rather ambiguous response, primarily seeking to ascertain the extent to which Ling Yao's abilities could evolve. For this was a type of power he had never witnessed before. With gritted teeth, Ling Yao implored, Brother Chu, lend me a knife. The future could wait, for now. He must evade infection at all costs. Chu Shihin exchanged a sharp machete from the shop for Ling Yao, aiming to provide him with a swift means of liberation. Ling Yao, gripping the machete, raised his left hand, closed his eyes, and delivered a decisive stroke upon himself. The clean and precise motion astonished both Chu Shihin and Lu Su. Chapter 41, The Second Instance.
Ah, ah, ah.
Ling Yao's left arm soared away, and he writhed in agony upon the ground. Lu Su and Chu Shihin hurriedly crouched beside him, one applying pressure while the other staunched the bleeding. They soon observed white fur rapidly sprouting all over Ling Yao's skin, and from his head emerged a pair of fluffy, semicircular ears. Lu Su, taken aback by such a spectacle, felt as though he had been burned and quickly withdrew his hand from Ling Yao. Even more astonishingly, the hand Ling Yao had severed began to regenerate slowly. Wow, your powers have such capabilities? Chu Shihin exclaimed in surprise. Ling Yao, drenched in sweat from the pain, laboriously lifted his head to glance at his arm. He beheld the furry appendage continuing to grow, and the shock of it caused him to faint. Upon his unconsciousness, Chu Shihin noted that the rate of regeneration increased. Is this the reason you picked him up? Lu Su posited, his capacity for acceptance quite strong. After witnessing Ling Yao's sprouting white fur, he quickly regained his composure. Given Chu Shihin's notoriously lackadaisical demeanor, one that would have him discard even a notion of reclaiming something lost, it was clear that picking up a child was no trivial matter. Have you ever heard of such a condition? Chu Shihin inquired. Lu Su observed Ling Yao and replied, if I am not mistaken, this appears to be a phenomenon of atavism. He must possess the bloodline of a white tiger and moreover, his powers seem to include regenerative abilities. Atavism? It does seem somewhat plausible. Yet, what Chu Shihin did not anticipate was the extraordinary strength of Ling Yao's regenerative capabilities. Remarkably, this power seemed dormant for minor injuries, only activated by the severance of limbs. Approximately 20 minutes later, Ling Yao's arm had fully regenerated, though the white fur on his face and body remained, particularly the ears atop his head, which appeared larger than before. Unable to resist, Lu Su reached out to touch Ling Yao's ears while he remained unconscious. You find such things appealing? Lu Su mused, intrigued, particularly since he had never witnessed Chu Shihin caring for any pets prior to the apocalypse. It was merely a momentary impulse to touch. Those ears are exceptionally adorable, and the sensation did not disappoint. These ears resemble those of an unadulterated little tiger, Lu Su remarked. Chu Shihin narrowed his eyes at him. Mr. Lu, your thoughts are bordering on the beastly. Furthermore, Ling Yao is already of age. Lu Su chuckled lightly. I merely wish to offer a reminder, with no other implications intended. Do not overthink it. Shut it, Chu Shihin retorted, covering Lu Su's mouth with his hand and, in one smooth motion, pinning him to the ground, subsequently seating himself upon Lu Su's visibly muscular abdomen. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what is your purpose in going to Jing City? Releasing Lu Su's mouth, he did not rise from his position. They had just slain numerous aberrations in this very spot. Other creatures could sense the death of their kin and would not appear for the time being. So they decided to wait for Ling Yao to awaken and see when the clown would draw them into the instance. "I'm seeking a certain individual," Lu Su replied. "Do you recall the day we first met? A Taoist approached me, teaching me the method to awaken my powers and making a pact with me. He instructed that if the apocalypse arrived 2 years hence, I should find him in Jing City. Initially, he regarded the Taoist as a madman and did not fully believe his words until he indeed awakened his powers and the apocalypse manifested as foretold. Having received favors from another, it was only right to uphold that promise." A Taoist? Is he a survivor of the game? With knowledge of such information 2 years prior and an understanding of how to awaken abilities, he could only be a survivor of the game. I did not initially recognize his identity, but after hearing the words of Howren post-apocalypse, I surmised he was likely a game survivor. I also suspected that due to his unique status, he would not perish in the apocalypse, which is why I insisted on fulfilling the promise. "Very well. I shall accompany you in your search." Chu Shihan reclined beside Lu Su. "After we conclude this task, we can seek a tranquil place to retreat." Entering the instance merely once a week, retirement and seclusion had nearly become an obsession for him. Whatever you say. Had it not been agreed upon 2 years ago, Lu Su would have wished to find a relatively secure place for both of them to settle down, so as to avoid the constant toil that left them no time to truly live. As the two lay dreaming of the future, a clown's visage suddenly appeared in the sky, delivering a direct blow to their reveries. Upon seeing the clown's face, Chu Shihan felt an itch to retrieve his bow and shoot another arrow at it. The pests are about to awaken. After announcing this thrice, the clowns had vanished, replaced by the rules of the instance. As before, the rules outside the instance remained standard, while the others would only be revealed upon entry. This time, Lu Su tightly grasped Chu Shihan's hand, and as the countdown to the instance reached 0, they entered hand in hand. The environment around them shifted abruptly from night to day, bustling with the noise of many people. "Hey, Brother Chu, my injury is healed, ah." Before Ling Yao could finish his sentence, he crouched down, clutching his head. Chu Shihan quickly noted the white fur covering Ling Yao's body and the ears atop his head, swiftly retrieving a cloak from the shop to cover him. "What's going on? Did someone get hurt as soon as we arrived?" Those nearby, hearing Ling Yao's exclamation, assumed he had sustained an injury. "No, the child is merely unaccustomed to such sights and is easily startled," Lu Su clarified, standing at either side of Ling Yao with Chu Shihan. They had not anticipated such a large group arriving together. The instance rules had previously stated that the number of participants correlated with the difficulty level. The first instance had been so challenging with only 5 people, yet this time, at a glance, there were at least 100 participants. How difficult could this instance be? As the crowd murmured in confusion, the clown's visage reappeared in the sky. "Listen closely, pests. This instance requires teamwork. Your teams will be formed based on 5 members for every 500 people. If there are insufficient participants to form a team of 5, the rule of majority will apply to complete the teams. Those with matching identification tags belong to the same group." Once the clown concluded this announcement, everyone looked down at the identification tags affixed to their chests. Chu Shihan bore the number 15. Upon glancing at Lu Su and Ling Yao's tags, he noted they matched, indicating that the 3 of them had not been separated and that 2 outsiders would join their team. The clown continued, "This instance is remarkably simple. Eliminate the aberrations within the forest to earn points. After 48 hours, rankings will be based on your team's total points. Those accumulating fewer than 10,000 personal points shall perish." As the words hung in the air, an enigmatic smile graced the jester's face, a brief pause following his utterance. Seizing the opportunity, a voice emerged from the throng, remarking, "It certainly sounds manageable. All we need to do is relentlessly slay the aberrations." However, upon hearing the jester's subsequent words, the color drained from that person's face instantaneously. The scoring system was as follows: 1 point for vanquishing a green aberration, 2 points for a blue one, 3 points for a purple one, and points would be doubled for eliminating elite aberrations. Moreover, upon defeating an entire team, one would claim all their points. Chapter 42. Arrogant Allies. After laying out the rules, the jester vanished into the sky. replaced by a countdown timer for the quest and a series of numbers from 1 to 20. Each number was accompanied by a display of 0 points. There were a total of 20 teams, amounting to precisely 100 individuals. This 100 were momentarily stunned by the jester's last proclamation, still struggling to regain their composure. What did the jester's words imply? Was he inciting us to turn against one another? A voice broke the silence, articulating the unspoken truth that lingered in everyone's minds. The challenge of this quest lay not in slaying aberrations, but in slaughtering one another, with higher ranks yielding superior rewards. It was evident that some would resort to preying upon other teams to secure better skills. Upon spotting the points leaderboard, Chu Shihin promptly exchanged for 2 cloaks, one for Lu Su and one for himself, concealing their identification tags. "We should cover our numbers," Chu Shihin whispered to Lu Su. No sooner had he spoken than a voice called out from within the crowd, "Where's Team 15? You still have 2 teammates here." Both Chu Shihin and Lu Su remained silent. They had no desire for these 2 incompetent allies. As one person took the lead in searching for teammates, the other scattered teams began to identify one another based on their numbers. At this juncture, a well-meaning individual cautioned, "There is a real-time leaderboard in the sky. I advise you to refrain from exposing your identification tags, lest you become targets for hunting." In response to this reminder, everyone hastily covered their chess numbers, although some nearby had already memorized the identities and numbers of the surrounding teams. The kind-hearted individual continued, "I have a proposal. Would anyone be willing to lend me their ear?" As he spoke again, he captured the attention of all present. Chu Shihin and his companions could see the speaker through the crowd. He was a young man in his 30s, tall and strikingly handsome, with long hair casually tied back. His voice was calm and soothing, exuding a comforting charm. While he advised others to conceal their identification tags, his own was boldly displayed. "Speak quickly. Do not delay us from slaying the aberrations," came a voice urging from the crowd. Ling Yao, who had been crouched on the ground, stood up upon hearing this and leaned forward to glance ahead before retreating to whisper in Chu Shihin's ear, "Brother Chu, it's Hu Gang and his crew." Chu Shihin recognized the name from Ling Yao's earlier mention. They were the ones who had abandoned him. "How many are there?" he inquired. "All 8 are present," Ling Yao replied, tightening his cloak around him, determined not to be recognized by Hu Gang, fearing that their numerical disadvantage would provoke an attack. "Stay calm. Let us observe for now," Lu Su reassured. He was keen to hear the insights of the long-haired man. "I wish to ask everyone, if eliminating the aberrations in this quest could guarantee each participant 1,000 points without any casualties, would you be willing to cooperate?" The long-haired man posed to the crowd. This was a thought-provoking question, plunging everyone into silence. Doubts soon surfaced, with one voice questioning, "Then how will the rankings be determined? Indeed, how will the rewards be allocated?" Chimed in another. The long-haired man responded, "There are 2 possibilities. Either no one receives rewards, or everyone receives the same reward." In essence, it was still a gamble. Evidently, the quest's mechanism was designed to incite mutual slaughter. If they banded together to exploit the loophole, they might ultimately receive no rewards at all. This does not bode well for cooperation, does it? No one can ascertain if the points will truly suffice for each to earn 1,000, a small voice tentatively opposed. At this moment, Hu Gang, whom Ling Yao recognized, spoke loudly. "Even if the points are indeed sufficient, how can you ensure that everyone will refrain from claiming more than their fair share? If some weaklings cannot even slay aberrations, should others be expected to give them points? That would be ludicrous." Thus, everyone was reluctant to cooperate and chose to fight individually. The long-haired man, unfazed by the dissent, seemed to have anticipated such a result. When it comes to unequal strength, what is there to discuss in terms of collaboration? Hu Gang's voice rose above the others, his confidence bolstered by having nearly 2 teams at his back, ensuring that their unity was sufficient to confront the other teams. Was he not concerned that others might band together against him? He was, indeed, but that was precisely why he was fervently sowing discord. "Time is of the essence. We should proceed to slay the aberrations." Hu Gang's incitement proved effective. The notion of ensuring cooperation among all to guarantee each participant 1,000 points was too daunting. It seemed more prudent to swiftly engage the aberrations to avoid being hunted down, losing both rewards and lives in the process. Teams unwilling to cooperate surged toward the forest, and even those who had previously entertained ideas of collaboration abandoned them. The long-haired man's plan depended on the unity of 100 individuals. Yet any single dissenting voice could jeopardize the entire scheme. In the blink of an eye, only a handful remained in the distance, including Chu Shihan and his two remaining teammates, as well as the long-haired man and his companions. Why are you still here? They refuse to cooperate, and we are powerless. We can only fend for ourselves, the long-haired man expressed regretfully to the few who lingered. Hu Gang and his team had already entered the forest, and Ling Yao, now tucked within his cloak, felt less fearful. Curiously, he addressed the long-haired man. You advised everyone to conceal their identification tags. Why do you not do the same? The long-haired man turned his gaze toward them, smiling as he replied, because I am not afraid of others seizing my points. His tone was imbued with a confidence bordering on arrogance. Oh, how impressive! Ling Yao could only offer a dry compliment. The long-haired man softly remarked, Thank you. You are Team 15, correct? Your teammates have been searching for you. With that, he departed with his 4 companions. And the other 2 members of Team 15 finally fixed their gaze upon Chu Shihan and his companions. You are quite the enigma. We searched for you for quite some time, yet you remained silent, remarked a tall, muscular man, flanked by a woman who was a head shorter than him, both clad in camouflage attire. This duo reminded Chu Shihan of his earlier acquaintances, Zhuang Shi and Xiao Shi. They too appear to be a pair. Did that man not just advise everyone to conceal their numbers? Ling Yao retorted, then could not help but complain. What was the point of exposing our numbers before leaving? Are you all so afraid of death? What does it matter if people know? We can always retaliate, the woman declared, arms crossed and gazing down imperiously at the trio. Look at your attire. You truly do not intend to show yourselves? They took turns mocking Chu Shihan and his companions. Primarily, the 3 of them were cloaked, their faces largely obscured by hoods, leading anyone to assume they were indeed terrified. Forget it, dear. Let us not waste our breath on them. We should proceed to slay the aberrations, the tall man suggested, attempting to lead the woman away. The woman, however, was unwilling. What use was it for just the 2 of us to kill? Ultimately, the outcome is determined by the collective score of the entire team. She glared fiercely at Chu Shihan and the others, warning them, even if we cannot claim the top spot, we must secure a place among the top 3. You are not to hinder us, understood? Chapter 43. Time Rewind. What's wrong? Are you 2 survivors from 2 years ago, or have your abilities already reached level 10? Is this arrogance a result of never having faced any consequences in your lives? Ling Yao half hid behind Chu Shihan, peering out to confront the couple. Though our powers may not be at level 10, they are undeniably superior to your cowardice, which prevents you from even revealing your number tags or acknowledging your teammates. The woman spoke with her chin held high, as if she were afflicted by some ailment. What abilities do you possess? Pray, enlighten us, Ling Yao inquired. The woman replied, My husband and I, in addition to our respective natural attribute abilities, possess unique skills. Slaying aberrations is but a commonplace task for us. Upon hearing her words, Ling Yao felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, they seemed formidable compared to him, with his peculiar and largely ineffective ability and lacking any awakened natural attribute skills. He felt utterly useless. As he wallowed in his self-pity, he overheard Lu Su quietly ask Chu Shihan, at this distance, Are you confident in hitting both of them with an arrow? Yes, but they may die, Chu Shihan replied flatly. Their conversation was conducted at a volume only Ling Yao could hear, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. Although these 2 teammates were somewhat thoughtless and arrogant, surely they wouldn't resort to killing their allies right from the outset? What are you whispering about? If you're scared, just follow our lead. Do as we say.
Or dare to.
Before the woman could finish her sentence, a sudden flash caught her eye, followed by a searing pain in her chest. She slowly lowered her gaze to find an arrow embedded in her heart. The man beside her, despite their differing heights, found himself struck in the same location. No matter how many abilities they possessed, being shot through the heart by Chu Shihan's unexpected arrow was futile, leaving them no time to retaliate. The couple's bodies gradually fell backward, never expecting Chu Shihan's attack to be so swift and decisive. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Lu Su activated his abilities. His body swayed slightly, having exhausted his mental strength, and Chu Shihan instinctively reached out to steady him. Ling Yao stood behind Chu Shihan, instinctively drawn to glance in Lu Su's direction. At that moment, Lu Su's face was ashen, sweat beading on his brow, as though he too had been struck by an arrow. Sensing something, Ling Yao suddenly turned to look at the couple, who, instead of collapsing lifelessly, stood upright once more, their movements reverting to the instant before they were struck. The woman raised her chin slightly beside her husband, who regarded them with disdain. Ling Yao was left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Equally bewildered were the couple who had just experienced death. They first touched their chests, then exchanged glances. "We're not dead? We weren't hit by an arrow? Could it be an illusion?" The woman questioned her husband. After confirming his well-being, the man was instantly consumed by rage, striding forward to confront the trio. Yet, as he stepped, something crunched beneath his foot. He looked down to find he had stepped on an arrow, its tip stained with blood. "Ah!" The man screamed, collapsing to the ground. The woman, upon seeing the bloodied arrow, recoiled several steps in fear. Discovering that they bore no wounds, she initially assumed the trio's abilities were merely illusionary, intended to frighten them. However, upon seeing the arrow, both spouses realized a chilling truth. They had not merely experienced an illusion, they had genuinely been shot through the heart, having died once. What kind of ability is this?" The man stuttered. Both husband and wife had taken pride in their unique skills, having encountered many who lacked such abilities, emboldening them to act brazenly before Chu Shihan and his companions. Now, having been killed once without understanding the nature of their attacker skills, they were faced with a truly terrifying ability, an ability that could kill without a trace and yet restore life without harm. What's important is not the skill itself, but do we still need to obediently follow your commands? Lu Su, his mental energy depleted, spoke with a faint voice. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the couple's fear of him. "No need to, it is we who have been blind. In this instance, we shall heed your guidance. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall comply," the man quickly asserted, aligning himself accordingly. The woman, too intimidated to voice her thoughts, found herself in agreement with him. They had awakened two skills and held great promise. They could not afford to falter in this instance, merely due to the dynamics of team leadership. After all, regardless of who led, their ultimate goal remained to acquire more points and secure better rewards. Moreover, given Lu Su's display of prowess, he could only elevate their standing. "Rise," Lu Su stated, having reached a consensus. He said no more. Chu Shihan supported Lu Su as they sought a larger stone on which to rest. Ling Yao approached, whispering, "Brother Lu, what is this ability of yours? Why haven't I seen you use it before?" Lu Su leaned against Chu Shihan, his voice weak. "I upgraded after eliminating that horde of aberrations. When you were bitten by the green-haired wolf, I attempted to use it, but my unfamiliarity prevented its manifestation. I was just trying to test it again. But your ability is supposed to be an instant kill. How can you bring back someone who has died?" Ling Yao pondered, unable to grasp the situation. The events had transpired in mere moments, and he had barely caught sight of them. Time rewind, Chu Shihan uttered those 4 words. Lu Su, having been unaware of the name of his ability, felt a sense of affirmation at Chu Shihan's declaration. However, his unique power was only at level 3, allowing for a very brief and limited rewind, approximately 30 seconds. The conditions for its use were exceedingly stringent. For instance, without Chu Shihan's timely cooperation just now, his rewind would have failed. Brothers, may I ask, are we not supposed to be slaying aberrations to accumulate points? Look, Squad 12 has already amassed 200 points. The man, having endured in silence, was finally provoked by the leading score and could not suppress his inquiry. As fellow ability users, they all consumed mental energy with their powers. Given the lesson Lu Su had just imparted, it was reasonable that he had exhausted considerable energy and needed rest. However, they had been resting for quite some time and had engaged in conversation, completely lacking the tension typical of a dungeon, resembling a leisurely spring outing instead. Nevertheless, faced with the unknown strength of the 3, the couple dared not retaliate while Lu Su was fatigued, who knew where his limits lay. If he were able to employ that move again, they would be finished. There's no rush. Those with higher scores are more dangerous. Let us wait a little longer. Chu Shihan addressed the couple. We are all teammates, so don't be shy. Come over and chat. Let us introduce ourselves. while Chu Shihan's demeanor was gentle. The couple approached as if compelled by an irresistible command, moving in unison. "My name is Wang Heng, and my wife is Ding Hui. May I inquire how to address the three esteemed gentlemen?" Wang Heng, holding his wife's hand, settled down at a distance of 1 meter from Chu Shihan and his companions, not daring to draw too close. Chapter 44. Perhaps a pervert. Chu Shihan did not hold back and revealed the names of the three of them. Ling Yao raised his hand to suggest, "Could you refrain from calling me big brother? I am still quite young." Despite his words, he dared not lower his cloak, as he was still covered in white fur, which would surely frighten Wang Heng and his wife. "Can we call you Little Ling then?" Wang Heng inquired humbly. Ling Yao found this title unacceptable and quickly backtracked, saying, "Forget it. You may continue to call me brother. Just Yao Ge." "All right, Yao Ge," Wang Heng promptly complied. Chu Shihan glanced at the ranking board in the sky, noting that the last place was occupied by Team 2, whose score had only reached 200 when they stood up alongside Lu Su. "Let us go and see how formidable these aberrations truly are," Chu Shihan declared. As time progressed, those with higher scores would become prime targets, just as those with lesser scores would attract attention. If they delayed in eliminating the aberrations, the leading teams would speculate that they were overly confident in their abilities and preferred to eliminate other teams for points instead. The top-ranked teams would undoubtedly be displeased and unite to eliminate the weaker teams, thereby eliminating future threats. Wang Heng and Ding Hui contemplated the need to perform admirably when they encountered the aberrations in the forest, wishing to showcase their strength to Lu Su and the others to avoid being perceived as useless. However, once they entered the woods, they discovered that slaying the aberrations was far easier than they had anticipated. The three types of aberrations in the forest were already familiar to them: the green-haired wolf, the blue beetle, and the purple toxic devil mushroom. Moreover, being bitten by an aberration in the instance would not result in infection. It merely meant that sustaining injuries within the instance could pose risks when exiting. Why is there no one around the outskirts? Could there be more powerful aberrations within? Wang Heng pondered aloud while slaying aberrations. They had traversed the forest for quite some time without encountering a single person. "Let us not venture too deep. We shall remain on the outskirts today and reassess the situation later," Lu Su suggested, glancing at the sky. Although they had entered the forest, the leaves above turned transparent, allowing them to view the changes on the ranking board. Naturally, Wang Heng and his wife did not dare voice any objections, while they fought the aberrations ahead. Lu Su and his companions followed closely behind. Lu Su was recuperating his spiritual energy and did not engage in combat, while Ling Yao had no means to slay aberrations, merely brandishing a dagger as a gesture. Chu Shihan, armed with a bow, would shoot arrows to provide cover when faced with overwhelming foes. This situation was precisely the effect Lu Su sought to achieve with his desperate use of abilities. He aimed to prevent Wang Heng and his wife from fully submitting. If they discerned the uniqueness of Chu Shihan and Ling Yao, it could spell disaster. Furthermore, this was a team-based competitive instance, and lacking two members would certainly hinder their ability to contend with fully staffed teams. Even if they did not wish to compete for rankings, they could not guarantee that no one would seek to eliminate them. Thus, it was essential to employ strategies to subdue Wang Heng and his wife. "Luga, do you think that Team 2 is intentionally suppressing their scores?" Ding Hui remarked, noting that every time she glanced at the ranking board, Team 2 consistently had 10 to 20 points more than them. Indeed, Lu Su had already noticed this. Wang Heng joined the conversation. "Have you all perceived that the long-haired man is rather arrogant?" Ling Yao nodded. "He rivals you two in audacity." Wang Heng awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ling Yao's remark. However, Ding Hui remained unfazed, commenting, "I sense he is fully aware that 100 individuals cannot cooperate, yet he insists on proposing this option, merely to observe everyone's refusal to collaborate." Chu Shihan concurred with Ding Hui's perspective, noting that these aberrations could respawn after being slain. If everyone were willing to cooperate, it would be entirely feasible to avoid casualties. Unfortunately, that individual prematurely broached the topic of collaboration, causing discord and blocking any potential retreat. Why would he do such a thing? Is he exhibiting antisocial tendencies? Ling Yao had not considered this deeply until now, feeling a chill at the thought of the long-haired man. If it were not for Chu Shihan's analysis, he might have believed that the long-haired man's proposal for cooperation stemmed from goodwill. Who knows? Perhaps he is a pervert? Wang Heng remarked. They fought from dawn until dusk, accumulating less than 2,000 points, while the top team had amassed nearly 30,000 points. As aberrations continuously respawned in the forest, they paused to rest, exiting the woods to kindle a fire and replenish their strength. Not only did they share this sentiment, but many teams also exited the forest as night fell, imitating Chu Shihan and his group by lighting a fire and gathering around it. Wang Heng observed that their score remained the lowest, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. Hurry and eat, then we shall continue to slay the aberrations, he urged, hesitating to command Lu Su and the others, directing this remark solely towards his wife. Ding Hui was not one to be delicate. She shared the same thought. We should rest outside tonight to restore our spiritual energy. Tomorrow may not be as peaceful. If you expend too much energy slaying aberrations tonight, the hard-earned points will slip through our fingers, Chu Shihan advised. In this instance, points were not the primary concern. Rather, it was about who could survive until the end. Wang Heng understood this rationale. Yet accumulating only 2,000 points in a day felt somewhat disheartening, especially since Team 2, which had been suppressing their scores, had already amassed 5,000 points. He yearned to strive for more, contemplating going alone to slay aberrations, allowing the others to conserve their strength. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Team 2, which he had been mulling over, approached them. The long-haired man exhibited no signs of fatigue after a day of slaying aberrations. His demeanor remained as elegant as ever, with his 4 teammates obediently trailing behind him, entirely subservient to his lead. Greetings, we meet again. The long-haired man casually seated himself beside them, even encroaching upon their fire. Ling Yao felt a twinge of annoyance towards the long-haired man, perceiving him as a cunning individual who concealed his true nature beneath a veneer of charm. Thus, he selfishly shifted his position slightly to block the fire from the intruder. The long-haired man showed no signs of anger, straightforwardly inquiring, "Are you intentionally suppressing your scores?"
No.
"We are genuinely useless." Chu Shihan, often misconstrued as inept, stated this with no burden on his conscience. At times, he even wished to be a true failure. Yet in this chaotic era, being a failure equated to death, and he was unwilling to meet that fate. The long-haired man was momentarily taken aback, falling silent before responding. "We heard upon our return that there are more advanced aberrations within the forest. Shall we journey together tomorrow?" "No need. We will remain on the outskirts and slay some lower-level ones," Chu Shihan declined firmly. However, the long-haired man abruptly turned his gaze to Wang Heng. "What about you?" Wang Heng was caught off guard by the question, awkwardly looking to Lu Su, unsure how to respond. He was undoubtedly tempted, eager to rush deep into the forest the following day, yet with Chu Shihan's outright refusal already stated, it felt inappropriate for him to speak up. "They are part of our team. What do you think?" Lu Su retorted coldly. Chapter 45. What are you pretending for? My name is Guan Yu. I hope we have an opportunity to collaborate tomorrow. The long-haired man, finding the conversation unfruitful, introduced himself before departing with his team. Ling Yao gazed at his retreating figure, unable to restrain her curiosity. What was his purpose here? Why did he even bother to introduce himself? We had no desire to become acquainted with him. Perhaps he came to intimidate us. He must have set his sights on us. Lu Su frowned in displeasure. Wang Heng, panicking, queried, "What does this mean? Is he actually targeting us over our meager points?" Ding Hui's eyes gleamed with determination. Should we take action against him tomorrow? Given their current progress, it was evident that to secure a spot in the top 3, they would need to eliminate opponents. Otherwise, they might not even achieve the guaranteed minimum of 10,000 points per person. Do not underestimate him. His audacity surely stems from confidence. Lu Su was wary of the couple underestimating their adversary, having suffered the consequences of such complacency before. Upon hearing Lu Su's words, Wang Heng recalled the events of the morning and fell silent. The night passed uneventfully, and the following morning, the leaderboard in the sky underwent a transformation. The team that had held the first position yesterday, Team 12, was now overtaken by Team 8. Did Team 8 engage in a night of slaughter? Wang Heng pondered aloud. The notion aligned with his thoughts, yet his captain did not endorse such a strategy. If they had indeed fought through the night, they too should have surged to the forefront. It seemed so. Their rapid ascent must have provoked Team 12. Just as Ling Yao voiced this, She noticed Team 12's point soaring. However, what truly astonished them was the sudden shift that saw Team 8 turn gray, plummeting from first to last place, now trailing behind their own Team 15. What is happening? Did Team 12 annihilate Team 8? Wang Heng exclaimed in shock. At this early hour, many teams had yet to enter the forest, their attention captured by the dramatic changes on the leaderboard. Wait, Team 8's points are still intact, and Team 12's points have not increased significantly, Lu Su remarked. So what transpired? Did they suffer a complete wipeout? Ding Hui inquired. Lu Su speculated. If they weren't killed by others, then they must have encountered a formidable variant. Wang Heng gulped. What kind of variant could wipe out 5 individuals in an instant? They're all ability users. His earlier pride, stemming from possessing 2 abilities, had been repeatedly diminished, leaving him feeling quite diminished. We shall discover the truth upon entering the forest, Chu Shihan suggested. At that moment, Wang Heng and Ding Hui grew apprehensive. Do you think those powerful variants might venture into the periphery today? Don't jinx it, Ling Yao retorted angrily. Ironically, Wang Heng's foreboding proved prophetic. Upon entering the forest, they found that the variants today were significantly more challenging to eliminate, with the points awarded for defeating them doubling compared to the previous day. The once 1-point green-furred wolf now yielded 2 points, while the 2-point blue beetle had surged to 4 points. Despite the increase in points, Wang Heng and his companions felt uneasy, their focus wavering during the fights against the variants. Do you wish to die? Wang Heng nearly fell victim to a nimble green-furred wolf while distracted, only to be saved by Chu Shihan, who swiftly dispatched it with an arrow. Be cautious. These green-furred wolves are much more agile than yesterday, Ding Hui warned, positioning herself back-to-back with Wang Heng to protect one another. Chu Shihan maintained a distance, being a ranged shooter. Up to this point, Lu Su had not utilized his abilities, as the variants were scattered and approached them one at a time, seemingly eager to offer up points. Whenever one leapt toward him, he swiftly resolved it with his dagger. Brother Chu, do these green-furred wolves resemble the mutated creature that bit me before we entered? Is this what the clown referred to as an elite variant? I couldn't even defeat a single one. If we encounter danger, please do not abandon me. Ling Yao began to worry about his future. Chu Shihan found himself speechless, expecting Ling Yao to boldly assert that if the situation became perilous, he should disregard his well-being. This young man certainly understood the concept of countering expectations. However, this approach could not persist. The situation was growing increasingly dire. Ling Yao not only struggled to earn points but also found himself relying on his teammates for protection. Even if he promised Lu Su not to abandon him, Wang Heng and his wife would not agree. Can you control the creatures outside? Have you ever attempted to control these variants? Chu Shihan suggested to Ling Yao. Ling Yao's eyes sparkled from beneath his hood. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? I shall try now. He focused on a green-furred wolf poised to attack Wang Heng, and upon activating his skill, his consciousness merged with that of the wolf. He directed the wolf to leap backward, colliding with a blue beetle that had just emerged from the ground. The beetle was caught off guard, sent flying several meters away. Ling Yao was elated, then began to assess the green-furred wolf's abilities, discovering that this diminutive creature possessed its own powers. While he was examining, he suddenly sensed numerous similar presences approaching from all directions, yet he saw nothing. A foreboding feeling gripped him, especially knowing that the green-furred wolf had abilities it had never utilized. With this in mind, he activated the wolf's ability, a green, short, poisonous arrow. The moment the ability was unleashed, he immediately relinquished control over the wolf and shouted towards Wang Heng and his wife, "Get back." Wang Heng clearly saw a green-furred wolf hurtling toward him and prepared to use his powers to defend himself when he noticed the wolf veer off to strike a beetle instead. Just as he was astonished, he saw the wolf begin to spin in place, releasing a flurry of small poisonous arrows. However, these arrows were not aimed at them. They appeared to be defending against other foes. It was then that he heard Ling Yao's warning from behind. Although confused, he instinctively grabbed Ding Hui and swiftly retreated. Suddenly, dozens of green-furred wolves emerged in their vicinity. Yet, as soon as they appeared, they were struck by the small poisonous arrows from the wolf controlled by Ling Yao. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Su unleashed his instant kill skill, swiftly decimating the entire pack of green-furred wolves. Wang Heng and Ding Hui turned their heads slowly towards the trio behind them, feeling deflated. They had toiled vigorously all morning. Yet the results of Ling Yao and Lu Su's single skill usage surpassed their efforts. This was a bitter blow to their pride. Reflecting on their earlier bravado, Wang Heng and his wife felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Chapter 46. The Flame Golden Lion. "Oh!" Ling Yao exclaimed, pulling his hand from his cloak. Excitement bubbling as he addressed Chu Shihan. "Brother Chu, my fur is gone." It turned out that using his abilities caused his white fur to recede. A revelation he had previously been unaware of. "Then let your head breathe some fresh air," Chu Shihan suggested. Upon saying this, he lowered his hood as well, having initially worn it to complement Ling Yao. If Ling Yao wore it alone, it would attract too much attention. However, with the three of them together, there would be fewer curious gazes. "Wow, finally breathing in fresh air," Ling Yao exclaimed, stretching his arms and tilting his head back. He then compared his two hands, inspecting to see if the newly grown left hand was intact. "Do they look the same?" Upon witnessing his actions, Chu Shihan discerned his thoughts with remarkable clarity. Ling Yao nodded vigorously, echoing his sentiments. "Brother Chu, I am truly enamored with my abilities now." Previously, he had harbored doubts about the utility of his powers, feeling their lack of offensive capability and lamenting the abandonment he suffered from his biological parents at birth. However, under Chu Shihan's guidance, he unearthed a newfound purpose for his abilities, filling him with unbridled joy. "Moreover, I have noticed that after having my hand severed, my powers seem to have intensified. Perhaps they have indeed leveled up?" Ling Yao mused, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Chu Shihan advised, "Engage your intellect. Do not squander such a remarkable gift." "Indeed, I shall dedicate myself to thorough research henceforth." Ling Yao responded earnestly, nodding with conviction. Meanwhile, Lu Su pondered whether Chu Shihan's words were indirectly directed at him, recognizing the complexity of his own abilities. Without Chu Shihan's prompting, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that his power was time reversal. Surprisingly, Chu Shihan exhibited no astonishment upon witnessing his use of time manipulation. "Brothers, look swiftly. It appears that everyone's scores are rapidly escalating," Wang Heng exclaimed, gesturing towards the sky. "It seems the number of anomalies has increased across all regions," Lu Su remarked after observing the scene. The anomalies in the forest were now appearing in clusters, contrasting sharply with their previous solitary emergence. With this revelation, both Lu Su and Ling Yao found themselves unable to remain passive, joining Wang Heng and his partner in the hunt for anomalies, while Chu Shihan leisurely loosed an arrow now and then, as if taking a stroll with an elderly gentleman. Number 13 had been devoured by number 12, whose score had now surpassed 50,000. Chu Shihan, enjoying a leisurely pace, took on the role of reporting the scores of other teams to his companions. "Is this number 12 truly that formidable? They have been at the top since yesterday, and now they lead the charge in slaying others. I fear chaos looms ahead," Wang Heng expressed with concern. Just yesterday, he had reveled in the superiority of his abilities, but now self-doubt crept in. Surely not. With their high scores, they should seek a safe haven rather than engage in direct confrontation, as it would be they who suffer the consequences, Ding Hui countered, her perspective differing. "Consider our score of just over 10,000. Those with fewer points will not seek us out, while those with higher scores will. Should they falter, it would be even more disadvantageous for us." "Not necessarily. What if the leading team comprises more than just 5 individuals?" Chu Shihan suddenly recalled the name Hu Gang mentioned by Ling Yao. This arrogant team number 12 was likely comprised of Hu Gang and his entourage. Understanding his implication, Ling Yao spoke in a tone of negotiation. "Brother Lu, should we encounter Hu Gang and his crew, I shall take charge of the situation." Before Lu Su could respond, Chu Shihan raised an eyebrow and inquired, so confident, "Are we? Just yesterday, you were apprehensive about being discovered by the enemy, yet today you boldly proclaim such intentions?" "Indeed, I am now a person of combat prowess," Ling Yao declared, thumping his chest with bravado, as if he could contend with Hu Gang in a fierce battle. Wang Heng and Ding Hui exchanged bewildered glances at Ling Yao's words, questioning whether he had previously lacked combat capabilities. After all, he had just executed a flawless cooperation with Lu Su, swiftly dispatching a horde of anomalies. "Let us table those discussions for now. Our priority is to eliminate anomalies and secure a minimum score of 50,000, Lu Su asserted, seizing the moment of chaos to maximize their score. The group unanimously agreed and advanced together. The leaderboard revealed an increasing number of faded numbers, indicating teams with 0 points having been eliminated by others, while those with scores intact had fallen victim to anomalies. After scanning the surroundings, Chu Shihan's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that a greater number of teams had been obliterated by anomalies. This indicated the presence of even more formidable elite anomalies ahead. Before the others could respond to Chu Shihan's observation, they suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them. The tremors approached rapidly, causing them to struggle for balance. Then, they beheld a disheveled figure sprinting desperately towards them. "Help! Help!" The man cried out as he spotted Chu Shihan and the others blocking his path. With every ounce of strength, he leapt towards them, landing just behind their flank. It was at that moment the creature pursuing him revealed itself. A golden lion, massive as a car, emerged, flames billowing from its body. With each bound, the ground quaked beneath its weight, and nearby trees ignited upon contact with its flames. "Get out of the way!" Lu Su shouted, grasping Chu Shihan, who in turn pulled Ling Yao as they leapt to the right. Wang Heng and Ding Hui also clasped hands and jumped left. Despite their swift evasive maneuvers, Ling Yao's cloak was singed by the flames. Instinctively, he reached out to pat the fire out, but Chu Shihan halted his actions, swiftly yanking the cloak away and casting it to the ground. "Be mindful. This is an anomaly, and its flames may possess corrosive properties. It is best to avoid contact with your skin," Chu Shihan cautioned. Oh, Ling Yao nodded, retreating. Fortunately, the flaming lion's target was not them. It barreled past, chasing the fleeing man. The man, having risen, dashed away, his legs moving with such speed that they left after images. Yet, he did not run far before doubling back, circling around Chu Shihan and his companions. "Hey! What are you doing?" Wang Heng shouted at the man, who was desperately pursued by the fiery lion. "He must be trying to force us to intervene. If we attract the lion's ire, he can escape," he reasoned. Despite the man's speed, he could not completely shake off the lion, resorting to leading it away from them. Fortunately, the lion was singularly focused, fixating on its adversary and not indiscriminately attacking those nearby. It became evident why many teams had been annihilated, once targeted by this lion. Any surviving member would be relentlessly pursued to the ends of the earth. "Let us remain patient and not act. We can tire him out," Ling Yao jested. After the man had run 3 laps, his face grew increasingly pale. He hadn't anticipated that Chu Shihan and the others would remain so composed. "Brothers, please, help me," the man gasped, panting heavily. Barely had his plea left his lips when his eyes glazed over, and he froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, the flaming lion leaped forward and swiftly severed his neck with a single bite. Chapter 47. Someone is watching. What caused him to suddenly freeze? Has he exhausted himself? Ling Yao questioned, perplexed. The man appeared fatigued, but it was inconceivable that he could be rendered immobile so abruptly, especially after just pleading for their assistance. However, there was little time for contemplation, as the man's sudden demise prompted the flaming lion to shift its focus onto Chu Shihan and his companions. "Brother Lu, Brother Chu, do not fear. Allow me to control it," Ling Yao declared, extending 2 fingers as if to cast a spell. However, employing skills required no such theatrics. Yet before he could initiate his ability, Chu Shihan firmly pressed his hand down. "What level is it? What level are you? If you wish to perish, then do try to control it." Ling Yao had recently managed to control a green-haired wolf and mistakenly believed he could tame anything, failing to acknowledge the sheer size of the flaming lion. Its tail alone outweighed an elite green-haired wolf. No, I merely meant to suggest. I knew Brother Chu would certainly prevent me," Ling Yao quickly retorted, retreating behind Chu Shihan. His courage was as thin as a pin, and there was no way he would seize the spotlight in such a perilous moment. "Earthen prison." Wang Heng knelt on one hand, and as his words fell, a soil-based prison rose around the flaming golden lion, ensnaring its massive form within. Wang Heng wielded earth-based abilities, and by combining this with a unique skill, he fashioned a formidable earthen cage to contain the fiery beast. Although the prison appeared to be constructed of mere dirt, it boasted a resilience surpassing that of steel. Upon witnessing Wang Heng's successful containment of the fiery lion, Ding Hui swiftly unleashed 5 ice spikes. However, Her target was not the lion itself, but the prison he had conjured. Upon impact, the cage melted into a sludge, rapidly expanding to envelop the entire flaming golden lion. It resembled the viscous layer encasing a toxic devil's root, transforming the fiery lion into a mud statue. The melting was a manifestation of Ding Hui's unique skill. Like Wang Heng, she merged her awakened water abilities with her skills, complementing Wang Heng's earthen prison, while Ding Hui's skill melted the cage. The hardness of the mud shell encasing the lion remained unchanged, perhaps even becoming airtight, capable of suffocating anything trapped within. At this moment, Wang Heng and his wife seized the opportunity to catch their breath and hurried towards Lu Su and the others. Observing this scene, Chu Shihan, who had initially aimed to shoot an arrow, hesitated. "Rest assured, my brothers, that lion is doomed," he declared. Yet, before Wang Heng could utter his final word, a cracking sound echoed through the air. Chu Shihan knocked another arrow, calling out to Lu Su, "Coordinate with me." He had anticipated that Wang Heng and Ding Hui's methods would yield some effect, but he was astonished to find that they had not endured even a minute. Impossible. Wang Heng could hardly believe his eyes, and doubt crept into Ding Hui's mind regarding her abilities. Chu Shihan explained, "Your powers are earth and water. While that flaming golden lion embodies metal and fire, it is only natural that you cannot suppress it." Not only were their abilities mismatched, but they were also vastly outmatched in terms of level. The shell of the flaming lion began to crack from its head, and Chu Shihan took aim at the center of its brow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. His speed was so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye, and the lion was repeatedly forced back. Despite its formidable defenses, the initial dozen arrows failed to inflict any damage, merely causing it to retreat slightly. However, Chu Shihan's archery prowess was unparalleled. Even as the lion writhed, he directed each arrow with precision to the same vulnerable spot. Seemingly aware of the lion's thick hide, he unleashed a volley of arrows. In mere seconds, he released a multitude of arrows, which, having failed to wound the lion, accumulated on the ground. Only the final arrow found its mark, embedding itself into the lion's brow, but it merely penetrated to the tip. Yet for Lu Su, this was sufficient. "Lu Su, act now," Chu Shihan commanded. Almost simultaneously with his words, Lu Su activated his skill, Instant Kill. Aware of the level suppression, Lu Su augmented his skill with wind-based abilities. Thus, his instant kill attack, coupled with the wind blades, obliterated half of the flaming lion's head. The lion collapsed with a thunderous crash, its partially cracked mud shell shattered, revealing its entire form as the roaring flames dissipated. Upon slaying the flaming golden lion, Ling Yao immediately looked skyward at the score.
Wow.
"This lion is worth a full 1,000 points," she exclaimed in delight. Others joined in her jubilation as Lu Su approached Chu Shihan. When Chu Shihan had shot his arrows, the flaming golden lion had shifted positions, creating a distance between them. As Lu Su reached Chu Shihan, the latter suddenly drew his bow, and an arrow whizzed past Lu Su's ear. Lu Su halted abruptly, slowly turning to regard the direction from which the arrow had flown. Ling Yao and the others were startled by Chu Shihan's action, but after a moment of waiting without seeing Lu Su's anger, they assumed it was merely playful banter between the couple and said nothing further. However, Chu Shihan spoke, "Someone is watching us from over there." At that moment, Lu Su had already turned and sprinted towards the indicated direction. Ling Yao and the others followed closely behind, searching fruitlessly for Chu Shihan's arrow. But they discovered blood splattered on the trees. Could it be that person named Guan? Ling Yao speculated. Lu Su examined the traces on the grass, concluding that apart from the one he had seen, no one else was present. Only Guan Yu had been keeping a close watch on them. How can someone who has been struck by an arrow run so swiftly? "This seems illogical," Wang Heng remarked. "With such speed, they shouldn't have been hit," Chu Shihan confirmed, fully aware of his archery skills. Furthermore, based on the bloodstains on the tree, it was likely that the individual had been struck in the chest. Such a severe injury would typically result in collapse nearby, yet this person seemed to have vanished without a trace. "Brother Chu, with your vast experience, do you know of any abilities that grant invisibility?" Ling Yao inquired. Indeed, Chu Shihan nodded, and upon seeing the peculiar looks from Wang Heng and Ding Hui, he added, "Perhaps?" The couple exchanged glances. Lu Su continued, "Certainly, There are countless bizarre abilities we have yet to encounter. If the individual possessed the power of invisibility, it implied they were still in the vicinity. Wang Heng, reaching into his inventory, produced a dagger and began to slash aimlessly at the air. His clumsy actions would yield no results. Though Chu Shihan sensed no other presences nearby, to reassure his teammates and considering the presence of some anomalous creatures in the grass, he retrieved a card containing the arrows he had previously used. He tossed the card skyward, murmuring, "Rain of arrows." The remaining arrows surged forth, sweeping a wide area. Ling Yao and Wang Heng were unaware of Chu Shihan's Rain of Arrows card and were awestruck by the display. Only Lu Su frowned, stating, "The person has escaped." Chapter 48. Avenge the Teammates. On the other side of the forest, Guan Yu stared at the lifeless body before him, its head drooping, and a palpable disgust flickered in his eyes. An arrow had pierced the corpse's heart, staining its shirt with a pool of blood. "I misjudged. I never anticipated that the pretty boy's archery skills were so formidable," Guan Yu remarked towards the lifeless form while his 3 remaining teammates stood silently behind him. He withdrew the arrow from the corpse's heart and nonchalantly kicked the body to the ground. Just then, a fully equipped team approached, their numbered badges obscured. However, they saw Guan Yu and his 3 companions standing there, with one fallen on the ground, leading them to assume that this team had just endured a fierce battle resulting in casualties. They quickly surrounded him, and as they drew closer, they recognized Guan Yu as the long-haired man who had proposed team cooperation just outside the forest the previous day. It's you from Team 2? The leader of this group, a rather greasy man with dyed blue hair, scrutinized Guan Yu's badge, then glanced up at the leaderboard in the sky. "What are you doing? It's nearly dark, and you haven't even scored 20,000 points. Are you planning to give up? May I inquire as to which team you belong?" Guan Yu resumed his previous genteel demeanor. The blue-haired man squinted at Guan Yu and asked, "What does this have to do with you? Since you've already given up, why not just hand over your points to us?" Their team's strength was rather mediocre, and they dared not confront a fully equipped squad, thus they were hiding in the forest, skirting around whenever they spotted a 5-member team. Finally, they managed to catch a team with disgruntled members. This was their chance to revel in a bit of triumph. "Brothers, let's take them down." With a single command from the blue-haired man, his teammates unleashed their abilities, charging toward Guan Yu. In the face of the approaching adversaries, Guan Yu remained unhurried, simply raising his hand to snap his fingers. The sharp crack echoed, akin to a stone being cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout. At the instant the blue-haired man and his comrades heard the sound, their bodies froze in place. Guan Yu approached him, his voice gentle as he gazed into his eyes. The blue-haired man, in a daze, lifted his head to meet Guan Yu's gaze. Guan Yu spoke deliberately. "Your comrade has been slain by a delicate young man wielding a bow. After you lay the deceased to rest, you shall seek vengeance upon that young man." He then selected one of the blue-haired man's teammates, extending his palm toward the individual's forehead, a white thread delving into it. With a flick of his slender fingers, the person ceased their aggressive stance and obediently stood beside him. Guan Yu glanced at the number concealed beneath the cloak and then looked skyward. "Team 9. Your points barely exceed 20,000, do they not?" No one responded to his words. He seemed accustomed to conversing with himself. He looked down at the number plate on his chest. It was an item he could not discard, as it reappeared on any garment he wore. Thus, acquiring cloaks from the marketplace to obscure the number was indeed a wise choice. Consequently, he donned 3 cloaks, helping his teammates conceal their number plates. And together with their newly joined companion, they ventured deeper into the forest. Once their figures completely vanished into the woods, the blue-haired man and his remaining 3 teammates finally moved. They awkwardly buried their fallen comrade, the second member, who had been pierced by an arrow. And as they knelt on the ground, the light slowly returned to their eyes. "Damn that young man. We shall seek him out for vengeance," declared the blue-haired man as he picked up the bloodied arrow from the ground. His teammates echoed, "Let us avenge him." After Lu Su confirmed that the person who had been spying on them had fled, they no longer pursued that lead. As dusk approached, they decided to delve deeper into the forest to hunt a few flame-golden lions. While clearing the various small aberrations they encountered along the way, an arrow suddenly streaked through the air, targeting Chu Shihen, who was leisurely strolling behind them. Lu Su unleashed a wind blade, splitting the arrow in 2 as it fell to the ground. That was the arrow I just shot, Chu Shihen recognized instantly. The arrows from the arrow from nothing ability are conjured from the user's thoughts, setting them apart from ordinary arrows. Lu Su fixed his gaze ahead and commanded, "Come out." As his voice fell, four figures clad in black cloaks emerged from behind the distant trees, the leader sporting blue hair. "You killed our comrade?" The blue-haired man's eyes brimmed with vengeance. "Brothers, attack. Let us avenge our fallen comrade." Upon hearing this, Ling Yao was even more incensed than the blue-haired man. "What nonsense is this? You think you can spy on us and still have the moral high ground?" However, the blue-haired man showed no intent of reasoning. The four charged forward, ready for a fight to the death. Lu Su had no intention of killing for points, but given that they had presented themselves so willingly, he felt no need to hold back. Yet, as the skirmish ensued, Lu Su quickly discerned that their abilities were not particularly formidable, and they were at a disadvantage of 4 against 5. Their chances of victory were slim. Is it reasonable to sacrifice everyone for a single comrade? Lu Su pondered the peculiar situation and promptly shouted, "Wang Heng, leave one alive." But he was a moment too late. Wang Heng had already thrust a soil spike through the throat of the last remaining assailant. "Sorry, Brother Lu, I couldn't hold back." Wang Heng scratched the back of his head, feeling guilty. Lu Su shook his head. "Forget it. I just realized something was off, and wanted to keep someone alive for questioning." "What was off?" Ding Hui inquired. Ling Yao pulled aside the blue-haired man's cloak. "Let me see what number team you are and how many points you have for us." While they did not wish to kill for points, the prospect of easily acquiring a significant amount of points was undeniably enticing. Team 9. Ling Yao looked up at the leaderboard in the sky. 20,005 points. That's not much more than us. Wait a minute, wasn't their team completely wiped out by us? Why is their number still lit up? Upon hearing Ling Yao's words, the others also gazed at the leaderboard. Indeed, Team 9's number remained illuminated. Wang Heng furrowed his brow as he checked each of the 4 bodies. They were all dead. Is there a delay with the leaderboard? Is this what you meant by something being off? Chu Shihen asked Lu Su. Lu Su shook his head. "No, I hadn't considered that. What I found odd was that they seemed to come here solely to meet their demise. Even if they were seeking death, if their team is entirely wiped out, why aren't we being awarded their points?" Ling Yao was on the verge of losing his mind. One of their teammates was killed by Brother Chu. And now for a line here. 1 + 4 = 5, doesn't it? Chu Shihen, however, remained calm. What if the one I killed wasn't a member of Team 9? If he wasn't a member of Team 9, then why had these individuals come to seek revenge upon us? Wang Heng felt his mind was in a fog. This instance supposed to be about killing aberrations and taking points from killing people? Why do we have to think so much? Ling Yao stroked his chin and feigned profundity. Perhaps this is a tactic. Have 4 come to die, while the last one lurks in the shadows, waiting for us to engage in conflict, so he can swoop in and reap the benefits. After saying this, he cast an expectant look at Chu Shihen, as if seeking praise, convinced he had unraveled the truth. Chu Shihen regarded him with a complex expression. "Perhaps you should just cut off your head and see if your regeneration ability can grow a new one. This current version doesn't seem very useful." "Thanks. That was hurtful. Shall we go find the last member of Team 9 then?" Wang Heng queried. Since they were unable to make sense of it, they decided to follow Lu Su's lead. "We must find him. After all, we've already killed 4. And leaving one for others to pick up would be too much of a loss for us." Ding Hui lamented over the more than 20,000 points that had yet to transfer to their team on the leaderboard. "Let us continue hunting aberrations. Don't let this matter distract us, and keep an eye on the leaderboard to see how long the last member of Team 9 can survive." Time was of the essence, and rather than search for one among 70 or 80 individuals, it would be wiser to focus on hunting aberrations. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they indeed found an abundance of flame golden lions. Alongside the lions were golden glowing black bears and tigers, all reigning beasts of the forest. Yet, in the eyes of Lu Su and his companions, they were merely gleaming points. By the time night had fallen, they had accumulated their points little by little, pushing their team's total over 50,000, ensuring each member secured a minimum of 10,000 points. Heavens! At last, our minimum score is sufficient. Let us take a brief respite. I am feeling rather disheartened after just slaying one of my kind. Allow me a moment to compose myself. Ling Yao plopped down onto the ground, utterly exhausted to the point where she could scarcely move her fingers. Wang Heng, puzzled by her words, remarked, "We just killed a tiger, not a person." Ling Yao's mind often flitted between brilliance and distraction, but at this moment, she exhibited an extraordinary insight. Explaining to Wang Heng, "Since childhood, our teachers have instilled in us the importance of treating the small creatures of nature as family. And although what we have slain is a tiger in my heart, it is akin to one of my kin." Unbeknownst to Wang Heng, Ling Yao possessed the extraordinary ability of the white tiger's ancestral return. He merely felt foolish for engaging her in such inquiries. Ling Yao was simply a peculiar child, often uttering strange remarks. The best way to honor her was to let her words flow in one ear and out the other. Only 7 teams remain. Lu Su cast a glance at the leaderboard and remarked. Moreover, there was even one team with a score lower than theirs, barely surpassing 30,000. The 20 identifiers on the leaderboard had faded significantly, each symbolizing 5 living souls. One could only wonder if other instances were suffering such dire fates as well. Ding Hui mused. It was not worth mentioning those who had perished at the hands of the aberrants. However, among the faded identifiers, most were in a state of 0 points, truly victims of their own kind. The law of the jungle prevailed. This was the apocalypse. After speaking, Wang Heng reclined backward, completely engulfed by the underbrush. The real world, having been scorched by the sun for several days, now bore no signs of vibrant wild grasses, with only the occasional patch of withered grass remaining in shaded areas. The location they had chosen was rich in wild growth, perfectly concealing them while allowing them to rest and remain vigilant for any approaching aberrants. Yet, instead of aberrants, they spied several shadowy figures stealthily approaching. With the dwindling number of teams and the seemingly boundless expanse of the forest, the likelihood of encountering others diminished with each passing moment. Lu Su and his companions had spent an entire night slaying aberrants and had never before seen anyone pass by this vicinity. "Brother Gang, let us rest for a moment. I can scarcely run any longer. We have been fleeing for so long. They should not have caught up with us," one voice gasped. "You useless wretch." A coarse voice scolded, then added, "Let us take 5 minutes. Your scores are still insufficient. We must hurry and slay a few more aberrants at the outskirts." "Very well. Brother Gang, with your assurance, we can relax," another voice praised. Lu Su and his companions, concealed in the underbrush, overheard their conversation. Ling Yao, in the dim light, mouthed to Chu Shiheng, "It's Hu Gang." Though they were in the forest, the leaderboard hanging in the sky resembled a grand moon, not significantly impairing their vision. Chu Shiheng nodded, recognizing the voice. He had heard Hu Gang's voice outside the forest when they first entered the instance, and was not likely to forget it so quickly. Ling Yao gestured with a slicing motion across her throat, inquiring if Chu Shiheng and Lu Su wished to take action. Though she yearned to rush out and eliminate Hu Gang, the opposing side numbered 7, while they had only 5, and her vendetta against Hu Gang should not endanger her teammates. Whether to mobilize the entire team depended on Lu Su's desire to seize the points of Team 12, which still topped the leaderboard with a staggering 100,000 points. It was likely that half of that sum had been accrued through the joint efforts of the 2 teams defeating others. Lu Su and his group were too close to Hu Gang's resting place, rendering any noise impossible. This hindered his ability to formulate a battle strategy. He merely conveyed a few hand signals, instructing Wang Heng to move out first and entrap several individuals with a soil prison, while Ding Hui and Chu Shiheng would flank left and right, one employing ice spikes and the other utilizing a bow for ranged attacks. The nearby aberrants had been eradicated, and none had yet respawned, leaving Ling Yao's powers temporarily ineffectual as she remained on standby. He followed Wang Heng outside, aiming to capture the leader first. Ling Yao, observing Lu Su's gestures, comprehended not a single one, while the others instinctively charged out. Soil prison. Wang Heng seized the initiative, and the soil prison rose around the group, ensnaring them. However, Hu Gang reacted with remarkable speed, activating his skill with a shout, "Diamond Fist." Wang Heng's once reliable soil prison was swiftly breached by Hu Gang's powerful strike, allowing him to escape through the breach without a backward glance. Upon witnessing Hu Gang bolt away like the wind, Lu Su realized he had awakened a speed-related ability. Yet the others within the soil prison were not so quick to react, jostling one another in a frantic attempt to escape through the breach, but none succeeded. Chu Shiheng, shooting arrows to eliminate 3 individuals attempting a counterattack, watched as Team 10's luminescence dimmed on the score leaderboard, while their own Team 15's score surged from over 50,000 to more than 80,000 in an instant. Chapter 50. Transformation into the White Tiger. Ling Yao had followed Hu Gang for several days and knew his cowardly disposition well, though she had failed to decipher Lu Su's signals while concealed in the underbrush. She was certain that Hu Gang would be the first to flee. Thus, she had positioned herself nearby, and as Hu Gang fled, she immediately pursued him. Hu Gang, who had evolved in speed and strength, though not particularly astute, managed to keep his 7 subordinates in line through sheer brute force. After the first instance, he had awakened a metal-related ability, seized many points from others, and exchanged them for upgrade cards to enhance his powers. It came as no surprise to Ling Yao that he could shatter Wang Heng's soil prison with a single punch. With his speed advantage, Ling Yao did not expect to catch up, yet she followed in hopes of encountering an aberrant, controlling a small and agile green-furred wolf. With a day and a half's worth of accumulated experience, she now found controlling aberrants to be second nature. Hu Gang dashed with remarkable speed, the wind whistling past his ears. As he ran, he suddenly felt something colliding with him from behind. To avoid potential danger, he activated his metal ability, hardening his skin from the neck down. He wished he could make his head as hard as iron, but his current level was insufficient. As his skin hardened, his sensory perception diminished, and it was not until he had been struck multiple times that he realized he was being followed. Though both reason and courage insisted he should not look back, the persistent, indistinct object behind him nudged him too insistently to resist. Hu Gang increased his arm strength, the muscles beneath his clothing swelling with power, and he abruptly turned around, swinging his fist at the unseen pursuer without even glimpsing what it was. However, the green-furred wolf nimbly evaded his blow. Upon discovering it was merely a green-furred wolf, Hu Gang dismissed it entirely, drawing a firearm from his inventory and firing several shots at the creature. Yet, the wolf deftly dodged, leaping left and right, avoiding every bullet. Damn it! Hu Gang had slain hundreds, if not 1,000 elite green-furred wolves in the past few days, yet this was the first time he encountered one so agile. This particular green-furred wolf ignited his competitive spirit. He continued firing at the wolf, gradually forgetting that he was supposed to be fleeing for his life. Just as he mustered the strength to eliminate the green-furred wolf, another one suddenly descended from above, raining down poisonous darts like an unrelenting storm. Hu Gang, unprotected, was startled and quickly sought refuge to the side, only to be tripped by the first green-haired wolf, causing him to tumble to the ground. He, armed with a gun, unleashed a barrage of frantic shots, managing to strike one of the creatures. Just then, a violet tendril erupted from the earth, ensnaring his limbs. Get away, you filthy beasts. Leave me be. Hu Gang's skin had hardened, rendering it impervious to corrosion. Possessing formidable strength, he swiftly freed one hand and retrieved a dagger from his inventory, recklessly slashing at the tendrils. Several branches of the toxic demon yam were severed, causing its main body to retreat in fear, while he also managed to punch another green-haired wolf away in the chaos. Lying on the ground, he exhaled heavily, planning to rise and flee once more when a shadow lunged at his head. Instinctively, he rolled aside to evade, but was still a beat too slow, feeling a sharp cut across his neck from the assailant's dagger. "Who the hell are you?" Hu Gang exclaimed, clutching his wounded neck as he awkwardly stood, leaning against a large tree while glaring at the tall, slender figure. Having just battled 3 aberrations, he was utterly exhausted, and with a fresh wound on his neck, he dared not flee, fearing that increased blood flow would seal his fate within the forest. "It's your grandfather," Ling Yao declared, pulling back his hood and wiping away the blood trickling from his nose due to overexertion of his abilities. Simultaneously, he struggled to control the 3 aberrations, having exceeded his limits, which allowed Hu Gang to escape his grasp so quickly. However, despite his mental fatigue, Hu Gang's prolonged use of abilities and the tussle with the aberrations had depleted his strength as well. Moreover, the upcoming battle would not require any supernatural powers. "Is that you, that little waste?" Hu Gang was taken aback to find it was Ling Yao, especially upon seeing the clean and attractive visage before him. His expression shifted instantly. "So this is how you look? If only you had revealed this face sooner, I wouldn't have let someone so inferior linger by my side." At least you could have served me well in bed. Now your grandfather will serve you. Ling Yao charged at Hu Gang with a dagger in hand. Hu Gang, terrified but unable to tolerate the provocation from someone he deemed beneath him, gathered himself to confront Ling Yao, directly seizing the dagger with his bare hands. His abilities still intact, the dagger could not even graze his skin. Ling Yao attempted to retract the dagger but found Hu Gang's grip unyielding, and then felt a searing pain in his abdomen as Hu Gang's fist sent him flying. Thud. Upon hitting the ground, Ling Yao saw stars, blood gushing from his mouth. The disparity in their strength was overwhelming. Even unarmed, he was crushed, especially since Hu Gang still wielded his abilities. With such meager skills, what gives you the audacity to confront me? Hu Gang pressed his advantage, pinning Ling Yao to the ground and raining down blows upon his head. Ling Yao felt his teeth shatter and was engulfed by a severe ringing in his ears, the figure of Hu Gang above him blurring into double vision. Sensing the threat of death, tiger ears sprouted from the top of Ling Yao's head, while white fur began to emerge on his skin. Hu Gang, observing the transformation, mocked. You look human, yet sprout animal ears. I'll help you rid yourself of those ears today. With that, he drew a dagger from his inventory and plunged it through Ling Yao's left ear. Ah! The excruciating pain compelled Ling Yao to cry out, arching his body and charging upward towards Hu Gang. Hu Gang felt as if Ling Yao's head had suddenly doubled in size before being struck by a tremendous force. Ling Yao's limbs hit the ground, and he let out a tiger's roar directed at Hu Gang. What are you? Hu Gang, dazed and disoriented from the blow, was shocked to see Ling Yao morph into a white tiger. Responding to him was a powerful leap from Ling Yao, now in tiger form, which, although not large, was remarkably strong. As it landed on Hu Gang, he found himself unable to move, even with his abilities activated. Amidst Hu Gang's frantic struggles, Ling Yao bit through the major artery in his neck. By the time Chu Shihan and the others arrived, the white tiger had nearly devoured half of Hu Gang's head. Sensing their approach, the white tiger slowly turned its head, its entire face drenched in blood. Is this a new aberration? Wang Heng instinctively took a step back at the sight of the tiger. Ding Hui raised her hand, summoning 3 ice spikes to materialize in her palm. Chu Shihan, however, intervened. Don't attack. It's Ling Yao. Ling Yao, can you hear me? It's Chu Shihan. Please transform back. Chu Shihan cautiously advanced toward the white tiger. The tiger's white fur bristled, poised to pounce, yet it hesitated upon hearing Chu Shihan's gentle voice. He approached the white tiger, placing his palm atop its head and stroking it softly. Don't be afraid. We're here to help you, he continued. Meanwhile, Lu Su held a wind blade at the ready, prepared to strike down the white tiger should it attack Chu Shihan. Fortunately, while Ling Yao had transformed into a white tiger, his rationality remained intact, and Chu Shihan's soothing reassurances gradually restored his composure. Leaning to the side, he collapsed, and in that moment, the white tiger form shed away, revealing a naked boy covered in white fur. Chu Shihan quickly retrieved a new cloak to cover the boy. As Ling Yao opened his eyes and saw Chu Shihan, he felt a wave of distress wash over him. Brother Chu, ugh. Speaking triggered a sticky sensation in his mouth, accompanied by a strong metallic taste of blood, prompting him to retch uncontrollably. Oh no, Brother Chu, I didn't actually eat Hu Gang, did I? He turned away from Chu Shihan, retching while nervously inquiring, hardly daring to glance at Hu Gang's current state. Chu Shihan stood and examined Hu Gang's condition. His neck and half of his head had been gruesomely shredded, a sight too horrific to behold. However, the flesh that had been torn away lay in a pile beside him, indicating that Ling Yao, even in his tiger form, understood that human flesh was not to be consumed and had expelled it all. Is he a white tiger demon? Wang Heng, still reeling from the transformation, took a moment to process the scene as Ling Yao reverted to his human form, still covered in white fur. Ding Hui clung tightly to Wang Heng, feeling an inexplicable fear towards this individual in their group. Lu Su explained to Wang Heng this is his ability. Wang Heng, though skeptical, chose not to voice further doubts, instead resolving to keep his distance from Ling Yao in the remaining hours. Have you all dealt with those people? Ling Yao, having retched for quite some time without any food in his stomach to expel, sought to change the subject to distract himself from the nausea. All of them are dead. This Hu Gang was the last. We thought he had fled, Chu Shihan replied. They discovered Ling Yao was not hiding in the bushes only after eliminating the others. prompting Chu Shihan to call on the rest to pursue this way, given Ling Yao's personal grudge against Hu Gang. Ling Yao glanced up at the leaderboard in the sky. Perplexed, wait, our points haven't been credited. The others also looked up. Team 12 still held the first position with over 100,000 points, while their Team 15 had just surged to second place after consuming over 30,000 points from Team 10. The illuminated numbers on the leaderboard, besides their own, included Teams 2, 5, 9, 12, and 20, all boasting over 50,000 points. Let's set aside that for now. Wash your face. We'll wait outside for the points to be tallied. Chu Shihan exchanged a large barrel of mineral water and a towel for Ling Yao. Ling Yao's current appearance was indeed quite unseemly. Brother Chu, my mental energy is utterly depleted. I am now completely incapable of utilizing my abilities. Ling Yao murmured softly to Chu Shihan while washing her face, careful not to alert Wang Heng and Ding Hui. The countdown had not yet concluded, and they remained in peril. She felt compelled to convey this information to Chu Shihan to avoid jeopardizing the entire team. In truth, even without Ling Yao's words, Chu Shihan had anticipated this outcome. He was hardly a match for Hu Gang, and merely depleting all his mental energy to eliminate Hu Gang, while escaping unscathed himself, was already a remarkable feat. They emerged from the forest at 6 in the morning, with daylight fully breaking outside, leaving them with 2 hours until the conclusion of the instance. During this time, the leaderboard had shown little fluctuation in scores, ranking as follows: number 12, 15, 5, 2, and 9. While the other teams had amassed over 50,000 points without issue, it was the lone survivor of Team 9 that sparked curiosity. How had he managed to achieve this? Sitting on a rock outside the forest, they had nothing to do but eat and analyze the leaderboard. Team 9 belonged to the blue-haired man who had previously sought vengeance against them, only to have 4 of his comrades eliminated, leaving just 1. Back then, their score had barely surpassed 20,000, yet with only 1 member remaining, he had somehow accumulated over 30,000 points in such a short span. It could only be said that his prowess was extraordinary. Whether through slaying foes or exterminating aberrations, the points he earned were indeed formidable. Ling Yao lamented, her body feeling utterly weak, struggling even to sit upright. That number 2, surnamed Guan, was he not rather arrogant? How is it that after all this time, he still ranks second to last? Wang Heng scoffed, bypassing number 9 to mock number 2. Ding Hui retorted, second to last is still better than being dead. This was indeed the truth. As long as their points were sufficient, preserving their lives took precedence over all else. What are you pondering? Lu Su observed Chu Shihan, who remained lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the leaderboard, offering no comment on Wang Heng and the others' banter. Chu Shihan scrutinized him, sensing something amiss. Do you not feel it? Lu Su nodded. The persistent lack of change in the leaderboard rankings over such an extended period was indeed peculiar. Ling Yao, close enough to hear Lu Su's words, speculated, perhaps the remaining individuals wished to simply survive until the end, avoiding further conflict? Before Lu Su could finish, 5 figures emerged from the forest. Wang Heng warned, it's that Guan Yu. His team hasn't lost a single member. Their intact squad, yet languishing at the bottom of the leaderboard, suggested a stark disparity between his abilities and his arrogance. Ding Hui remarked derisively, as Chu Shihan observed Guan Yu and his 4 companions sauntering towards them with an air of nonchalance. An unsettling feeling grew within him. Did not his team lack cloaks before? Ling Yao whispered. Presently, apart from Guan Yu, who confidently displayed his number tag, the others concealed theirs. Greetings, we meet again. Guan Yu greeted Chu Shihan and the others with a warm smile. It seems we share a common sentiment, preferring to await the conclusion in the forest. His smile was affable, yet his tone was disconcertingly detached. With half an hour remaining until the instance concluded, both teams sat peacefully on the rocks, seemingly at odds with the competitive nature of the instance. Hand me 2 bottles of water, Lu Su suddenly instructed Chu Shihan. Having drained his points to support Gao Lin, he now relied entirely on Chu Shihan for sustenance. Noticing Lu Su's unwavering gaze towards Guan Yu, Chu Shihan surmised his intentions and exchanged 2 bottles of mineral water with him. Lu Su approached Guan Yu, commenting, I see you haven't eaten. Are your points insufficient? Here, have some water. Guan Yu graciously accepted the water, his smile unwaveringly polite. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Su's action rendered his smile abruptly frozen. Chapter 52, Until We Meet Again. Lu Su hurled the other bottle of water directly at one of the number 2 team members beside Guan Yu. As Guan Yu took a seat, his 4 companions followed suit, remaining eerily still, akin to puppets. The mineral water struck the head of the targeted team member, yet he did not even lift his head. Guan Yu's expression hardened as he crushed the bottle in his hand. "So you've discovered it," he sneered, gesturing with his fingers, prompting his 4 teammates to rise. "I had intended to let you live a few more minutes, but since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige." Lu Su had already prepared for battle when he threw the mineral water at the number 2 member, but he quickly retreated to Chu Shihin's side to join his teammates. Guan Yu also stepped back behind his 4 companions, his fingers continuing to twitch, and then his teammates surged forward like a wave towards Lu Su and his group. Chu Shihin, noting Guan Yu's movements, drew his bow and shot an arrow at his hand. However, Guan Yu seemed to have anticipated this. With a flick of his finger, the closest teammate raised an arm to block the arrow. The arrow pierced the teammate's arm, yet he exhibited no reaction, as the wound rapidly healed before their eyes, leaving Lu Su no time for a lethal strike. Chu Shihin loosed several more arrows, all of which were thwarted by the same tactic. "He can control those teammates. You flank around to divide the battlefield," Lu Su advised Chu Shihin. Nodding in agreement, Chu Shihin began to reposition. After their initial confrontation, he recognized that Guan Yu was a game survivor, and with his ability to control his teammates, it meant their team would be contending with 5 game survivors simultaneously, which posed a significant challenge. The pressure from Chu Shihin's arrows forced Guan Yu to allocate 2 of his teammates to shield him, while the other 2 advanced to engage Lu Su. Why only target Lu Su? This was because Wang Heng and Ding Hui were no longer considered as allies. Unable to fight, Ling Yao sought refuge behind a rock, observing Wang Heng and Ding Hui retreating while 2 members of Team 2 focused their attacks on Lu Su, seemingly disregarding them entirely. As the couple took cover behind the rock, Ding Hui suddenly raised her hand, conjuring an ice spear in her palm. Her target was not the Team 2 members, but Lu Su, who was shielding them from enemy attacks. "Brother Lu, be careful," Ling Yao shouted, gathering all her strength to rush towards Lu Su. Hearing Ling Yao's warning, Lu Su instinctively turned to deflect Ding Hui's ice spear with his wind blade. However, he had failed to notice that Wang Heng had unleashed a soil spike. The fist-sized spike pierced Ling Yao's throat, eliciting a ghastly sound as she opened her mouth. Lu Su's pupils dilated in shock, prioritizing Ling Yao over the 2 Team 2 members approaching him. He activated time reversal just as the soil spike was about to reach Ling Yao's throat, pulling her away, but he himself was unable to evade in time. The spike penetrated his shoulder. Time reversal? Upon witnessing Lu Su's use of time reversal, Guan Yu momentarily forgot to control his teammates, breathless as he exclaimed, "At last! I have found you!" As he spoke, 2 arrows flew forth, piercing the heads of 2 number 2 team members positioned near Lu Su. Just as Chu Shihin had surmised, teammates controlled by Guan Yu could only be eliminated by destroying their brains or hearts. Injuries to other areas would heal instantaneously. After the 2 members of Team 2 collapsed, the score of the 15th place surged dramatically, while the scores of numbers 9 and 12 plummeted to 0, their colors fading to gray. Chu Shihin cast a composed glance at the leaderboard and once again drew his bow, 3 arrows materializing on the string. Their tips aimed precisely at Guan Yu and the remaining 2 teammates. To be more precise, they were not part of Guan Yu's team, but rather the survivors of Teams 5 and 20. When Guan Yu and his team appeared, it seemed there were still 6 teams on the leaderboard. However, aside from their own fully staffed 15th team, the other 5 teams had combined to form the 5 members of Team 2. As Chu Shihin released his 3 arrows, the 2 individuals controlled by Guan Yu fell to the ground, while Guan Yu remained unscathed, thanks to Wang Heng, who had rushed forward to shield him from the arrows. Wang Heng was struck in the forehead by an arrow, his eyes wide open in death as he slowly collapsed, prompting a sudden outburst of despair from Ding Hui beside him. Chu Shihin frowned in displeasure, but refrained from drawing his bow again. The countdown for the instance had ended, ushering in the settlement phase during which all participants were rendered invulnerable. A jester appeared in the sky, uttering its customary taunts. "Humph, you lucky little bugs. Hurry up and finish settling your rewards and get out of my sight, you repulsive creatures." Before it could finish its words, Chu Shihin shot it down with an arrow. "We will meet again," Guan Yu declared to Lu Su before exiting the game. Now only 2 teams remained, with 15 in first place and Guan Yu's team in second. After selecting their rewards, the remaining items would automatically be deposited into Guan Yu's shop, so there was no need for him to linger in the instance. As Guan Yu vanished, Chu Shihen and Lu Su simultaneously inquired of one another, "Do you know him?" They then shook their heads in tacit agreement, both unaware of who he was. Chu Shihen furrowed his brow slightly, opting to bypass the topic and focus on selecting rewards first. Ding Hui remained in a state of collapse over Wang Heng's death, while Ling Yao, having been saved from a fatal blow by Lu Su's time rewind, was still unconscious and recovering. Thus, Chu Shihen and Lu Su had the priority in choosing their rewards. When the rewards interface appeared, Chu Shihen gazed thoughtfully at the long list of skills. There were 14 types of natural attribute abilities: sun, moon, star, light, dark, wind, sand, mist, thunder, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these, the 5 attributes of sun, moon, star, light, and dark were relatively rare, while wind, sand, mist, and thunder were somewhat less common. The most prevalent were the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, it did not imply that commonly found attributes were weak, with powerful skills. Any attribute could prove formidable. The key lay in the skill of the user. This time, the reward allowed the selection of any one attribute from the 14, accompanied by a formidable skill. The selection period was brief, and Chu Shihen did not deliberate for long. By the time he made his choice, Lu Su had also concluded his selection, and he approached Lu Su, who was holding Ling Yao in one hand while grasping his hand with the other. As they exited the instance, upon exiting the instance, they found themselves lying on the ground and immediately turned to check on Ling Yao. Although Ling Yao had not awakened, he instinctively raised his hands to clutch his neck, as if the earth spike from Wang Heng still pierced through him. "Ling Yao, wake up. You're safe now." The final word from Chu Shihen rose in pitch, reflecting his astonishment and concern, as he watched Ling Yao struggle in pain for a moment before his body rapidly shrank, transforming into a small white tiger, roughly the size of a cat. Chapter 53. I can be jealous too. Why has he shrunk? Chu Shihen observed the rolling, adorable little white tiger with a face full of confusion. Lu Su responded, "It must be that his body sustained significant injury, triggering an automatic protective mechanism. But isn't this method of self-protection a bit too perilous? Transforming into a creature devoid of intelligence, this only provides further opportunity for exploitation." For instance, as Chu Shihen was now eagerly cradling the little white tiger and preparing to pamper it, Lu Su fixed his gaze on the fluffy bundle in Chu Shihen's arms, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What attribute skill did you choose?" Lu Su forced himself to soften his expression and divert his attention from the little white tiger. "And you?" Chu Shihen countered with a question, distracted by his affection for the tiger, seemingly indifferent to Lu Su's inquiry. Lu Su pondered. What if the urge to mistreat small animals is awakened? He took a moment to compose himself before stating, "I selected a dark attribute skill, one that would assist Ling Yao. I reviewed the skill description and found it quite suitable for his beast mastery ability." Fearing that Chu Shihen might misconstrue his intentions towards the conspicuous little tiger, he hastily added, "He fainted while saving me, and since he currently lacks a suitable ability, I chose for him. I already possess a wind attribute ability, so I can select a skill later." Ling Yao, in his unconscious state, could not choose his skill, and the reward system would randomly assign one to his inventory. However, that skill might not necessarily be appropriate for him. Chu Shihen nodded, "I understand. So I selected a wind attribute skill for you." The wind attribute skill he chose was called time cutting, described as, "The wind can slice through time." While unsure of its effectiveness, he recognized that the mere implication suggested a synergistic potential with Lu Su's time rewind ability, making it a fortuitous find not to be missed. He promptly retrieved the skill from the shop and tossed it to Lu Su. Lu Su caught it with both hands, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "And what about you? If I recall correctly, you have yet to acquire any attribute abilities." "I don't need it," Chu Shihen replied. "Not need it?" Lu Su had anticipated several possible responses from Chu Shihen, but this was not among them. How could you not need it? In this apocalyptic world, relying on abilities is essential for survival. The implication of Chu Shihen's statement left only 2 possibilities. Either he already possessed an ability, or he had resigned himself to death. While Lu Su acknowledged that Chu Shihan harbored a certain disdain for life, it did not reach the point of wishing to perish. Thus, the first possibility remained. Chu Shihan must already have an ability, even if he had yet to reveal it. Although he harbored suspicions, Lu Su refrained from probing further, recognizing that it was not the right moment. To press for answers now would only widen the rift between them. Then, I shall not be polite, he declared. I noticed that skill while selecting my reward. It seems promising, though its description was rather scant, requiring further study. Lu Su raised the skill card and directly chose to learn it. The card dissolved into motes of light in his slender fingers. By the way, after learning the skill, Lu Su recalled the events within the instance. Can you discern the type of ability that Guan Yu employed? He was able to control so many people in battle. Chu Shihan replied, it seems to be a puppeteer-type ability. When he commanded 4 teammates in combat, his fingers were constantly in motion, and those individuals resembled marionettes in his grasp. However, there are countless variations of such abilities, and I cannot pinpoint a specific name. Yet, Wang Heng and Ding Hui appeared to be different. They had turned against him unexpectedly. Had it not been for Wang Heng's sudden betrayal, Ling Yao would not have been reduced to a small tiger in Chu Shihan's arms. Chu Shihan nodded. I suspect they were hypnotized at the last moment. That Guan Yu likely possesses more than one ability. I believe that Wang Heng and his wife were under hypnosis, as after Wang Heng was struck down while shielding Guan Yu, Ding Hui instantly regained her awareness. The few individuals manipulated by Guan Yu showed no signs of awakening until their demise. This person is ruthless and seems to harbor a grudge against me. We must exercise caution in future instances. As Guan Yu exited the scenario, Lu Su distinctly sensed the intensity of his animosity. He was acutely aware that this resentment was not directed at him, but rather at his ability to reverse time. After he had utilized this power to save Ling Yao, he distinctly heard Guan Yu call out the name of his ability. However, the term time reversal was something he had previously heard from Chu Shihan. Before that moment, he had referred to his own ability as instant kill. From this, it can be inferred that Guan Yu likely mistook him for someone else. Indeed, Chu Shihan replied softly. He pondered momentarily, but realized he had no recollection of Guan Yu. Nonetheless, he had accumulated numerous enemies. And who knows how many more Guan Yus he might encounter in future scenarios. The prospect of a leisurely retirement seemed to drift further away, which was truly vexing. With that, the topic of Guan Yu came to a close, and Lu Su redirected the conversation toward the points they had earned in this instance. Aside from the guaranteed 200 points for completing the scenario, they had also acquired an additional 3,700 points, likely amounting to 1% of their total score in the instance. Such a significant gain was entirely due to Chu Shihan's decisive elimination of the individuals controlled by Guan Yu. Before their demise, none of them were aware that those 4 were not Guan Yu's allies but the sole survivors from the remaining teams on the leaderboard. That's a commendable acquisition. Let's exchange it for experience cards. You all should focus on elevating your ability levels. I will handle the procurement of daily necessities, Chu Shihan stated. Experience cards cost 10 points each, and ascending from level 1 to level 2 required merely 10 cards. However, the quantity required for further ascension increased exponentially, necessitating 50 times the number of the level attained. Thus, the points earned within the scenario became exceedingly precious. Regrettably, the substantial amount of points in his marketplace was non-transferable and could only be utilized to exchange for basic necessities to enhance his companion's quality of life. Very well. Lu Su did not inquire further and readily acquiesced. With dawn still a while away, he suggested that Chu Shihan rest nearby while he kept watch and studied the newly acquired skills. The night was quite cool, but with a small white tiger nestled in his arms, Chu Shihan felt as warm as if he were clutching a hand warmer. Once Lu Su observed that Chu Shihan had drifted into slumber, he attempted to stealthily lift the small white tiger from his embrace. To his surprise, the little creature burrowed deeper into Chu Shihan's hold, denying Lu Su any opportunity. A malicious thought crossed his mind. Once daylight broke and the sun emerged, if Chu Shihan felt too warm to continue holding it, he would suspend the small white tiger from the umbrella handle. However, the next morning dawned later than expected, and the sun was no longer the blistering inferno. Although the temperature remained high, it was within tolerable limits for human beings. Tiny blades of grass had even begun to sprout from the ground. Is it hot? May I hold it for a moment? The sun is no longer scorching. Thus, an ordinary paper umbrella has transformed back into a typical paper umbrella. We must journey through this sweltering heat of around 40 degrees. And carrying a small tiger in my arms will surely be unbearable, Lu Su reasoned, finding his argument utterly flawless. Chu Shihan replied, it's manageable, not too hot. Lu Su feigned a handsome frown. You've been holding it all night. What's the matter? Are you jealous? Chu Shihan chuckled, fixing his gaze on Lu Su. Perhaps a little, Lu Su conceded. Yet, Chu Shihan remarked, have you considered that if you held it, I would be envious too? Chapter 54. You have me. With a single utterance, Chu Shihan had Lu Su firmly in his grasp, and throughout the day, even the sight of the small white tiger became increasingly pleasing to him. However, this tolerance could only last for a day at most, as night fell and the temperature continued to drop. Lu Su began to express his discomfort at seeing Chu Shihan tightly clutching the small white tiger. It won't revert back, will it? Lu Su inquired, reaching out to pet the small white tiger. The creature had grown accustomed to Chu Shihan's scent, and upon sensing a foreign presence, it extended its tiny paws to push away. Ling Yao, have you regained your consciousness? Hurry and transform back, or I shall shave your fur off tomorrow. Lu Su threatened. The small white tiger seemed to sense Lu Su's malice, raising its head to hiss at him ferociously. Childish, Chu Shihan remarked, protectively shielding the small white tiger and casting a disdainful glance at Lu Su. Lu Su did not wish to feel this way, but the thought that the small white tiger was Ling Yao left him unable to shake off his unease. He discreetly opened the marketplace to glance at the assorted skill cards available for trade, but none offered the ability to transform into a small animal. It's getting a bit chilly, let us move forward and see if we can find a shelter. Once we locate a house, I won't need to hold it anymore. Chu Shihan suggested. Holding the small white tiger during the night was indeed warm, and he found it hard to part with. All right, let us go find one. Lu Su exclaimed, leading the way with a flashlight. He initially intended to hold Chu Shihan's hand, but unfortunately, the latter was preoccupied with the small white tiger, rendering it unnecessary. After dispatching several aberrant creatures along the way, they finally stumbled upon a cluster of houses, which in the moonlight appeared as beasts sprawled on the ground. Upon exiting the scenario, it seemed that the number of aberrant creatures had significantly diminished. Once safely inside a house, Chu Shihan remarked. Lu Su responded affirmatively, noting, it resembles the calm before a storm. Based on the previous occurrences of the poisonous demon Yam, we should soon encounter large golden beasts. Perhaps the emergence of these beasts had frightened off the smaller aberrant creatures, allowing for a slightly easier experience for them. They had entered a two-story bungalow. After inspecting both floors and clearing out the infected individuals hiding within, Lu Su and Chu Shihan decided to spend the night in the living room on the first floor. With iron doors at both the front and back, once secured, they were quite sturdy. They even dragged a television cabinet to brace the door, fearing something might descend from above. Lu Su also blocked off the entrance to the upper level. Having taken precautions for their safety, Lu Su gathered some firewood and retrieved an iron basin from the kitchen to start a fire. However, burning charcoal in a confined space could lead to poisoning. So he used a wind blade to create a vent above the door for ventilation. Once the fire was ablaze, he managed to find a cardboard box from somewhere, placing it nearby with a blanket inside, assuring that the small white tiger would not feel cold. But I'm cold, Chu Shihan lamented. You have me, Lu Su said, promptly lifting the small white tiger and placing it into the box, warning it, stay inside and behave. If you dare to escape, I shall roast you. Whether the small white tiger understood Lu Su's words was uncertain, but it settled into a comfortable position within the box after he spoke. Returning to the sofa, Lu Su discovered Chu Shihan's icy hands and quickly enveloped them in his own to warm them. What's wrong with your constitution? You're both sensitive to heat and cold. This fire pit is utterly ineffective. Chu Shihan removed his shoes and nestled closer to Lu Su. Unfortunately, he was not as diminutive as the small white tiger, making it impossible for Lu Su to hold him entirely. It'll be fine. You won't be cold for long, Lu Su reassured, gently pressing Chu Shihan back onto the sofa and beginning to unfasten his clothing. Chu Shihan understood Lu Su's intentions and did not shy away. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Lu Su's lithe waist and deftly peeled off his undershirt. Having been busy earlier, he had felt somewhat warm and had already removed his down jacket. Chu Shihan's icy hands glided over Lu Su's muscular abdomen, cool to the touch yet effortlessly igniting a fire within him. He had an undeniable fondness for the assertive demeanor that Chu Shihan displayed in bed, a side of him rarely witnessed elsewhere. After a night of playful exertion, Chu Shihan finally ceased to feel cold and succumbed to slumber in Lu Su's embrace. Upon awakening, the dawn had already broken. A thin blanket enveloped Chu Shihan. The room was warm, and a large bucket of hot water sat beside the sofa. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he donned a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers. As he glanced at the cardboard box beside the brazier, he noticed that the little white tiger was no longer inside. Just as he was about to open the door, he overheard Lu Su conversing with someone outside. Lu Su appeared to be beyond the threshold of the courtyard, a distance away from the house, and had lowered his voice deliberately to avoid disturbing Chu Shihan's slumber. Thus, after listening intently for a while, he discerned nothing. He opened the door, the creaking sound capturing the attention of 4 individuals outside. A stout, tall man with a somewhat plump physique gazed at Chu Shihan, his eyes widening in surprise, before he instinctively stepped forward. "Hello, sir, my name is Lu Ping. I am 30 years old, unmarried, and have remained single since birth. My ability is of the solar attribute. Before the apocalypse, I ran a small company. May I court you?" The man extended his hand towards Chu Shihan. Chu Shihan's expression was one of bewilderment. Just then Lu Su approached, gripping the scruff of the little white tiger with an air of menace. "Did you not claim to be part of the Animal Protection Association?" Lu Ping cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned back to Chu Shihan with a sycophantic smile. "I was deceiving him. We chanced upon him mistreating small animals. You two aren't a couple, are you? If so, you ought to distance yourself from him. Anyone who would harm such an adorable kitten is surely a vile creature." Chu Shihan replied coolly, "Rest assured, I am not a good person either." Witnessing Lu Ping momentarily at a loss for words, the man and woman accompanying him couldn't help but chuckle softly. Following this, the tall, slender man introduced himself. "I am Lu Xiluan, Lu Ping's cousin. Whatever he says,
Consider it nonsense.
It seems the sudden onset of the apocalypse has left him unable to accept reality, resulting in a bit of a mental lapse. Has he not always been this amusing?" The attractive woman beside Lu Xiluan interjected, "Greetings, I am Yang Linger, Lu Xiluan's fiancé." Lu Su politely responded, "I am Lu Su. And this is Chu Shihan," before fixing his gaze on Lu Ping and emphasizing, "He is my boyfriend." Lu Ping clutched his chest in mock despair.
Oh,
Why must all the handsome men be taken by wild boars, while I, an exceptionally handsome, gentle, and kind man, remain single? "Cousin, let me be frank. Compared to Lu Su, you resemble a wild boar," Lu Xiluan retorted. Lu Ping shot him a glare. "Which side are you on? A traitor?" Unfazed, Lu Xiluan turned serious and inquired of Lu Su and Chu Shihan, "Did you also see the news about the trading mall? And are you planning to attend the Ability Exchange Conference in Guangqing?" "The Ability Exchange Conference? What is that?" Lu Su and the others admitted they had never heard of it. "You don't know? Haven't you checked the trading mall?" "The news originated from there," Lu Ping informed them. Lu Su had indeed seen the trading mall the previous night, but was preoccupied with thoughts of transforming into smaller animals and had not paid attention to other skill cards. Noticing that Lu Su and Chu Shihan were genuinely unaware, Lu Xiluan produced a card and handed it to them. The card bore the heading, Ability Exchange Conference. With a brief description below, the third instance will be held for 3 days before and after, at Wanda Plaza in Guangqing, inviting nearby ability users to participate.
what is this card?
Can it transmit messages? Lu Su examined the card closely. It resembled a typical weapon or skill card, but the description indicated an exchange conference. Lu Xiluan explained, "We are not entirely sure. This skill card sold for just 1 point in the trading mall, and out of curiosity, we purchased one to see what it contained. Since we were already en route, we decided to attend." Yang Linger chimed in. "We encountered you here and assumed you were also going to the exchange conference, so we thought to greet you." "What a misunderstanding." Lu Su returned the card to Lu Xiluan and asked Chu Shihan, "We are headed in that direction as well. Would you care to join us?" Chu Shihan did not oppose, accepting the little white tiger from Lu Su's hands. It had been quite a while, and he was beginning to worry that Ling Yao might not revert back. Perhaps he would remain a pet indefinitely. It would be fortuitous to visit the Ability Exchange Conference. Perhaps they might encounter someone with healing abilities who could examine the little white tiger. Splendid! Then we shall travel together, Lu Ping eagerly declared to Chu Shihan. Allow me to carry it. You shouldn't tire yourself. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, Chu Shihan politely declined. Lu Xiluan pulled Lu Ping aside and whispered, "Isn't it rather impolite to act this way with his boyfriend present? You don't understand. I intend to impress him while his boyfriend is nearby to show that charming man the disparity between us." Lu Ping confidently ran his fingers through his thinning hair. Lu Xiluan disapproved. "Weren't you just admiring that by Jinli? You even arranged to meet at the Ability Exchange Conference. Have you so quickly developed a wandering eye?" "That was merely admiration, but my feelings for Shihan are love at first sight. Can they truly be compared?" "You better not speak carelessly in front of him."
I don't want Shihan to misunderstand.
Before Lu Ping could finish, Lu Su interjected, "Do you know Bai Jinli? You know him too?" Yang Linger, who had stayed beside Lu Su and Chu Shihan instead of whispering with the two men, inquired. "Not very well," Lu Su replied. Yang Linger, unfazed by the truth of their words, continued, "We encountered him in our last instance. He led 100 individuals through the game successfully." When discussing Bai Jinli, Yang Linger's tone was tinged with admiration. How did he manage that? Chu Shihan wondered aloud. Although Guan Yu had proposed a theory, uniting 100 individuals was no small feat, and he was curious about Bai Jinli's methods. After entering the instance, he proposed that everyone should aim for the same score. Since no one wished to perish, they agreed to give it a try, Lu Xiluan elaborated. Lu Ping, feeling embarrassed that Lu Su and Chu Shihan had overheard Lu Xiluan, fidgeted quietly, refraining from interjecting. In a 100-person instance, not a single person's score exceeded 10,000?
Lu Su found this hard to believe.
Even if everyone was initially bewildered and easily led by Jinli, once they entered the forest and discovered that gaining points wasn't particularly difficult, surely someone would have succumbed to greed. No one dared to exceed it. Bai Jinli's allies were formidable, one possessing a level 4 Earth ability. With him in charge, even those with ulterior motives had to keep their thoughts hidden, Lu Xiluan explained. Moreover, Bai Jinli's charisma was compelling. Everyone rallied around him, and even those with minor schemes quickly fell in line. Upon hearing about a level 4 ability user, Chu Shihan exchanged glances with Lu Su, aware that this referred to the leader of the base where Gao Lin and the others had gone. Furthermore, with their team at the helm, "I believe the second instance is significantly easier than the first," Yang Linger added. "Did your rewards diminish because of the high number of successful participants?" Lu Su inquired further. Yang Linger responded, "After clearing the level, each of us will be able to select a unique attribute ability, complete with accompanying skills. It is said that the skills associated with each attribute are fixed, which results in fewer points earned. We will only receive the base points for clearing the level, plus 1% of the points accumulated within the dungeon." Upon seeing their points after completion, everyone realized that the points gathered within the dungeon were indeed quite valuable. Yet by then, the dungeon had already been cleared, and they had no choice but to accept it. If someone had foreseen this rule in advance, I believe that collective cooperation would not have been the choice of many, Yang Linger expressed her opinion.
Certainly.
In such chaotic times, who wouldn't want to take a gamble? Lu Xiluan remarked, a hint of regret shadowing his heart as he spoke. Chu Shihan, listening nearby, found humanity's nature to be rather ugly, just moments ago. These three were praising Bai Jinli, yet now they were filled with resentment. "Enough of this chatter. Let us hasten our departure," Lu Ping exclaimed, his voice echoing. "We still have at least 2 days' journey to Guangqing." Chu Shihan and the others had little to pack and set off without delay. Excluding the small white tiger nestled in Chu Shihan's arms, their group consisted of precisely 5 individuals, which could serve as a deterrent should they encounter others, giving the impression of a cohesive team. Throughout the day, they encountered no significant dangers until dusk when they traversed a forest and came across a flaming golden lion. After slaying the beast, they obtained a weapon card, which Lu Su chose not to claim. After all, he had been the one actively participating in the battle while Chu Shihan merely observed, cradling the small white tiger, thus rendering the effort unequal. Once the lion was defeated, they crossed the parched woods and finally found a river to rest. During their meal, Chu Shihan delivered a minor shock of nobility to the Lu family trio. As their points were scant, most had been exchanged for experience cards, leaving them with just enough to sustain themselves on dry rations. Meanwhile, what were Chu Shiheng and Lu Su feasting upon? They had kindled a fire, set up a pot, and displayed an array of both meat and vegetable dishes, even preparing a hot pot beside them. To add to this extravagance, they noticed that the small white cat accompanying Chu Shiheng was indulging in a feast of fish and meat. What are you staring at us for? If you don't mind, feel free to join us. Chu Shiheng generously invited the astonished trio. No sooner had he finished speaking than the three of them lunged forward like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. Would they dare to be choosy? Such audacity would surely invite calamity. After satisfying their hunger, the five sat upon stones by the riverbank, relishing the gentle breeze and gazing at the moon. The night felt pleasantly mild. Was the climate slowly returning to normalcy? Lu Ping observed, "It seems spring is approaching." This remark held a double entendre, as his cousin immediately caught on. "Brother, don't dream too much. That couple is happily in love. You have no chance." Lu Xiluan made this remark while casting a glance at the two individuals nestled together not far off. Lu Su sat, with Chu Shiheng leaning against him, cradling the small white tiger. It was a heartwarming and picturesque scene. Upon hearing Lu Xiluan's comment, Lu Ping couldn't help but turn to steal a glance, feeling a pang of envy. Shiheng is truly handsome. He's the most attractive man I have ever encountered. Why didn't I meet him sooner? If only I had met him first. Before Lu Ping could finish, Yang Linger interrupted. If you had met him first, he would not have given you a second glance. Just look at the scene of them together. Their beauty is a perfect match. Lu Ping scoffed, nonsense. Shiheng would never judge someone by their looks. Yang Linger rolled her eyes at him. You men are truly strange. Clearly, you also fell for Shiheng's looks at first sight. Yet you demand he not judge by appearances. How shameless. I find it amusing that you two are clearly sent by the heavens to vex me. Shoo, move aside. Do not disturb my admiration of beauty. Lu Ping said, feeling a bit warm. He unzipped his jacket. Lu Xiluan looked at him disdainfully. Really? From that far away? You can feel so hot? Isn't it hot? Why do I feel increasingly warm? Lu Ping had become enamored by Chu Shiheng's beauty. Yet the latter had not yet acknowledged him, so he dared not harbor any untoward thoughts. It does feel a bit warm. Upon hearing Lu Ping's words, Lu Xiluan also began to feel the heat, unsure if it was merely psychological. Hey, what flower is that? How did it suddenly bloom? Yang Linger, feeling slightly warm as she bent down to remove her boots, noticed a red flower sprouting from the stone mill. The flower was extraordinarily beautiful and alluring, prompting Yang Linger to instinctively reach out to touch it. Don't touch it, everyone, step back. A warning rang out from nearby, just as Yang Linger heard a whoosh, and an arrow flew past, obliterating the flower. The arrow not only destroyed the blossom but also pierced the ground, releasing a torrent of lava. Goodness, that's hot. What is happening? Upon hearing Lu Su's warning, Lu Ping quickly stood, stepping onto a stone, which burned his foot through his shoes, nearly causing him to leap up. As the trio jumped around to avoid the scorching ground, water splashes from the river suddenly transformed into translucent butterflies that soared toward them. Run back, Chu Shiheng called out, as myriad water butterflies appeared before him and Lu Su. This skill was all too familiar to Chu Shiheng. The water attribute transformation into butterflies could kill without a trace. Bai Jinli possessed this ability too. As the butterflies took flight in droves, Lu Ping and the others disregarded the searing ground and dashed toward the safety of the woods. Yang Linger, wielding wind attribute powers, retaliated by sending forth a blade of wind toward the flying butterflies. The wind blade struck, causing the butterflies to dissolve into droplets. However, due to the high ground temperature, they evaporated before reaching the ground. More red flowers sprang up from the earth, each a fiery bloom resembling the mythical Higanbana. Be careful. Do not touch those flowers, Chu Shiheng cautioned while retreating. He needed to draw his bow, so he set the small white tiger down on his shoulder, where it instinctively clung tightly, sensing the danger. Once they reached the woods, Chu Shiheng and Lu Su finally identified one of their assailants. Ding Hui? Although the forest was dimly lit, the leaves had withered under the toxic sun, allowing the moonlight to illuminate the surroundings, enabling Lu Su to recognize the figure standing among the trees. No, it's Guan Yu. Chu Shiheng quickly warned Lu Ping and the others. You all must flee. They are here for Lu Su and me. Guan Yu, a survivor of the game, had commanded Ding Hui to launch a butterfly attack against them. Ding Hui must have acquired this ability during the last level's completion. Besides these two, the individual responsible for the blooming Higanvana had yet to reveal themselves. Chu Shiheng was well aware of that skill. Sea of Hellfire. It can transform the ground within a certain radius into a sea of flames, from which the Higanvana can bloom. Anyone who touches the flowers will ignite spontaneously. Lu Ping grasped Chu Shiheng's intent. He did not wish to endanger them. You two go on. I will stay behind to confront them, Lu Ping declared decisively. Lao Go, what nonsense are you talking about? We are family. How can we leave you behind? Lu Xiluan protested. Yes, brother, we face challenges together. Lu Ping furrowed his brow, aware that remaining behind could lead to death. The enemy has yet to fully reveal themselves, but the two skills that have emerged are already sufficient to leave them in shock. Lu Ping is reluctant to allow them to follow him into danger. Lu Xiluan chuckles, brother, even if you are not infatuated with Shihen at first sight, having shared a meal of hot pot with them tonight, we ought to lend them a hand in this time of peril.
Indeed.
One should not bite the hand that feeds. Yang Linger chimed in, turning back to unleash a few blades of wind, dispatching the water butterflies that approached them. In this dire moment, unity is their only option. There is no room for exclusion or disdain. Very well, we shall assist Shihen and confront that sneaky villain, Lu Ping declared, charging towards Ding Hui to deal with her first. Noticing that Lu Ping and his companions had not departed, Lu Su did not voice any objections. They truly needed allies at this juncture. He turned to Chu Shihen and said, Guan Yu is controlling Ding Hui and must be nearby. I will find a way to draw him out. Chu Shihen nodded. All right, leave the fire starter to me. The two divided their tasks. Lu Su sprinted towards Ding Hui while Chu Shihen remained in place, closing his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and raised his bow, shooting an arrow in a particular direction with astonishing speed, without any aiming motions. Where the arrow landed, a magnificent crimson bird engulfed in flames soared into the sky, then dove towards the five of them. Simultaneously, as Chu Shihen released his arrow, Lu Su dashed to the dazed Ding Hui and activated his skill. Time Slice. However, he did not merely employ the time slice. He realized that since his wind blades could slice through time, they could also slice through space. He shortened the time of contact between him and Guan Yu, then severed the space between them, and with a gust of wind, he appeared before Guan Yu in an instant. Guan Yu stood on a rock 1,000 meters away, controlling Ding Hui, completely unprepared for Lu Su's swift approach. His instincts sensed danger, prompting him to instinctively dodge to the right. Yet the wind blade still severed his entire left arm. Had he been a moment slower, the blade would have pierced his heart. Chapter 57. I am honored. Once Lu Su located Guan Yu, Ding Hui ceased her assault on the main battlefield. Why has she stopped? Is she disconnected? Lu Ping inquired. Forget her condition. Let us eliminate her first, Yang Linger exclaimed as she hurled a wind blade towards Ding Hui's neck. Lu Ping, witnessing this, touched her arm before she could relocate her head, activating his ability. Fortunately, I managed to steal it. Could you at least give me a heads up before you strike? Lu Ping scolded Yang Linger. She sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, brother. I forgot about your skill. Lu Ping's ability is of the Sun attribute. His skill, Heavenly Exchange. It allows him to appropriate another's power for his own use, with duration dependent on the level of the respective abilities. Enough chatter. Disperse quickly. Chu Shihen warned from a distance, aiming his bow at the great bird in the sky. As the bird dove, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon Lu Ping and his companions. They hurriedly scattered in different directions. Chu Shihen released arrows one after another. But the creature's speed was too great. It evaded every shot. Is there still a bird? Lu Ping glanced back at the massive avian. Is that a mutated fire turkey? Hearing his words, Yang Lingo couldn't help but correct him. What turkey? That is clearly the vermilion bird, one of the 4 divine beasts. Upon hearing the name vermilion bird, the little white tiger perched on Chu Shihen's shoulder lifted its head to gaze skyward. The vermilion bird circled above Ding Hui's corpse, its demeanor suggesting it aimed to carry her away. As its range of movement diminished, it became easier to hit, and its left leg was pierced by an arrow. Chu Shihen drew his bow again, aiming for the bird's head. It let out a cry and soared higher into the sky. With its expansive wings flapping, fireballs descended, transforming into a flurry of butterflies in the air, resembling a massive net of flames descending upon the ground below. The fiery net enveloped the entire forest. Upon witnessing the myriad of butterflies, Chu Shihen realized that the vermilion bird's previous circling over Ding Hui's body was not an attempt to retrieve her corpse, but rather to replicate her abilities. Now, the bird was employing a fire attribute transformation into butterflies, and as the fire butterflies made contact with the dry branches, they instantly ignited the woods into a blazing inferno. Retreat towards the river. Lu Ping shouted to Lu Xiluan and Yang Linger as he dashed towards the riverbank, which was still overgrown with spider lilies. In their panicked flight, they needed to be particularly cautious, for a mere brush against the flowers could spell disaster. While the three of them fled wildly, Chu Shihen remained rooted in place, drawing his bow at the group of fire butterflies trailing the vermilion bird. He calculated the distance, intending to shoot the bird down as the butterflies approached him. However, just as the butterflies neared, the little white tiger on his shoulder suddenly leaped into the air, releasing a resounding roar that echoed through the skies. The little white tiger transformed mid-leap into a robust adult white tiger, sprouting wings at its sides. Its massive form surged through the fire butterflies and lunged at the vermilion bird, sinking its teeth into the bird's neck. The vermilion bird screeched in agony as it plummeted, causing the swarm of fire butterflies to dissipate. Upon hitting the ground, the vermilion bird morphed into a woman clad in red, while the white tiger reverted to Ling Yao. Unlike the woman, he was devoid of clothing, save for a thin layer of white fur. Ling Yao shrieked as he scrambled up from the woman, repeatedly spitting in disgust, avoiding any glance in her direction as he hastily crawled back towards Chu Shihen. The woman clutched her neck, rising to her feet. Her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Ling Yao's retreating figure. Just then, an arrow pierced her chest. The force of the arrow propelled her backwards, and despite the excruciating pain, she hurled a feather towards the front as she flew back. The feather split into 5 mid-flight, each heading towards one of the 5 individuals, even taking sharp turns. Chu Shihen shot down the feather aimed at him, but Ling Yao could not evade it. He instinctively raised a hand to block it. The feather embedded itself in his palm, an intense burning sensation rapidly spreading throughout his body, causing his skin to crack and blister. Startled, Ling Yao swiftly exchanged for a knife from the marketplace and severed his left arm. As the severed limb hit the ground, it was instantly consumed by flames. Clutching his left arm in horror, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief for his decision. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been reduced to ashes. After the red-clad woman delayed Chu Shihen's advance with the feather, she transformed back into the vermilion bird, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Chu Shihen furrowed his brow. How could she still fly after being shot in the heart? Brother! In that moment of distraction, Lu Xiluan's voice rang out from the riverbank. He snapped back to reality and rushed towards the river. Lu Ping had used his powers to douse the spider lilies along the riverbank with water, extinguishing the immediate threat. However, he had not anticipated that the last feather thrown by the vermilion bird was so insidious, it could accurately lock onto its target. Lu Xiluan possessed a metal attribute ability, which was ineffective against fire, rendering him powerless. Although Yang Linger's ability was not countered, it was of insufficient caliber to contend with the feather. As they faced imminent danger, he summoned the last of his mental energy to conjure a thick ice block over a meter in front of him. The feather nearly pierced through the ice, its flames barely extinguished in time. Lu Xiluan and Yang Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief as they noticed that Kei Ling had ceased its relentless attacks. They understood that Lu Ping had aided them. And just as they turned to express their gratitude, they were met with the sight of a feather lodged in Lu Ping's chest. Lu Ping had exerted every effort to save Lu Xiluan and Yang Linger, yet he lacked the strength to save himself. Standing by the riverbank, he began to topple into the water after Lu Xiluan called out to him. The mutated aquatic creatures lurking beneath the surface immediately sensed a meal and leapt forth to feast upon Lu Ping's body. From a distance, several arrows flew through the air, striking down the monstrous fish. Lu Xiluan and Yang Linger frantically pulled Lu Ping from the river. "Brother, please don't sleep. It's all right, you will be fine," Lu Xiluan exclaimed, pressing his hands against Lu Ping's wound. Lu Ping, now imbued with water attribute abilities, felt the flames extinguish upon the feather's penetration of his heart. Although his body did not exhibit the cracking phenomena seen with Ling Yao, it burned with an intensity that suggested imminent explosion. With a faint breath remaining, Lu Ping weakly uttered, "As long as you are safe, you must take Linga home. Do not let anything happen here. You must protect her." "Brother, don't say that. You promised to accompany me in sending her home. You cannot go back on your word." Lu Xiluan's vision blurred, rendering Lu Ping's face indistinguishable. Yang Linger turned her head aside, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. As Chu Shihen and Ling Yao approached, they recognized the feather in Lu Ping's chest and understood that hope was lost. Upon seeing Chu Shihen, Lu Ping mustered a weak smile and said, "Shihen, I truly fell in love with you at first sight." "Thank you, I am honored," Chu Shihen replied softly. Chapter 58. They will not survive, I will. Guan Yu, with his left hand severed, faced off against Lu Su without anyone to control. Meanwhile, Lu Su, having just executed a time slice, was severely drained of mental energy and unable to unleash his lethal moves. The two found themselves in a stalemate, exchanging blows without either able to claim victory. "Is your sole intention to kill me? You rushed here, without pause after the instance to intercept us?" Lu Su questioned while dodging the strands emitted from Guan Yu's hand. The strands served not only to control the living but also as weapons. "I was unaware of your presence in Chuan City, but I hypnotized Ding Hui in the instance. Finding her was quite simple. After extracting your location from her, I came here," Guan Yu replied with a fierce glare. "I will certainly kill you."
Why?
Lu Su sensed that Guan Yu was mistaken, but, realizing the overwhelming hatred might be directed at Chu Shihen, sought clarity. "Do you remember the name Guan Tu? He was once your ally in the infinite gaming world. You both entered an instance, and to save your life, you killed him with a time rewind." Guan Yu's words dripped with anguish, wishing to tear Lu Su apart with the strands in his grasp. Yet his strength lay in controlling others in battle, when left unmonitored. His strands proved inadequate, especially against a formidable opponent like Lu Su.
Oh.
Lu Su was uncertain if he should recall that name, offering only a dry response. Guan Yu was infuriated by his indifference, unleashing over 10 strands, his pallor deepening. Lu Su had been biding his time, accumulating mental energy to strike when Guan Yu's powers waned, delivering a fatal blow. He unleashed 3 wind blades. The first 2 were blocked by the strands, but the last surged towards Guan Yu's chest. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, and a fiery red bird descended, snatching Guan Yu away. Guan Yu's body lifted off the ground, and Lu Su's wind blade was deflected slightly by the powerful gust from the bird's wings, grazing Guan Yu's calf and spraying blood into the air. The majestic bird flew with astonishing speed, leaving Lu Su unable to pursue. The Zhuke, clutching Guan Yu, did not soar for long before plummeting like a cannonball towards the ground. Just before impact, Guan Yu hastily released strands to secure both their bodies. During the descent, the Zhuke transformed back into a woman clad in red. "Zhu Yan, do you wish to kill me?" Guan Yu exclaimed, landing awkwardly on the ground, his face pale from blood loss due to his severed left arm. Zhu Yan, the woman transformed from the Zhuke, was not in much better condition. Her neck bore bloodied bite marks that had scabbed over, while one leg and her right chest had been pierced by arrows, her attire soaked in blood. She retrieved a healing powder from her inventory and applied it to her wounds. The contact was agonizing, but she merely grimaced slightly. "Guan Yu, you almost led to my demise. Did you not say there were only 3 of them, and that their abilities were mediocre? I nearly fell to that bow-wielding pretty boy." Zhu Yan lamented the night's chaotic events. The enemy's strength had been gravely misjudged by Guan Yu. "He possesses no abilities, and you couldn't defeat him?" Guan Yu was at a loss, having believed that while he distracted Lu Su, Zhu Yan would easily dispatch the remaining foes. Even if she couldn't kill Lu Su, eliminating someone important to him would suffice. Who could have predicted Zhu Yan would sustain more severe injuries than he? Thankfully, her heart was situated on the right side, or else she would have succumbed. Because he managed to inflict such damage without even using his abilities, had he unleashed his full power, neither of us would have survived. Moreover, one of their teammates is a white tiger, a critical piece of information you failed to mention. Zhu Yan seethed with anger. If that white tiger had just awakened, he alone would have posed enough trouble for us. Knowing that he emerged from the game with such a strong ally, how could we possibly defeat him? Guan Yu's intentions were not to withhold information. He too was unaware. If we cannot slay them outside the instance, we shall confront them within. In the next instance, it shall be either their demise or mine. He coldly regarded Zhu Yan. If you are afraid, you may leave. I will avenge my brother. Zhu Yan did not even glance at him. Guan Tu is my man. When Lu Su returned to the riverbank, Lu Ping had already passed away. They dug a grave and buried both Lu Ping and Ding Hui, erecting a monument in their memory. Are we too close? Will people mistake us for a couple? Lu Xiluan inquired of Yang Ling. Both bore red-rimmed eyes, yet in an effort to ease Lu Su's guilt, he even attempted to jest. Is that necessary? Brother preferred men. We are merely neighbors, Yang Ling replied. This way, he will have company in the underworld. That is quite nice. Hearing their banter, Lu Su felt an even heavier weight upon his heart. I apologize for dragging you into this, Lu Su lamented, having never anticipated Guan Yu would find them so swiftly. With no defenses in place.
Sigh.
Lu Xiluan sighed deeply. Let's not dwell on this. He accepted his fate willingly. We cannot behave irrationally. It is not entirely your fault. When the battle commenced, you urged us to leave, yet we chose to remain. They had overestimated their capabilities. Believing their experience in 2 instances had leveled the playing field, unaware that their opponents could easily overpower them in every aspect. And then there was Chu Shihan, who had lounged lazily with a pet during the day, never revealing his prowess, only to unleash a ferocious onslaught when the time came. Upon the thought of pets, Lu Xiluan could not restrain himself from glancing at the white-haired youth standing beside Chu Shihan. Could this individual be akin to that vermilion bird? Is this a manifestation of some extraordinary ability? Lu Xiluan mused that having shared life and death experiences with Lu Su and the others, such inquiries should be permissible.
Ah.
He can transform into a white tiger. After Lu Su's response, he proposed to Lu Xiluan, though it remains perilous to accompany us, for the sake of safety. It would be prudent for you to temporarily join our party. I fear Guan Yu may come looking for you. Ling Yao nodded vigorously from the side, affirming, Indeed. That fellow is a pervert. Seeing you assist us will surely incite his wrath. His arm had been severed, and though it had yet to fully regenerate, he concealed it beneath his clothing, rendering Lu Xiluan and the others unaware of its resurgence. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiluan could only acquiesce. Initially, he had contemplated burying Lu Ping and parting ways with Lu Su and the others, for their company seemed fraught with danger. However, after hearing their words, he felt that remaining apart would pose an even greater threat. Such matters had always been dictated by Yang Linger, but with Lu Ping absent, Lu Xiluan's words now held sway. They selected a new campsite, where Lu Su instructed Lu Xiluan, Yang Linger, and the injured Ling Yao to rest while he and Chu Shihan took the night watch. Seated outside the tent, Lu Su embraced Chu Shihan and inquired, Are you acquainted with Guan Tu?
Guan Tu?
What relation does he have to Guan Yu? Chu Shihan shook his head, lacking any recollection. Throughout their conversation, Lu Su scrutinized him, leaving no expression unnoticed. It was evident that he truly did not recognize the name. Had he made an erroneous assumption? Perhaps Chu Shihan was not the individual Guan Yu sought, nor did he possess the ability to reverse time. While Lu Su pondered this, Chu Shihan unexpectedly leaned closer and pressed his lips against Lu Su's. He blinked in confusion.
What?
Are you gazing at me with the intent of seeking a kiss? Have I misinterpreted your intentions? Chu Shihan appeared equally perplexed. Lu Su raised a hand to grasp the back of his head, pulling him closer. No. That is precisely what I meant. With that, he kissed him deeply, casting all thoughts of Guan Yu and Guan Tu into the ether. Ling Yao's arm had fully healed, and he was so exhilarated that sleep evaded him. Upon emerging from the tent, he stumbled upon the two locked in a passionate embrace. In a fluster, he turned to retreat back inside, but his clumsiness caused him to collide with the tent, creating a commotion. Do not hide. Come sit here. I have something to ask you. Chu Shihan beckoned upon seeing Ling Yao. As he separated from Lu Su, his lips still glistening, Lu Su gently wiped them dry with his thumb. Ling Yao sat upon a nearby stone. The white fur on his skin had faded, leaving him a pure and clean youth, with only his white hair providing any trace of his former self as the little white tiger. Brother Lu, please do not be angry. When I transformed into the little white tiger, I was devoid of consciousness and did not intentionally cling to Brother Chu, Ling Yao implored. Feeling a profound sense of guilt, fearing Lu Su would seek retribution. Although he had lacked awareness in his tiger form, now that he had reverted to human, he recalled the days spent nestled in Chu Shihin's embrace. He was acutely aware of Lu Su's numerous urges to strangle him. Very well, Lu Su accepted Ling Yao's apology, advising, from now on, ensure your own safety and do not revert to being small. This was both a blessing and a warning. He could hardly endure the thought of Ling Yao becoming the little white tiger again, cradled by Chu Shihin. Ling Yao raised his hand in a vow. Brother Lu, do not worry, there will not be a next time. Previously, I had entered a state of nirvana, which caused my body to diminish. Now I have fully awakened. Even if I must transform, it shall be into a majestic adult white tiger. Fully awakened? Chu Shihin seized upon this focal point. Ling Yao nodded, explaining, how shall I put it? I have matured and my understanding has expanded. I am one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. Beast mastery is my ancestral ability, and I have awakened the golden attribute ability unique to the divine white tiger. Alas, my awakening was somewhat delayed. Otherwise, how could I have been bullied by Hu Gang and the others? One swipe from my claw could have dispatched them. You have awakened the golden attribute ability. Can you activate other natural attribute abilities as well? Lu Su inquired, intrigued. Each individual is typically limited to 1 natural attribute ability. Ling Yao's self-awakening of the golden attribute raises questions regarding this rule. Excitedly, Ling Yao responded, of course. The last time I emerged from the instance, I was unconscious, and the reward was automatically deposited in my marketplace. It was a wind attribute skill. Brother Lu, have you selected a skill yet? If not, I shall offer this one to you. This was also the reason he had not learned a skill immediately upon awakening, upon discovering it was a wind attribute. He had intended to give it to Lu Su, who possessed the wind attribute ability. Chu Shihin remarked coolly, you two truly share a bond, always considering one another. Detecting a hint of bitterness in Chu Shihin's tone, Ling Yao wondered if it was merely his imagination. Lu Su chuckled. Wrapping one arm around Chu Shihin while retrieving the skill card he had selected for Ling Yao from the marketplace with the other. I have chosen a skill for you as well. It should be more suited to you than the wind attribute. Lu Su handed the skill card to Ling Yao. Trembling slightly, Ling Yao accepted it without even glancing at the skill, then stood to bow deeply to both Lu Su and Chu Shihin, exclaiming, thank you, Brother Lu and Brother Chu. From now on, my life belongs to you. I shall do my utmost to protect you. He had never experienced warmth in the human world during his first 18 years. Yet the onset of the apocalypse had granted him the fortune of meeting Chu Shihin and Lu Su. They had saved him, protected him, and cared for him, as if his previous sufferings had merely been a prelude to their arrival. First and foremost, safeguard yourself. Let us review the skill. Why the sudden display of sentimentality? Chu Shihin interjected, a notorious disruptor of the mood. Ling Yao felt his eyes welling up but managed a carefree laugh at Chu Shihin's words, then focused intently on the skill card Lu Su had given him. The dark attribute ability bore the name, Night's Invasion. Night's Invasion. Envelop a designated area in darkness. Within this darkness, all puppets double their power. After reading, Ling Yao scratched his head, pondering, what constitutes a designated area? How long can darkness persist? Could it not be made clearer? It should be determined by your ability level. Exchange the points you have gained for experience cards to elevate your ability level. Then find an opportunity to test it, Chu Shihin advised. The more potent the skill, the more succinct its description. It requires the user to explore how to maximize its potential. Conversely, skills of lesser caliber often come with elaborate explanations. Thank you, Brother Lu. I truly appreciate this skill. It is indeed a fitting match for me. Ling Yao immediately learned the skill, then handed the skill card he had obtained to Lu Su. Having activated the dark attribute ability, the wind attribute was rendered entirely superfluous. The wind attribute skill he had received was called Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon, presumably due to his unconscious state at the time, thus rendering it lower in caliber than those seen by Chu Shihin and Lu Su. The description of Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon was significantly more detailed than that of Night's Invasion. This is not a romantic skill. When cooperating with a water attribute ally, damage is doubled.
What?
You lack such an ally? Then forget I said anything. Is this a couple's combo skill? Brother Chu, have you activated a water attribute skill? You could coordinate with Brother Lu. Ling Yao exclaimed, appearing utterly unworldly. Although Lu Su had already acquired a wind attribute skill, he couldn't help but feel a pang of longing upon seeing the wind, flower, snow, moon skill, and he lamented, unfortunately, Brother Chu is unwilling to cooperate with me. Ling Yao, puzzled, inquired, what's the matter? Didn't you activate a water attribute ability, Brother Chu? He did not choose an ability, Lu Su replied.
Huh?
Ling Yao's mind was in a whirl. It was understandable not to acquire an ability in the first dungeon, as rewards were based on individual contributions. But their team had secured first place in the second dungeon. Surely, they should have been able to select abilities freely, right?
I can just use my bow and arrow.
Chu Shihan still refrained from explaining his ability. Though Ling Yao was curious, she chose not to press further and instead flatteringly said, it's fine. As long as Brother Lu and I have abilities, you can just stand back and command us. No need to pull the bow. It's tiring. Chu Shihan chuckled. Brother, didn't he raise you in vain? He truly needed a teammate like Ling Yao, who possessed such awareness. Chapter 60. The young master has come of age. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at Guangqing. Once they entered the city, the number of infected individuals increased, and it took considerable effort to locate the venue for the ability exchange conference. The entire square was brilliantly illuminated, and from a distance, it still retained a semblance of the grandeur from before the apocalypse. However, as they drew near, they could see a ring of infected individuals, attracted by the lights and sounds. It seemed as though they were being blocked by something. Lu Xiluan widened his eyes in disbelief. There were clearly no barriers surrounding the square, yet those infected were lined up in a circle, desperately trying to push their way inside. Someone must have used an ability. Haven't you noticed that the closer we get to the square, the lower the temperature becomes? Lu Su remarked. Even before entering, they could see a bustling crowd within. A scene reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic days, yet it evoked a sense of panic. One couldn't help but wonder, with so many people gathered. What would happen if someone were to be infected? So, Brother Lu, are you suggesting that someone has enveloped the entire square with an ability, ensuring that these infected cannot enter without anyone guarding it? Yang Linger spoke as she dispatched several infected individuals approaching them with a gust of wind. What kind of ability is that? Lu Xiluan marveled. Ling Yao and Chu Shihan remained silent, as Ling Yao's night invasion could achieve a similar level of area coverage. As they entered the square, they noticed a few snowflakes drifting down from the sky, confirming for Chu Shihan that the one who had enveloped this area was a water attribute ability user. Brother Chu, doesn't this also mean that we are now within the domain of that ability user? If they wish to kill us, wouldn't it be as easy as pie? Ling Yao whispered to Chu Shihan. Not necessarily. That ability user must maintain this area for a prolonged period to prevent the infected from breaching. They wouldn't have the excess mental energy to kill. Moreover, an ability user arriving here wouldn't be so easily slaughtered, Chu Shihan replied, feeling a chill and putting on a white down jacket he had exchanged in the store. Meanwhile, as Lu Su and the others had leveled up their abilities, their bodies had grown more resilient to heat and cold, allowing them to withstand the low temperatures with just one layer of clothing. Welcome. As they reached the entrance, a sweet voice greeted the five of them. The entrance was a small door barely wide enough for one person, while the rest of the area was a wall of infected individuals. Lu Xiluan was first in line. As soon as he stepped through the door, a beautiful girl of about 15 or 16 presented him with a small cake and a glass of red wine. Lu Xiluan exclaimed, "Is this a party?" Surprised, he accepted the items from the girl. "I hope you gain much from this exchange conference," she said before turning to fetch the next guest's entry gift. Though each person received only one, in this apocalyptic world where even a sip of water required points from the store, receiving cake and wine felt akin to a stroke of fortune. "Thank you, little sister. You are truly beautiful," Yang Linger, now in second place, said graciously while accepting her items. "You're beautiful too, big sister," the girl replied cheerfully. Next was Ling Yao, who rubbed his hands together as he stepped forward. But the girl smiled and said, "Are you still underage, big brother? Let me get you a glass of orange juice instead." This remark was not very damaging to Ling Yao, but it was deeply insulting. "I'm of age. A real man drinks wine. Switch it out for me," Ling Yao shouted. The girl laughed at his antics and quickly exchanged it for a glass of wine. Ling Yao, one hand holding the small cake and the other with the wine, smiled like a fool. He wasn't in a hurry to eat or drink. He stood next to the girl, waiting for Lu Su and Chu Shihan to join him. Because Chu Shihan's hands were freezing cold, Lu Su pulled him along into the doorway. I'll pass on the cold wine. Just 2 pieces of cake will suffice. Thank you. Lu Su politely stated before stuffing Chu Shihan's hands into his jacket pockets and then taking the cake from the girl. Is this brother very cold? You should head into the store. There are rooms for you to rest, the girl said, handing Chu Shihan a room card with the room number on it. Chu Shihan hesitated to take his hands out, so Lu Su extended 2 fingers, signaling the girl to place the card between them. She complied but continued to gaze intently at Chu Shihan. Even after Lu Su and Chu Shihan had walked quite a distance, she still watched them, a hint of regret in her eyes. Feeling her gaze, Chu Shihan turned back and smiled at her. His smile was captivating, rendering everything around him dull. However, the girl quickly averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. What's wrong? Did she find something off about me? Lu Su noticed that Chu Shihan had deliberately turned to look back. Chu Shihan frowned and retorted, What do you think? This small cake seems quite suspicious. As do the lanterns surrounding the square. These must all be points. Are the hosts of the exchange conference the wealthiest in the world? Lu Shuluan remarked. In the current world, points held more weight than currency did before the apocalypse. Such extravagant waste of points raised concerns about the intentions of those organizing the conference. After saying this, Lu Shuluan quickly took a bite of the small cake, as if fearing the host would suddenly change their mind and demand it back. Look at your lack of ambition. Yang Linga glanced at him disdainfully and then poured the remaining half of her drink into Lu Shuluan's cup, freeing a hand for herself to start eating. Lu Shuluan. Seeing that everyone had begun to indulge, Ling Yao was unwilling to be outdone. He downed his wine in one go, and then dove headfirst into the cake with both hands, the spoon stuck in the cake serving merely as decoration. Did everyone who came in receive that girl's cake? Chu Shihan suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, the 3 who were eating cake looked as if they had been struck by lightning. No way, Brother Chu, do you mean to say this cake is poisoned? Ling Yao nearly retched at the thought of the cake he had just eaten. Chu Shihan shook his head. No. I mean to say that since I did not personally receive the cake, that girl has been watching me intently. Personally received the cake? Lu Su recalled that she had inadvertently brushed against his hand. She touched my hand too, Ling Yao chimed in. Lu Shuluan and Yang Linga nodded in agreement. The girl had to simultaneously offer the cake and wine glass, so it was perfectly normal for their hands to have brushed. However, now that Chu Shihan mentioned it, everyone began to feel uneasy. Even if she had to offer something to each person, it was improbable that everyone would happen to touch her hand. So, what does it matter if we touched hands? Ling Yao glanced at his fingers that the girl had touched earlier, finding nothing unusual. I have identified quite a few things for now. There is a booth over there that collects skill cards. Let's take a look. After Chu Shihan finished speaking, he made his way toward the stall. Indeed, the square was bustling with numerous individuals manning booths, all engaged in the buying, selling, or exchanging of cards. The trading mall charged a transaction fee for skill cards, but with face-to-face dealings, everyone could circumvent that additional expenditure of points, making both buyers and sellers quite eager to engage in trade. Upon reaching the booth, Chu Shihan whispered to Lu Su, "Sell the skill card given by Ling Yao and transfer the points to Lu Shuluan and the others." Lu Su shared the same sentiment. He had already set his sights on a wind attribute skill, Time Slash, while other wind attribute skills were merely experience cards to him. Hence selling them for points was decidedly more advantageous. Chapter 61. Master of Weapons. Having only completed 2 dungeons thus far, many individuals had yet to acquire suitable skills, yet they still possessed a few points in hand, rendering skill cards highly sought after. The Windflower Snow Moon skill was notably decent, and ultimately, Lu Su struck a deal with the buyer for 300 points. As time passed, once most individuals had settled on their skills, skill cards would inevitably devolve into mere experience cards for abilities of the same attribute. However, Chu Shihan had heard tales of someone who had successfully nurtured a new skill using hundreds of identical attribute skill cards, though the odds were exceedingly low, and the cost was prohibitively high, making it an impractical consideration for Lu Su and his companions at present. When it came time to finalize the transaction of points, Lu Su requested the buyer to transfer the points to Lu Shuluan. Lu Shuluan was momentarily taken aback, but then realized that Lu Su and the others were compensating him in this manner. He accepted the points after expressing his gratitude. 300 points equated to a near-death experience in the second dungeon once more. Just as they completed their transaction, they noticed that the crowd around them was converging toward the center of the square. Good evening, fellow ability users. I am Su Lianshan, the host of this exchange meeting. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. During this event, you may trade and exchange cards with one another. Should you have any confusions regarding your abilities, feel free to inquire of me. If you feel fatigued, please visit the mall at the back where we have prepared rooms for your rest. Su Lianshan stood in the center, his tone measured yet resonant. Chu Shihan, averse to being jostled about, refrained from approaching and instead stepped back to allow others space. Lu Su remained vigilant beside him, though Ling Yao had already plunged into the throng. What do you think his motives for hosting this exchange meeting are? 2 years prior, Chu Shihan had always been a lone wolf, lacking any sense of teamwork. Merely surviving alone was exhausting enough for him. And he had never harbored thoughts of uniting others to grow stronger together. Thus, he perceived Su Lianshan's intentions as ulterior. Such significant expenditure must surely be for some ulterior motive. If he truly sought to do good, would it not be more effective to simply donate his surplus points to those in need? Lu Su's thoughts aligned with Chu Shihan's. He did not deny the existence of selfless individuals in this world, but he was certain that Su Lianshan's manner of giving was not genuine altruism. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question to Chu Shihan. To your knowledge, is there an ability that can be activated with just a touch? Chu Shihan regarded him. This fellow seemed to be deliberately probing, feigning ignorance, while subtly testing the waters. What did he mean by to your knowledge? As if he were privy to everything. Nevertheless, he complied, saying, indeed, Bai Jinli's precognitive ability is one such example. A mere touch can reveal to you scenes of impending danger. Lu Su's expression turned awkward. Why bring him up in a casual conversation? Wasn't I engaging in a proper discussion? I'm merely providing you with an example. It's you who's feeling uneasy. Isn't it? The mere mention of Bai Jinli makes you fidgety. Before Chu Shihan could finish his sentence, Lu Su cupped his face in his hands, turning him toward himself, and then leaned down to seal his lips with a kiss, bringing an end to the topic of Bai Jinli. At that moment, Ling Yao squeezed out from the crowd. Brother Lu, Brother Chu. He leaned in closer to the two and whispered, Su Lianshan is in a wheelchair, and there's a woman pushing him. She looks rather cold, and I feel she may be the one using her ability to envelop the entire square. In a wheelchair? Chu Shihan murmured. Lu Su looked at him. Do you recognize him? I do not. Chu Shihan shook his head. He had merely heard mention of a person in a wheelchair but had not caught the name, leaving him unsure if it was indeed Su Lianshan. He is in the first room inside and mentioned that if anyone has questions about their abilities and wishes to remain discreet, they can seek him out privately. He is a survivor of many dungeons and possesses considerable knowledge about various skills, willingly offering his insights without charge. Ling Yao continued. A survivor of the game. Then his actions are understandable, Lu Su remarked. Chu Shihan regarded him with confusion. Lu Su elucidated. Su Lianshan may be akin to Hao Ren, a genuinely good person dedicated to the welfare of others. That is a possibility. However, upon learning that Su Lianshan was a survivor of the game, Chu Shihan was certain that he was indeed the renowned master of weapons from the infinite game world. Su Lianshan possessed an ability to fuse and decompose various cards. He could merge 2 item cards, such as those spoons or knives that Lu Su had previously produced, into a random weapon card, or further combine 2 weapon cards into a superior weapon card or a random skill card. At last, Chu Shihan comprehended how Su Lianshan had acquired the points to host this exchange meeting. It was highly likely that 90% of the weapon and skill cards sold in the trading mall originated from his handiwork. As for the woman pushing him, it was likely his wife, Mei Hans Huang, known in the game world as the Red Plum Assassin. So, Brother Chu, shall we seek him out to inquire about abilities? Ling Yao asked Chu Shihan. Lu Su countered. Do you still have questions about your ability? Hasn't he, Brother Chu, clarified everything sufficiently for you? There was no need to divulge their secrets to outsiders. Any queries regarding abilities should be directed toward Chu Shihan alone. Ling Yao sheepishly scratched his white hair. I'm not questioning my ability. I'm merely curious about that game survivor. I've only heard of such individuals existing. And now I finally get to see one in the flesh. Chu Shihan. After Lu Shuluan and Yang Linger returned from the excitement, They intended to seek out Su Lianshan, thereby granting Ling Yao a fortuitous opportunity to observe a game survivor up close. As the group made their way toward the mall, Chu Shihin glanced once more at the young girl greeting guests at the entrance. She stood vigilantly, seemingly unwilling to overlook any ability user entering. Upon entering the mall, the chill dissipated, and it felt as if the heating had been turned on. Lu Su helped Chu Shihin unzip his coat, and then took his hand, guiding him as they entered the room where Su Lianshan awaited. The room was simply furnished. To the right upon entering was a sofa, and to the left, a bed. Seated in a wheelchair before the sofa was Su Lianshan, with his wife, Mei Hanshuang, standing at his side. Upon noticing their arrival, he smiled and said, "Welcome. For the sake of confidentiality, please close the door behind you." After Lu Su closed the door, the five of them took their seats on the sofa.
Now,
"May I inquire who wishes to ask about their abilities?" Su Lianshan inquired. His tone was gentle, yet his presence commanded an extraordinary aura, prompting Yang Linger to obediently raise her hand like a schoolgirl. "It's me. Should I do something? Would you like me to demonstrate my ability?" "There's no need for concern. This house is rather fragile and cannot withstand any exertion of supernatural abilities. Young lady, do enlighten me regarding the nature of your powers and provide a comprehensive introduction to your skills. Please, do not withhold any details, as it may influence my judgment," Su Lianshan remarked with a smile. Chapter 62. You are deliberately doing this. I possess wind attributes, and my skill is called Falling Willow Fluff. It allows me to summon willow catkins that swirl through the air, potentially suffocating those caught in them. However, given that these catkins are light and easily dispersed by the wind, it would take an individual with nasal ailments to succumb to such a fate, Yang Linger relayed, her tone imbued with a mocking inflection that perfectly mirrored the card's description. Su Lianshan coughed lightly, raising a hand to his lips. There's no need for such elaborate details. He then turned to Lu Shuluan, who was linked arm in arm with Yang Linger. "Is this gentleman your husband?" Yang Linger nodded, indeed. Although they lacked a formal wedding, she felt that was of little importance at present. Lu Shuluan, somewhat embarrassed by her candid acknowledgement, lowered his head. "May I inquire about this gentleman's abilities?" "You need not disclose anything if it's inconvenient," Su Lianshan asked politely. While Yang Linger failed to grasp why Su Lianshan was interested in Lu Shuluan's powers, she was undeniably swayed by his formidable presence and dutifully replied, "He possesses metal attributes, and his skill is called Mountain of Gold, which can manipulate the gravity in the air and also induce suffocation." Chu Shihin found himself speechless. Yang Linger exhibited a remarkable lack of caution. The moment someone claimed to be a game survivor, she divulged the details of her ancestry without hesitation, failing to first ascertain the authenticity of such a claim. Fortunately, Su Lianshan was no charlatan and soon devised a solution for Yang Linger. "Young lady, you could synergize your skills with your husband. Once he alters the gravity, your willow catkins would become inescapable," he suggested. Yang Linger and Lu Shuluan's eyes lit up in unison. Yes, how did we not think of that? Upon awakening their abilities and subsequently activating their skills, most individuals tended to fight independently, using their powers recklessly against aberrations without considering the potential for cooperative skill usage. This oversight was understandable, given the abrupt onset of the apocalypse, which left little time to contemplate the optimal application of their skills amidst the daily threat of emerging monstrosities and the struggle for survival in the dungeons.
thank you, Mr. Su.
You have rendered us invaluable assistance, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Would it be acceptable to transfer some points directly?" Yang Linger exclaimed, brimming with excitement. They possessed 300 points from Lu Su, which they could spare as a token of gratitude. Though Su Lianshan had mentioned it was pro bono, and for him, it was merely a matter of words, Yang Linger and Lu Shuluan genuinely felt they had gained immensely and wished to offer him something in return. "No need. If you still have points, consider exchanging them for experience cards to level up. Elevating your ability levels will enhance your skills," Su Lianshan firmly declined. Ling Yao, who had been observing the entire exchange, felt profound admiration for Su Lianshan. Once they concluded their conversation, he raised his hand. Mr. Su." Su Lianshan regarded him. "Are you also inquiring about skills, young one?" Ling Yao's expression shifted at the term. "I am not a child. I am an adult. 18 years old, a grown man." Su Lianshan chuckled softly, his gaze warm. "It is not apparent. You appear to be around 15 or 16, much like my daughter. The young lady at the entrance, is she your daughter?
Lusuquirid.
Su Lianshan nodded. Yes, her name is Su Shui. She did not offend you in any way while welcoming you, did she? Not at all. Your daughter is truly beautiful, Yang Linger complimented. While she could candidly share her and Lu Xiluan's skills, she would not reveal a single word regarding Chu Shihan's speculations about the young lady, Su Shui. Thank you. Su Lianshan turned to Ling Yao. What were you intending to ask, young man? Ling Yao spoke with enthusiasm. Mr. Su, I am not inquiring about skills. I simply wish to know if you have encountered the one who has cleared many dungeons. What do they look like? Are they male or female? Su Lianshan's smile faltered momentarily, taken aback by the question. I'm afraid I have not seen them, though I have heard some rumors, he replied. Ling Yao's eyes widened. What rumors? You haven't told us whether they are male or female. They are male, Su Lianshan clarified. It is said that he has always operated alone within the game world, after his former teammates met their demise at his hands. None dare to team up with him again, and very few have seen his true visage. The others furrowed their brows at the notion that the game's conqueror had harmed his own teammates, but Ling Yao's focus remained on, what distinguishing traits does he possess? If none of you know what he looks like, would you not fail to recognize him if he appeared before you? Su Lianshan responded. He typically wears a fox mask, never revealing his true face. He paused, then inquired of Ling Yao, do you not find it alarming that he has harmed his own teammates? Ling Yao shook his head. He is so powerful and has cleared the game alone. What motive would he have to harm his teammates? Either those teammates were too inept and died, or they attempted to betray him and were met with retribution. His astute reasoning left Su Lianshan momentarily speechless. You make a valid point. I too do not believe he would harm his teammates without cause, Su Lianshan conceded after a moment of contemplation. Chu Shihan, having listened to Ling Yao's words, couldn't help but smirk. This child truly was a worthwhile find. Lu Su, upon hearing Su Lianshan mention the fox mask, cast a glance at Chu Shihan. He recalled that Chu Shihan's first dungeon had involved a man wearing a fox mask. Could it be that the fortunate Chu Shihan, who always drew the best cards in games, had encountered the ultimate game conqueror in reality during his first dungeon? Lu Su felt a twinge of skepticism. The three of them, having no further inquiries regarding skills, prepared to depart once Ling Yao finished speaking. The door opened, with Lu Xiluan and Yang Linger exiting first, followed by Ling Yao, then Chu Shihan, and finally Lu Su bringing up the rear. As Ling Yao stepped outside, a figure burst in like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward Chu Shihan. Watch out! Lu Su reacted swiftly, pulling Chu Shihan into his embrace and pivoting so that the incoming figure collided with his back, avoiding any contact with Chu Shihan. Su Shui, what reckless behavior is this? Su Lianshan scolded the newcomer before turning to Lu Su with concern. Sir, are you unscathed? Did you sustain any impact? Lu Su, having distanced himself and Chu Shihan from Su Shui, maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, no impact. Su Shui hurriedly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, esteemed brothers, it was not my intention. Chu Shihan, still shielded behind Lu Su, slowly spoke. No, you did it deliberately. Chapter 63. I love you. Su Shui's expression froze, her eyes darting to Su Lianshan and Mei Hans Huang for assistance. Mei Hans Huang, who had been standing guard beside Su Lianshan, interjected, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. My daughter merely tripped over the threshold. Then I shall consider it a misunderstanding. After all, you are the hosts, and we cannot afford to offend you. In any case, we shall be leaving tomorrow, Chu Shihan remarked as he grasped Lu Su's hand and exited. Upon leaving, Lu Su also ensured the door was closed behind the family of three. Mei Han Chuang appears as cold as ice in the eyes of outsiders. Yet she possesses a gentle side when in the presence of her husband and daughter. As soon as Chu Shihuan and the others departed, she promptly approached Su Shui, grasping her hand with concern. What were you thinking? They've already noticed us, she inquired. Su Shui, feeling slightly wronged, replied, the entrance is sealed, and no one else should come tonight, apart from that brother in the white down jacket, whom I have yet to identify. The others present are not the ones we seek. The only one remaining was Chu Shihuan, which left her in a state of anxiety. It's all right, little Shui. You've done exceptionally well tonight. His absence does not diminish your efforts, Su Lianshan gently reassured her. However, Mei Hanchuang insisted, "No. What if he is indeed the one? I will seek him out first thing tomorrow. Given the late hour, it would be improper to disturb others' rest." Lu Su led Chu Shihuan into a room, while Ling Yao was situated next door, with Lu Shiluan and Yang Ling, adjacent to Ling Yao. "Did you deliberately imply that we would leave tomorrow?" Lu Su asked, as they had not initially planned for this. "We can leave. It's quite safe here. Let Lu Shiluan and Yang Ling, delay their departure for a few days while we lead Guan Yu away," Chu Shihuan suggested after confirming Su Lianshan's identity. In these apocalyptic times, it would be problematic to locate them once they had moved far away. Guan Yu, intent on eliminating them, would surely follow their trail and seek opportunities along the way, thus leaving Lu Shiluan and Yang Ling unattended. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Lu Su replied, lifting Chu Shihuan onto the bed. However, Chu Shihuan raised a hand to his solid chest, stating she did not wish to engage tonight, feeling fatigued and desiring rest. Lu Su felt a pang of regret, but understood that Chu Shihuan had not slept well these past few days as they had been on the move. And even during brief rests, she had kept him company, hardly closing her eyes. After a simple wash-up, they nestled together in bed, drifting into slumber. It was uncertain whether it was the words of Su Lianshan that had affected her, but not long after falling asleep, Chu Shihuan was plagued by nightmares. Familiar yet foreign faces flickered through her mind like a slideshow. "Today you must die. Chu Shihuan, I am your best friend. You will help me? One to you? I beg you, save me. Chu Shihuan, you heartless person, you are so strong. Why don't you save them? Chu Shihuan, you deserve to die. Shihuan, I truly fell for you at first sight." Some faces cried out in anguish, while others bore expressions of resentment and hatred, ultimately lingering on Lu Ping's smiling, yet begrudging visage. Chu Shihuan awoke in a cold sweat, panting heavily, her head pounding as if it might burst. She startled Lu Su awake beside her. He sat up, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, asking, "Did you have a nightmare?" Chu Shihuan shook her head, instinctively replying, "My head hurts a bit. Could you pass me the medicine?" "Medicine?" Lu Su's voice rose slightly as he illuminated the wall lamp, scrutinizing Chu Shihuan. "What medicine?" Upon seeing Lu Su's face, realization dawned on her, and she quickly apologized. "My mistake. I mistook you for someone else." Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed trouble brewing. In her muddled state, it was easy to misstep. Lu Su, upon hearing her words, became agitated, forcibly turning her face towards him. "You mistook me for whom? Chu Shihuan?" Waking from a nightmare and casually requesting medicine was not typical behavior for mere acquaintances. "Lu Su, please don't be so upset. You're hurting me," Chu Shihuan gently chided, patting his hand. Recognizing he had been too forceful, Lu Su quickly withdrew his hand, apologizing. "It's fine." Chu Shihuan turned to face him, sitting opposite him. "He was someone I knew previously, during a time when my health was poor. He took care of me. I momentarily lost my bearings and thought I was back then." "You were unwell. Was it an illness? What about him?" Lu Su inquired calmly, though jealousy simmered within him. "Yes, I was ill," Chu Shihuan replied, taking a moment before adding, "He was killed." Lu Su was taken aback, falling silent for a moment. Chu Shihuan chuckled softly, cradling Lu Su's handsome face in her hands. "Rest assured, before you, I have not sought anyone else." Before Lu Su could react, she kissed him. His movements were somewhat rough, akin to a punishment, as if he sought to erase the dream from her mind, to make her forget the figures from her nightmare. Though somewhat uncomfortable, Chu Shihuan did not mind, responding with warmth as before. Ultimately, she found herself exhausted, unable to muster the strength to even move her fingers. In a haze of consciousness, Lu Su leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Chu Shihuan, I love you." Having been together for 2 years, neither had made any promises nor expressed affection. Both understood that they were merely temporary companions, with the possibility of separation always looming. This was a decision that both should have had a say in, yet Lu Su found himself unable to discern when he had relinquished that right. During this time, he often fantasized about how much easier it would be if Chu Shihuan were indeed the useless pretty boy spoken of by Han Chong. Then he could confidently protect her, ensuring she would never leave his side. Yet the reality was that Chu Shihuan was extraordinarily capable, requiring no protection from him. Thus, he contemplated the ignoble idea of using a so-called promise to see if he could keep her by his side. The two slept until midday the following day, only to be roused by a knock at the door. They soon heard Ling Yao's voice. "What are you two doing? You're not going to deny us some extra sleep just because this is your territory, are you?" However, Lu Su found Ling Yao's voice even more grating than the knocking. He noticed Chu Shihuan had also opened her eyes and leaned down to kiss her gently on the lips, asking, "Does your head still hurt?" Chu Shihuan rolled her eyes, retorting, "Isn't it a bit late to ask that now? You knew I had a headache, yet you tossed and turned me all night, making me feel as if my bones were about to fall apart. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let us get up," she urged, pushing Lu Su's hand away. Lu Su rose and fetched a high-neck knitted sweater from the mall to drape over Chu Shihuan, concealing the marks on her neck. Once she was dressed, Lu Su took her hand, still a bit lethargic, and together they approached the door. Outside stood not only Ling Yao and Lu Shuluan but also Su Lianshan in a wheelchair, pushed by Mei Hanchuang. Upon seeing them emerge, Su Lianshan politely spoke. "I apologize for interrupting your rest. May we have a moment to discuss something?" Chapter 64. Truly displeasing. Chu Shihuan had deliberately stated they would leave today to compel Su Lianshan to come forward and reveal the truth. As they re-entered the room of Su Lianshan and his wife, Chu Shihuan leaned languidly against Lu Su. "What is it you wish to discuss?" "I apologize, sir, but we must boldly inquire. Are you a healer?" Su Lianshan asked directly. Lu Su was taken aback. "You've gone to such lengths to host this exchange meeting just to find someone with healing abilities?" Mei Hanchuang, standing beside Su Lianshan, added, "Yes. But despite spreading the news of this exchange meeting, hundreds of ability users have come and gone in recent days, yet we have not found a single awakened healer. Is healing ability truly that rare?" Ling Yao pondered, relieved that he possessed self-healing capabilities. Otherwise, if something were to happen, he wouldn't find anyone to treat him. "Extremely rare," Su Lianshan confirmed. Chu Shihan finally lifted his body, and with a hint of disappointment, he declared, "I do not possess the ability to heal." If he had such a power, he would not have witnessed Lu Ping perish before their eyes. Mei Hanchuang interjected, "May I have my daughter take a look?" Lu Su coldly replied, "What is it? Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I have already stated that there is none, yet you insist on confirming it? Aside from him, your daughter has assessed the abilities of everyone else, has she not?" Upon hearing Lu Su's words, Ling Yao and her companions turned pale with shock.
So,
The little cake they were given upon entry, the casual touch, was merely a ruse to examine our abilities? Yang Linger quickly grasped the implication, her gratitude towards the Su Lianshan couple evaporating instantly. "How despicable!" Ling Yao exclaimed. "It feels like being spied upon, which is utterly unpleasant." "Do not worry, everyone," Su Lianshan hastily explained. "Xiao Xue can only discern the type of abilities, such as whether they are offensive, supportive, or healing. She cannot see the specifics of the abilities." Su Lianshan was keen to maintain a semblance of composure, as they were still uncertain whether Chu Shihan truly possessed healing abilities. It was not yet time for confrontation. "What do you seek a healer for?" Ling Yao inquired, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Su Lianshan's legs. Su Lianshan did not shy away, affirming, "Indeed, I wish to heal my legs. But did you not enter the infinite game and traverse numerous levels? Why have you not healed your legs?" Yang Linger questioned, perplexed. Su Lianshan remained silent, while Mei Hanchuang offered a faint smile. "My husband was drawn into the infinite game world specifically to heal his legs. The only way to achieve this is to clear the game and earn a wish opportunity. We have been desperately entering levels, hoping to clear them quickly, but—" Lu Su interjected, "But someone else cleared it before you. The game world is closed, and you are left to seek out healers in this manner." Mei Hanchuang nodded in agreement with his statement. "Is that the reason for your disdain towards those who have cleared the game?" Chu Shihan inquired. Su Lianshan promptly refuted. "Sir, please do not misinterpret us. We do not harbor disdain towards those who have cleared the game. To those who have never entered the game, clearers are akin to deities. They even delayed the onset of the apocalypse by 2 years. To express hatred towards them would invite scorn." "You do," Ling Yao boldly accused. "You disparaged him last night." Su Lianshan. "This child truly lacks charm." Chu Shihan chuckled with delight and remarked, "I genuinely do not possess healing abilities. However, in the upcoming levels, we shall keep an eye out for you." Mei Hanshuang wished to say more, but Su Lianshan spoke first. Very well, we would appreciate your assistance. He then produced a card and handed it to Lu Su. If you find a healer, please send us a message, and we shall come to you at once. Upon hearing this, Lu Su glanced at the card. It was titled Peace Dove, with a description stating, a dove that cherishes peace, but alas, with the apocalypse's arrival, it has taken to delivering messages. No matter the distance, it guarantees delivery within 48 hours. Peace Dove promises not to fail. Limited to 10 uses. A rather useful card. Lu Su remarked, tucking it away. Then it is settled. We must continue our journey, so we shall take our leave. Once the five departed the room, Mei Hanshuang furrowed her brow and glared at Su Lianshan. You owe me an explanation. Not allowing Xiaoxue to assess him was one thing, but you also gave them a card? Su Lianshan replied, have you forgotten what Xiaoxue said last night? The powers of that white-haired child and the tall man were quite vague, likely indicating formidable skills. Moreover, their team is centered around that pretty boy, which suggests his abilities are no less impressive. It would not hurt to cultivate a relationship with them. Offering the skill card is merely a gesture of goodwill, though I do not expect them to genuinely assist. In truth, he had lied in one regard. When Xiaoxue examines others' abilities, if their power level exceeds hers, she can only perceive a vague concept. However, if their abilities are on par with or lower than hers, she can see a detailed description of the skills. Since Xiaoxue's abilities are already at level 3, when she assessed Lu Su and Ling Yao, she received only the simplistic feedback of attack. This indicated that both of their abilities had reached level 4. It is noteworthy that only 2 levels had been cleared thus far. Some who had gone berserk in the second level barely achieved level 3, yet their abilities were significantly ahead, hinting at undisclosed circumstances. What if he is indeed a healer? Mei Hanshuang understood the reasoning, but felt an overwhelming urgency. She knew Su Lianshan yearned to stand once more. If not for his fervent desire to regain the ability to walk, he would not have been drawn into the infinite game. Yet this wretched world had repeatedly offered them hope, only to shatter it time and again. Even if he were to be a healer, what if he refused to help? Su Lianshan countered his wife's concerns. With the extraordinary strength of Lu Su's group, should a conflict arise, their family of 3 would likely stand no chance. Mei Hanshuang fell silent. Her abilities enveloped the square, while her daughter, Xiaoxue, continued to expend her mental energy. In a confrontation, they would indeed be at a disadvantage. The arriving ability users believed the game survivors were safeguarding the area, which deterred any reckless behavior. However, they were unaware that the current game survivors were not much different from these ability users. Their only advantage lay in their understanding of the game rules, as well as their more developed skills. Yet, once the game faded, their skills plummeted to level 1. And they too had to strive relentlessly to earn points for ability upgrades or risk being outpaced by these emerging talents. At the entrance of the square, Lu Xiluan and Yang Linger stood waving farewell to the 3 who had already departed. Upon learning that Lu Su and his companions would leave that day, Lu Xiluan and his partner found their thoughts aligned. The couple would remain, allowing Lu Su and the others to take their leave first. Their acquaintance had been brief, and the bonds were not particularly deep. Moreover, the path Lu Su intended to take was too perilous for Lu Xiluan and his partner. Parting ways was beneficial for both parties. Wishing you safety, may we meet again. Ling Yao called out to them. Lu Xiluan replied loudly, wishing you safety as well. The sentiment of safety was the most sincere blessing they yearned for in their current circumstances. Chapter 65. Is it amusing? With the poisonous sun absent, the once scorched earth had blossomed into a vibrant green in just a few days. Yet, it was evident to all that such rapid plant growth posed significant concerns. Thus, the trio endeavored to circumvent the forest, swiftly resolving any encounters with aberrations, ensuring no prolonged battles ensued. They were certain Guan Yu was lurking in the shadows, and any unexpected incidents would provide him with the opportunity to strike. Their suspicions were confirmed. Guan Yu and Zhu Yan had been trailing them, the latter adeptly transforming into a vermilion bird for flight, making the task of following quite effortless. However, the longer they trailed Lu Su's group, the more alarmed Guan Yu and Zhu Yan became. Isn't their ability level progressing too rapidly for having only cleared 2 levels? Zhu Yan remarked, having flown for quite some time and now needing to rest, while the 2 paused at a distance to recuperate. After all, she could fly. A brief delay of 10 minutes would not result in losing track of them. Did you see that? That man surnamed Liu effortlessly dispatched a flaming golden lion with a gust of wind. Guan Yu, still pale from his unhealed injuries, had grown increasingly grim as he recalled the sight of Lu Su and Ling Yao effortlessly vanquishing the aberration while Chu Shihan merely observed, adding to his dismay. Zhu Yan took a sip of water, her gaze lingering on Guan Yu's severed arm. If only I possessed healing abilities, your hand could regrow, she mused. As a divine beast of the vermilion bird lineage, she shared the same regenerative capabilities as Ling Yao. Her injuries had healed significantly, rendering specialized treatment unnecessary. Guan Yu retorted sarcastically, if healing abilities were so readily attainable, would Su Lianshan have gone to such great lengths? Indeed, Zhu Yan pondered, and then inquired. Do you think that pale-faced fellow with the surname Chu might have acquired healing powers in the previous dungeon? Otherwise, how could he avoid using his abilities? Guan Yu furrowed his brow in thought. It's hard to say. I bestowed upon them hundreds of thousands of points in the last dungeon. So acquiring various attribute skills would certainly have been a breeze. If he possesses healing abilities, yet chooses not to save that rotund man, then his heart is truly devoid of compassion. Zhu Yan swiftly added, your decision was correct. In the real world, we cannot eliminate Lu Su. We must rely on the dungeon. Both of them were survivors of the game, perfectly capable of exploiting the rules to eliminate Lu Su and his companions. Although they viewed Lu Su as a fellow survivor, their motivations diverged. They entered the dungeon to kill, free to disregard the rules. While Lu Su and his companions sought to clear the dungeon and must adhere to the regulations, thus bestowing an advantage upon Zhu Yan and Guan Yu. As midnight approached, the clown appeared in the sky as scheduled, mocking them before revealing the dungeon's rules. Lu Su and his companions had already chosen an open area, prepared to respond immediately should Guan Yu and Zhu Yan ambush them upon exiting the dungeon. Indeed, they anticipated a potential sneak attack, yet they could not have foreseen Guan Yu's audacious maneuvers, which completely caught them off guard. With only 3 seconds remaining in the countdown to enter the dungeon, Zhu Yan descended from the sky, bringing Guan Yu with her, landing within a 500 square meter radius of Lu Su and his team. The five formed a party and entered the dungeon. Just as they entered, before anyone could regain their footing, Zhu Yan seized Guan Yu and soared away in an instant. Chu Shihan and Lu Su reacted promptly. The former shot an arrow toward the vermilion bird's form, while the latter unleashed a blade of wind toward Guan Yu. However, their attacks failed to inflict any harm upon the duo. Just as confusion set in, the clown appeared in the sky with the dungeon's rules, unraveling their mystery. Rule 1. Each individual must locate 5 unique clues regarding the Beast God Village's curse. Clues may not be repeated. Rule 2. NPCs carrying clues may be killed. Upon the death of the player who kills the NPC will respawn. Rule 3. During dungeon settlement, those with insufficient clues will be erased. Rule 4. Teammates must not engage in mutual harm. Special note. The first team to gather all 25 clues will receive a special reward, Captain Card. Captain Card, the holder may invite 4 individuals to join a fixed party. Once members join, they cannot be changed. The fixed party may enter the dungeon regardless of range, and the captain can summon teammates to their side. If a member dies and the team size falls below 5, new members may rejoin to replenish the team. After Ling Yao perused this plethora of information, she could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, "Why didn't we get this, Captain Card, sooner? Our team is not clean anymore." As Ling Yao lamented, Chu Shihan suddenly recalled the nature of this dungeon. His expression shifted. Oh no. With just 2 words he bolted, prompting Lu Su to furrow his brow and follow suit. Ling Yao, confused, hurried to catch up. Rushing into the Beast God Village, Chu Shihan summoned every ounce of speed he had ever possessed, only to discover a corpse along the path into the village. The victim was a villager, a man wrapped in a turban, his throat pierced by claws. After a fleeting glance, Chu Shihan hastened to the next NPC's location, only to find that Guan Yu and Zhu Yan had already beaten him to it, slaying the NPCs one after another. Upon witnessing the 11th corpse, Chu Shihan collapsed onto the ground, too weary to continue. What is happening, Brother Chu? Were these people all killed by Guan Yu? What do they seek? Ling Yao, having kept pace, remained breathless yet mentally muddled. These should all be NPCs carrying clues. He doesn't want us to complete our tasks, so he eliminates them first. Lu Su, equally unfazed, explained to Ling Yao. Yet Ling Yao remained perplexed. If we cannot complete our tasks, wouldn't they also fail? In such a short time. It's unlikely they've already gathered clues. Is this the advantage of game survivors? He then turned to Chu Shihan. Given that both of us are game survivors and know the locations of these NPCs, how did you deduce this? Just as Chu Shihan prepared to take a sip from his water bottle, he paused upon hearing Ling Yao's question. He had momentarily forgotten about Guan Yu's intentions in his urgency. With an impassive expression, he replied, I guessed. Brother Chu is truly remarkable. How could you make such an accurate guess? Ling Yao was deeply impressed by Chu Shihan's astuteness. Nearby, Lu Su struggled to suppress a laugh, ultimately unable to contain himself. Chu Shihan slowly turned his head, glaring coldly at him. Is it amusing? Lu Su quickly stifled his laughter. No, I merely recalled something delightful. Chu Shihan retaliated by giving him a sharp twist at the waist, storming past him in a huff. Ling Yao scratched the back of his head, bewildered. Brother Lu. Why is Brother Chu angry? Is it because he couldn't prevent Guan Yu from committing murder? Lu Su regarded him with a complex expression. Your brother Chu may have recalled something unpleasant. Chapter 66. You are my brother. Lu Su hurriedly chased after Chu Shihan, reaching out to grab him, only to be ruthlessly brushed off. Don't be angry, darling. I truly wasn't laughing at you, but at Ling Yao. Unable to restrain Chu Shihan, Lu Su decided to wrap his arms around his waist, lifting him entirely off the ground. Let go. Chu Shihan swatted at his hands, though not with much force. Lu Su, concerned that he might fall, gently set him down. Ling Yao, trailing slightly behind, approached. Brother Lu, Brother Chu, let us not bicker. We must first discuss how to handle this dungeon. They had fallen behind, their advantage stolen by Guan Yu, and needed to devise a solution swiftly. This dungeon can't possibly house only our team, right? Lu Su inquired of Chu Shihan. This question inadvertently revealed to Chu Shihan that Lu Su had surmised their opponents were game survivors. Chu Shihan merely cast a mild glance in his direction, stating flatly, There is another team in the neighboring village. This village contains only us 5. So, in order to obtain the captain card, we must gather all 25 clues? Ling Yao felt the gravity of their situation was more severe than he had anticipated. Chu Shihan inquired curiously, Do you desire the captain card? Ling Yao shook his head. It's not that I want it, but rather that you, Brother Chu, should desire it. With this card, our team can solidify, preventing despicable individuals like Guan Yu from exploiting any loopholes. Lu Su wholeheartedly agreed with Ling Yao's sentiment. Indeed, we must secure the captain card. But how can we achieve that? We have 2 enemies in our midst, and they have already slain all the clue-bearing NPCs. We cannot kill them, Ling Yao despaired. However, Lu Su suggested, but didn't your brother Chu mention there is another team? We could ask them to assist us in eliminating our treacherous teammates. Ling Yao's eyes brightened. Is that a possibility? But then he recalled another issue. Even though we are in different villages, we are still in the same dungeon and are in competition. Why would they aid us? In theory, the neighboring village's team would have already been deemed benevolent if the clue NPC had not come to slay them. This issue also crossed Lu Su's mind, prompting him to inquire of Chu Shihan, Can we acquire clues from the neighboring village? It should be possible, Chu Shihan replied, admitting he had never attempted it. Lu Su grasped Chu Shihan's hand and urged, Let us venture to the neighboring village and investigate. The village where they were undertaking their task was called Beast God Village, surrounded by barren land bereft of trees, with only the wild grasses and vegetables in the soil exhibiting a vibrant green. In contrast, the nearby village was named Tree God Village, where verdant woods flourished, and the villagers' homes were nestled amidst the trees. Upon reaching the forest's edge, they observed an individual traversing the woods, bow and arrow in hand, seemingly engaged in hunting or patrolling. Lu Su suddenly posed a question. Did you see that? See what? Ling Yao, believing there to be imminent danger, scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Lu Su replied, That person has a line of text atop his head. I am the clue NPC, come ask me. Ling Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Where? I see nothing. Chu Shihan sighed, gently tugging at Ling Yao's ear. Why not go and inquire of that gentleman whether any strange occurrences have transpired in the village recently? Unfazed, Ling Yao swiftly dashed towards the villager. Lu Su speculated. The so-called curse must be related to the names of the two villages. Chu Shihan concurred. Indeed, it is not a significant matter. Before he could finish, Ling Yao returned with glee, exclaiming, Brother Chu, there truly is something. A panel has appeared before me, revealing I have obtained a clue concerning the curse of Tree God Village. Lu Su inquired, what does the clue entail? Ling Yao read from the panel. Recently, peculiar events have transpired in the village. It is said that a serpent as thick as a water barrel devoured a great tree in the village. This is undoubtedly the doing of those wretched creatures from the neighboring village. He claimed to have witnessed the large serpent. Perhaps you should inquire further. Lu Su remarked. It seems Tree God Village harbors significant animosity towards Beast God Village. Ling Yao furrowed his brow. Brother Lu, it is called Tree God Village and Beast God Village. He then turned to Chu Shihan, asking Brother Chu, if we seek out this He-Chi now, can we unravel the truth behind this matter? Finding him may not guarantee clarity, but we can certainly search for this He-Chi, Chu Shihan replied. Ling Yao nodded. I just asked that gentleman. He mentioned that He-Chi was frightened by the serpent, sprained his ankle, and is resting at home. We should be able to find him there, he added incredulously. To obtain a clue so easily. If not for that perverse Guai Yu causing trouble, this instance of the dungeon should be the simplest yet. Simple? Chu Shihan cautioned. This dungeon is anything but straightforward. The truly grotesque elements lie ahead. However, seeing the child so jubilant, he refrained from dampening her spirits with harsh truths. Following the direction indicated by the hunting gentleman, they entered the village nestled within the woods. The villagers of Tree God Village were not fewer in number than those of Beast God Village, yet their homes concealed within the forest rendered them invisible from outside. Passing by a household, Lu Su and his companions overheard a conversation within, suspecting they had stumbled upon yet another clue. The three concealed themselves behind a large tree beside the house to eavesdrop. Little sister, if you wish for your uncle to guide you through the dungeon, let your uncle have a little fun first. Once we're done, I assure you, you will not be harmed. Old Wang, do not be such a pervert. She is still a child. We should hasten to find the clue, another voice urged. Oh, spare me the pretense. In this apocalyptic world, we live in constant tension. It is a rare opportunity to unwind. I refuse to believe you do not wish to indulge a little. Besides, you just said she is merely a child. A pure burden. We are not her parents. What reason do we have to take her with us without offering some incentive? Old Wang's voice was loud, his words easily persuading the one attempting to reason with him. A soft, sweet voice piped up, Uncle, may I have a captain card? Old Wang lewdly replied, Of course. Come here, give your uncle a kiss, and I will grant you anything you desire. Ling Yao could no longer endure the conversation, clenching her fists and preparing to rush out, only to be restrained by Chu Shihan. We must leave this matter be, Chu Shihan whispered, taking Lu Su's hand to depart the scene. Ling Yao stared incredulously at Chu Shihan, her expression seemingly questioning, Is this truly your stance, Brother Chu? Lu Su echoed the sentiment, incredulous that they could remain indifferent in the face of such a situation. Hurry, let us go, Chu Shihan urged, dragging both of them away. Yet, he was a moment too late. A shadow darted from the house like the wind, halting before Chu Shihan. It was a young girl of 8 or 9, clad in a black Lolita dress. As she tilted her head to gaze at Chu Shihan, he instinctively averted his eyes to the sky. Brother, the little girl called out in a sweet voice. Chu Shihan, fixated on the azure sky above the tree's shade, replied, You have mistaken me for someone else. Lu Su, Ling Yao, and the 4 burly men who had emerged from the house all bore expressions of shock. The first 2 were astonished that Chu Shihan and the little girl seemed to know each other, while the latter 4 were taken aback by the girl's astonishing speed. You are my brother, the little girl insisted. No, Chu Shihan denied. Before he could finish, a swarm of enormous mosquitoes appeared above them, each the size of a soccer ball, descending rapidly. Faced with this unexpected sight, he could not help but lower his gaze. The aberration had arrived, despite having anticipated it. Seeing the small girl standing at his waist height still startled him momentarily. How have you not changed at all? Chapter 67. The Violent Little Girl. As the giant mosquitoes cascaded from the treetops like a waterfall, Lu Su swiftly grabbed Chu Shihan and the little girl, hauling them to safety. allowing them to stand at a distance while he and Ling Yao dealt with the aberration. He unleashed 3 blades of wind with the force he had used to slay the flaming golden lion in the real world. However, one was dodged, and the other 2 merely clipped the wings of 2 mosquitoes, leaving them still floundering in the air. Ling Yao attempted to control 3 mosquitoes simultaneously, but succeeded with only one. He then shouted, "Watch out, Brother Lu. These creatures possess abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the compound eyes of the giant mosquito emit 2 beams of red laser, slicing through trees, flowers, grass, stones, and earth with ease. In his eagerness to alert Lu Su, he inadvertently redirected the mosquito he controlled towards the swarm, unleashing 2 beams of laser that caused a cacophony of sizzling as the dismembered mosquitoes plummeted from the sky. Realizing they had a traitor among them, several of the nearer giant mosquitoes locked onto their target, unleashing a barrage of lasers that obliterated the traitorous mosquito in an instant.
Ah.
The sudden demise of his controlled entity left Ling Yao's consciousness reeling, a sharp pain radiating from his brow. Distracted, he barely evaded 2 incoming laser beams. Lu Su quickly pulled him back, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The giant mosquitoes were evidently far stronger than any aberrations they had previously encountered, prompting Lu Su to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, the burly men who had emerged from the house were bouncing about, dodging the lasers from the mosquitoes, one of whom was unfortunate enough to lag behind and lost a leg to the searing beam. The individual was engulfed by fear, collapsing to the ground while clutching Old Wang's leg. In response, Old Wang delivered a swift kick, and upon turning around, he beheld the serene sight of Chu Shihan and the little girl in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards them. The little girl extended her arms, yearning to embrace Chu Shihan, but he held his palm against her forehead, thwarting her attempts as she flailed her limbs in vain. "Brother." The little girl pouted in discontent. Chu Shihan replied coldly, "I am not your brother. Refrain from calling me that." You truly are," the little girl insisted, twisting her tiny frame in a playful manner. As Chu Shihan contemplated how to manage the child, he caught a glimpse of Old Wang approaching with a swarm of mosquitoes in tow. Suddenly, he retracted his hand, stepping back abruptly, and summoned his bow to target the approaching pests. "First, we must eliminate the aberrations," he instructed the little girl. The girl's body lurched forward from the inertia, nearly toppling over. But once she regained her balance, she stomped her foot in irritation and turned to glare at Old Wang and the large mosquitoes hovering above. "How dare they interrupt my reunion with my brother? It's infuriating," she exclaimed, her exquisite eyes transforming into a deep crimson. With a gentle lift of her hand, crescent-shaped blades surged forth towards Old Wang at astonishing speed. He could not evade them in time. Fortunately, the blades passed through him without inflicting harm, yet their momentum continued, severing several mosquitoes behind him. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Old Wang's forehead, and he felt immeasurably relieved that the little girl was his ally. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by those blades. "Cursed rules," the little girl said, her voice growing somber, losing the playful lilt she had when speaking to Chu Shihan. At that moment, an arrow whizzed past her head, piercing Old Wang's brow. His eyes widened as his body slowly toppled backward. The little girl turned, her eyes reverting to their normal hue, and asked Chu Shihan excitedly, "Brother, are you avenging me? You are so kind." Chu Shihan maintained his stoic demeanor, saying, "You were supposed to eliminate the aberrations first." "All right," she replied obediently. "Then I shall help my brother rid us of these aberrations." With that, the little girl lifted off the ground, seated upon a grand crescent moon that carried her above the swarm of mosquitoes. She bit her thumb, releasing a drop of blood that burst into a mist in midair. Chu Shihan, realizing her intent, called out to Lu Su, "You too, step back. Do not let her blood touch you." Although Lu Su was bewildered, he instinctively grabbed Ling Yao and swiftly retreated beside Chu Shihan. Ling Yao, upon seeing the little girl floating in the air atop the moon, resembling a delicate BJD doll, was awestruck. "How beautiful!" he exclaimed involuntarily. However, in the next moment, the little girl's actions prompted him to utter an exclamation of shock. She gently clapped her hands together at her chest and softly declared, "Cold moon curse, annihilate." As the word annihilate fell from her lips, all the mosquitoes tainted by her blood immediately exploded, leaving not a single one to escape. After dispatching the entire swarm, the little girl descended from the air, the moon beneath her vanishing. Her face turned pale as she approached within a meter of Chu Shihan and his companions, her legs buckling as she fell to the ground. Ling Yao, acting quicker than his thoughts, rushed forward to catch her. The little girl, initially with her eyes closed, opened one to glimpse her surroundings. Upon recognizing Ling Yao, her expression soured. "Why are you here? Let me go." Ling Yao, taken aback by her fierce gaze, instinctively withdrew his hands. She then landed with a thud on the ground. "You dare drop me?" she shouted, scrambling to her feet. Spotting dirt on her black Lolita dress, her fury surged to a peak. "I shall have my revenge." In a state of panic, Ling Yao darted behind Chu Shihan, seeking refuge. "Brother Chu, this violent little girl is so unpredictable. It's terrifying." The little girl approached Chu Shihan with a serious demeanor, her face still bearing the expression of someone intent on exacting revenge against Ling Yao. "Goei, you have exhausted your powers and cannot defeat him." Chu Shihan finally called her by name. Upon hearing her name, Goei's gloomy expression instantly shifted to one of cuteness. "Brother, you finally acknowledge me as your sister. Do you know how long I've searched for you? A full decade. We haven't seen each other in 10 years. Lu Su and Ling Yao exchanged puzzled glances. "You haven't seen each other in 10 years? But you look only 8 or 9. How is that possible?" Ling Yao asked. Goei glared at him. "Mind your own business." "Shihan, is she truly your sister?" Lu Su recalled Chu Shihan's earlier claim of being an orphan, without any family left in the world. How could this peculiar girl suddenly appear as a sister? Before Chu Shihan could respond, Goei interjected, "Wait, mister, what did you just call him? Shihan?" Lu Su was incensed. "Mister?" Ling Yao chimed in, "Yes, Brother Chu is called Chu Shihan. You can't possibly not know your brother's full name." Goei furrowed her brow and, after a beat, politely introduced herself to Lu Su and Ling Yao. "Greetings, I am Chu Shigui, the sister of Chu Shihan." With a playful glance at Chu Shihan, she added, "Brother, is my newly chosen name not delightful? Could you be any more hasty?" Ling Yao quipped. Goei turned her gaze to him, her eyes narrowing with a lethal intent clearly etched on her face. Had she not been drained of her mental energy, she would have already acted. Upon hearing that Goei's name was hastily chosen, Lu Su concluded that these two were not siblings after all. As for their true relationship, he decided to address that after resolving the current predicament. The pressing matter at hand was the fate of Goei's other two companions. Chu Shihan had already dispatched Old Wang, and the one who had been kicked away lay in pieces, leaving only 2 others who now crawled before them, begging for mercy. "Little lady, we were wrong. Old Wang forced us. We never intended any disrespect towards you. Yes, yes. You are just a child, before the apocalypse. We were fathers ourselves and could never commit such heinous acts. Please, let us go," they pleaded, repeatedly bowing until their foreheads nearly bruised. Goei turned around, resting her finger on her chin in contemplation. "You are my teammates. I cannot kill you. You may leave." Thank you, little lady," they exclaimed, scrambling to their feet and fleeing into the woods. Yet, Goei called after them, "Brother, please kill them." "Very well. But I have 2 teammates that require your assistance in eliminating as well." Chu Shihan had already drawn his bow. Goei's gaze swept over Lu Su and Ling Yao. "I wasn't referring to you too," Ling Yao exclaimed, waving his hands frantically. It's not us. "Okay, brother, I shall slay whoever you ask," Goei responded sweetly, uttering the most ruthless words. No sooner had she finished speaking than 2 arrows flew forth, claiming the lives of her 2 companions before they could even register pain, sending them straight to the underworld. "I just heard you wanted the team leader card?" Chu Shihan sheathed his bow, inquiring of Goei. Chu Shichi spoke mysteriously.
There's no need for that now.
"I've already found you, and even if I obtain it, it would serve no purpose. However, if you manage to acquire it, you must include me in your team." Her desire for the team leader card was driven solely by one objective, to locate Chu Shihan. "Brother, think it over. This little girl is quite ferocious. I'm somewhat apprehensive about teaming up with her," Ling Yao whispered softly to Chu Shihan. "I'm more frightened of being in a team with you 2 useless individuals. You require my brother's help to slay a mere few aberrations. What use are you to me?" Chu Shichi retorted defiantly. Lu Su found her words amusing. Previously, it had always been his companions who derided Chu Shihan as a useless person. Now the tables had turned, and he was being insulted by those close to Chu Shihan. I'll discuss it further once I acquire the team leader card, Chu Shihan responded ambiguously. Understanding his implication, Chu Shichi clenched her tiny fist. Rest assured, brother, I will certainly help you obtain the team leader card. Her gaze then fell upon the hands that Lu Su and Chu Shihan were holding. Brother, what is the relationship between you and this uncle? Upon hearing the term uncle, Lu Su felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. In a vengeful manner, he waved their clasped hands before Chu Shichi's eyes, stating, "Can't you tell? I am your brother's boyfriend, his closest companion." This action incited Chu Shichi's ire. She placed her thumb, which she had just bitten, back into her mouth, intending to draw more blood. "Stop!" Chu Shihan intervened, blocking her movements. "Let's complete the instance first." "Oh." Chu Shichi shot a sidelong glance at Lu Su, her eyes brimming with malice. Lu Su comprehended the menace in her gaze. The little girl was signaling that she would eventually kill him. He paid her no mind, continuing to lead Chu Shihan away, deliberately shaking his hand in irritation as he turned. With a scowl, Chu Shichi followed behind them. After taking just a few steps, she plopped down on the ground, declaring, "Brother, I'm tired and can't walk anymore. Carry me." Chu Shihan continued on with resolute indifference, not sparing her a glance. Ling Yao turned to look back and saw the little girl sitting forlornly in the middle of the path, her eyes fixed on them, appearing as though she might burst into tears at any moment. "Brother, she has no stamina left. Shouldn't I carry her?" Ling Yao suggested, feeling a twinge of sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Shihan replied, "If you wish to, then go ahead. But I must warn you, she is quite dangerous, so be cautious." Ling Yao nodded, taking heed of Chu Shihan's warning as he dashed back to carry Chu Shichi. "Thank you, big brother. What is your name?" Upon seeing Ling Yao return to assist her, Chu Shichi's voice turned sweet. "My name is Ling Yao, with Ling meaning clever and Yao meaning to meet an untimely end." Ling Yao believed that Chu Shichi had been touched and was reconciling with him. Thus he revealed his name after lifting her onto his back. However, Chu Shichi remained silent, seemingly preoccupied with something on his back. Curiosity piqued, he glanced back to find her vigorously squeezing her thumb, attempting to extract blood from a healed wound. After fruitless efforts, she prepared to bite her thumb again. "Oh my!" Thinking of the scene of a mosquito exploding made Ling Yao so frightened that he dropped her onto the ground and sprinted away, shouting, "Brother, save me. She wants to kill me." With her intentions exposed, Chu Shichi no longer concealed them. She scrambled to her feet and chased after Ling Yao, exclaiming, "You dirty my dress. I will definitely kill you today. Even my brother's reputation won't save you." She pursued Ling Yao with fervor, showing no signs of fatigue. Lu Su inquired, "You seem to know her quite well. How did you discern she was pretending? Have you lived in the same place? An orphanage or a welfare home?" Chu Shihan had previously mentioned he was an orphan, a fact Lu Su did not doubt. In the absence of relatives, if someone called him brother, they must have shared the same residence. Yes, Chu Shihan provided an answer Lu Su had never anticipated, a research facility. Lu Su was taken aback. A research facility? What were they researching? A vague answer lingered in his mind, yet he dared not pursue it further. "This is a long story. I'll tell you when I have time," Chu Shihan said just as Ling Yao, having completed a circuit, returned. While running, he shouted, "I already apologized. I didn't mean to dirty your dress. Besides, is your dress more important than my life? 10 of you wouldn't be worth my dress. It is the most beautiful one I've ever seen." Chu Shichi caught up and retorted, "Your experience with dresses must be quite limited. This one is rather ordinary. You are going to regret that," Chu Shichi declared, utterly enraged. Ling Yao replied honestly, "I genuinely mean it. I could make one that looks better than yours with ease." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Shichi abruptly halted. "You can make dresses?" "Of course. I can make skirts and clothes of all kinds," Ling Yao said, seeing that she had stopped pursuing him. He too took a moment to rest, knowing the little girl's temperament was unpredictable and she might resume chasing him at any moment. "Then you must make me a dress that is more beautiful than this one," Chu Shichi demanded. Ling Yao, brimming with confidence, replied, "Not right now. Let us finish the instance first. Once we're out, I'll create 3 different styles for you. Chu Shichi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, she agreed.
All right. But first, tell me what kind of dress you will make.
If it's not more beautiful than mine, I will still hold you accountable. The 2 children then huddled together, discussing dresses, and the atmosphere instantly became amicable. Lu Su observed this exchange, somewhat astonished by Ling Yao's persuasive skills. Chu Shihan also thought that Ling Yao's mind was unpredictable, demonstrating an erratic flair. Chapter 69. The Thief. In the aftermath of the battle where Chu Shihan and his companions had fought, the area, shortly after their departure, was swiftly restored by the giant mosquitoes that had destroyed the trees and ground with their lasers. The corpses of the people and mosquitoes had vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of the recent conflict. They quickly found He-Chi, mentioned in their first clue. He-Chi was lounging in his yard with a splint on his leg, basking in the sun, appearing utterly unfazed by his earlier encounter with a giant snake. Shi-Chi. You go ask him if he has seen a snake as thick as a water barrel, Chu Shihan instructed, standing outside He-Chi's home without entering. Brother. My name is Chu Shi-Chi. You must call me Shi-Chi from now on, she corrected.
Get on with it.
Chu Shihan replied impatiently. With a pout, Chu Shi-Chi reluctantly approached to inquire about the clue. Lu Su, witnessing this rare display of emotion from Chu Shihan, found it inexplicably charming and couldn't resist leaning in to plant a kiss on his fair cheek. We're in the middle of something important. Stop flirting around, Chu Shihan admonished, casting a sidelong glare at Lu Su. Lu Su feigned innocence. My apologies. It was a genuine display of affection. I couldn't help myself. Chu Shihan chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Lu Su's neck before leaning in to kiss him. Lu Su reciprocated eagerly, embracing him as they kissed. Ling Yao, observing from the sidelines, wished for Chu Shichi to emerge and whisk him away. He could not bear to remain in this place for even a second longer. Chu Shichi returned only after their kiss concluded, her little face filled with confusion. What did He-Chi say? Who is our next clue? Upon seeing Chu Shichi back, Ling Yao eagerly inquired. Chu Shichi focused on the panel before her and replied, He-Chi said he has never seen any large snake-eating trees. He merely noticed a tree had fallen while he was getting up to use the restroom in the middle of the night. Distracted, he stumbled back into his room when a mouse scurried past his feet, startling him and causing him to trip over the threshold, injuring his leg. Lu Su and Ling Yao exchanged incredulous glances. What a ridiculous rumor. Chu Shihan, having anticipated such a scenario, inquired, so the lead is cut off? Did he provide any other hints? Certainly. Allow me to venture to the site where the great tree has fallen. Located just 500 meters directly in front of his house. Chu Shiga raised her gaze to survey the area ahead. The trees within the forest were sparse, yet formidable in size. Should a large tree unexpectedly topple, it would indeed be visible from their current position. Let us proceed. Lu Su took the lead, guiding Chu Shiga along the path. Chu Shiga's eyes fixated on Lu Su's hand, harboring an urge to sever it. She turned to glance at Ling Yao beside her and, with a fierce expression, commanded, You, hold my hand. Ling Yao regarded her with skepticism. You aren't bloodied, are you? Chu Shiga assured her. Fear not, I shall not harm you until you have crafted that skirt for me. It was only then that Ling Yao took her small hand and followed behind Lu Su and the others. By the way, what is that ability of yours? Does your blood cause explosions upon contact? Ling Yao, holding Chu Shiga's hand, did not dwell on it too long, thinking of her as Chu Shichen's sister, and therefore, her own sister as well. A curse. Chu Shiga's thoughts remained fixated on Lu Su's hand as she succinctly replied, her words tempered by the fact that Ling Yao intended to fashion a skirt for her. Otherwise, she would have said nothing at all. Ling Yao, taken aback by the revelation that Chu Shiga's extraordinary power was related to curses, was eager to inquire further but was interrupted by Chu Shiga's question, How long have they been together? How much does my brother care for him? I am uncertain. I have not known them for long, but it is evident that Brother Chu harbors deep feelings for Brother Lu. Do not entertain any nefarious thoughts. Be wary of Brother Chu's moral righteousness. After spending some time with Chu Shiga, he had gleaned some insight into her mindset. Her inquiry was undoubtedly laced with ulterior motives. What a frightening, possessive little girl. Humph. Chu Shiga scoffed. You know nothing of my brother. His tolerance for those who accompany him is remarkably high. It is not love. Ling Yao, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? What she meant was that even a dog barking at him all day would be regarded as companionship. He would never abandon it unless it chose to leave or truly harmed him. Having reached their destination, Chu Shiga released Ling Yao's hand and bounded joyfully towards Chu Shichen. Ling Yao remained momentarily rooted in place, processing Chu Shiga's words. He could understand the sentiment she expressed, as he too sometimes longed for unwavering companionship. In the absence of others, even a dog would suffice. Yet, ultimately, all he received was betrayal and abandonment. What is wrong with you? Do not bully him. Chu Shichen observed Ling Yao standing motionless in the distance, fearing that she had once again fallen victim to Chu Shiga's schemes. With a tone of feigned complaint, Chu Shiga exclaimed, I have not. Brother, do not always side with outsiders. In this world, I am the only one who will always stand by you, never abandoning you. At her words, Chu Shichen's gaze flickered momentarily, though he remained silent. However, Lu Su could not tolerate such statements. Little sister, if you could truly remain by his side, why has he been with me for the past 2 years? Chu Shiga, slightly deflated, responded, I am searching for my brother. I have not found him yet. What is this quarrel about? Were we not here to pursue clues? As Ling Yao approached, having comprehended the situation, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the trio. Upon seeing the fallen tree, he felt utterly disheartened. The trunk had been removed, leaving only a half-buried stump. While this was not particularly strange, what shocked Ling Yao was that the villagers of Tree God Village had erected a monument for the fallen tree, complete with an inscription. What is this madness? Are the villagers of this place in their right minds? Ling Yao approached the stone tablet, sniffed it, and disdainfully remarked, It appears to be inscribed with chicken blood. How bizarre. Are you certain it is chicken blood? Chu Shichen inquired. Ling Yao nodded affirmatively. His ability to detect scents, protected by the 4 divine beasts, would not fail him. Chu Shichen's brow furrowed. That poses a significant problem. What do you mean? Both Ling Yao and Chu Shiga asked in unison. Lu Su explained, Throughout our journey, we have seen no chickens or ducks in Tree God Village, nor any small animals in the woods. The inscription is written in chicken blood, which leaves but one possibility. The chickens came from Beast God Village. Chu Shichen nodded. Indeed. If the Beast God Village has lost chickens, they will undoubtedly be searching high and low. If they discover us. Before he could finish his sentence, a throng of villagers suddenly surrounded them from all directions. There they are. The chicken thieves. It must be these individuals who stole our chickens. Look, there is blood on the monument. Damn chicken thieves. Today we shall offer your lives as a sacrifice to our deceased chicken god. The villagers, gaunt yet fierce, wielded various farming tools as makeshift weapons, brandishing them threateningly. Chicken. Chicken god? Ling Yao's lips twitched, feeling as though these villagers were possessed. At that moment, a task panel appeared before the 4 of them, displaying new information. Special event. The chicken god of Beast God Village has met a tragic end. The Beast God has descended with punishment. All individuals within Tree God Village are forbidden from using their extraordinary abilities for 1 hour. True heroes must resolve matters with their fists. Side quest. Calm the enraged villagers of Beast God Village. For each villager killed, a clue regarding the curse of Beast God Village will vanish. Not all problems can be solved with fists. Chapter 70. Can you believe this? What a ridiculous task. Do they think we are insane? They want us to solve this with our fists, yet prohibit us from using our fists to kill. Ling Yao was incensed after reviewing the task panel. To obtain the captain's card, they could not afford to lose a single one of the 25 clues, which meant they could neither kill the 25 villagers present nor allow them to inadvertently harm one another, lest their own lives be the cost of failure. You too. Protect my brother. I shall handle these people. Chu Shiga positioned her small frame defiantly in front of the larger men. Ling Yao found the situation absurd. 25 villagers. And we cannot use our abilities. Are you truly capable of handling this? Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You surely wish to kill a few of them on purpose, thereby preventing us from gathering all the clues and justifying your reasons to avoid teaming up with me. Chu Shiga bore the expression of one who had uncovered their scheme. Ling Yao, innocently pointing at himself, protested, I did not think such a thing. However, Chu Shiga was not one to engage in reason. If she said it, it must be true. In contrast, Lu Su maintained a calm demeanor as he shielded Chu Shichen, asking, "Can she truly manage?" "She can. You all refrain from intervening, lest she cause a scene again," Chu Shichen replied. Ling Yao could hardly believe his ears. Could she truly defeat 25 vicious villagers by herself? As he spoke, his gaze quickly sought out Chu Shiga's diminutive figure, only to see her darting with remarkable speed into the midst of the villagers. She jumped with precision, delivering a swift hand strike to the first villager before executing a split in midair, knocking another unconscious with a well-placed kick. Following a somersault, she landed deftly and swiftly struck another beside her. From the moment she began, her strikes were unerring. Each blow incapacitated a villager with surgical precision, targeting vital points to ensure they fell into unconsciousness without losing their lives. Anyone witnessing her prowess would recognize that Chu Shiga had undergone specialized training. No ordinary 9-year-old child, not even an adult who regularly exercised, could possess such skill. Lu Su observed for a moment before shifting his attention back to the others. If Chu Shichen claimed that he and Chu Shiga stemmed from the same research institute, could it be that they were trained in the art of killing? What methods must Chu Shichen possess to ensure such an adept Chu Shiga remained obedient? He truly regretted not taking the time to understand Chu Shihen before the apocalypse. The more he got to know her, the greater his confusion grew. "Brother Lu," Ling Yao remarked, gazing at the ethereal figure ahead, swallowing hard. "It seems we are indeed rather useless. While this is a task for everyone, here we are, standing by as spectators, allowing a mere 9-year-old girl to charge into battle. And she doesn't even need our assistance." With Chu Shigue's clean and decisive skills, their interference might only complicate matters. Indeed, Lu Su conceded readily. Despite having trained with Wan Ming and Han Chong every day for the past 2 years, and having learned some martial arts and self-defense techniques from a coach, he felt utterly inadequate in the presence of someone like Chu Shigue, who had undergone proper training. The villagers, armed and closing in on the thief, were suddenly sent flying, collapsing to the ground without the strength to rise again. In the blink of an eye, only a handful of the 20-odd villagers remained standing, while a large number lay scattered across the grass. "Leave one for questioning," Chu Shihan urged as she noticed Chu Shigue preparing another 3-strike combo. She quickly called out a warning. Chu Shigue ultimately spared an elderly man, dragging him before Chu Shihan, wiping the sweat from her brow with a casual gesture, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at him, seeking praise. "You did exceptionally well," Chu Shihan said, ruffling her hair. Upon receiving the compliment, Chu Shigue proudly huffed in Lu Su's direction. Ling Yao hurriedly fetched a bottle of water from the store, twisting off the cap and handing it to her. "Here, have a drink, but don't gulp it down too quickly." His eyes were filled with admiration and affection for Chu Shigue. Chu Shigue rewarded him with a knowing glance, accepting the water and taking a sip. "The adults are magnanimous, and we were simply ignorant, mistaking you for the despicable thieves of Tree God Village who stole our chicken god. But given your remarkable prowess, you can surely help us locate that thief, right?" The only elder from Beast God Village who remained conscious promptly apologized and issued the task in one breath. After he spoke, the task panel before them updated. Side quest: locate the chicken thief from Tree God Village and make the culprit pay for the chicken god's demise. Of course, you may choose to refuse, but who knows what unexpected rewards may await upon completion. "Another side quest?" Ling Yao exclaimed. Chu Shihan furrowed his brows slightly. He remembered that the core mechanics of this dungeon revolved around gathering clues and eliminating some aberrations. It was often deemed a frustrating dungeon because clues could be either genuine or false. Many would exhaust themselves only to discover that their 5th clue rendered the previous 4 useless, forcing them to start over. Had the dungeon transformed due to the merging of 2 worlds? "We should leave this place quickly," Chu Shihan declared after reviewing the task. "Are we going after the thief?" Ling Yao asked. "Yes, and we should also avoid Guan Yu and that bird. Without our abilities, it would be troublesome if they found us." Chu Shihan was concerned for Chu Shigue's safety against those 2 ill-intentioned teammates. "Right, I completely forgot about them. What if Guan Yu comes and kills all these villagers?" Ling Yao worried about the danger the villagers posed while lying there. "Can you move further away and check if they're still there?" Chu Shihan suggested. They returned to the vicinity of Heqi's home, and when Ling Yao glanced back into the forest, the villagers lying on the ground, along with the elder who had issued the quest, had vanished. Were they reclaimed by the system? Ling Yao gasped in disbelief. Lu Su and Chu Shigue, experiencing this phenomenon for the first time, also wore unsettled expressions. Basic operations within the dungeon, Chu Shihin remarked casually. Chu Shigue gazed at him with admiration. Wow, brother, you know so much. Are you one of the legendary game survivors? With the conversation having reached this point, Chu Shihin had no intention of hiding the truth and was prepared to admit it. However, Ling Yao interjected, no, Chu Ge figured it out. Chu Shihin. The most alarming part was that Chu Shigue actually believed it. My brother is the smartest. At this, Chu Shihin was left utterly speechless. Lu Su pinched his thigh in an effort to suppress his laughter, staring ahead with an expressionless face. His mind racing through all the sad thoughts until he finally managed to contain his amusement. Just as he was about to pull his gaze away, he spotted a flaming bird dive into the forest, followed by a billow of smoke. They're here, Lu Su stated. Don't worry, just like before. You all protect brother. Preventing any ambushes from the aberrations while I pluck some feathers, Chu Shigue declared, ready to charge forward. Chu Shihin yanked her back, come back here. Before he could finish his sentence, the task panel popped up again. Special event. The sacred tree of Tree God Village has been destroyed. And the Tree God has descended with punishment. Every individual within Tree God Village who speaks today must tell the truth. Any lies previously spoken will return like a boomerang to pierce them. Are you angry? Chapter 71. The Tree God's Punishment. After reading about the Tree God's punishment, they fell into a brief silence. The first to regain composure was Chu Shigue, who immediately began testing the punishment. Brother, do you hate me? She asked earnestly, standing in front of Chu Shihin. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, I don't hate you. What a remarkable response, leaving him no opportunity to think or hesitate. It simply sprang forth. Upon hearing this answer, Chu Shigue leaped for joy, disregarding the truth of the matter. Ask another question, Chu Shihin said, frowning. Yet, having already asked the question she most wanted to, and receiving a satisfactory answer, Chu Shigue momentarily found herself at a loss for what to ask next. Lu Su chimed in, may I ask? Go ahead, Chu Shihin replied, anticipating that Lu Su intended to inquire about his status as a game survivor. However, it didn't matter. He simply wanted to test whether the punishment could be evaded, and the nature of his question would not affect that. Chu Shigue and Ling Yao watched Lu Su, eager to hear his question. As expected, he asked, Shihin, do you love me? Despicable. Chu Shigue gritted her teeth in reproach.
Then,
the three faces turned eagerly toward Chu Shihin, awaiting his response. After a long silence, he remained silent, his expression unchanged. Lu Su forced a strained smile. Are you unwilling to answer? Then don't feel obligated. The question was meant to use the Tree God's punishment to seek reassurance, but after Chu Shihin's prolonged silence, the answer became painfully clear. Pressing further would only cause discomfort for himself. Well, I don't want to. Chu Shihin finally responded to Lu Su's second question. Hearing this, Chu Shigue erupted in laughter, while Ling Yao felt a wave of embarrassment, wanting to cover the little girl's mouth but lacking the courage to do so. Chu Shihin stated nonchalantly, the punishment compels those who wish to speak to utter the truth, but as long as one does not contemplate the answer to the question, they will not be forced to speak it aloud. Chu Shigue's unexpected question caught him off guard. He genuinely wished to respond but hadn't yet figured out how to articulate it appropriately. The Tree God's punishment had compelled him to reveal his true feelings without any eloquent embellishment. As for Lu Su's question, he had long been prepared. No matter what Lu Su asked, he would not contemplate the answer, thereby avoiding the influence of the punishment and preventing himself from uncontrollably revealing the truth. So, you were searching for a way to circumvent the punishment? Luo Su exhaled a sigh of relief, but Chu Shigue poured cold water on her from the side. Don't try to find an excuse for yourself. My brother definitely doesn't love you. Luo Su feigned calmness and retorted, children should not meddle in adult affairs. Chu Shichen interrupted the banter between the two. Let's not linger here. We should find a place to hide for an hour. No need, brother. I can take them on. Chu Shigue, feeling buoyed by the knowledge that Chu Shichen bore her no malice, felt invigorated, ready to take on 20 more. Chu Shichen cast her a cold glance. Those two are survivors from the game. Then let us take refuge at He Chi's house. After saying this, Chu Shigue dashed ahead into Hichi's residence. Observing her hasty retreat, Luo Su chuckled. The little girl knows how to gauge the situation quite well. Let us go inside. They are likely ensnared by a side quest. Chu Shichen added, taking Luo Su's hand as they entered. Ling Yao, unable to quell her concern for Chu Shigue, had long since followed her in. On their way into Hichi's house, Chu Shichen suddenly turned to Luo Su and whispered in his ear, "I love you." That night during the ability exchange event, although he had been somewhat dazed from exhaustion, he had indeed heard Luo Su's confession. In the 2 years spent together with Luo Su, he had felt at ease, never contemplating a voluntary end to their relationship, thus never pondering the question of love. As long as they were together every day, that was sufficient. After the apocalypse struck and he learned that Luo Su and Bai Jinli were the two protagonists of this world, a destined pair, he had resolved to part ways with Luo Su. After all, surviving this harrowing journey had been no small feat, and he had no desire to become a mere cannon fodder destined to meet an early demise. He certainly did not want to risk defying the plot, lest he remain oblivious to the manner of his demise. Yet to his astonishment, when he had given up on retreating, Luo Su chose not to pursue Bai Jinli. Whether it was out of morality or genuine feelings for him, her ability to alter the narrative and resist Bai Jinli's allure was a sentiment worthy of his love. As long as he was not eliminated by the plot, Bai Jinli would have to wait in line for love. Just as Luo Su questioned whether he was hallucinating, he was pulled into Hichi's house by Chu Shichen. Since Chu Shigue had previously communicated with Hichi, he did not turn them away upon their arrival. "You're back. Did you discover the cause of the fallen tree? Are these your friends?" Hichi inquired of Chu Shigue. "I haven't found the cause, but the people from Beast Village have shown up. The best-looking one is my brother. The other two are useless men." Chu Shigue answered the NPC politely, as always. "The two useless men." As she responded, Chu Shichen remained vigilant, watching the window. They were now in Hichi's house, and from the window, one could see the path beside the house. If Guan Yu and Zhu Ke passed by, he would spot them immediately. Meanwhile, Luo Su kept gazing at him, his eyes brimming with affection. "What? The people from Beast Village dare to intrude upon our tree god village? The fallen tree must be connected to them. Can you help me investigate?" Hichi asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a quest panel popped up before them once more. Side quest: investigate whether the fallen tree was the doing of Beast Village. Everyone is responsible for protecting the environment. Let us turn illegal loggers into bald heads. The third side quest had arrived, and the moment this quest emerged, the first task, which had calmed the villagers of Beast Village, had already been marked as completed and subsequently vanished from the quest panel. Currently, they still had 2 side quests to fulfill. What a ridiculous situation. Is there a limit to how many side quests one can accept? Only 3 can be taken simultaneously? Why not let me choose for myself? Why must it forcibly occupy my space? Chu Shigue was visibly agitated while reviewing the quest panel. However, Chu Shichen caught the crucial part of her remark. "You accepted 3 side quests? Didn't 2 appear all at once just now? Brother, you didn't?" Chu Shigue looked up in surprise. Chu Shichen replied, "The quest we received is to determine whether the fallen tree was caused by Beast Village. What about yours?" "I have one more quest besides that." Chu Shigue nodded and recited her third side quest. "There are malicious entities that have burned the sacred tree. As a member of Tree God Village, you must locate and eliminate them, even at the cost of your life. Indeed, this is a form of manipulation," she added. "You can handle it as you see fit. The individuals responsible for burning the sacred tree must refer to Guan Yu and that Zhu Ke, right? Since they are our teammates, we cannot harm them. Hence, only little Gui received this task?" Luo Su deduced. Chapter 72, The Official Confrontation. "Who are you calling little ghost? Call me Shigue." Chu Shigue angrily waved her fist at Luo Su. Luo Su pretended not to notice. At that moment, Chu Shichen caught sight of Guan Yu and the others approaching. Guan Yu's injury had yet to heal when he entered the dungeon. Thus, upon entering, his hand would temporarily revert to normal for the sake of balance in the dungeon. However, when he exited, his hand would still be broken. On the other hand, someone like Su Lianshan, despite having lost both legs, would not experience restoration in the dungeon if their wounds had already healed prior to entry. Even if he found a way to heal his legs within the dungeon, it would not alter his reality. The only solution was to clear the game for a chance to make a wish. Perhaps this was the reason he had never sought a teammate with healing abilities during his time in Infinite Games, leading him to frantically search for healers in the real world now. They're here. Luo Su's voice snapped him back to reality. Chu Shichen turned to He-Chi and remarked, "We saw those two outside setting your sacred tree on fire when we entered. Aren't you going to teach them a lesson?" Upon hearing this, He-Chi was instantly enraged. And with his cane, he swiftly exited to confront Guan Yu and Zhu Ke. Though they could see through the window, the distance rendered their words inaudible. "Brother Chu, aren't you worried that He-Chi will bring them in as well?" Ling Yao questioned, perplexed. Hearing this, Chu Shigue quickly darted to the entrance to lay in wait. Taking a gamble, Chu Shichen declared. Luo Su, observing He-Chi's furious demeanor, could roughly guess what Chu Shichen was betting on. During this hour in which they could not use their abilities, no matter where they hid, Guan Yu could easily find them, as the village was quite small. With Zhu Chua's speed, it would take mere minutes to circle twice. Locating them would be effortless. Chu Shichen hoped to wager whether the villagers of Tree God Village could restrain the two arsonists. In the next moment, the quest panel appeared, confirming that Chu Shichen had indeed made the right bet. Special event. The sacred tree of Tree God Village has been burned. The villagers are furious. All individuals despised by the villagers will be forcibly expelled from Tree God Village and cannot re-enter for an hour. Arsonists beware. Upon the revelation of this prompt, Guan Yu and Zhu Yan were unceremoniously ejected from Tree God Village by some mysterious force, like two balls being kicked out, landing outside the woods. Guan Yu's handsome face darkened. "You shouldn't have brought the fire down with you. And now it's my fault? Why didn't you remind me while I was still flying? Besides, when I transformed into Zhu Ke, I was already engulfed in flames. I can only control it when my ability reaches level 5. Zhu Yan felt no guilt whatsoever. Unlike Guan Yu, who had cleared this dungeon, she had merely followed his instructions upon entering, so how could he place the blame on her? Let it be. After all, we have already located our clues, and the remaining NPCs have all been vanquished by us. We shall await the emergence of Lu Su and his companions here. Guan Yu promptly seated herself on the ground. Have they truly sought collaboration with another team? Given their recent struggles since entering the Tree Spirit Village, she found herself questioning Guan Yu's deduction. Undoubtedly, they cannot defeat us alone and must rely on the strength of others, Guan Yu remarked with a cold smile. If they manage to summon another team, it would be ideal. I could manipulate them to turn against Lu Su and his companions. Even if the counterattack fails, they would not acquire a single clue. And when the time comes for settlement, they would be utterly obliterated. One can only hope. Zhu Yan reclined on the grass, her voice tinged with melancholy as she said, "After more than 2 years, we can finally avenge your brother." Guan Yu also lay down, lamenting, "I truly regret arguing with him that day, missing the opportunity to enter the same dungeon alongside him. If I had been there." Zhu Yan interjected, "Your presence would not have saved him." Realizing her words, Zhu Yan hastily covered her mouth and glanced at Guan Yu. At that moment, Guan Yu was focused on the countdown to the dungeon above, oblivious to her actions, which allowed Zhu Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. Is this the tree spirit's punishment? I almost uttered something I should not have. Indeed, Guan Yu did not dispute this. In the infinite world, each special skill is unparalleled, leading many to speculate that the time reversal skill, ranked first, belonged to the character at the top of the leaderboard. With such formidable strength and abilities, I am certainly no match for him. Yet, if I had been present, at least I could have seen him one last time. As she spoke, Guan Yu's mind was filled with memories of her brother, Guan Tuesday. It has been over 2 years since they were separated by death. Zhu Yan cautiously continued, I had initially thought that after clearing the game, all survivors' abilities would be reduced to level 1, starting from the same point. In a 2-on-1 scenario, he would undoubtedly be no match for us. Who could have anticipated that someone who thrived alone in the game would return to reality seeking allies? The fact that he seeks companions indicates his fear of death. If he were to be killed by those I control, you shall transfer his time reversal ability to me. Such a valuable skill would be a tragedy to vanish alongside the conquerors, Guan Yu asserted. Zhu Yan possessed a unique ability, allowing her to transfer a skill from a deceased individual to a living one. Her last use was transferring Ding Hui's water-based skill, Butterfly Transformation, to herself. If she were to transfer time reversal this time, her acquired butterfly transformation would be displaced. Nonetheless, she cared little, for compared to the special skill of time reversal, the attribute of butterfly transformation was hardly significant. An hour swiftly passed, ushering in the first day's twilight within the dungeon. Guan Yu and Zhu Yan did not wait for Lu Su and his group to emerge, deciding instead to re-enter the Tree Spirit Village. This time, be vigilant. Unless absolutely necessary, do not transform into the vermilion bird again, lest you set the trees ablaze, Guan Yu advised. Understood, Zhu Yan replied, her gaze rising curiously to the sky. Do you not think the darkness has descended too rapidly? Just moments ago it was twilight, and now it has morphed into pitch black. I can no longer see the countdown in the sky, can you? The vermilion bird suddenly seemed anxious. Guan Yu looked up, also unable to see the countdown, but noticed a crescent moon in the sky, upon which it appeared someone was seated. Someone has activated a skill domain. Quickly transform into the vermilion bird and fly out. Guan Yu's expression changed, promptly alerting Zhu Yan. As she spoke, the thread in her hand surged toward the small figure on the moon. Rather than evade the thread, Chu Shiqi extended her delicate palm, allowing the thread to pierce through her fair, petite hand. Grasping the thread, blood flowed along it toward Guan Yu. Upon seeing the droplets of blood on the thread, an ominous premonition surged within Guan Yu, and she decisively relinquished the thread. However, the other end remained in Chu Shiqi's grip, with a gentle shake. The droplets of blood flew toward Guan Yu and Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan transformed into the vermilion bird, her massive wings fanning toward the droplets, a wave of heat enveloping them and causing the blood droplets to evaporate. Guan Yu seized one of the vermilion bird's claws, and the bird soared into the sky. Brother Chu, they have flown out of my skill domain, Ling Yao informed Chu Shiheng from the edge of the woods. The sky within the dungeon had not yet darkened. Its sudden blackness was a result of Ling Yao utilizing the dark attribute skill, Night Invasion, directed at Guan Yu and Zhu Yan's location. However, as they were their allies, the sole effect of his skill was to envelop them in darkness, without inflicting any harm. Nevertheless, his ability to darken the sky was not entirely futile, for Chu Shiqi's moon attribute skill, Cold Moon Curse, could not only curse with her own blood, but also enable her to swiftly recover her mental strength in the dark. Chapter 73. What are you waiting for? Both Guan Yu and Zhu Yan were game survivors, and Chu Shiqi had not anticipated a decisive strike within Ling Yao's skill domain. Her attacks were secondary, while the primary aim was to restore her mental strength. During the hours spent waiting for her abilities to recover, Chu Shiheng and the others rapidly devised a plan to hunt down Guan Yu and Zhu Yan at Heqi's residence. However, for Chu Shiqi to face two game survivors alone made the plan exceedingly difficult, yet success was imperative. Zhu Yan carried Guan Yu out of the domain, launching her skill domain, Hellfire Sea, towards the darkened area below. To her surprise, her domain's range was not as vast as Ling Yao's. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Once her skill activated, a considerable area below would be engulfed in relentless heat. Moon attribute users, who thrive in cold, dark environments, would be compelled towards the edges of the darkness, as fire attributes, while not entirely countering moon attributes, could certainly pressure them. Chu Shiqi's fury ignited upon witnessing the blooming red, enchanting spider lilies below. Ling Yao's skill domain had temperatures high enough to roast a person, forcing her to steer the crescent moon away from the flowers. Unexpectedly, those spider lilies transformed into small, fiery butterflies, swarming towards Chu Shiqi. Cursing internally, she glowered, her small face darkening. She maneuvered the crescent moon, swiftly dodging the butterfly's assault at the edge of Night Invasion. However, her posture appeared somewhat awkward. Ling Yao watched in trepidation. Brother Chu, this will not do, will it? It seems Shiqi cannot even contend with that vermilion bird. The vermilion bird could attack her even from outside the domain, while she could not even allow them to touch her blood, nor could she activate Cold Moon Curse. Do not panic. This is merely the beginning. The truly arduous moments have yet to arrive, Chu Shiheng replied calmly. Observing Chu Shiheng's self-assured demeanor, Ling Yao felt somewhat reassured. Yet he still could not comprehend how Chu Shiqi would secure victory in such a situation. When your mental strength is reduced by half, remind little Shiqi, Lu Su suggested, noticing Ling Yao's tension and attempting to distract him.
Why?
Ling Yao was entirely focused on Chu Shiqi, not considering anything else. She can gauge how much mental strength the vermilion bird has left based on your depletion. Lu Su patiently explained to Ling Yao. Juya needs to activate her skill domain and employ butterfly transformation to attack Chu Shiqi in the darkness. Her mental strength will surely deplete faster than Ling Yao's. When her mental strength is exhausted, it will be Chu Shiqi's moment to counterattack. Oh. Ling Yao nodded repeatedly, then inquired, but why hasn't Guan Yu taken action? Is she holding back some grand move? She dares not act. Chu Shiheng had been keeping a watchful eye on Guan Yu's movements as well. Ling Yao was perplexed. Why was there a lack of courage? With Gue standing alone, wasn't it possible for him to swiftly resolve the situation by joining forces with Zhu Ke? Lu Su sought to clarify his doubts, explaining that in the Tree God village, only Gue had made an appearance. While Guan Yu remained uncertain whether the others were lying in ambush or had perished, merely observing the unfolding events. If, at some point, he realized that Gue was unable to cope and that his allies had yet to materialize, would he not be compelled to act? Ling Yao was gripped by fear, inwardly cursing the pitiful dungeon for its inability to permit the elimination of teammates. It simply cannot be done, Chu Shihen remarked. He and Zhu Ke must have already gathered 10 clues, while the remaining 15 NPCs bearing clues have been eliminated by them. In the absence of clues in Beast God Village, and with the Tree God Village team having been entirely vanquished, it is conceivable that we might achieve victory by acquiring an equal number of clues from Tree God Village. Furthermore, given their prolonged stay in Tree God Village, Guan Yu was in the dark regarding the exact number of clues they had obtained, thus hesitating to gamble on the outcome. Chu Shihen cleverly exploited Guan Yu's cautious disposition, suggesting that Chu Shigue should restore his mental energy within Ling Yao's skill domain. After a back-and-forth analysis of the situation between Chu Shihen and Lu Su, Ling Yao seemed to ease his tension. As time ticked away, his abilities finally depleted by half. Anxiously, he shouted into the darkness at Chu Shigue, Gue. It's about time. Almost instantaneously upon Ling Yao's utterance, Chu Shigue launched forth from Ling Yao's skill domain like a cannonball. Next, try to compress your night invasion. It doesn't need to cover such a vast area, but keep it cloaked in darkness around Shigue. See if you can manage that, instructed Chu Xian. Ling Yao turned to Chu Shihen, blinking his clear, bright eyes. Brother Chu, my skill inherently has such a wide range. If you ask me to expand it, I can muster all my strength to try, but to shrink it is quite a challenge for little Ling Yao. Moreover, this had not even been mentioned during the planning at Heqi's place, leaving him utterly unprepared. Lu Su interjected. Just think of your night invasion as a directional attack method. It's akin to controlling a large mosquito with its laser, targeting Shigue as the focus. Is that so? Then I'll give it a try. Ling Yao, now unconcerned about Chu Shigue, began to focus on learning how to compress the domain's range. His night invasion was not designed to inflict damage on enemies. Rather, it was a supportive skill to enhance the damage inflicted by the puppets he controlled. What Chu Shihen intended was for Ling Yao to create a small domain uniquely for Chu Shigue. In this way, Ling Yao would conserve mental energy while ensuring that Chu Shigue remained enveloped in darkness, continuously replenishing her mental strength. Yet, Chu Shihen's idea was rather unique, and Ling Yao could not immediately execute it. He needed to grasp the concept further. This was also why he had not initially directed Ling Yao to do so, as Ling Yao did not start by activating a large-scale domain skill, nor could he deceive Zhu Ke into activating her skill domain. As Ling Yao retracted his skill, a bright light illuminated the area ahead, for it was still dusk, and night had yet to fall. Chu Shigue shot towards the red bird in the sky, like a projectile. I am waiting for my mental energy to recover. What are you waiting for, foul bird? Chu Shigue exclaimed, unleashing several crescent blades from her hands. The crescent blades flew with incredible speed, splitting into a multitude midair. Half raced towards the outstretched wings of Zhu Ke, while the other half cut down the fiery butterflies that had pursued from Ling Yao's skill domain, reducing them to mere sparks. Upon witnessing the crescent blades hurtling towards her, Zhu Ke realized that Chu Shigue's previous feigned retreat was merely an act. Without hesitation, Guan Yu released his grip on Zhu Ke, who then swiftly ascended, attempting to evade the crescent blades. Despite their seamless coordination, they were still a fraction too slow, and one crescent blade severed a claw from Zhu Quebec. The pain elicited a cry from her, transforming her form midair into that of a human. though her wings remained intact. Stifling her agony, she hurled 3 fiery feathers towards Chu Shigue. Meanwhile, Guan Yu, still in descent, unleashed threads to attack Chu Shigue. In a swift motion, Chu Shigue rolled backward, striking the crescent beneath her, which instantly morphed into a full moon, shielding her slender frame entirely. Both of their attacks collided against the lunar surface. Chapter 74. The Passage of Time. The feathers left 3 web-like fissures on the moon's surface. The immense impact still reverberating through Chu Shigue, causing a trickle of blood to escape from her lips. Her pallid face bore a nearly frenzied smile. Brother was indeed correct. Your feathers possess formidable lethality. She casually wiped the blood from her mouth, tilting her head towards Zhu Quebec. During their time at Heqi's, Chu Shihan had cautioned her to be particularly wary of Zhu Kei's feathers, noting not only their great attack power but also their ability to lock onto enemies, requiring complete obstruction to cease their pursuit. He had further speculated that Zhu Kei's feathers were not merely a power but her weapon. The trio was astounded, especially Ling Yao, who had once suffered a severed arm from those feathers. Thanks to Chu Shihan's thorough analysis, they began to yearn for their own exclusive weapons. Meanwhile, Chu Shigue had merely blocked 3 feathers, yet she was already internally injured, and employing the newly devised tactic of using the moon as a shield had drained half her mental energy. With less than half of her mental energy remaining, the notion of vanquishing both Zhu Kei and Guan Yu seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, however, darkness enveloped her, and her mental energy began to replenish, even more rapidly than before within Ling Yao's skill domain. Without looking back, she extended her right hand behind her, giving a thumbs up towards the direction of Chu Shihan and the others. Since my mental energy is sufficient, allow me to deliver something grand, Chu Shigue declared, and a crescent blade materialized in her left hand. She sliced her palm, blood gushing forth, pressing her bloodied hand against the brilliant, nearly spherical moon. It appeared to Zhu Kei as if the bright moon had suddenly transformed into a blood-red orb. Subsequently, the moon shattered into a multitude of blood-red crescents through the fissures created by her feathers. Cold moon curse, pursue. As Chu Shigue's words echoed, the blood-red crescents, as if guided by an unseen wind, soared towards Zhu Quebec alarmed. Zhu Kei flapped her wings to land, having lost a leg to Chu Shigue's crescent blade, her body swaying unsteadily. It was only thanks to Guan Yu, who ensnared her waist with threads from a distance, that she managed to avoid crashing to the ground. Despite her robust regenerative abilities, regrowing her leg would require time and an immense expenditure of mental energy. Having activated her skill domain and relentlessly attacked Chu Shigue with her butterfly transformation, she had poured all remaining mental energy into her feathers in a bid to secure victory. Now, she found herself in a state of utter depletion. Yet, Chu Shigue's onslaught showed no signs of abating. Those palm-sized red crescents, upon her landing, inexplicably veered mid-air and resumed their pursuit. Just like her feathers, they too possessed the ability to lock onto their target. Guan Yu, I am out of mental energy, Zhu Kei implored, her tone laced with desperation. Guan Yu, observing Chu Shigue deftly controlling the blood-red crescents in mid-air, furrowed his brow. Understood. Finish her with a single strike. He spoke, palms pressed together at his chest, then gradually moved them apart. 5 white orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, floated out from his right palm, 2 hovering above him and Zhu Kei, while the remaining 3 drifted towards Chu Shihen and his companions by the edge of the forest. What on earth is that? Ling Yao gasped in alarm as the white orbs approached, instinctively retracting her skill domain, her impulse to flee into the woods overwhelming her. Lu Su, equally perplexed, pondered whether this was the same ball-spinning technique as Zhou Quan's. This was a light attributability. They both shared it, suggesting it was non-offensive in nature. Chu Shihen remained still, allowing the orbs to hover over his head. His immobility prompted Lu Su to do the same. He raised his hand, attempting to shield Chu Shihen from the orb. It felt like nothing. Was it merely a light bulb? Lu Su reached upward to grasp the orb above Chu Shihen, only to find his hand passing through it. The orb was insubstantial, merely a beam of light. I can feel it, Ling Yao exclaimed in astonishment. My spiritual energy has instantly been restored, and an infinity symbol has appeared behind it. The spiritual energy of an ability user exists like a blue bar in each person's sea of consciousness. visibly diminishing during the use of their powers. Is this Guan Yu's light attribute skill? It must be supportive in nature. No wonder I hadn't seen him use it before, Lu Su remarked. Chu Shihen had speculated as much, but was taken aback by the realization that Guan Yu's attribute skill could instantly replenish all teammates' spiritual energy and render it infinitely usable. How extraordinary! But why didn't he activate his abilities sooner? Ling Yao pondered. Once assured of the orb's safety, he hastily cast Nightfall Invasion to restore Chu Shigue's spiritual energy. Though his skill paled in comparison to Guan Yu's and could only rejuvenate Chu Shigue, it sufficed. Such skills typically come at a great cost, warranting careful consideration before use. After Chu Shihen spoke, the three turned their attention back to Guan Yu. Following the restoration of Zhu Yan's spiritual energy by Guan Yu, her severed leg rapidly regrew. Just as Chu Shigue's red crescent moons flew toward her, she flung her feathers into the air, which split into countless strands, perfectly colliding with the red crescents, resulting in a spectacular explosion. With all of Chu Shigue's controlled red moons obliterated, she exaggeratedly propelled herself backward, crashing heavily onto the grass, her body twitching as if electrified before falling still. Realizing Chu Shigue had exhausted her spiritual energy, Zhu Yan flapped her mighty wings and soared over, readying her feathers. Guan Yu had previously instructed to take Chu Shigue down in a single strike, and she wouldn't hold back. Yet, just as she raised her hand to strike, Chu Shihen suddenly called out, "Zhuke, was Guan Yu truly killed by time reversal?" Zhu Yan, entirely focused on eliminating Chu Shigue, momentarily let her guard down and, without hesitation, answered his question. "Of course not." "What did you say?" Guan Yu inquired sharply, his skills ceasing. The moment his powers halted, his teammate's spiritual energy reverted to its state prior to his intervention, leaving Zhu Yan utterly drained as she collapsed to the ground, mere steps away from Chu Shigue. Yet unable to throw her feathers any longer, realizing her slip of the tongue, Zhu Yan turned in panic to see Guan Yu approaching her. Just a brief activation of his attribute ability had transformed Guan Yu's dark hair to gray, and distinct wrinkles appeared on his handsome face. This was his light attribute skill. Time's passing. He sacrificed his own time to restore his teammates' spiritual energy. The longer he maintained it, the more of his own lifespan he forfeited.
Zhu Yan.
Clarify for me, was my brother truly killed by the top-ranking individual using time reversal? Guan Yu demanded, his voice stern. Chapter 75. What can they do?
No.
Under the tree god's punishment, Zhu Yan divulged the truth, hastily adding, "It's not like that, Guan Yu. He intentionally aimed to sow discord among us at this moment. We cannot fall for it." Then how did he die? Guan Yu's gaze was fixated on Zhu Yan, his eyes reddening as he tightened the thread around her neck. Witnessing the confrontation, Ling Yao scrambled over to check on Chu Shigue's condition. "Gue, are you alright? Please don't die. We've just become friends." Ling Yao cradled Chu Shigue gently. His heart-wrenching words were interrupted as the little girl opened her eyes, winked at him, and pointed at Guan Yu and the others, signaling him to listen closely to the gossip, before closing her eyes again to feign unconsciousness. Ling Yao, so this was all part of the hunting plan? No wonder Chu Shigue's fall from the sky seemed exaggerated, yet during the planning discussion, she appeared to listen intently. Why does it feel like she was just pretending to pay attention? However, knowing Chu Shigue was fine brought him relief, and he eagerly resumed watching the chaotic scene ahead. She was killed by the final boss in the dungeon, the ice prismatic nine-winged eagle. Zhu Yan was in turmoil, unable to escape the true circumstances of that moment, but with a mere thought, the tree god's punishment would compel her to speak the truth. After revealing the answer, she quickly clarified. Although Guan Yu wasn't directly killed by time reversal, Zhu Yan pointed at Chu Shihen but faltered, realizing she had pointed at the wrong person. He clearly possesses the time reversal skill, yet chose not to save Guan Yu. I even begged him on my knees, but he remained indifferent. Doesn't that make him responsible for Guan Yu's death? Lu Su, the one being pointed at, protested, "Miss, you've got the wrong person." Just then, Chu Shihen stepped in front of Lu Su, guiding Zhu Yan to indicate the correct target. The ice prismatic nine-winged eagle? So that's the dungeon in question. Chu Shihen stated calmly. "If I am the murderer for failing to save him, then aren't you also culpable?" "You?" Zhu Yan was taken aback, glancing between Lu Su and Chu Shihen. suddenly recalling that Chu Shihen had almost killed her using only a regular bow and arrow without utilizing any powers. She began to laugh. So we've been looking in the wrong direction all along? You are the top-ranking individual. Upon hearing this, Lu Su felt his breath catch for a moment. He had suspected Chu Shihen was a survivor of the game, a notion Chu Shihen did not deny. But he never anticipated that Chu Shihen was the top-ranked player in the game. Did this mean Chu Shihen was the singular clear passer, revered by numerous game survivors? While he was filled with doubts, the moment was not apt for inquiries. He would have to endure the confusion for now. It's you? Guan Yu directed his gaze at the unassuming face he had overlooked, suddenly finding the situation utterly absurd. He had foolishly assumed Lu Su was the top-ranked player while the Real contender stood silently beside him. And the Zhu Yan he had trusted, who had been his companion for 2 years, had been deceiving him all along. With schemes and calculations, she had made vengeance her sole purpose in life. Only to find herself the fool in the end? Why did you lie to me? Guan Yu asked Zhu Yan softly, his grip on the thread tightening to the point of drawing blood. I didn't deceive you. Zhu Yan shook her head. It was him who let him die. If he had used just one skill, Guan Yu wouldn't have had to die. But he simply refused. Guan Yu, we must kill him. Witnessing Zhu Yan's twisted, resentful expression, Chu Shihen finally recalled who she was referring to. Many have ventured into the dungeon alongside him, and countless, like Zhu Yan, have implored him for salvation. Zhu Yan is but a commonplace figure among them, and given that over 2 years have elapsed, it is utterly beyond him to recognize her at their first encounter. Following the words of the ice crystal nine-winged eagle and Zhu Yan, additional details from that time gradually resurfaced in his mind. If memory serves me correctly, it seems that Guan Tu sacrificed himself to save you, did he not? The target of the ice crystal nine-winged eagle's attack was you. And it was Guan Tu who shielded you with his body. Before Chu Shihen could finish his statement, Zhu Yan suddenly clasped her ears and shouted, Be quiet. Just shut up. It wasn't like that. You killed Guan Tu. You are the murderer. No, I am the murderer. I am the one who caused Guan Tu's death. He sacrificed himself to save me. He did it for my sake. Zhu Yan was reluctant to speak the truth. Yet the tree god's punishment compelled her to utter only veracity, leaving her in a state of mental turmoil. As she spoke passionately, her head bobbed incessantly, and the threads from Guan Yu that were entwined around her neck cut into her skin, causing blood to flow and stain the threads crimson. Fearing she would strangle herself, Guan Yu hastily retracted the threads. However, Zhu Yan remained oblivious, muttering to herself, I caused Guan Tu's death. I am the murderer. I merely wanted to see if he truly cared for me. That ice crystal nine-winged eagle had already been put to sleep by that masked figure. We could have exited the dungeon directly, but I insisted on testing Guan Tu's sincerity. It's all my fault. Is it you? Guan Yu's voice trembled as he took 2 steps forward, his bloodied hand gripping Zhu Yan's neck tightly. My brother loves you dearly. What more do you wish to test? Haha, Zhu Yan laughed maniacally. He doesn't love me. The one he has always cherished is not me. Guan Yu, his deepest affection is for you, his own brother. Do you not think that is twisted? Haha. As she spoke, her laughter echoed, revealing her precarious mental state. Yet Guan Yu stood as if struck by lightning, abruptly releasing Zhu Yan's neck, staggering back and collapsing onto the ground in disarray. Zhu Yan continued. He had not finished speaking before he left. Distracted by our quarrel before entering the dungeon, eager to reconcile with you. Although he sacrificed his life for me, his final words were all about you. He grasped my hand, pleading for me to transfer his puppet master skills to you, begging me not to reveal the truth. What was I to do? Her tear-filled eyes gazed at Guan Yu. What was I to do? He loves you, but I truly loved him too. If I do not find someone to bear this blame, how am I to live on? Guan Yu recalled that fateful morning when he quarreled with Guan Tu. Enraged that Guan Tu intended to bring Zhu Yan into the dungeon without him. He had deliberately sought to provoke a conflict, criticizing the food Guan Tu prepared, and retreated to his room. By the time he emerged, Guan Tu had already departed. During that time, he was consumed with jealousy towards Zhu Yan, yet, because she was the object of Guan Tu's affection, he suppressed his murderous thoughts, repeatedly convincing himself that Zhu Yan was his sister-in-law, that he must conceal his sordid feelings, enduring his own discomfort to spare Guan Tu any embarrassment. In the end, Zhu Yan claimed that Guan Tu loved him. You love him too, do you? Zhu Yan suddenly grasped the regret and remorse reflected in Guan Yu's eyes, causing her to laugh maniacally once more. Haha, how utterly absurd. He feared frightening you and stifled his feelings for you, using me as a shield, yet he unwittingly condemned your future. Before Zhu Yan could finish her words, a crescent blade severed her throat, and Guan Yu met the same fate across from her. However, he cast one last glance toward Chu Shihan, his eyes filled with remorse. Chapter 76. A Female Ghost. Chu Xiegue, are you a devil? I was just feeling heartbroken. Why did you have to kill them? Upon seeing the two corpses on the ground, Ling Yao raised her voice and yelled at the still embracing Chu Xiegue. Chu Xiegue stood up and brushed the grass off her clothes. You understand nothing. It was necessary to act while their emotions were in disarray. Otherwise, once they recovered, I alone could not contend with them. Neither Lu Su nor Chu Shihan had anticipated that Chu Xiegue would strike at this moment, yet they refrained from commenting on her actions. They felt sympathy for Guan Yu and Zhu Yan's plight, but their adversarial relationship would not be altered by compassion. Chu Xiegue was not wrong. If they did not seize this opportunity, once the two regained their senses, their meticulously crafted plan would be in vain. Did you two witness that? My brother can dispatch the enemy with mere words, and what about you two? She first glared at Ling Yao, then turned to Lu Su. One is a brainless coward, and the other is merely infatuated. Chu Xiegue approached Chu Shihan, urging, Brother, let's find two new teammates. I believe they are unworthy of you. Chu Shihan smiled back. It's all right. Your brother, rather enjoy the love-struck type. Lu Su thought to himself, isn't that precisely the case? Brother, you have fallen. Chu Xiegue lamented dramatically. However, while Lu Su appeared inept in many respects, he was still presentable enough to be a suitable match for Chu Shihan. After convincing herself of this, Chu Xiegue noticed her task panel pop up. Brother, I have completed the task of eliminating Guan Yu and Zhu Ke. No, her name is Zhu Yan. What shall we do next? Shall we search for clues while completing the side quest? Considering that only the four of them remained in the dungeon, finding clues would merely be a matter of time. Effectively placing the team leader position in Chu Shihan's hands, which uplifted Chu Xiegue's spirits. Chu Shihan glanced at the sky, deciding not to take any further action. Let's bury them and find a place to rest. We shall continue tomorrow. Very well. We truly are benevolent souls, Chu Xiegue agreed without objection. Ling Yao interjected. But if we bury them here, their bodies will be transmitted out of the dungeon soon. We will have to bury them again once we exit. Chu Shihan momentarily lost his train of thought, having been touched by their tragic love story. Let us not dwell on that. We will head up the woods and find a place to camp at the border of the two villages, he stated. Compared to staying with the villagers, it was far more comfortable in the wild, and with the potential for monsters to attack at any moment, staying with the villagers would only complicate matters. After locating a suitable spot, Chu Shihan exchanged points for an enormous tent. He and Lu Su sat on the grassy ground outside the tent, keeping watch, while Ling Yao and Chu Xiegue huddled inside discussing skirt-making. The tent was illuminated by a lamp, casting the shadows of the large and small figures onto the canvas, creating a cozy atmosphere. Chu Shihan leaned against Lu Su, casually uttering two words, ask away. With Lu Su by his side, he had no intention of sitting upright. Lu Su indulged him, adjusting him into a comfortable position. Do you truly possess the time rewind skill? Chu Shihan was already asking, so he felt no need to hold back. However, he refrained from inquiring whether Chu Shihan was a game survivor or the sole clear winner among known facts. It exists in my skill panel, yet I am unable to use it, Chu Shihan explained. In the game world, there exists a character leaderboard that conceals names, as well as a skill leaderboard. Even though I have never utilized this skill, the system recognizes it as the most powerful skill. And since I rank first on the character leaderboard, everyone assumes that skill belongs to me. Thus, after Zhu Yan's plea for help failed, she directly pinned the blame onto him, merely having to mention the time rewind skill, and Guan Yu would unhesitatingly believe it. Unable to use it? Lu Su was astonished, so, you are unaware if your time rewind is the same as mine? Indeed, after witnessing your usage of the skill in the previous instance, I have come to realize that the concept of time reversal, in my mind, should resemble that. Thus, I divulged the name to you. At that moment, Chu Shihan had not anticipated that there was someone within the instance who was aware of the skill of time reversal, Guan Yu. The term time reversal is not difficult to comprehend. Just like Guan Yu, upon seeing Lu Su use it, immediately identified it as such. Coupled with the uniqueness of special skills, this led him to mistakenly believe that Lu Su was the very murderer who, as described by Zhu Yan, had slain Guan Tuesday. Is this the reason you have refrained from utilizing your abilities? Lu Su remained rather curious about this. Chu Shihan possessed remarkable archery skills, yet without a foundational ability. He always felt a sense of insecurity. Moreover, as everyone progressed through instances and vanquished increasingly formidable foes, their powers swiftly escalated. The more abilities and special skills he encountered, the more insignificant he felt, fearing his inability to protect Chu Shihan. Not quite. Chu Shihan yawned and remarked, "My abilities encountered some issues during the game. You'd best pray that I never have to use them." Lu Su immediately envisioned the image of Guan Yu's hair turning white and wrinkles forming on his face after using his skill, prompting him to embrace Chu Shihan tightly. "All right. Let's not use them." Yet, at that moment, neither of them realized that some flags are not meant to be raised. The surrounding sounds of cicadas were quite hypnotic. Chu Shihan leaned against Lu Su's embrace and soon drifted off to sleep. The two in the tent behind them, who were supposed to keep watch during the latter part of the night, ended up arguing over skirt until the wee hours, falling asleep in a disheveled manner and completely forgetting their mission. Ultimately, it was Lu Su who bore the entire burden alone. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Lu Su raised his hand to shield Chu Shihan from the blinding morning light, hoping to allow him a bit more rest. However, a terrified scream from Ling Yao erupted from the tent, startling not only Chu Shihan awake, but also causing a flock of birds near the edge of the forest to take flight. Ling Yao had dreamt of drowning, gasping for air. Upon waking, he felt something weighing down on his chest and thought it was Chu Shigue's hand resting upon him, so he instinctively pushed it away. To his surprise, he encountered a cold, exquisitely delicate hand with long fingers, entirely mismatched in size to Chu Shigue. His neck turned like a wind-up toy, stiffly twisting to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful woman's face, prompting him to scream in horror and scramble out of the tent. "Brother Lu, Brother Chu, help. There's a ghost. There's a female ghost in the tent." Encountering such a situation first thing in the morning nearly brought Ling Yao to tears. With his eyes still half closed, Chu Shihan responded, "Impossible. This instance has no ghosts." Yet, just as he finished speaking, a female voice emerged from within the tent. "Please wait a moment. I will change and come out." Ling Yao grasped Chu Shihan's hand tightly. "Did you hear that, Brother Chu? That's definitely not a ghostly voice. Has our poor Guigui been consumed by a female ghost?" Chapter 77. Becoming his lifeline. A girl clad in a green dress emerged from the tent, illuminated by the morning light, resembling a woodland spirit. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that she was not a ghost at all, but rather the grown-up, graceful Chu Shigue. Despite this, Lu Su still wore a ghostly expression as he slowly turned to look at Chu Shihan. The sight of Chu Shigue standing in front of the tent was undeniably beautiful yet eerie, and only Chu Shihan could elucidate their confusion. "I wondered why she hadn't grown for a decade. It turns out it was like this," Chu Shihan spoke, providing an answer that felt as though it said nothing at all. Chu Shigue approached the three with a smile, greeting them politely. "Good morning, brother. Good morning, Brother Lu. Good morning, little Ling Yao." Upon hearing her gentle voice, sweet smile, and dignified demeanor, Ling Yao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "Good morning, Gui, no. Miss Chu, good morning." The simple act of greeting came out in a stammer, as if his tongue had been newly affixed. After uttering his words, he blushed and scrambled into the woods, exclaiming, I'm just going to freshen up a bit." This was less about washing up and more about calming down. Chu Shigue gazed at his retreating figure, her smile tinged with a hint of fondness. "Come, young lady, sit down and let us chat." Lu Su patted the grass beside him, indicating for Chu Shigue to join him. With plenty of time still ahead, Lu Su felt it would be appropriate to inquire about Chu Shigue's circumstances while sharing breakfast. Chu Shigue elegantly took a seat, and after Chu Shihan retrieved some toiletries from the marketplace, he exchanged them for a sumptuous breakfast spread on the ground. With a cloth laid out, they gathered around it, resembling a spring outing. "Brother must have guessed my situation," Chu Shigue remarked. "I am the alter ego of Guigui, having split from her at the age of 9. After you left the research facility, her condition deteriorated significantly, leading to several failed suicide attempts, and thus I came into being.
Why?
Chu Shihen inquired. Shouldn't she have been happy about winning? Upon seeing the youthful form of Chu Shigue, he had surmised a fair amount but had not anticipated that her transformation was due to him. Initially, she was quite pleased. But that evening she learned that those who lost would be expelled from the research facility and hunted down to death. She realized that you did not wish for her to leave and had deliberately lost the competition, which caused her to become unwell. Had she not defeated you and become the strongest in the facility, they would not have valued her. And she would have succeeded in her suicide just 3 days after your departure. Chu Shigue's voice was soft, her tone steady yet imbued with profound sorrow. As Lu Su absorbed her words, he instinctively tightened his grip on Chu Shihen's hand. Being hunted after leaving the research facility, Chu Shigue had recounted a lengthy tale. Yet upon hearing this particular statement, Lu Su's ears began to ring, rendering him unable to grasp what she said next. Regarding the fact that Chu Shihen had grown up in the research facility, he had not even had the chance to hear it directly from the other party.
Consequently,
he was blindsided by Chu Shigue's revelation. Of course, Chu Shigue gently articulated, the research facility expends resources to cultivate an individual into a formidable weapon for society. If they do not eliminate them, what threat do they pose? Furthermore, if they are no longer part of the facility, why should they be allowed to use the skills acquired from it to survive? Thus, leaving the research facility means only one path: death. Chu Shihen felt Lu Su's grip on his hand tightening increasingly. He raised his other hand to pat Lu Su's hand, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. I'm fine now." "Aren't I?" At this point, Chu Shigue curiously inquired, "Then, brother, did you survive because you entered that infinite game?" "Yes," Chu Shihen nodded. "When I was 18, I was suddenly pulled into the game, which contained many substances that could extend life. Thus, I managed to survive." Extend life? Lu Su recalled the night of the exchange meeting when Chu Shihen had been jolted awake by a nightmare. "You mentioned before that your health issues were related to the research facility?" Chu Shihen nodded, but it was Chu Shigue who provided the explanation for Lu Su. The research facility's focus was on utilizing various drugs and instruments to stimulate a person's potential and limits, akin to forcing growth before its time, which is extremely harmful to the body. This necessitates a considerable amount of drugs and equipment for assistance. We, the monsters created through drug enhancement, become exceedingly frail once we leave the research facility. Even if we manage to escape their pursuit, we would only have a maximum of 3 years to live. Upon reaching this point, Chu Shigue smiled at Chu Shihen, saying, "Fortunately, that game saved brother." She had always fervently believed that Chu Shihen was still alive, and now her dream had come true. "Indeed, fortunate," Chu Shihen echoed in agreement. Despite the arduous existence within the game, he certainly preferred to endure the hardships of living over the alternative of succumbing to death. Thus, he relentlessly pursued the completion of each dungeon, scarcely daring to pause. Upon hearing about Chu Shihen's background, Lu Su's heart felt as though it were being hammered repeatedly, a dull ache constricting his breath. Chu Shigue remarked that those who left the research facility without the support of medication could survive at most 3 years. Yet, Chu Shihen had managed to endure 6 years while being pursued. He could hardly fathom how Chu Shihen had managed to persevere. A plethora of delectable food lay scattered on the ground, yet no one had the appetite to indulge. Even Ling Yao, who had sought an excuse to wash up, hid behind the tent, heart heavy with sorrow. Chu Shihen disliked this oppressive atmosphere and reached out to grasp Lu Su's hand, gently squeezing his fingers to soothe his emotions. He then turned to Chu Shigue and inquired, "How did you escape the research facility? Even in this apocalyptic world, it should not have been affected so swiftly." Chu Shigue replied, "On the eve of the apocalypse, I awakened my powers and eliminated everyone inside, then set the entire facility ablaze." Lu Su furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Although it was an impressive feat, did you not take any of the medications you needed before leaving? He was deeply concerned about Chu Shihen's physical condition. In the game, there had been medicines that could prolong his life. But now that game no longer existed, had Chu Shihen's supply of medication also been cut off? None remained. The facility had already taken precautions, and the medications were destroyed, which is why I resorted to killing and burning the place down. Chu Shigue's initial plan had been to acquire the medications and then find Chu Shihin after escaping the facility. Who would have thought that in her fury? She ended up destroying the entire place without obtaining anything? What will you do without medication to sustain your body? Lu Su asked, glancing back at Chu Shihin. If I am not mistaken, you completed the game but did not wish for your health to be restored. Rather, you delayed the onset of the apocalypse by 2 years. Correct? Rest assured, I will be fine, and so will my brother, Chu Shigue assured, raising her hand, where a green glow began to emanate. I awakened a healing ability that can help my brother's body recover. Both Chu Shihin and Lu Su were astonished by the sight of the green light. You possess a healing ability? Their astonishment stemmed not merely from the rarity of such powers, but from the fact that the little girl, Chu Shigue, had already possessed a moon attribute ability. Now, having undergone a transformation, she had switched to an exceedingly rare wood attribute healing ability. So, do not fear, Brother Lu. As long as I am here, my brother will be safe, Chu Shigue solemnly promised. Once, Chu Shihin had intentionally lost a competition set by the research facility to spare her life, so in the days to come, let her be the lifeline for Chu Shihin. Chapter 78. The Culprit. Lu Su was not Su Lianshan. He did not harbor an overwhelming desire for healing ability users. Before he could ascertain whether Chu Shigue could genuinely save Chu Shihin, he stubbornly gazed at her, demanding a precise answer. Chu Shihin, feeling the intensity of his scrutiny, furrowed his brow and said to Chu Shigue, "Why not take some food to find Ling Yao? That child is timid and may have been frightened by you." Chu Shigue smiled and replied, "All right." She selected a few items that Ling Yao might enjoy and went behind the tent to fetch her. With no pair of large eyes watching him, Chu Shihin then wrapped his arms around Lu Su's neck, leaning in closely until their faces were nearly touching. Whispering in his ear, "Do not worry, I truly am fine. In fact, as soon as I entered the game, I felt significantly better." The notion of needing medication to prolong my life was somewhat exaggerated. Initially, I had taken some, but as I approached the end of the game, I didn't even need to take any medication. Lu Su remained unconvinced. "What medication did you take? Is it available in the current marketplace?" "Yes, it's that special painkiller. After leaving the research facility, my only symptom was frequent headaches, which could be alleviated by taking painkillers." While speaking, Chu Shihin opened the marketplace to take a look. Selecting a painkiller that wasn't too costly in terms of points, silently deciding this will do. Upon hearing this, Lu Su quickly opened the marketplace to check the point cost of the special painkiller, which was merely 100 points, not too expensive. "Then I will accumulate more points for you in the future." Chu Shihin's situation was too unique. He feared that Chu Shigue might not be able to completely heal him. So he wanted to prepare additional medicine to put his mind at ease. "No need. I have amassed a significant number of points in the game. More than I could ever use." Chu Shihin said regretfully, "It's a pity that I cannot transfer them to you, nor can I assist you in exchanging for experience cards." "That is good. Regardless, you must not encounter any issues." Lu Su tightened his embrace around Chu Shihin, his hands trembling uncontrollably. After clarifying matters, the two shared a light meal, and soon Chu Shigue returned with Ling Yao. However, Ling Yao had changed from her previous boisterous demeanor to one of unusual silence. Had it not been for the slight flush on her cheeks despite her lowered head, Chu Shihin might have suspected that the girl, Chu Shigue, had given her a sound thrashing. They tidied up their belongings and commenced their tasks for the day. As they had devised a hunting plan at He-Chi's home the previous day, Chu Shihin had deftly extracted useful information from He-Chi by leveraging the punishment from the tree god, allowing Chu Shigue to obtain a valuable lead. The remaining 4 leads could be pursued in due course without haste. Therefore, they resolved to first head to Beast God Village to gather the 25 clues and simultaneously complete the side quests there before moving on to Tree God Village to assist Chu Shigue in her search for clues. In this dungeon, it was Chu Shihin's second visit, and they swiftly uncovered all the clues in Beast God Village, accomplishing this feat in just over 2 hours. Among the clues, a particularly pivotal figure emerged, a spirited young man named Fong Qilin from Beast God Village. As a beloved local, Fong Qilin had been secretly undermining the very village that had nurtured him. The curse they sought to investigate originated from his machinations. He spread rumors that left both villages in a state of panic, all in an attempt to create an opportunity to pursue the girl he fancied. This girl was Sergio from Tree God Village, the heroine of this dungeon. Although Beast God Village and Tree God Village were merely a stone's throw apart, the two had been embroiled in an unbreakable feud for over a century, with villagers opting to ignore one another when encountered outside, if they happened to meet in numbers. It often culminated in bloody conflicts. Given such a tense and thrilling relationship, it was utterly impossible for the two young lovers to unite. Thus, Fong Qilin concocted this nefarious scheme, hoping to leverage an unfounded curse to foster reconciliation between the two villages, thus enabling them to become the first couple to bridge the gap between their respective lands, a tale that could very well be immortalized by future generations.
Now,
it seemed the perpetrator of this side quest had been revealed. It was likely this Fong Qilin. In their quest for clues, the group scoured the entirety of Beast God Village. Ling Yao, exhausted and drenched in sweat, momentarily forgot to maintain her composure, only to realize halfway through her sentence that Chu Shigue was watching her with a smile, prompting her to lower her head once more in silence. Chu Shihin and Lu Su exchanged glances. Then let us seek out Fong Qilin, Chu Shigue exclaimed cheerfully. Their last clue had indeed been provided by Fong Qilin's parents, so they navigated to his home with ease, only to find that he was not present. As Chu Shihin engaged in conversation with a middle-aged couple, the spirited young man, hoisting a hoe, returned from outside, humming a tune. "Brother, come here, we have a few words for you." Chu Shihin stepped forward, pulling Fong Qilin aside. Lu Su narrowed his eyes, observing Chu Shihin's actions, before hastily approaching to take his hand from Fong Qilin's grasp. "What do you want? You must be from Tree God Village, right?" "I know nothing, so don't ask me anything." Fong Qilin reacted quickly, blocking their escape route. Chu Shihin exhibited no fear whatsoever. "Yet we were all aware of the truth. We knew you were the architect of the curse, intending to align yourself with Sergio." Before Chu Shihin could finish his statement, Fong Qilin attempted to cover his mouth, but was thwarted by the formidable presence of Lu Su, who had positioned himself menacingly between them. Thus, Fong Qilin relinquished this endeavor, clasping his hands together in a silent prayer, beseeching, "Brother, please refrain from speaking further. My plan has painstakingly reached this pivotal moment, and success is within grasp. Do not ruin it for me. We shall maintain your secret, but first, you must divulge whether the great tree in Shushan village was felled by your hand." Chu Shihin, obstructed by Lu Su, had to tilt his head to communicate with Fong Qilin. He noted that Lu Su's jealousy was intensifying, yet what could be done? This was a habit he had cultivated himself, and he could only acquiesce. "Indeed, it was I who did it, please. Do not breathe a word of it to anyone else." Fong Qilin furtively glanced around before pleading quietly to the four individuals present. In truth, Chu Shihin and his companions had already surmised the answer. They simply required the perpetrator's admission to complete their side quest. Now that Fong Qilin had confessed, the quartet awaited the task panel to materialize. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute elapsed, and the task panel remained unresponsive, akin to a frozen screen. Chu Shihin took the initiative to summon the task panel, inspecting the description of the second side quest. The illegal logger should become bald. Lu Su glanced briefly, then fixated on the portion of Fong Qilin's hair that remained visible beneath his headscarf. "It cannot be as I suspect?" "It is precisely as you suspect," Chu Shihin declared. "Ling Yao, apprehend him." Ling Yao, entirely perplexed by the cryptic exchange between Lu Su and Chu Shihin, nonetheless charged forward and brought Fong Qilin down. Chu Shihin exchanged a razor for Lu Su, who squatted down and began his work.
ah,
"Help! Do not touch my hair. Hair is the second life of the men from Beast God Village." Fong Qilin cried in despair. This was a side quest orchestrated by the dungeon. Even if Fong Qilin screamed until his throat was raw, his oblivious parents remained preoccupied in the background, entirely unaware of their son's inhumane ordeal. Once Fong Qilin was shorn bald, the task panel finally illuminated, indicating the completion of the second side quest. Chapter 79. A Wish Fulfilled? In an effort to console the emotionally wounded Fong Qilin, Chu Shihin graciously proposed an idea to foster reconciliation between the two villages. Fong Qilin's eyes sparkled with delight as he clutched his headscarf along with the long hair that Lu Su had shaved off, joyously rushing indoors to reunite with his indifferent parents. With their side quest accomplished, there was little left to do in Beast God Village. prompting them to swiftly relocate towards Shushan village. They had one remaining side quest, to locate the chicken thief. It was known that Fong Qilin had fabricated the curse between the two villages to be with He Shizhou. Thus, it was evident that He Shizhou was the accomplice in Shushan village. The charge of being the chicken thief could only belong to her. Coincidentally, my next clue also points to He Shizhou, a serendipitous 2-for-1, Chu Shigue remarked. Ling Yao observed Chu Shigue from the corner of her eye. She was a far cry from the violent little girl from the previous day, her demeanor and actions markedly different. Little Ling Yao, why do you gaze at me so? Chu Shigue suddenly turned her head, startling Ling Yao to the point of nearly jumping. I wasn't he. Ling Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurriedly focused ahead. Noticing this, Chu Shihan couldn't help but defend Ling Yao, saying, do not tease her. The child is clearly struggling to accept that the little sister she once cared for has transformed into a beautiful older sister. Chu Shigue, at 19, was a year older than Ling Yao, thus it would be entirely appropriate to refer to her as an older sister. She resembled an adorable, spiky-haired kitten. Retaining the memories of her younger form, she was aware of Ling Yao's care for her, which made her yearn for closeness, but Ling Yao's shyness rendered normal conversation impossible. Does Xiao Gui know of your existence? Lu Su inquired curiously. Chu Shigue nodded. Indeed, our memories are interconnected. After speaking, she turned to Lu Su. Brother Lu, do not take to heart what Xiao Gui said. The child merely longs for her brother. Having finally found him, she is bound to feel jealous of those closest to him. Moreover, Chu Shigue had never enjoyed the closeness of Chu Shihan, which naturally bred envy. It's all right. Lu Su actually relished the feeling of being envied by the little girl. Chu Shihan saw through Lu Su's childish thoughts, but chose not to expose him. He asked Chu Shigue, how do you switch with Gui? One day each? Not quite. Generally, she emerges when she is injured or fatigued, otherwise. I appear only when she requires me. She is a subpersonality, and everything is prioritized by the will of the main personality. Yesterday, the little girl Chu Shigue had exhausted her mental energy and had been severely injured by Zhu Yan's sparrow feather. Indeed, she needed rest. As the three conversed, Ling Yao, who had dashed ahead, returned. Brother Chu, I found He Shizhou's home. Guess who I saw there? Ling Yao spoke to Chu Shihan, not daring to glance towards Chu Shigue. After a moment's thought, Chu Shihan guessed Fong Qilin? Ling Yao's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. You guessed that? Yes, it was Fong Qilin. How did he outrun us? Does he possess an ability to fly? Chu Shihan explained to the uninformed child, our time flow differs from that of NPCs. When the plot requires it, their time progresses faster than ours. So that's how it is. Ling Yao gained insight. Lu Su then asked, has Fong Qilin's hair grown back? Ling Yao was momentarily perplexed by the question. I didn't notice. I thought there was a bug in the dungeon when I saw him, so I hurried back. His naive demeanor was indeed somewhat endearing. With Ling Yao's warning, they were not surprised to find Fong Qilin at He Shizhou's house. Rather, He Shizhou's appearance was unexpected. The girl was tall and robust, standing alongside Fong Qilin without appearing fragile in the slightest. At last, you have arrived. I've been searching for you for days. Fong Qilin exclaimed joyfully, pulling He Shizhou towards them. We were attending to some important matters, Chu Shihan replied with an unflinching demeanor. The so-called important matter referred to their journey from Beast God Village after shaving Fong Qilin's hair. You seem exceptionally cheerful. Is there good news? Chu Shihan inquired. Fong Qilin responded with palpable excitement. Yes, brother. Thank you for your suggestion. The conflict between the two villages has finally been resolved. The others were astonished.
It has been resolved so swiftly?
Fong Qilin elaborated. You see, the young people of our generation have been mingling privately, while the elders fear that violating ancestral teachings would invoke the wrath of the tree god and beast god. Essentially, they fear death. When I mentioned the issue of malnutrition you raised, they panicked, prioritizing immediate health over an uncertain punishment. The malnutrition problem among the villagers was evident. Yesterday, in the woods, they encountered over 20 individuals from Beast God Village, all gaunt and sallow, including Fong Qilin and He Shizhou, who, despite their tall stature, bore abnormal complexions. The root of the issue lay with the tree god followers who abstained from meat, while those from Beast God Village refrained from consuming vegetables. Over time, This dietary restriction inevitably led to health issues. Chu Shihen broached the subject with Fang Qilin with a tentative spirit, not expecting the villagers to be so accommodating. Congratulations on fulfilling your wishes. Chu Shihen sincerely offered his blessings. Fang Qilin, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched the back of his head, which was devoid of any hair.
Indeed.
There is something for you to congratulate us on. He and I are getting married tomorrow, and we hope you can attend. Upon hearing such joyous news, the four of them solemnly extended their well wishes once more. However, the thought of attending the wedding slipped from their minds, as the dungeon's conclusion was to be settled the following morning, leaving them no time to participate. Just then, the task panel appeared before them. Side quest: attend the wedding of Fang Qilin and He Shizhou, and bestow upon them your heartfelt blessings. Besides, there's no need to bring a gift. Only a fool would decline such an invitation. The four of them exchanged glances, surprised. There's such a side quest? Luosu inquired. May I ask what time your wedding begins? Fang Qilin responded. We will commence at dawn. Luosu and Chu Shihen exchanged knowing looks, indicating they could indeed attend before the settlement. We will certainly be there, Chu Shihen affirmed, then turned to He Shizhou. However, before that, I wish to confirm one thing. Was the chicken that went missing from Beast God Village your doing? With both villages reconciled, it was no longer a secret that couldn't be disclosed, and He Shizhou candidly admitted, Indeed, I caught the chicken and I also killed it. Fang Qilin interjected. To be fair, it was mostly because I was too frightened. There was no need to emphasize that point further, as the four of them silently critiqued. Shortly thereafter, the task panel popped up again, indicating the completion of the side quest, Chicken Thief. As the dungeon's protagonists united, the conflict between the two villages was resolved, and Chu Shihen's remaining 4 clues no longer needed to be sought one by one. He Shizhou could provide all at once. However, upon acquiring 5 clues, the task panel notified that the clue limit had been reached and no further clues could be obtained. Thus, Chu Shihen's 5 clues were also completed, leaving them with just one final side quest, to attend Fang Qilin and He Shizhou's wedding at dawn, which would mark the successful conclusion of the dungeon. Yet, at that moment, they were unaware that some would not live to see the dawn. Chapter 80. The Death of Those Who Defy the Plot. As dusk descended, Fang Qilin invited the others to stay in Beast God Village, but Chu Shihen and his companions declined. With the young couple set to wed the next day, it would be unwise to invite the aberrations by taking refuge in the village, thus only inviting tragedy. Although they had encountered an aberration only once thus far, the second night in the dungeon was traditionally the most perilous, necessitating vigilance. Therefore, they opted to set up camp in the wilderness for the night. Last night, Luosu and Chu Shihen had kept watch. Tonight, it was Ling Yao and Chu Shigui's turn. Inside the tent, Luosu, who had not rested the previous night, cradled Chu Shihen in his arms and soon drifted off to sleep. Chu Shihen, however, found sleep elusive, allowing Luosu to hold him without disturbance. Instead, listening intently to the sounds outside, anxious that the two children might encounter trouble during their watch. Ling Yao and Chu Shigui sat on the grass, though they maintained a distance of over a meter apart. As Chu Shigui edged closer to Ling Yao, the latter instinctively shifted away, unwilling to remain too far yet too timid to draw nearer. Are you afraid of me? Chu Shigui asked, somewhat amused. Ling Yao stared ahead unblinkingly, not afraid. Then why sit so far away? Am I going to eat you? I can't possibly be more frightening than a ghost, can I? Ever since her arrival that morning, she had been gentle with Ling Yao, while the petite Chu Shigui often shouted at him and resorted to curses. Yet Ling Yao consistently showed concern for the little girl, maintaining a respectful distance. No, you're very good. It's just that Ling Yao fumbled with the white hair atop his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Let us just focus on keeping watch. His implication was clear. He wished to cease their conversation. Uncertain of why speaking with Chu Shigui rendered him tongue-tied, he found the sensation displeasing and opted for silence. Chu Shigui propped her elbow on her knee, resting her chin in her palm, gazing at Ling Yao. The moonlight is quite lovely tonight. We needn't light a lantern as it doesn't hinder our vision. But if I don't talk to you, I might fall asleep, she mused curiously. What is the reason for your white hair? Having known Chu Shigui for some time, neither Ling Yao nor the others had fully revealed their abilities, leaving Chushi Gui unaware of Ling Yao's ancestral traits. "It's natural," he replied succinctly. "And what is your ability?" Chushi Gui pressed on. Ling Yao replied, "Darkness attribute. I can control animals and aberrations." After a rather awkward exchange, Ling Yao felt an uncomfortable sensation as though ants were crawling on him, yet Chushi Gui had a plethora of questions. Since she had asked, he felt compelled to respond. To Chushi Gui, it seemed as though whatever she inquired, he answered obediently, which she found endearing. Moreover, she felt no embarrassment. In the research facility, everyone she encountered resembled programmed automatons, their words and actions monotonously scripted, devoid of the lively curiosity that this interaction sparked in her. Thus, they persevered through their stilted dialogue until the late hours of the night. Chushi Hen refrained from waking Luosu, quietly slipping out of the tent to relieve Ling Yao and Chushi Gui. As he prepared to exchange 2 additional tents for Ling Yao and Chushi Gui to rest, he sensed a faint tremor beneath his feet. "Brother, there's a firelight in the woods." Chushi Gui suddenly sprang to her feet. No sooner had she spoken than Chushi Hen heard distant cries of despair. "Something has happened in the forest? Is it on fire? We must investigate," Ling Yao exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet. Chushi Gui followed closely behind. Inside the tent, Luosu awoke, feeling the absence of his companions, and hastily dashed outside. Just as Chushi Hen was about to call out to him, he saw Luosu emerging and promptly grasped his arm to rush into the woods. However, he then heard screams emanating from Beast God Village to their left. "Let us go see what's happening," Luosu declared, and together they sprinted towards the village. In the center of Beast God Village, a colossal toxic demon yam had emerged, exuding water attribute abilities. By the time they arrived, Fong Qilin was dodging the demon yam's branches, desperately rescuing villagers from house to house. Yet, the majority had perished, their bodies riddled with puncture wounds littering the ground. Fong Qilin found a small child inside a house and, cradling the child, rushed outside just as a branch lunged toward him. Luosu and Chushi Hen sprang into action, launching wind blades and arrows before the branch could reach Fong Qilin. However, their attacks proved futile. The demon yam's branch pierced Fong Qilin's shoulder and the child's heart without hesitation. "Our attacks have no effect?" Luosu furrowed his brow, quickening his pace to snatch at the branch with his bare hands. Yet, the outcome was the same. His hands passed through the branch as if it were mere air. "Fong Qilin, run!" Chushi Hen shouted, trying to alert the distraught Fong Qilin, who lay collapsed on the ground, not even lifting his eyelids. Luosu reached out to grasp Fong Qilin, only to find his hand passing through the young man's body. "We can't touch the living, nor can we kill the aberration." Luosu rose to stand beside Chushi Hen, laboriously articulating this grim realization. They could only watch helplessly as the villagers of Beast God Village were mercilessly slaughtered by the demon yam's branches. Fong Qilin lay on the ground, weeping for the lifeless child in his arms, and astonishingly, the branch that had targeted him retreated after striking its target, causing no further harm. Suddenly, he beheld the sky ablaze with flames rising from the direction of the Tree God Village, thick smoke billowing into the air. Filled with terror, he scrambled to his feet, calling out, 19, 19. Ling Yao and the others had rushed to the Tree God Village, where they spotted a colossal fire Qilin bounding amidst the chaos, leaving a trail of inferno in its wake. The beleaguered He-19 staggered out of the village, burdened with an unconscious woman and holding onto 2 young children, struggling to escape the encroaching flames. Ling Yao and Chu Shi, having attempted to subdue the fire Qilin, realized their efforts were futile and turned their attention to rescuing the imperiled, yet they found themselves unable to reach He-19. Just as she had made some distance, a fireball hurtled towards her, striking the woman on her back, and in an instant, flames engulfed her. Fortunately, He-19 reacted swiftly, casting her away just in time to evade the fiery embrace. With the woman lost, tears streaming down her face, she clutched the 2 children and attempted to flee. But the sight of their mother consumed by flames drove the children to run towards the fire, igniting them in an instant. Witnessing this horrific scene, He-19 stumbled and tumbled down the slope, narrowly escaping the licking flames. Despair enveloped her as she lay on the ground, her eyes filled with tears reflecting the fiery glow. 19. Fong Qilin rushed over, kneeling beside her, witnessing the destruction of the Tree God Village. He 19 rose and embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. Brother Qilin, have we erred? Is this the wrath of the divine? She questioned. Fang Qilin remained silent, holding her tightly. In the next moment, the inferno surged towards them, mercilessly engulfing the two. They clung to one another, their bodies enveloped in crimson flames. As if they had donned wedding attire of fire, Chu Shi and Lu Su arrived just in time to witness this final tableau. Soon, the entire forest was ablaze. Yet they suffered no harm. The countdown for the instance had not yet concluded, yet the clown appeared prematurely. His gleeful voice echoed through the sky. Congratulations, fortunate little bugs, for unlocking this instance's hidden ending. Water and fire are inherently incompatible, yet you chose to defy the narrative. This is the consequence of your own making. Are you satisfied? Chapter 81. An Absurd Affair. Upon hearing the clown's reference to defying the narrative, Chu Shi froze, realization dawning upon him. Thus, it was Lu Su who had struck at the clown's visage, repulsed by the malice of his words, instinctively casting a blade of wind. As the visage dissipated, the sky revealed their scores for this endeavor. Completing each side quest yielded 100 points. Experiencing a special event also granted 100 points. Acquiring a curse clue was worth 100 points. Clearing the instance awarded 300 points, and unlocking the hidden ending bestowed 1,000 points. Chu Shi and his companions each completed 3 side quests, while Chu Shiwei, part of the Tree God Village team, had an extra side quest, bringing their total to 300 points each, with Chu Shiwei earning 400 points. They encountered 2 special events, namely, the punishments of the Tree God and Beast God, gaining 200 points. As for the curse clues, Chu Shi had anticipated this distribution of points, thus only securing 5 basic clues from the Beast God Village, while Lu Su and Ling Yao each collected 10, resulting in a substantial 1,000 points. Unfortunately for Chu Shiwei, she initially could have claimed all 25 clues from the Tree God Village, but due to the unexpected reconciliation of the 2 villages, she was left with only the minimum 5 clues from He-19, unable to acquire more. Ultimately, Lu Su and Ling Yao amassed 2,800 points, while Chu Shi trailed behind by 500 and Chu Shiwei by 400. Nonetheless, securing over 2,000 points in a 10-person instance was commendable, especially considering that in the previous 100-person instance, only a few had survived, achieving merely 3,000 points. Yet, none of Chu Shi's group displayed any signs of joy. This was largely due to the fact that among their 2,000 points, 1,000 had come at the cost of the 2 villages' annihilation. Brother, do not be disheartened. The clown's words are meant to sow discord. The village's destruction was preordained by him and bears no relation to us. We have merely followed the tasks he set forth, leading us to this tragic conclusion. Chu Shiwei hastily comforted, sensing Chu Shi's despondency. Ling Yao concurred. Indeed, it is merely the clown's inability to play fair. Had he allowed us to intervene, perhaps we could have saved those villagers. Instead, he mocks us for their demise. What a wretched being. Yes, I have already struck at him, Lu Su added, grasping Chu Shi's hand, noting its chilling temperature. Chu Shi chuckled softly, addressing the trio. You are overthinking this. I have traversed countless instances, far exceeding the variety of abilities you have encountered. I have witnessed such scenes innumerable times. Moreover, this is but a tragedy within an instance. I have seen no shortage of such occurrences in reality. The abruptness of this so-called hidden ending is merely a warning from the clown that Lu Su and I are defying the narrative, and our fates may mirror those of Fang Qilin and He-19, ending in calamity. And you, Lu Su squeezed his hand, signaling that Chu Shi's current demeanor suggested otherwise. Chu Shi glanced up, noting that there was still time until the scores were tallied. He led Lu Su aside, cautioning Ling Yao and Chu Shiwei, you two amuse yourselves. I have a secret to discuss with your brother. What secret is it that we cannot hear? Are we not brothers? Ling Yao muttered under her breath. Chu Shiwei interjected, perhaps it is a romantic confession. Only then did Ling Yao realize that beside her stood the young girl, Chu Shiwei, who, if she were the lowly version, would undoubtedly attempt to eavesdrop rather than stand idly by. However, if Chu Shi intended to share romantic sentiments with Lu Su, they were indeed not suitable listeners. I have something incredibly absurd to share with you, Chu Shi began, preparing Lu Su for what was to come. Lu Su inquired, Is there anything more absurd than my frail, helpless wife being the sole victor of the infinite game? Chu Shi nodded. Yes, it is that your delicate, incapable wife, upon awakening, discovers she is merely a supporting character in a novel destined to perish within 3 chapters. Lu Su was momentarily taken aback. What novel world? What supporting character? This revelation indeed exceeded his expectations. The world we inhabit is a narrative. You are one of the protagonists, while I am a minor character fated to die at the onset. The one meant to share a loving bond with you and join forces to save the world is another male lead, by Jean Lee. I am currently occupying his role. And we are defying the story's progression, Chu Shi explained, pausing for effect. Now, consider the clown's words in light of this. Wait, let me process this. Lu Su furrowed his brow, deep in thought. So, according to the narrative, I should be in a romance with Bai Jinli? Indeed, Chu Shi replied coolly. Are you looking forward to it? Will my thoughts also be influenced by the narrative? No wonder I felt so peculiar upon meeting Bai Jinli for the first time. Lu Su pondered, failing to realize the perilous nature of his statement. Chu Shi narrowed his eyes. What peculiar feeling? Was it love at first sight? Lu Su, I will end you. With that, he executed a sweeping kick, sending Lu Su sprawling to the ground, and then straddled his slender waist, seizing his neck. Cough. Are you committing murder against your own husband? Darling, please remain calm and hear me out. This situation is utterly unreasonable. Chu Shi Hen truly exerted himself. Lu Su was gasping for breath, his handsome face turning crimson from the strain. How could this be unreasonable? Chu Shi Hen relaxed his grip. Lu Su remarked, consider this. You are a game conqueror, endowed with skills for survival. How could you possibly die right from the outset? Moreover, I could never harbor feelings for Bai Jinli. Regardless of how the plot twists, the mere thought of you shatters any fleeting infatuation I might have had for him. Really? Chu Shi Hen expressed skepticism. What if I were to die? Would you still not be able to like him? Presently, as he was still alive, Lu Su's heart was tethered to him. Thus, any development with Bai Jinli was out of the question. However, what if he were to be unexpectedly slain by the plot? I would never allow you to die. Lu Su declared resolutely, his sincerity unmasked. Lu Su's response pleased Chu Shi Hen immensely, yet he remained seated, continuing to challenge him. You profess your love for me now.
Of course you would say that.
But how about when you didn't love me? Before Chu Shi Hen could finish his sentence, Lu Su sat up, pulling Chu Shi Hen, who was still perched on his waist, backward. He bent his long legs, allowing Chu Shi Hen's back to rest against them. Trying to turn the tables, are we? It was you who, like a beautiful piece of wood, appeared indifferent and unconcerned. I worry every day that I might awaken to find you gone. After his lament, Lu Su gazed at Chu Shi Hen with the eyes of a wronged puppy. Chu Shi Hen chuckled at his antics, brushing his hands away and offering a kiss as a gesture of consolation. In the distance, Ling Yao, witnessing their playful exchange, exclaimed in alarm, Are they fighting again? I must go see. Before he could move, Chu Shi Gui restrained him, urging him to wait a moment longer. Perhaps they might share a kiss. After a moment of anxious anticipation, Ling Yao awkwardly remarked, Well, this is indeed. Chapter 82. Are you here to steal someone? Had the clown not made that remark earlier, would you have chosen to keep this matter from me? Following their kiss, Lu Su inquired of Chu Shi Hen. Chu Shi Hen did not deny it, replying, Yes, but I've suddenly come to a realization. Rather than depleting myself with internal strife, it would be better to pull you along. Well done. Lu Su adored Chu Shi Hen's carefree spirit. Unable to resist, he leaned in to kiss Chu Shi Hen again, only to be halted by the latter placing a palm over his mouth. Not now, the kids are watching. Lu Su relented, attempting to embrace him as he stood. Yet Chu Shi Hen was tall, leaving Lu Su's long legs still planted on the ground. To avoid a fall, Chu Shi Hen had no choice but to step back a couple of paces to steady himself. As the two of them approached Ling Yao and Chu Shi Gui, the former was preoccupied with the sky and ground, seemingly unable to meet their gaze, as if he himself were the one being watched while kissing. Chu Shi Gui, on the other hand, maintained her composure, simply smiling beside them. Yet her gaze toward Lu Su seemed to hold a touch more approval. Soon, the four settled down, waiting for the time for the task to conclude. Their temporary mission panel now bore only one eternal side quest that could never be completed. When it came time to claim their rewards, Chu Shihen advised, first, select the skill that suits you best. Once the points are credited, I suggest purchasing experience cards to upgrade our abilities. We must always do this to avoid encountering danger upon exiting the dungeon, leaving us no room for action. Chushi Gue timidly raised her hand, saying, Brother, once you receive the team leader card, please pull me into the team. Certainly. Chu Shihen had long considered Chushi Gue a member of the team and showed no hesitation. Before long, the time for settlement arrived.
To their surprise,
The reward turned out to be a unique skill for each person, one that was highly sought after in the real world. The uniqueness of this skill lay in its absence of learning limitations. As long as one encountered it, they could learn as much as they desired without needing to upgrade. Following Chu Shihen's advice, Lu Su and the others selected skills that suited them, leaving the remaining one for Chu Shihen. After claiming their rewards, Chu Shihen, amidst Chushi Gue's eager anticipation, attempted to pull her into the team with the leader card, only to be met with a prompt stating that it could not be used within the dungeon. I promise to bring you in once we exit, Chu Shihen assured her. Chushi Gue could only agree, and just as she was about to exit the dungeon, Chu Shihen handed her the unique skill card he had obtained. Your abilities are separate from that little girless. She likely hasn't activated her special skill yet. Give this to her. But what about you? This is a special ability that can be learned infinitely. Chushi Gue hesitated to accept the skill card, yet her heart was deeply touched. I have no use for it. Time is running short. Take it quickly, Chu Shihen urged. Chushi Gue accepted it with both hands, her eyes glistening as she exited the dungeon. Simultaneously, Chu Shihen and the other two felt their surroundings shift as they returned from the dungeon to the real world. The reality was still engulfed in the deep shadows of night, with the bodies of Guan Yu and Zhu Yan lying at their feet. Brother, let us bury them first, and then we can bring Gue over? Ling Yao requested softly. Lu Su teased him. It's not like we're meeting online friends. Are you afraid of being exposed in the light? Ling Yao genuinely feared this, lowering his head, lacking the courage to retort. Whatever you say. Let us find a spot then. Having pampered his sister in the dungeon, Chu Shihen felt it was now time to shower his brother with some affection. They found a location at the edge of the woods. Ideally, it would have been better to bury them within the forest. But the dense darkness there suggested lurking monsters with gaping maws waiting for prey. The labor of digging graves was not something Chu Shihen needed to undertake. As he stood nearby, examining the team leader card. Upon using the team leader card, a piece of parchment appeared before Chu Shihen. By silently reciting the names of those he wished to invite, and upon receiving their consent, their names appeared on the parchment. Chu Shihen first invited Chushi Gue, followed by Lu Su and Ling Yao, with his own name included, for names appeared on the parchment, and beside the names of the other three, there was a summoning button that, when pressed, would bring the team members to his side. When not in use, he could conveniently store the card in the marketplace's inventory. After marking the graves for Guan Yu and Zhu Yan, Ling Yao felt they had grown quite adept at this task. Brother, does that mean every time we clear a dungeon, we must bury someone? Ling Yao found this prospect somewhat ominous. Shut it, Chu Shihen replied. Ling Yao promptly mimed zipping his lips. Just as Lu Su finished washing his hands, he turned to see a snowflake land on Chu Shihen's dark hair. Is it snowing? No sooner had Lu Su spoken than large flakes began to fall from the sky, and the temperature plummeted. Chu Shihen furrowed his brow. This isn't snow. Someone is using a skill area on us. Are we being ambushed? Ling Yao and Lu Su instinctively shielded Chu Shihen, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Lu Su urged, Wife, quick, summon the others. Understanding his intent, Chu Shihen promptly produced the team leader card and summoned Chushi Gue. Although they were unsure of how many adversaries they faced, it was prudent to prepare. Is it this cold in the south? Chushi Gue shivered as she appeared, clad only in a flimsy dress. After upgrading his skill, Ling Yao had a few leftover points, and upon hearing Chushi Gue's comment, he immediately exchanged them for a down jacket and handed it to her. Thank you, little Ling Yao. Chushi Gue smiled as she quickly donned the white down jacket. Ling Yao felt bashful, averting his gaze, yet he unconsciously edged closer to protect her alongside Chu Shihen. You have healing abilities, so you lack offensive power. Just stand with brother. All right, Chushi Gue readily agreed. Chu Shihan could not help but cast her a sidelong glance. The healing ability lacks offensive power? One wonders when this girl conveyed such erroneous information to Ling Yao. As they maintained a defensive stance, preparing to exit the domain, a layer of fresh snow blanketed the ground, sprouting clusters of red plum blossoms. Snow and red plums? It is Mei Han's Huang. Chu Shihan cautioned. Be wary of these plum blossoms. Ling Yao fixated on the red plum trees. Mei Han's Huang? Brother Chu, that name sounds familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? Lu Su aided him in recollecting, the organizer of the Ability Exchange Conference, the wife of Su Lianshan. Yes, that's her. But why is she ambushing us? Ling Yao questioned, perplexed. Could she have discovered so quickly that we have a healer in our ranks and come to snatch her away? Uncertain. Let us take action and lure the others out, Chu Shihan replied. No sooner had Chu Shihan spoken than Chu Shigue raised her hand and slowly uttered a single word. Extinguish. Instantly, the blooming red plum trees withered, and not a single blossom remained. Wow, that was impressive, Ling Yao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration, but immediately regretted her impulsive words, wishing she could chastise her own loose tongue. Before Chu Shigue could tease Ling Yao, a mirror radiating white light appeared directly ahead. As the light enveloped her, her body became immobilized, and an apparition burst forth from the mirror, aiming a gun directly at her brow. Seeing this, Lu Su swiftly executed a time rewind, forcefully retracting the mysterious mirror back to whence it came. Chapter 83. The Bounty Hunters. What sort of ability is that? It can even send a mirror back to me? A voice of astonishment rang out from the other side of the woods. Mei Han's Huang crossed her arms, her tone icy. I warned you. These individuals are not to be underestimated. Their abilities are indeed formidable. A tall, handsome man standing beside her, wearing sunglasses even in the dark and clad in camouflage, remarked, I cannot yet ascertain the strength of their abilities, but I clearly observed the red plum assassin allowing them to proceed. Mei Han's Huang did not deny this. Captain Jiang, I understand that although you are bounty hunters, you value camaraderie. Given our previous acquaintance, it would not be excessive to extend a greeting, would it? Jiang Zong raised an eyebrow. That is why I did not intervene earlier, but I must insist that you give your all in the forthcoming battle. Otherwise, it may jeopardize our agreement. I will do so, Mei Han's Huang affirmed, adhering to her principles. She had already warned Chu Shihan and the others with her ability, hoping they would take heed. However, whether they did or not was irrelevant. Those targeted by the bounty hunter group were unlikely to see the dawn of another day. At this moment, a boy standing at the edge urged, Captain, let us strike quickly. We might let them escape. Newcomer, are you instructing the captain on how to act? Jiang Zong remained silent, but a petite girl to his left spoke up. She was small in stature and adorably charming, yet she bore a shield almost as large as herself on her back. Yao Yao, Jiang Zong called the little girl's name. Do not be so stern with the junior. Hu Yao Yao playfully stuck her tongue out at Jiang Zong and fell silent. The boy, labeled as the newcomer, grimaced. Jiang Zong had no time to soothe the boy's emotions. Instead, he inquired, Zhang Lu, have you managed to analyze the situation? Time was too limited. I couldn't gather much, only that there are 4 of them, came the response. Though there were evidently 5 individuals present, 3 women and 2 men, a 6th male voice emerged, belonging to Zhang Lu. I had no way of knowing they could be retracted like that. However, I have already incapacitated one of them. They should pose little threat. Jiang Zong directed, Su Man, Yao Yao and the Red Plum Assassin accompany me. Chinzi will provide long-range support, and Zhang Lu will command the battle. Su Man. The silent woman standing to Jiang Zhang's right was tall and alluring, exuding a model-like presence. Chinzui, the boy who had been ridiculed by Hu Yao Yao, reluctantly acknowledged Jiang Zong's orders. He disliked long-range support, as his more formidable teammates often dispatched enemies before he had a chance to showcase his abilities. Yet, failing to impress only solidified his teammates' disregard for him, which vexed him greatly. Meanwhile, after Lu Su had retracted the mirror, Chu Shigue remarked, What kind of ability was that? Upon being illuminated by that light, I felt completely immobilized. Had it not been for Lu Su's quick reflexes, I would have had a hole shot through my forehead. It must be the sun attribute skill, sun and moon as mirrors. Check your ability attribute. Has it been converted to the moon attribute? Chu Shihan inquired with a furrowed brow. Chu Shigue tested her ability and confirmed, indeed. However, fortunately, my power is of the moon attribute, which allows me to still utilize her skills, though it seems the level of my abilities has been diminished. Ling Yao gasped, her eyes wide, to directly convert another S ability attribute and even downgrade it? How monstrous! Sun and Moon as mirrors is a skill that transforms an enemy's attribute ability into a moon attribute, which is countered by the sun attribute. For Chu Shigue, her unique situation allows her to still use her skills post-conversion. For others, this would effectively seal their abilities. We may be facing a formidable opponent. Should we flee? Lu Su suggested to Chu Shihan. He believed that retreating in the face of overwhelming odds was not shameful. More importantly, Chu Shihan had stated that he could not casually utilize his abilities, and Lu Su wished to avoid forcing him into a desperate situation where he might have to break that rule to save them. Fleeing is not an option, Chu Shihan declared. As soon as the snowflakes began to fall, the terrain here was altered. We have long since fallen into the enemy's encirclement. The terrain has shifted? Ling Yao looked around, panic-stricken. Wait, where are the graves? The graves of Guan Yu and Zhu Yan have vanished. Those two large graves were just here. Stop your shouting and prepare for confrontation. Lu Su commanded. I will find an opportunity to breach the enemy camp. Protect your brother Chu, Xiao Gui. Rest assured, brother Lu. I can safeguard myself, Chu Shigue responded. Although her ability attribute had been altered, she could still rely on her moon attribute powers to ensure her survival. Lu Su nodded and, in a flash, transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away. This was the special skill, Incarnation Riding the Wind, he had just acquired from the dungeon. Light as a swallow, swift as the wind. Your speed increases while others' time slows. Seeing Lu Su activate his skill, Ling Yao quickly closed his eyes to engage his own ability. He first sought to detect any abominations he could control in the vicinity. However, as soon as his consciousness extended outward, he yelped, Brother Chu. I just saw a pair of enormous red eyes. It terrified me. He instinctively sensed that he could not control the owner of those eyes, and his ability was withdrawn before he could even discern what it was. Chu Shihan's brow furrowed tightly. Focus on dealing with the immediate enemies. Understood. Ling Yao abandoned thoughts of controlling external forces and shouted to the heavens, Come forth, my friend. Chu Shihan and his sister exchanged bewildered glances. This was Ling Yao's newly acquired special skill, Summoning of the Divine, enabling him to conjure a white tiger from thin air to fight on his behalf. However, having witnessed the process of Ling Yao activating his skill, Chu Shihan felt that Summoning of the Mad would be a more fitting title. It was utterly mortifying. A colossal white tiger materialized before the trio, as if it had descended from the heavens. The ground trembled as its paws struck the earth. Simultaneously, another mirror appeared beside them. The white tiger's paw shattered 3 mirrors in a single strike, yet the shards on the ground continued to emit a luminous glow, albeit now directed away from the trio. What a close call. Thankfully, the white tiger's substantial size shielded them from the mirror's radiance, Ling Yao thought, relieved at the thought of not having his abilities sealed. Chu Shihan swiftly turned around, summoning his bow and arrows, and shot 3 arrows towards the rear, shattering the mirrors before they could fully take shape. Ling Yao, be careful not to step on the shards. Shigue, keep an eye on him. These mirrors no longer affect you, but be cautious of the user emerging from them, Chu Shihan cautioned. Just as his words fell, a shadow emerged from the mirror fragments before them, wielding a gun just like the one that had confronted Chu Shigue earlier. The distance between them was less than a meter, leaving no room to draw a bow. Chu Shihan clicked his tongue softly. The bow vanished from his grasp as he seized the shadow's arm, executing a solid shoulder throw before it could fire. Chapter 84, Enlightenment. Oh my! Jiang Tsang, standing beside his teammate, suddenly collapsed to the ground with a scream. What bizarre force was this? A mere self-defense technique could take me down? Su Man, Hu Yao Yao, and their external aide, Mei Han Huang, were all taken aback. Don't just stand there. Yao Yao, give Jiang Tsang a shield. Someone is charging at you. And he is fast and powerful. You won't have time to dodge. Regardless of who he attacks, the shield will be shattered, so you must prepare another one immediately. A voice rang out to the bounty hunter team. The speaker was Jiang Lu, who had only been heard but not seen moments before. As Jiang Lu's words echoed, Lu Su darted behind Hu Yaoyao, targeting the still-down Jiang Song. Unfortunately for him, his wind blade was met with a light shield that appeared just before Jiang Song. The wind blade struck the shield, shattering it, but the wind blade was neutralized, leaving Jiang Song unharmed. Jiang Song rolled to his feet, quickly retreating a couple of steps to distance himself from Lu Su, who, having missed his first strike, unleashed another wind blade. Yet, Lu Su's movements had been anticipated by Zhang Lu, and the wind blade was once again thwarted by Hu Yaoyao's shield. Jiang Song raised his hand to summon a light mirror, but Lu Su seized the moment to rewind time, preventing his mirror from manifesting. However, Lu Su had charged alone into the midst of the three, and despite his swift actions, unleashing two wind blades while neutralizing Jiang Song's attack, he ultimately found himself outnumbered. Vines suddenly ensnared his legs, pulling him down to the ground. The vines, a manifestation of Su Man's wood-based abilities, ensnared Lu Su before wooden spikes erupted from the vines, piercing his ankle and causing blood to spurt. The vines were also poisonous. The moment Lu Su was wounded, a wave of paralysis washed over him, and his vision began to fade. Just as he used a wind blade to sever the vines, a flaming arrow soared from above. He saw the flickering flame rushing towards him and, at the last moment, rolled aside to avoid the impact. Unfortunately, he collided directly with a mirror. Before he could ascertain whether his abilities had been altered, he witnessed the arrow land, igniting an explosion akin to gasoline meeting fire. Grinding his teeth, Lu Su activated his time rewind ability, reverting his own time to the moment he was ensnared by the vines. Although he directed the skill at himself, the time of those who had attacked him was also rewound. Su Man, who had ensnared him with vines, Zhenzui, who had launched the flaming arrow, and Jiang Song, who had reflected light upon him, all found their time trajectories altered, depleting Lu Su's mental energy drastically. The toll of using time rewind was immensely draining. Aware that Su Man was poised to ambush him with her vines, he activated his special ability, Riding the Wind, to shift from his position, tossing two wind blades toward Jiang Song before making his exit. Time was of the essence. With his mental energy exhausted, he had no time to check if the blades had struck their lethal mark. He simply threw them and fled. Su Man hesitated momentarily when her attack missed. She had clearly seen that Lu Su's focus was elsewhere, and this strike should have been a guaranteed hit. How had he escaped? Just as her confusion deepened, she heard Jiang Song cry out in pain. She quickly turned to see that a large chunk of flesh had been severed from his left shoulder by the wind blade, nearly severing his arm. Damn it, Zhang Lu, why didn't you warn me? Zhang Lu's puzzled voice responded. Wait, could this be the legendary time rewind? What on earth? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Song's heart sank. Su Man approached him, placing her hand above his wound, green light emanating from her palm. The manifestation of her wood-based healing powers, working to mend Jiang Song's injury. Zhang Lu explained, you had already inflicted damage on him. Sister Man's vines poisoned him, causing him to fall, and Chunzi's arrow forced him against your mirror. However, all these events that had already transpired suddenly rewound to the moment Sister Man made her move. Are you telling me this isn't time rewind? We've never seen the effects of time rewind. Perhaps it's merely a similarity? Moreover, time rewind is a unique skill of Fox Brother. If we truly encountered him, would we still be so untroubled? Jiang Song was convinced Zhang Lu must have misjudged. Regardless of whether it was or not, his mental energy was completely depleted. He was the strongest asset of their team, and the remaining opponents posed little threat. Yao Yao, turn them around. It's time to finish this, Zhang Lu stated. Let me clarify. The strongest asset of our team is that person who threw me back with a shoulder throw. What remarkable physical prowess. Truly an eye-opener. Jiang Song retorted, frustrated. Zhang Lu quickly interjected, is it so difficult to admit your own mistake? How many times have I told you not to flaunt your gun when passing through the mirror? You simply wouldn't listen. If you had approached with a more modest and cautious posture, could you have been thrown back by a shoulder throw while others were not using their abilities? Jiang Song felt a pang of guilt and did not dare to respond. Hu Yaoyao announced their coming. During the previous confrontation with Lu Su, Hu Yaoyao had only deployed her shield, while Mei Hanshuang had not utilized any skills, not because she was slacking, but because, along with Hu Yaoyao, she had been contending with Chu Shihan and his companions from a distance. Hu Yaoyao possessed earth-based abilities, allowing her to manipulate the terrain, effectively trapping the trio within Mei Hanchuang's skill domain. Mei Hanchuang's ability, titled Let It Snow, caused it to snow within a designated area, and red plum blossoms would sprout from the snow. Anyone who inhaled the fragrance of the plum blossoms would see their ability level drop by 3 tiers, provided their ability level exceeded that of the user, in which case the effect would not apply. When the first wave of plum blossoms emerged, Mei Hanchuang realized that Chu Shihin's abilities surpassed hers, rendering them immune to the fragrance. Although the inherent effect of the plum blossoms was ineffective, she wielded another special skill. Flying petals. Within her domain, the flowers became blades, and those who perished under the snow plum blossoms would not comprehend their fate even in death. After Jiang Song was sent back, they were met with the onslaught of the plum blossoms. Those blossoms, accompanied by snowflakes, filled the air, countless in number. The 3 of them, with their backs against the formidable white tiger, needed only to focus on the incoming plum blossoms. Chu Shigui swiftly hurled his crescent blades to shatter the blossoms, while Ling Yao, employing his metal-based powers, conjured a long sword, wielding it erratically before him. Though his movements were clumsy, they effectively served as a defense. Chu Shihin relinquished the use of his bow and arrow, instead exchanging for a barrel of gasoline from the store, which he then hurled into the air before igniting it with a match. A vast expanse of plum blossoms crackled and blazed fiercely. It was during this moment that Lu Su passed through the layers of blossoms and gently bumped into Chu Shihin's back. Upon glancing back at Lu Su's pallor, Chu Shihin discerned that his mental energy had been utterly depleted. Shigue, employ your special skill. During the dungeon settlement, Chu Shihin was acutely aware of the 4 distinct special abilities and who had acquired which. Shigue had obtained a skill named Wings of the Sprite. It bestowed upon allies a pair of ethereal wings, restoring mental energy while significantly reducing speed. However, even with wings, one could not soar aimlessly, for flight regulations were currently in effect in our sprite realm. Chapter 85. Kneel and Beg for Mercy. From their backs sprouted a pair of translucent green sprite wings, fluttering beautifully. Now they have wings too. Surely they do not intend to transform into butterflies and take flight? Jiang Song's voice suddenly resonated. Chu Shihin and his companions looked up to see the assailants from that night. In addition to the familiar Mei Hanchuang, there were 4 others, 3 standing in the forefront alongside her, and a youth wielding a flaming bow stationed at the rear. Noticing the radiant shields enveloping each of them, Chu Shihin murmured, as expected, it is them. Previously trapped within Mei Hanchuang's skill domain, he had only seen Jiang Song emerge from the mirror and was uncertain.
Now,
Observing their team composition and the compatibility of their skills, he could finally affirm their identities. They were the infamous bounty hunter group known throughout the gaming realm. Do you know them? Lu Su inquired. Not personally, but I have encountered them, Chu Shihin replied. Encountered them? His 3 teammates gasped in astonishment, marveling at the unique social interactions of the game's sole conqueror. In the brief exchange, Mei Hanchuang intensified the assault of the plum blossoms. The shattered mirror shards buried beneath the blossoms, and snow rose from the ground, encircling the 4. Lu Su, having regained some mental energy, swept a wind blade through a portion of the blossoms and shards, while Shigue and Ling Yao remained vigilant. Yet, the sheer volume of mirror fragments was overwhelming. Shigue could act without restraint, but Ling Yao could not simply wield his sword against the shards as he did with the blossoms, lest he be blinded by their luminosity. Noticing the predicament, Chu Shihin drew his bow, sending an arrow horizontally past Ling Yao, shattering the mirror shards into dust. Watch your step. We have a wood attribute ability user among them, and the vines summoned are toxic. Lu Su, witnessing that Ling Yao had temporarily alleviated the crisis, quickly warned. He recognized that the opponent's wood attribute user was adept at seizing opportunities, either remaining still or striking with deadly precision. Unfortunately, my wood attribute ability has been sealed, Shigue lamented. Fear not. You watch the skies while I observe the ground, Ling Yao declared, wildly slashing with his sword where their foe stood. The vines that had just emerged from the snow were indeed severed by his blade. The main reason was that although Mei Hanchuang stood alongside the bounty hunter group, they had not formed a cohesive team. Thus, the vines summoned by Su Man were hindered by the icy influence of her skill domain, rendering them less swift. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Song had not ventured deeper into enemy territory via the mirror. Had he charged towards Chu Shihan and his group, he would have fallen victim to Mei Hanchuang's plum blossom assault. The sky was filled with plum blossoms, leaving Chu Shihan's group battered, though merely sustaining superficial injuries that were easily overlooked. This was all thanks to Ling Yao's white tiger, which had absorbed the brunt of the attacks. However, the white tiger was now bloodied and transformed into a crimson tiger. At that moment, crouched on the ground and preoccupied with the vines, Ling Yao remarked, "Brother Chu, the white tiger is nearing its end. Should the white tiger fall, their quartet would be stripped of cover, fully exposed to the enemy's gaze." "Indeed, I am aware," Chu Shihan replied, his brow furrowed, and then he inquired of Ling Yao, "Has your ability ascended? When transformed into a white tiger, can you indeed sprout wings?" While speaking, his hands remained relentless, ensuring the blossoms before him were dispatched, safeguarding both himself and Ling Yao. "Certainly," Ling Yao affirmed. The last time he transformed into a white tiger, it was under duress that his latent potential erupted, granting him wings. Subsequent attempts had been unsuccessful. Now, with his ability elevated to level 5, he could reliably transform into a flying white tiger. However, due to previous less-than-pleasant experiences, he felt some reluctance towards using this form in battle. But if Chu Shihan demanded it, he would think little of his hesitations. "When the white tiger falls, we will launch an all-out assault. Lu Su, you use wind blades to cover my actions and disrupt their combat formation. Ling Yao, take this opportunity to transform into a white tiger and carry the two of them aloft, flying as high as you can." Chu Shihan's instructions were interrupted by Lu Su. "Are you going to employ your ability? What is the cost? Tell me now." Given their current predicament, they could hardly prevent Chu Shihan from utilizing his abilities. But Lu Su sought to understand the consequences to prepare himself mentally. Chu Shihan's voice was low. "The cost does not fall upon me." Simultaneously, Jiang Lu's voice echoed in Jiang Song's ears. "The white tiger is nearing its end. Once it falls, we shall execute a strong assault. Follow my lead. Yao Yao, grant me a shield. He seems to have noticed me." Before he could finish, he suddenly spotted Chu Shihan drawing his bow in his direction. Then, upon utilizing his skill to probe, he was astounded to find that an ordinary arrow, devoid of added abilities, possessed lethality equivalent to that of the wind blades wielded by the wind attribute user. He was a star attribute user with a skill named Insight into the Whole, capable of discerning the precise data of opponents' moves and controlling the overall situation. Hu Yao Yao reacted swiftly, immediately casting a protective shield upon hearing Jiang Lu's words. But Jiang Lu countered, "Add 3 layers. He is firing 3 arrows in succession." At that moment, the white tiger summoned by Ling Yao collapsed, vanishing in an instant. "Now is the time. Ling Yao, take them away," Chu Shihan urged. On the bounty hunter group's side, Hu Yao Yao was erecting shields to protect Jiang Lu from the arrows, while Jiang Song and Su Man were at a loss to comprehend how Chu Shihan had discovered Jiang Lu's position. In their astonishment, they failed to notice that upon the fall of one white tiger, an even larger one appeared, now bearing wings, lifting 2 teammates aloft into the sky. "They're trying to escape." Mei Hanchuang, whose focus had been on the skill domain, alerted them. Simultaneously, she elevated the skill domain, preventing Ling Yao's white tiger from fleeing while controlling the plum blossoms amidst the storm to pursue the white tiger. Employing his water attribute ability, Chu Shihan activated his power, first shattering the icy barrier Mei Hanchuang had crafted to confine Ling Yao, allowing him to ascend into the sky, and then he surged towards Jiang Song. At that moment, Jiang Song remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. He glanced upward, musing, "Is the divine beast white tiger reverting to its ancestral form?" He then prepared to deploy a mirror above the white tiger before teleporting to strike them down. However, before his ability could activate, Jiang Lu's voice rang out, alerting him. "Jiang Song, he is about to attack you with his ability. And then, how do I evade?" Upon hearing Jiang Lu's warning, Jiang Song immediately shifted his gaze back to Chu Shihan. Locking eyes with Chu Shihan, he sensed an unprecedented pressure. There's no escaping. I can see that his skill damage is marked red, and at max. There's no way you can block it. Perhaps it would be prudent to kneel and beg for mercy? Jiang Lu proposed with brutal honesty. Jiang Song's handsome visage darkened. "What are you saying? I would never kneel, even if it meant my death. Yet, when Chu Shihan appeared before him in the blink of an eye, he immediately raised his hands and knelt, exclaiming, "Great One,
Spare my life.
I was blind to your greatness." Chapter 86, The Influence of Abilities. Although it was not their first encounter, Jiang Song was still taken aback by the fluidity of his own submission. Noticing a brief pause from Chu Shihan, Jiang Song continued, "Great One, we are bounty hunters, hired to kill you. Please show mercy. I can reveal the identity of my employer." Upon hearing this, Chu Shihan refrained from striking. His hand hovered in the air, a slender ice spike barely longer than a finger floating in his palm. Yet, under Jiang Lu's ability detection, its lethality was off the charts. An existence Jiang Song could not withstand. Jiang Song recalled the last time he had been cornered like this. During the Infinite Game, when their fully staffed team had pursued a top-ranked powerhouse. "In addition to divulging my employer, I, Jiang Song, pledged to assist you with another task." Jiang Song pressed further. This proposition was rather appealing, and Chu Shihan contemplated sparing his life. However, while he hesitated, Jiang Song's temporary allies did not. Mei Huanshuang, who had been controlling the plum blossom to chase Ling Yao, suddenly felt her powers spiraling out of control, her mental strength depleting far beyond her body's capacity. To her astonishment, her abilities had instantaneously reached their maximum level. The fully leveled water attribute skill domain expanded uncontrollably, accompanied by an overwhelming freezing effect, transforming the ground beneath into a slick expanse of ice. In an instant, the icy grip spread to the feet of those present, surpassing its wielder, Mei Huanshuang, and Chu Shihan, encasing the others in solid ice before they could react. The freezing continued to advance rapidly toward the positions of Jiang Lu and Chinzui. Panic-stricken, Jiang Lu shouted, "Chinzui, use fire arrows to melt them." Chinzui, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that if he hesitated even for a moment, Jiang Song and his companions would be doomed. Thus, he drew back his flaming bow with all his might, but before the arrow could be released, a minor motion exhausted his mental strength, causing him to spurt blood from his mouth, eyes, and nose. Meanwhile, Mei Huanshuang, standing on the ice, could no longer sustain such a powerful skill domain due to the excessive mental strain, and blood trickled from her lips as she collapsed, drained of all strength. With her mental power gone, her skill domain dissipated, yet the three trapped in ice remained frozen. In the next moment, the ground transformed into molten lava, causing Jiang Lu, Mei Huanshuang, and Chinzui to feel their feet scorched and smoke rising from their soles, the air thick with the scent of roasting flesh. The encased trio was swiftly incinerated, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Standing safely on the ice, Chu Shihan felt the temperature rise and summoned 2 ice blocks beneath his feet, avoiding the lava's wrath. Turning around, he beheld a fire qilin, its size nearly double that of Ling Yao's transformation, surrounded by flames and boasting red pupils as large as basketballs. "Is this the colossal red-eyed creature Ling Yao spoke of? I almost forgot about you," Chu Shihan remarked, hurling the ice spike he had intended for Jiang Song at the fire qilin. The diminutive ice spike suddenly swelled in size, splitting into 7 shards that pierced the fire qilin's body, propelling it backward over 10 meters and carving a deep gash into the earth. After a few frantic kicks, the fire qilin perished. With its demise, the molten lava receded, leaving behind only charred remnants of what had once been. "Wow, Brother Chu is incredibly impressive. He took down such a massive fire qilin in a single move," exclaimed Ling Yao from the sky. This was also a manifestation of his upgraded abilities, allowing him not only to grow large wings but also to speak in his white tiger form. "Indeed," Lu Su replied softly, his heart racing as he remained uncertain if his voice had been heard. Once lifted into the air by Ling Yao, he fixed his gaze intently on Chu Shihan below, feeling icy dread despite witnessing that Chu Shihan was unharmed. In truth, from the moment Chu Shihan used his abilities to help Ling Yao escape Mei Huanshuang's skill domain to when he swiftly dispatched the fire qilin, barely a minute had passed. For Chu Shihan, it was merely a matter of raising his hand to employ a skill, but for onlookers, it felt like an agonizing eternity. While Lu Su's torment was internal, Jiang Song's entire team suffered physical anguish. "It should be safe now. Let us descend." Lu Su patted Ling Yao, signaling him to land. Observing that Jiang Song's group had fallen, Ling Yao dove down. Upon landing, he refrained from transforming back into human form, not wishing to reveal his true identity in front of so many. However, Chu Shihan's keen eyes sparkled with curiosity, leaving Ling Yao feeling a chill run down his spine. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He approached Chu Shihan and nudged him with his large head, signifying his admiration. Having regained his abilities, Chu Shihan absent-mindedly stroked the fluffy ears of the tiger, seeking to alleviate his tumultuous thoughts. After enduring such anxiety, Lu Su had anticipated that Chu Shihan would first attend to his emotional state, only to find him immediately petting the tiger instead. He squeezed between Chu Shihan and the tiger, grasping the still outstretched hand. "Are you all right? You won't suffer any aftereffects, will you?" "I won't," Chu Shihan replied, gently pinching Lu Su's slender fingers. "As I mentioned, the cost of my abilities falls upon others." He subtly gestured toward the 6 individuals nearby. At that moment, Jiang Lu, who had been cloaked in invisibility, revealed himself. His special skill allowed him to conceal his form, enabling him to command the bounty hunters from the shadows, achieving unparalleled success, except when confronting Chu Shihan. "Brother, how did you manage that? You utilized water attribute abilities without directly harming them, and yet you killed the fire Qilin and saved their lives," Chu Ziki asked, genuinely intrigued. Chu Shihan's skills had not directly impacted Jiang Song's group, yet the 6 were left severely wounded. "I truly did nothing harmful. However, when I activate my abilities, it elevates the powers of all beings and creatures to their maximum level. They are currently only at levels 4 or 5, but are forcibly utilizing full-level abilities, leading to their bodies and mental strength being unable to cope, hence the backlash," Chu Shihan explained to Chu Ziki, while directing his gaze toward Lu Su, wishing to clarify his point to reassure him. "All beings and creatures?" Lu Su tightened his grip on Chu Shihan's hand unconsciously. Chu Shihan spoke slowly. "The entire world, all individuals with abilities, mutated animals, and aberrations." At his declaration, the 3 nearby held their breath. With only a few individuals and a single aberration, the devastation was already so severe. If Chu Shihan's abilities were to affect the entire world, the casualties within that minute could surpass the toll of an entire dungeon run. Chu Shihan solemnly articulated the answer that left the 3 in stunned disbelief.